Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 911 to Chapter 993. Roar, 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 outside the White Tiger mountain range, roars shook the sky. Ferocious beasts rushed over from all directions. It's a human. What a powerful flesh and blood essence. The White Tiger Demon Lord was killed by him. Let's go together and kill this human and devour his flesh and blood. After seeing Lin Feng, the powerful beasts immediately roared. Those ferocious beasts threw themselves at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked cold and detached. He took a step forwards and threw a punch. It was like a god had descended to the world. Everything in his path turned into nothingness. Fierce beasts were killed by Lin Feng one by one. Lin Feng's body emitted an endless domineering aura, allowing the beast tide to kill him. One punch, one person, one punch, broke the sky and shattered the earth. Countless beasts were killed. This brat isn't human. He's too abnormal. Run. The horde of beasts was being slaughtered to the point of trembling in fear. Many ferocious beasts fled for their lives. Lin Feng directly devoured the origin energy of heaven and earth formed by the dead beasts. Then, he flew into the distance. 5 days later, a figure was flying quickly in the forest. It was Lin Feng, who had just come out of seclusion. Now, Lin Feng's body had reached 127 precepts. It could be said to be tyrannical. Purely based on the number of precepts, he could directly crush a 5th-level creation realm cultivator. 300 miles to the west, there's a Black Demon Mountain. In the Black Demon Mountain, there's a Demon Cliff. The Demon Cliff contains an incredible amount of death energy. Any living being who enters the Demon Cliff will be corroded by death energy and die. The primordial demon liquid is in the depths of the Demon Cliff. This was the information Lin Feng obtained from the White Tiger Demon Lord's memory. The reason why the White Tiger Demon Lord could enter was because of the White Tiger killing intent condensed in the Demon Lord's body. The White Tiger killing intent restrained the death energy in the Demon Cliff. In this world, all kinds of powers were mysterious and unfathomable. Soon, Lin Feng saw a huge mountain range. In the depths of the mountain range, black peaks towered between heaven and earth. 4 huge peaks surrounded each other, forming a cliff. That place was the Black Demon Cliff. Lin Feng entered Black Demon Cliff. The power of death surged over, wanting to devour Lin Feng. You want to devour me? How ridiculous. Lin Feng activated the Dao character, Death. The Dao character Death was the source of the Great Dao, and it countered the power of death. Sure enough, after the Death Dao character was activated, the surrounding death energy began to disperse. However, it did not completely disperse. White Tiger killing intent, Lin Feng circulated the laws of the White Tiger Demon Lord within his body. In an instant, a terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. This was the White Tiger's killing intent. The White Tiger killing intent was similar to the heaven-punishing battle will that Lin Feng comprehended earlier. Both of them belonged to a type of momentum. Moreover, because the White Tiger was mainly used for killing, the White Tiger's killing intent was extremely heavy. Once enveloped by the White Tiger's killing intent, many people would instantly lose their will to fight. There were millions of types of momentum, and each type was naturally different. After the White Tiger's killing intent spread out from Lin Feng's body, it immediately dispersed the power of death that still lingered around Lin Feng's body. The Dao character Death Dao and the White Tiger's killing intent combined perfectly, making it difficult for the power of death to invade Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng arrived at the bottom of Black Demon Cliff, where he discovered a pool. The pool was enveloped by an endless amount of death energy, and it was filled with primordial demon liquid. From time to time, primordial demon liquid overflowed from the pool, then gathered together and flowed out. It seems that the White Tiger Demon Monarch has no way of getting close to the pool. It comes here every once in a while because it needs to wait for the primordial demon liquid to gather together. Many little drops make an ocean. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and walked towards the pool. Pool of death, I am the god of death, harvesting lives. Suddenly, a deep and cold voice sounded. Then, a man wearing the god of death's robe appeared. His body was surrounded by an endless amount of death chi. That man called himself the god of death, and he was an evil spirit that had been born from the death chi. The god of death stepped forward and attacked Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. A mere evil spirit dares to call himself the god of death? You're overestimating yourself. Today, I will kill you, evil spirit. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He stepped forward and used a supreme reincarnation fist. Bang! Lin Feng and the god of death collided. They both retreated a few steps. Despicable human, accept the punishment of the god of death. God of death destroys the world. The god of death attacked again, trying to kill Lin Feng. Devouring martial spirit, increase fighting strength by 5 times. Lin Feng started to circulate his 5 devouring martial spirits. The magic power in his body had increased by 5 times. Lin Feng's chi became violent. He attacked the god of death with his supreme reincarnation fist again. This punch was not something that the previous punch could compare to. With an explosion of 5 times his combat strength, the supreme reincarnation fist was pushed to the pinnacle. Lin Feng collided with the god of death again. His spine moved like a dragon, and the muscles in his right arm bulged. His spiritual energy flowed through his arm. His entire arm seemed to have become thicker in an instant. This peerless and invincible punch landed on the body of the Grim Reaper, causing his body to explode. The god of death disappeared into thin air and turned back into death energy. Death energy? Can it increase the strength of my Dao character, death? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. He started to devour the death energy. Lin Feng devoured an endless amount of death energy. His actions could be described as crazy. Everyone avoided death energy. Lin Feng actually dared to take the initiative to devour it. If others saw this, they would probably be scared to death. The death energy was far inferior to the death energy that entered Lin Feng's body. It was all devoured by the death of Dao. Lin Feng's death of Dao was only at the minor mastery realm. It quickly reached the major mastery realm, then the perfection realm, and then the perfection realm. In Lin Feng's Dantian, lightning suddenly intertwined above the divine ability array formed by the death of Dao. This was called divine ability evolving lightning. It meant that this ability had been cultivated to the extreme. Suddenly, a hazy and mysterious figure appeared above the divine ability array. He was like the Lord of the Underworld, the Lord of Death. His every move was mysterious and filled with endless power. It was as if he could destroy the world. Suddenly, a lot of information appeared in Lin Feng's mind. His death of Dao had reached the perfection realm. He had awakened one of the 3,000 great Daos, the great art of death. Between the various worlds, there were 3,000 great Daos that were separated from the world. Rumor had it that as long as one could cultivate any of the 3,000 great Daos to the perfection realm, they could break through to godhood. For example, Lin Feng's 5 Emperor's Dragon Fists, when cultivated to the peak, would transform into the 5 Elements art. There was also the Great Purification art that Lin Feng had learned. They were all part of the 3,000 great Daos. At that moment, in Lin Feng's brain, there was a dense list of cultivation methods. The Great Death Art. It's actually one of the 3,000 great Daos, the Great Death Art. Lin Feng looked at the information in his brain. His heart was pounding violently. Haha, I actually obtained the inheritance of the Great Death Art. It's comparable to an Emperor art. Even with Lin Feng's mental state, he couldn't help but laugh out loud in excitement. An Emperor art was a supreme technique created by a great emperor. Any Emperor art had the power to destroy the world. The 3,000 great Daos evolved into 3,000 divine abilities when the Dao reached its peak. Some of the 3,000 great Daos were auxiliary great Daos. For example, the Great Purification art could forcefully convert people into their slaves. The Great 5 Elements art could communicate with the power of heaven and earth and allow a cultivator's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. These 3,000 great Daos weren't offensive great Daos. Among the 3,000 great Daos, there were 72 offensive great Daos, such as the Great Karma art, the Great Creation art, the Great Reincarnation art, the Great Death art, the Great Destruction art, and so on. Naturally, there were differences in strength among the 72 types of offensive 3,000 great Daos. However, even the weakest type of offensive 3,000 great Daos was comparable to an emperor technique in terms of power. Lin Feng's supreme reincarnation fist was powerful enough, but it wasn't a complete emperor art. It was equivalent to an emperor art's embryonic form. As for the Great Death art, it was equivalent to a complete emperor art. Once it was cultivated, Lin Feng didn't know how strong it would be, because he hadn't started cultivating the Great Death art yet. Lin Feng waved his hand and the pool of primordial demon liquid was stored in a spatial bottle by Lin Feng. This amount of primordial demon liquid could last Lin Feng for a long time. This is the best place for seclusion. I'll cultivate here for a while and cultivate the Great Death art. Then, I'll try to break through to the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the Great Death art. Just as Lin Feng began his seclusion, a huge spatial door began to form in the void 300 miles away from Lin Feng. Boom. The stone door in the void directly opened. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, one figure after another flew out of the void gate. There were more than 100 cultivators. Their auras were powerful and deep. They were also very young. These cultivators were all wearing the attire of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. This meant that these cultivators were all from the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Is this the heavenly tribulation demon territory? A pleasantly surprised voice sounded. Then, a woman walked out. This woman had a picturesque appearance. She was like a woman who had walked out of a painting, giving off an otherworldly and elegant feeling. If Lin Feng saw this woman, he would definitely be very surprised. This woman was actually Lu Mengyan. After Lu Mengyan was defeated by Lin Feng in the sect competition, she followed Huangfu Qingtian into the secret realm of ether to cultivate. Now, it seemed like he had come out of seclusion. It wasn't just his temperament that had changed. Furthermore, his cultivation seemed to have improved significantly. Now, Lu Mengyan no longer seemed to be a small figure in the past. She exuded a noble aura. Beside Lu Mengyan were over a dozen core disciples of the Blue Cloud sect's Green Sky Peak. For example, Luo Xingtian, who had sent Li Jianchao to the divine land of the East County to kill Lin Feng, was also among them. Luo Xingtian was the saint of the Blue Cloud sect. A few years ago, his cultivation was about to break through to the creation realm. This person had also entered the secret realm of ether to cultivate. There seemed to be a primordial beast hibernating in his dantian. That was the power of the laws. Obviously, Luo Xingtian had broken through to the creation realm. Haha, we really have to thank the third prince this time. Otherwise, how could we enter the heavenly tribulation demon territory? A young elite of the Yuhua immortal dynasty said with a smile. Huangfu Qingtian was the third prince of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. The method to enter the heavenly tribulation demon territory was also obtained by Huangfu Qingtian from the secret realm of ether. In the secret realm of ether, it was rumored that there was the inheritance of the heavenly emperor. The heavenly emperor was the ruler of the undying realm. Many sages and emperors had to respect the heavenly emperor. Huangfu Qingtian had obtained the inheritance of the heavenly emperor, which was why he was so terrifying and could suppress the younger generation. At such a young age, he had already cultivated to an unfathomable realm. Everyone, we still have things to do. You can all train in the heavenly tribulation demon territory. I heard from senior brother Huangfu that there are source beasts everywhere in the heavenly tribulation demon territory. After killing them, those source beasts will turn into the source energy of heaven and earth. Devouring the source energy of heaven and earth can greatly improve your cultivation. You can go hunt those source beasts. Lu Mengyan said, then soared into the sky and left with Luo Xingtian and the others. Seeing Lu Mengyan and the others leave, a young cultivator of the Yuhua immortal dynasty sneered and said, "This woman is too arrogant. She has no respect for us. Back then, she was just a lowly servant. If it wasn't for her water spirit body, would the third prince have kept her by his side? We're all relatives of the Yuhua immortal dynasty, but now we have to listen to her. There's no need to be angry with this kind of person. The third prince is still waiting to dual cultivate with her and use her primordial yin to improve his cultivation. Once this woman has no value, she will be abandoned like a pair of worn-out shoes. Being angry with this kind of person will damage our status." Another young master flicked the dust off his clothes and said, "Haha, let's go and kill the source beasts." The group of people flew into the distance. Lin Feng naturally didn't know that Lu Mengyan, Luo Xingtian, and the other young experts of the Yuhua immortal dynasty had entered the demon realm. he was in deep seclusion. First, he bitterly cultivated the Great Death technique. After he had mastered the Great Death technique, he began to refine the primordial demon liquid to improve his cultivation. Lin Feng refined the primordial demon liquid while refining the divine source in his body. Every time he refined a part of the divine source, Lin Feng's immortal god blood would awaken more. As time passed, Lin Feng's qi became more and more tyrannical. Lin Feng's immortal god blood increased from 10% to 13%. The recovery of the immortal god blood was a relatively slow process. Lin Feng was already very satisfied with this rate of improvement. Immediately after, Lin Feng's body emitted a tyrannical fluctuation. Above Lin Feng, a heavenly law's embodiment of heaven and earth appeared. The heavenly law's embodiment of heaven and earth stood on a heavenly dragon. Its head was the firmament, and it wore an imperial robe. Its body emitted a noble aura, and its eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. It was like a supreme holy emperor who had enlightened tens of thousands of people. Yin Yang Stage 9. It would condense a heavenly law's embodiment of heaven and earth. And Lin Feng's heavenly law's embodiment of heaven and earth. It was a holy emperor. I've finally condensed a heavenly law's embodiment of heaven and earth. My strength has broken through to Yin Yang Stage 9. Lin Feng opened his eyes, revealing a joyful expression. He soared into the sky and flew outside. Pa, pa, pa. As soon as he flew out of the demon cliff, Lin Feng was attacked. Numerous blood-red branches whipped towards Lin Feng. The power of those branches was too terrifying. They directly shattered the void. It was a blood-colored ancient tree that was about 10 meters tall. Its trunk was like a dragon's, vigorous and powerful. This was the Iron Blood Ancient Tree, an ancient demonic tree that had long disappeared from the outside world. That ancient Iron Blood tree's attack was extremely powerful. Lin Feng was astonished. However, Lin Feng's current cultivation was too tyrannical, so even though he was ambushed by the Iron Blood Ancient Tree, he didn't panic at all. He reached out with his right hand and made a grasping motion. A cracking sound could be heard as the branch of the ancient Iron Blood tree flew toward him. What a powerful brat! The Iron Blood Ancient Tree's face couldn't help but cry out. The ancient Iron Blood tree's branches quickly extended outwards. Then, it wrapped around Lin Feng's body. At the same time, a silvery white ferocious beast appeared behind Lin Feng without making any sound. It had the head of a dragon, the body of a qilin, the tail of a snake, and the scales of a fish. It was extremely strange. The terrifying creature stretched out its sharp claws towards Lin Feng's head, wanting to crush Lin Feng's head. There were actually two terrifying beasts hiding here that wanted to ambush Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt the sinister aura behind him. He reacted quickly and stomped his feet on the ground. A large part of the cliff collapsed as he fell towards the Devil Cliff. The silver-white beast behind Lin Feng also fell into the Devil Cliff. However, it quickly soared into the sky and attacked Lin Feng again. However, at this time, Lin Feng had already jumped into the air. Heavenly fire surged out and wrapped around the Iron Blood Ancient Tree. Fire restrained wood. This was the principle of the 5 elements restraining each other. Therefore, no matter how powerful the Iron Blood Ancient Tree was or how strange its methods were, it was still completely restrained by Lin Feng. Whoosh, sure enough, the Iron Blood Ancient Tree's side was set ablaze. The Iron Blood Ancient Tree let out a miserable scream. It didn't dare to hesitate and quickly threw Lin Feng away with its branches. Then, the branches ruthlessly slammed into the ground, wanting to extinguish the flames. But how could the heavenly fire be extinguished? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He rushed forward and punched at the ancient Iron Blood Tree. The ancient Iron Blood Tree wanted to resist. However, it was instantly engulfed by the heavenly fire and had no power to resist Lin Feng's attack. Lin Feng punched the ancient Iron Blood Tree. After the ancient Iron Blood Tree was killed, Lin Feng absorbed its original strength and the 27 cosmic energies of the tree. When the silver-white beast saw that the ancient Iron Blood Tree had been killed, it turned around and fled. I can't escape. Lin Feng sneered. He quickly chased after the silver-white beast and killed it. Lin Feng also devoured the heaven and earth origin energy and the 27 strands of heavenly principles formed by the silver-white beast's body. 200 miles away from Linfeng, a group of people from the Yuhua immortal dynasty had joined forces to hunt all kinds of source beasts. After devouring a large number of origin beasts, many people's cultivation base had increased greatly. Roar, 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 roars shook the sky. The cultivators of the Yuhua immortal dynasty were besieging a Tao Wu. More than 100 cultivators attacked together. The powerful Tao Wu was directly killed. Only the heaven and earth origin energy and the 81 strands of heavenly principles were left in the void. Oh my God, so the rumors are true. After these origin beasts died, the laws in their bodies didn't dissipate. The cultivators of the Yuhua immortal dynasty roared excitedly. In the outside world, it was very difficult to obtain the laws after killing a creation realm beast. This was because the laws would dissipate. But here, all the laws were perfectly preserved. After all, there were 81 strands of laws. After a yin-yang realm cultivator refined them, their cultivation base would directly skyrocket. They would be able to crush any yin-yang realm cultivator who hadn't refined any laws. This was the terrifying part of the laws. It could allow a person to complete a qualitative transformation. Many people's eyes were burning. There were a total of 81 strands of laws, but there were more than 100 people here. Naturally, some people would be able to get a share of the laws, while others wouldn't. A cultivator of the Yuhua immortal dynasty named Huangfusu said, "How about this? We'll distribute the laws according to our strength." Of course, those who didn't get the laws don't have to worry. The heavenly tribulation demon realm is so huge, there must be a lot of creation realm beasts. When the time comes, we'll kill those creation realm beasts one by one. Everyone will be able to obtain the laws. Huangfusu was Huangfu Qingtian's cousin and the heir of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. His status was much nobler than the other members of the royal family. In addition, he was at the creation realm, so no one dared to go against his words. Everyone nodded and agreed. Then, these people began to distribute the laws. After Lin Feng refined the heaven and earth origin energy and the 54 strands of laws from the ancient iron blood tree and the silver white beast, he headed to the next destination. Dragon Lake, this was the place where a level overlord lived. A black dragon lived inside. The black dragon was at the 6th level of the creation realm and had 243 strands of laws in its body. Lin Feng now had 181 strands of laws in his body. Although there was still a certain gap between him and the black dragon, Lin Feng's divine abilities were too powerful and were enough to make up for this gap. Lin Feng had just arrived at the Dragon Lake. The black dragon that was resting at the bottom of the Dragon Lake suddenly opened its eyes. The aura of a human. Could it be that a human has entered the heavenly tribulation demon realm? This is great. I've always wanted to taste human flesh and blood. Today, I can finally fulfill my wish. Then, the black dragon soared into the sky. Its 1,000-meter-long body was like a mountain ridge in the air. Its pitch-black scales emitted a cold and gloomy luster. Lowly human brat, die. The black dragon stretched out its huge claws and clawed at Lin Feng. You're just a black dragon condensed from the origin energy of heaven and earth. You're not a real dragon and don't know any dragon language divine abilities. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Today, I'll kill you. Lin Feng rose up in the air and started fighting against Hei Long. After 300 rounds, Lin Feng found Hei Long's weak point. He threw a supreme reincarnation punch at Hei Long's neck. Bang! A huge hole was blasted open in the black dragon's neck. The black dragon was instantly heavily injured. Immediately after, Lin Feng used Sky Splitter to completely cut the black dragon's body into two. Dao's death. Lin Feng's attacks were endless, and the Dao's death suppressed the black dragon. The black dragon's huge body exploded and turned into pure origin energy of heaven and earth. 243 strands of the power of law spiraled in the air. Lin Feng was about to collect the origin energy and laws of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a flying sword slashed down from the sky. It was actually a Dao artifact flying sword. That Dao artifact flying sword was as fast as lightning, spitting out flames. This flying sword was called the Fire Demon Sword, and it was forged from the Fire Demon Bloodstone. Blow and break. Slay demons. With a flick of his finger. 1,000 miles away. Human level. What a powerful fire demon sword. If it were someone else, their head would have been chopped off by that sword. But it won't be easy to kill me. Celestial absorbing jar, come out. Absorb another treasure for me today, murmured Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his right hand and the swallowing heaven jar flew out and floated in front of him. When the fire demon sword slashed down, the swallowing heaven jar released a powerful devouring force that enveloped the sword. It began to devour the fire demon sword. The fire demon sword struggled violently. Lin Feng punched the fire demon sword. The fire demon sword's sword intent was dispersed. The swallowing heaven jar seized the opportunity and directly devoured the fire demon sword. Then, it erased the soul imprint in the fire demon sword. Lin Feng poured his magic power into the fire demon sword to refine it. This treasure is quite suitable for me. It's a fire elemental treasure. If I use heavenly fire to refine the fire demon sword and get rid of the impurities, the fire demon sword's power will increase greatly. Lin Feng played with the fire demon sword in his hand. He didn't leave after devouring the origin energy and laws of heaven and earth formed by the black dragon. Because Lin Feng wanted to see who had ambushed him. Who had also entered the realm of beasts. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Soon, figures flew over from afar and landed on the ground. There were more than 100 of them. How did you get in? A cultivator looked down at Lin Feng and asked with a gloomy face. They didn't recognize Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, if you can come in, why can't I? Boy, hand over my fire demon sword. A young cultivator with a pale face glared at Lin Feng. He was the son of a prince of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. He was at the 10th layer of the Yin-Yang realm and was the crown prince of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. This fire demon sword was a treasure that he had obtained by chance in the past. So the fire demon sword is yours? You tried to kill me with the fire demon sword, but you failed. Now that I have the fire demon sword, it's my treasure. Said Lin Feng indifferently. Immediately after, he put his demon fire sword away. Seeing this, the crown prince of the Yuhua immortal dynasty was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Boy, you're courting death. That crown prince laughed sinisterly, his face filled with dense killing intent. If looks could kill, Lin Feng would have already been cut into 1,000 pieces by that glare. I can crush a piece of trash like you to death with a single hand. You dare say I'm courting death? Said Lin Feng disdainfully. The crown prince was not the only one who was angry. Even the rest of the people from the Yuhua celestial dynasty were incomparably furious. Lin Feng was fighting against so many strong cultivators of the Yuhua celestial dynasty alone. Do you know who we are? We're relatives of the imperial family of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Another young expert of the Yuhua immortal dynasty said coldly. I'm not blind. I know you're from the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Lin Feng curled his lips. When he saw these people, he recognized their clothes. Only the imperial family of the Yuhua immortal dynasty was qualified to wear such clothes. Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian had a 10-year agreement. In addition, Lin Feng had used a Dao weapon to kill Huangfu Dushang from the Yuhua celestial dynasty. Lin Feng had long been at odds with the Yuhua celestial dynasty. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't show any mercy to the people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. He attacked and killed. He couldn't be merciful. Being merciful to these people was cruel to himself. He would be killed by them sooner or later. Boy. You know who we are and you still dare to be so arrogant? Another cultivator of the Yuhua immortal dynasty asked in disbelief. Lin Feng was speechless. Where did these people get their sense of superiority from? Was it because they were born in a major power like the Yuhua immortal dynasty that they were superior to others? Lin Feng sneered. Idiots. You want to kill me, but you want me to speak politely to you? Why bother talking nonsense with this boy? I'll go and kill him. A tall and sturdy cultivator with a centipede scar on the left side of his face laughed sinisterly. His name was Huangfu Tuesday. He was from a branch of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. He was estranged from the imperial family. However, Huangfu Tu's talent was extraordinary. Therefore, he was heavily nurtured by the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Boom. Boom, Huangfu Tu took a step forward. Terrifying waves of energy swept out, causing the void to ripple slightly. In his dantian, a tyrannical aura was awakening. Eh? A law? You actually refined a law. Lin Feng frowned. Huang Futu laughed out loud and said, "Boy, are you scared now? Go to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Futu directly used a law to suppress Lin Feng. The law emitted the aura of a vicious beast Xuanni. It was obvious that Huang Futu had obtained the law of a vicious beast after killing it. What a pity. What a pity. These laws were obtained by you. Lin Feng shook his head. Kill the Xuanni. The law did not disperse, he could refine it now, but if the law was refined by another cultivator, the law would be tainted with the cultivator's aura. When the cultivator was killed, the law would disperse. Lin Feng stepped forward. With a light tap of his finger, he directly broke Huang Futu's law. Nobody expected Lin Feng to be so tyrannical. Originally, these people only saw Lin Feng kill a vicious beast from afar. But because they were too far away, they did not see clearly what kind of vicious beast it was. Lin Feng's cultivation level was at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Naturally, these experts of the Yuhua immortal dynasty did not take him seriously. At this moment, they realized that they had made a fatal mistake. They had underestimated Lin Feng. Huang Futu quickly retreated. He wanted to avoid Lin Feng. But Lin Feng grabbed Huang Futu's neck and lifted him up. Boy, hurry up and let him go. Many people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty shouted coldly when they saw Huang Futu being caught. The people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty looked extremely gloomy. But they did not act blindly without thinking. After all, Huang Futu was still in Lin Feng's hands. Huang Futu was a proud person. Now, he was being held by the neck by a cultivator who was one level lower than him. It could be said that he was humiliated. Huang Futu shouted angrily, "Boy, you better hurry up and let me go. Otherwise, you will definitely die here today." The expressions of many people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty changed slightly. Many of them secretly cursed Huang Futu for being brainless. How could he threaten that brat at this time? That brat was obviously someone who was not afraid of anything. He did not care about the Yuhua immortal dynasty at all. Now, you should say some soft words. When this brat lets you go, he will have no hostage. Everyone could do whatever they wanted to him. Now that you threatened that brat like this, who knows what unexpected things might happen. You don't know life from death. Lin Feng looked coldly at Huang Futu's day. His right hand grabbed Huang Futu's neck, his left hand pressed down on his head, and suddenly twisted. Crack. Huang Futu's head was directly twisted by Lin Feng. Lin Feng casually threw Huang Futu's corpse on the ground. "You're courting death. You're courting death," shouted the cultivators of the Yuhua immortal dynasty furiously when they saw that Lin Feng had broken Huang Futu's neck. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng had dared to kill a cultivator of the Yuhua immortal dynasty in front of so many cultivators of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Do you know that you've caused a great disaster? Not only you, but also your clansmen will suffer the wrath of the Yuhua immortal dynasty," said Huang Fusu coldly, looking at Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "You don't have the strength to act tough, you're just courting death," said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. "What a sharp-tongued brat. Today, I'll kill you myself." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Fusu leaped out with a sword in his hand. That sword had a great history. It was called the Spring and Autumn Sword. According to legends, it was a peerless sword passed down from an era called the Spring and Autumn Era. Since the creation of the world had experienced countless disasters and countless eras. The Spring and Autumn Era was a short and chaotic era. There were battles everywhere. And this era ended not long after. The sword is 7 feet and 3 inches long, 4 inches and 5 centimeters wide, and it weighs 792 kilograms. Today, I'll use the Spring and Autumn Sword to chop off your head and offer it to Huang Futu's spirit in heaven. Huang Fusu walked forward step by step. Each time he took a step, his sword intent condensed and condensed. Huang Fusu's spirit had already reached the level of intent realm. This person definitely had a very deep understanding of sword Dao. Huang Fusu's sword Dao is incredible. Now that he's going to attack, he'll definitely be able to kill that little boy. I've sparred with Huang Fusu before. His swordsmanship is incredible. Many strong cultivators of the older generation can't compare with Huang Fusu in terms of swordsmanship. Let's watch Huang Fusu's performance. The group of cultivators from the Yuhua Immemorial dynasty clearly admired Huang Fusu's strength. In their opinion, since Huang Fusu made a move, Lin Feng would definitely die. Lin Feng looked at Huang Fusu indifferently and said, "The Spring and Autumn sword is indeed a famous sword. I once saw someone at an auction who wanted to buy the Spring and Autumn sword at a high price. I never thought that this treasure would end up in your hands. Well, since I've seen the Spring and Autumn sword today, there's no reason for me not to take it." "How dare you?" Huang Fusu shouted coldly as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Swordsmen loved their swords as much as their lives. How could he allow others to covet his treasured sword? "Little brat, I won't let you die so easily. I'll cut off your flesh piece by piece." Huang Fusu stepped forward and used the Spring and Autumn sword technique. Time was like spring, full of vitality. The autumn wind was bleak and chilly. This was the Spring and Autumn sword technique. It had the vigorous vitality of all things awakening in spring. What is spring? At the beginning of the year, 10,000 flowers bloomed. The Spring and Autumn swordplay also had the bleakness of autumn. What is autumn? The coldness locked the autumn, the falling leaves were like rain, the heart was cold. Huang Fusu's first sword was the bleak autumn wind and the falling leaves. In the void, leaves floated down one after another. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. These weren't real leaves, they were leaves condensed from sword chi. The leaves were like sharp swords as they shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body was torn apart, one wound after another. Blood immediately flowed out of his wounds. What a good move, the bleak autumn wind and falling leaves. The sword chi is like falling leaves. It's really powerful. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand and grabbed a falling leaf that was flying towards him. He shook his hand lightly and the leaf was shattered into pieces. This is just the beginning. Later, I'll let you have a taste of death by 1,000 cuts. Huang Fusu sneered coldly. Amazing, amazing. Huang Fusu's swordsmanship has already reached the level where the sword can connect to the gods. Seeing Huang Fusu's power, many people from the Yuhua celestial dynasty cheered excitedly. A cold wind blew. Fallen leaves fluttered. In the void, dense leaves once again floated down. This time, there were even more leaves. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It was impossible to count how many falling moons were floating in the sky. The world seemed to have turned into a world of falling leaves. A countless number of leaves were moving towards Lin Feng. The falling leaves were like swords, slashing towards him. Lin Feng stepped forward in the sky full of falling leaves. He waved his hand and cut open a path. He quickly rushed out and charged towards Huang Fusu. "Humph, take another move of my spring flowers bloom like rain." Huang Fusu slashed out with his sword again. The swordsmanship he displayed now was even more powerful. In the void, petals fell down one after another. One flower, one world. These petals represented the vitality of spring and autumn, but they also represented the endless killing intent like the sea. In the extreme, the brilliance was sublimated, blooming the most beautiful side. In the brilliance, there was killing intent, burying the years of life. One flower after another appeared and bloomed. A terrifying killing power surged out from it. The void was instantly torn apart. This move was really powerful. The destructive power caused by it was too strong. Many people of the Yuhua Immemorial dynasty were shocked and moved. Because the aura emitted by that move made them feel suffocated. Not to mention Lin Feng, who was attacked by this move. As expected of Huang Fusu, who comprehended the essence of the spring and autumn sword technique. This move already has the meaning of a grandmaster swordsman. That kid is dead. The cultivators of the Yuhua Immemorial dynasty sneered and looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. What a powerful swordsmanship. Lin Feng was shocked. Lin Feng also had a deep understanding of swordsmanship, but Lin Feng cultivated too many powerful skills after all. A person's energy was limited, so it was difficult for him to spend all his energy on swordsmanship. Huang Fusu was different. He specialized in swordsmanship. His understanding of swordsmanship had indeed surpassed Lin Feng by a lot. Lin Feng even felt a trace of danger from Huang Fusu's spring flowers bloom like rain. However, it was only a trace of danger. Huang Fusu's cultivation was only at the second level of the creation realm. So what if his swordsmanship was divine? The nomological laws in his body were too different from Lin Feng's. Absolute power. It could crush any move. Lin Feng circulated the 181 nomological laws in his body. Monstrous magic power surged. Lin Feng raised his right hand. His arm was like a sword and directly slashed out. Countless falling flowers were torn apart. Lin Feng took a step forward and appeared in front of Huang Fusu. You. Huang Fusu was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Feng to break his swordsmanship so easily. I'll take your sword. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand and lightly tapped Huang Fusu's forehead. Poof. A tyrannical magic power shot out and penetrated Huang Fusu's forehead. His body flew backward and fell to the ground, dead. Lin Feng held the Spring and Autumn sword in his hand. It shook slightly. The Spring and Autumn sword hummed. The sword hums in the sky. The divine sword has a spirit. As expected of a peerless sword. Lin Feng looked at the Spring and Autumn sword in shock. Huang Fusu is dead. A cultivator from the Yuhua immortal dynasty checked Huang Fusu's condition, and his expression changed drastically. Huang Fusu's status was extremely noble, and he was very talented. Therefore, Huang Fusu was highly valued in the Yuhua immortal dynasty. But now, he had died tragically. The cultivators from the Yuhua immortal dynasty were filled with killing intent. Killing 2 people from my Yuhua immortal dynasty in a row. How many years has it been since something like this happened? A cold voice sounded. Next, a young prince walked out from the Yuhua immortal dynasty's side. This young prince was tall and slender, and he had a noble temperament. He was wearing a 4-clawed dragon robe. This 4-clawed dragon robe was usually worn by the princes. Lin Feng said indifferently. I didn't expect that there would be a prince from the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Which prince are you? 5th prince. Huang Fu Qingming. What a good 5th prince. Today, I will kill you and let the Yuhua immortal dynasty lose a prince first. Lin Feng was domineering. He directly stepped forward, wanting to kill Huang Fu Qingming. The cultivators from the Yuhua immortal dynasty's expression changed drastically. If Huang Fu Qingming was killed, then all of them would be blamed for not protecting the prince. Huang Fu Qingming sneered and said, You want to kill me? You are still far from being able to do so. As his voice fell, a tyrannical aura spread out from Huang Fu Qingming's body. One could vaguely feel that Huang Fu Qingming's magic power was much stronger than Lin Feng's magic power. Huang Fu Qingming should be at the 6th heavenly layer of the creation realm. He should have at least 243 strands of the power of laws. Whether or not I can kill you, I will only know after I try. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he walked towards Huang Fu Qingming step by step. Die, brat. Immediately, more than a dozen cultivators from the Yuhua immortal dynasty rushed towards Lin Feng. One by one, they circulated the power of laws and attacked Lin Feng. These people were all experts of the Yuhua immortal dynasty who had refined the laws before. They scattered and attacked Lin Feng from all directions, causing Lin Feng to be distracted. However, these people underestimated Lin Feng too much. Facing their attacks, Lin Feng directly used the confinement magnetic field. More than 10 experts of the Yuhua immortal dynasty were imprisoned, unable to move. Next, Lin Feng swung his right hand and a sword beam shot out. Puff. 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 The experts of the Yuhua immortal dynasty were directly torn apart by the sword energy, dying tragically on the spot. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen experts were instantly killed by Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the other experts of the Yuhua immortal dynasty almost split apart. Kid, who exactly are you? Huang Fu Qingming looked at Lin Feng gloomily. Naturally, I'm the one who will kill you. Lin Feng sneered. He instantly appeared in front of Huang Fu Qingming and used the Supreme Reincarnation Fist to attack Huang Fu Qingming. White Sun Soaring Technique. At this moment, Huang Fu Qingming suddenly shouted coldly. He used the Yuhua immortal dynasty's ultimate technique. The White Sun Soaring Technique was an ancient divine ability recorded in the White Sun Soaring Sutra. Immortal light surged out from Huangfu Qingming's body. Then, Huangfu Qingming soared into the sky. He was like a god and a demon. He was like an immortal and a saint. Between heaven and earth, only that immortal light seemed to be left. Huangfu Qingming turned into an immortal light and swept towards Lin Feng. Bang, the two sides collided. The earth shook and the mountains shook. It was like two falling stars colliding in the starry sky world. This collision was extremely violent. With the two of them as the center, tornado-like energy ripples spread out. In the center of the storm, there were even storm dragons, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, roaring towards the sky. After the collision, the two quickly retreated. The White Sun Soaring Sutra of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty is indeed worthy of its reputation. It's rumored that there are many ultimate techniques recorded in the White Sun Soaring Sutra, and this White Sun Soaring technique should be one of them. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. The supreme reincarnation fist he had invented was based on the Tao of the Nine Heavens Supreme. It had absorbed the essence of the five Emperor Dragon Fists, the Sky-Shrouding Hand, the Ancient Dragon Elephant Art, the Imperious Lightning Art, and other powerful moves. Although it was only the embryonic form of an Emperor technique, its power was far greater than ordinary ancient divine abilities. But his attack was blocked by Huangfu Qingming's White Sun Soaring Technique. This showed how powerful the White Sun Soaring Technique was. It was probably one of the top divine abilities among the ancient divine abilities. This kid's combat power is far higher than his realm. Let's attack together and kill him, Huangfu Qingming said in a deep voice. They still had hundreds of experts on their side. Moreover, there were 5 Creation Realm cultivators. Huangfu Qingming was convinced that Lin Feng was going to die under their attacks. That's right. Let's kill him together. Everyone from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty shouted sternly. Each of them had a ferocious expression on their faces. In the outside world, they were the high and mighty geniuses of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Any one of them was admired by others. But at that moment, so many of them had been killed by Lin Feng alone. They were terrified. Everyone felt incomparably sullen. Perhaps in their lives, they had never encountered something that made them feel so humiliated. Now, these people only wanted to kill Lin Feng. They wanted to wash away the pressure and humiliation that Lin Feng brought to them. White Sun Soaring Technique. Flying Immortal Fist. Dragon's Roar. Divine Fist of Destruction. God-destroying Immortal Palm. All kinds of powerful divine abilities were used by the cultivators of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Hundreds of cultivators of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty used their divine abilities together. All the divine abilities gathered together, forming a torrent of attacks that drowned out Lin Feng. These cultivators of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty believed that their attacks would be fatal. Even if they were at the 7th or 8th level of the creation realm, they wouldn't be able to resist their attacks. They would be killed. Today, I will let you have a taste of the supreme divine ability that I have just cultivated. Facing the attacks of hundreds of cultivators, Lin Feng didn't care at all. Not only did he not retreat, but he also stepped forward. Great Death Technique. Lin Feng flipped his hand and summoned clouds and rain. The Great Death Technique, which was comparable to an Emperor technique, was executed. Suddenly, a river appeared in the sky. It was a long river of death. The long river of death fell from the sky and smashed towards the hundreds of cultivators. Crack, Lin Feng fought against hundreds of cultivators alone. His Great Death Technique directly destroyed the torrent of attacks that hundreds of cultivators had launched together. Then, the long river of death bombarded the hundreds of cultivators of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Bang, the cultivators of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty were all blasted away. The weaker ones' bodies directly exploded, and they died tragically on the spot. The stronger ones also vomited mouthfuls of blood from the impact. Lin Feng's Great Death Technique, which was comparable to an Emperor technique, was too tyrannical. Destroy them all. Lin Feng sneered. His big hand covered the sky and attacked the cultivators of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. No, many people shouted in fear. Facing death, these top geniuses of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty couldn't suppress the fear in their hearts. These cultivators of the Yuhua immortal dynasty were about to die in Lin Feng's hands. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. "Brat! You are courting death." Boom! Behind Lin Feng, an old man stepped out of the void and attacked Lin Feng with his palm. The old man's aura was too terrifying. He was like a god, as majestic as a mountain. "The old ancestor has made his move, that brat is dead for sure." Seeing the old man attacking Lin Feng, the cultivators of the Yuhua immortal dynasty, who were originally in despair, became excited. An ancient overlord. Sensing the terrifying aura behind him, Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. An ancient overlord. An expert in the life and death realm. It's over. I'm dead for sure. Lin Feng's face was extremely pale. This was an attack from an ancient powerhouse. This attack could instantly turn his body into ashes. He wouldn't even have a chance to recover from his injuries. The shadow of death shrouded his entire body. Lin Feng's heart was filled with waves of despair. The terrifying attack was about to land on Lin Feng's body. Suddenly, a light flashed in the beast slave pouch. Swoosh! An egg flew out and landed in front of Lin Feng, blocking his path. It was the mysterious beast egg that Lin Feng had obtained. "Don't bully Bibi's big brother." A childish voice came from the beast egg. Although the little guy hadn't hatched yet, it was extremely intelligent. Its spiritual intelligence had long been activated. Moreover, when it almost hatched the last time, the little guy was already able to wake up from its deep slumber anytime. Sometimes, the little guy would also come out to play. After it was tired of playing, Lin Feng would take out many precious herbs for the little guy to eat. It turned out that most of the spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits that Lin Feng had collected were eaten by the little guy. The little guy and Lin Feng were naturally very close. Now that the little guy sensed that Lin Feng was in danger, it took the initiative to fly out. Then, it blocked in front of Lin Feng. The palm that was originally aimed at Lin Feng fiercely hit the beast egg. Lin Feng's eyes were about to pop out. He and Bibi had already developed a very deep relationship. Now that Bibi had suffered such a terrifying attack, wouldn't she die without a doubt? Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound of collision, the Yuhua immortal dynasty's ancient powerhouse's attack landed on the beast egg. What surprised Lin Feng was that the beast egg didn't shatter after receiving this attack. This beast egg was a little too sturdy. Lin Feng took advantage of this rare opportunity and sent the Yuhua celestial dynasty's leader flying with a punch. Then, he hugged the beast egg and flew into the distance. "Bibi, are you okay? Don't scare me," Lin Feng said with heartache. Bibi's weak voice came from the egg, saying, "Bibi is very tired. Bibi wants to sleep." Hearing Bibi's voice, Lin Feng was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. However, his heart was immediately filled with killing intent. Bebe must have suffered some injuries, which was why he'd decided to sleep to recover. At this moment, Lin Feng swore to himself that as long as his cultivation base increased, he would definitely go and kill that old bastard from the Yuhua immortal dynasty. To be old and not die is to be a thief. As an existence at the level of an ancient giant, he actually dared to attack a junior. This was completely shameless. "Little dog. Where are you going?" The face of the ancient powerhouse from the Yuhua immortal dynasty was extremely gloomy. As an ancient powerhouse, he was actually sent flying by a cultivator who was like an ant in his eyes. This was simply a great humiliation. This ancient giant was almost angered to death. He roared and chased after Lin Feng. "You old bastard, just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll take your head," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned his head and glared at the ancient powerhouse from the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Then, he took out his golden wings. Under the control of the golden wings, his speed was as fast as lightning. Even the ancient powerhouse couldn't catch up to Lin Feng. Lin Feng crazily ran towards the depths of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. After 3 days, he finally got rid of the ancient powerhouse from the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Lin Feng stopped in a mountain range. There was a stone tablet outside the mountain range. There were 5 words written on the tablet. "Pagoda suppresses the river demons." Seeing these words, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He couldn't help but mutter, "Who left this tablet here? It seems like there are a few words missing." Asterisk swish, 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 asterisk Lin Feng used his finger as a knife and wrote a few more words in a row. These 5 words were Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Together, it was Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Pagoda suppresses the river demon. Lin Feng seemed to be very satisfied with his masterpiece. He couldn't help but smile. He then walked towards the depths of the mountain range. This mountain range was extremely huge, stretching for hundreds of miles. If one were to look down from the sky, they would be able to see that this mountain range was like a huge dragon that resided on the ground. The mountain ridge was like the body of the huge dragon that coiled around, vigorous and powerful. Lin Feng found a huge cave in the mountain range. This cave was very dry. He blocked the entrance of the cave and then used a few formations to hide the aura of this place. After that, Lin Feng started recuperating in the cave. The continuous battles made Lin Feng feel extremely tired. Lin Feng adjusted his state to its peak. Then, he refined the 243 nomological laws that he obtained from killing the black dragon. The number of nomological laws in Lin Feng's body reached 424 nomological laws. I wonder what's the situation outside. Now that the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's ancient powerhouses have appeared, should I stay or leave? Lin Feng was a little hesitant. If he stayed, he might be able to obtain more opportunities. If he left, the opportunities would belong to the cultivators of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. However, after hesitating for a moment, Lin Feng decided to leave the demon realm. After all, he had obtained so many benefits in the demon realm. Now that the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's ancient powerhouses had entered, there was no need to continue taking risks. With that thought, Lin Feng took out 9 turtle shells. He wanted to use the 9 turtle shells to form a teleportation gate and teleport himself out. However, at that moment, a loud rumble sounded. Lin Feng looked over and saw that a large number of rocks in the depths of the cave had collapsed, revealing a deep passage. He didn't know where it led to. Lin Feng was surprised. Why would a passage appear here? He carefully walked into the passage. Dong, 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 only Lin Feng's footsteps could be heard in the deep passage. After walking for about half an hour, Lin Feng seemed to have arrived at the center of the mountain. He entered a huge mountain. Then, Lin Feng saw that there was actually a huge stone tower in the mountain. The stone tower had a total of 9 floors. The stone tower was densely covered with runes. Those runes were too complicated. Even though Lin Feng was a Heaven Stage Spirit Array Master, he felt like his head was about to split open when he glanced at the runes. It was incomparably painful. He quickly retracted his gaze and felt a little better. The appearance of a 1,000-meter-tall stone tower filled Lin Feng with doubts and confusion. He was guessing the origin of this stone tower. Boom. At that moment, the stone tower shook violently. There seemed to be a terrifying existence suppressed under the stone tower. And now, the terrifying existence suppressed under the stone tower wanted to overturn the stone tower. Run. Lin Feng didn't even think as he frantically fled outside. He thought of the stone tablet he saw at the entrance of the mountain range. Pagoda suppressing a river demon, could it be referring to this stone tower in front of him? A river demon was suppressed under the stone tower? If that was really the case, then it was too terrifying. Because this was a secret realm that had existed since the Immemorial era. Didn't that mean that the river demon suppressed here was also a powerhouse from the Immemorial era? Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. How could he dare to stay? Human flesh, I want to eat, but at that moment, the stone tower was pushed open by a crack. A sinister voice came from under the stone tower. Then, a terrifying suction force surged out and instantly enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body couldn't be controlled at all, and he quickly flew toward the stone tower. Lin Feng felt an extremely terrifying force bombarding his body. Life and death. Just at this moment, Lin Feng felt his life slipping away. He couldn't resist, and his heart was filled with terror. Just as his body was about to crumble and be devoured by the river demon below the pagoda, the 9 pieces of tortoiseshell in Lin Feng's hand suddenly emitted a shocking wave of energy. The Black Tortoise God. Suddenly, a roar came from below the pagoda. The terrifying power that had enveloped Lin Feng and wanted to destroy Lin Feng's body instantly dissipated. Lin Feng fell to the ground, but the 9 pieces of tortoiseshell in his hands floated in the air. The 9 pieces of tortoiseshell emitted 9 rays of light that gathered together to form an ancient image. A mysterious world appeared in the image. There was a long river in that world. That river ran through heaven and earth, connecting the heavenly river and the underworld river. It was called the Heavenspan River. It was called the Undying World, the first river. Thump, 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 war drums beat, and an endless number of celestial soldiers and generals descended from the sky. Demonic chi surged within the Heavenspan River. An old man appeared, leading the demonic beasts of the Heavenspan River. Black Tortoise God, the Heavenspan River demons have already been executed. If you don't surrender, you can still live. If you dare to resist, only death will await you. A cold voice came from the Heavenly Court's army, filled with boundless killing intent that seemed capable of destroying the world. Next, a celestial general clad in sacred golden armor appeared and looked coldly at the Black Tortoise God. The Black Tortoise God howled in grief. Our young master has been awake for 128,000 years. He experienced the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations and achieved enlightenment. The demons of the Heavenspan River elected him as the sacred master, and he ruled over 800 million kilometers of the Heavenspan River. Under the young master's control, the demons of the Heavenspan River have never harmed the common people. Instead, they occasionally perform miracles and benefit the world. Why do you want to kill our young master? Where is the heavenly justice? Ha ha ha, the heavenly justice? The heavenly court is the heavens. The celestial general laughed coldly. The heavenly court is the heavens? Now I finally understand why Senior Sacred Battle Ape resisted the heavenly court. The Black Tortoise God's voice was cold. Senior Sacred Battle Ape? How dare you call a peerless cultivator senior? You monsters should all die. The heavenly general had a cold gaze. I think the greatest evil in this world is your heavenly court. Black Tortoise High God's voice was cold. How stubborn. Slaughter all the demonic beasts in the Heavenspan River. Don't leave a single one alive. General Tian gave the order. The order they had received was to kill all living beings within the 800 million kilometers of the Heavenspan River. As for the so-called enlistment, it was just a pretense. In this world, how many people were massacred after being recruited or surrendered? Preserve the flame, preserve hope, the Black Tortoise God said. He had sent some of the talented disciples of the Heavenspan River's demon race away, so that they wouldn't be completely wiped out. The battle was exceptionally fierce. High God Black Tortoise personally led the Heavenspan River's monster race against the Heavenly Court's army. The sky was dyed red by demonic blood. The ground was dyed red by demon blood. Even the entire Heavenspan River was dyed blood red. Countless demonic beasts were wiped out. High God Black Tortoise held in grief. If there is a next life, I am willing to serve you for the rest of my life. If there is a next life, I hope to overturn the heavenly court so that there will be no more slaughter. High God Black Tortoise charged into a large group of heavenly generals and self-detonated. Before he died, he took a large number of people with him to the grave. All the images vanished like smoke in thin air. Lin Feng sat on the ground, unable to believe it. 800 million kilometers of the Heavenspan River. It wasn't just the Milky Way. Only a very small number had managed to escape. They had all been killed. How many people had died? Just how much slaughter was this? Even if everyone on the Tianwu continent was killed, there probably wouldn't be even 1 in 10,000 people in the entire Heavenspan River. Woo-woo. The sound of someone crying could be heard from below the pagoda. Old Celestial Emperor, have you ever thought that I'm still alive? The being roared, his killing intent soaring. Even if you suppressed me for 100 million years, even if you destroyed my body, even if you destroyed my soul, my will is immortal. He roared furiously, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. The hatred in his heart couldn't be washed away. At the same time, outside the mountains, Lu Mengyan, Luo Xingtian, and the others were flying in that direction. We've already searched many places, but we still haven't found the pagoda. Is it possible that the Heavenspan Great Beast is just a legend? Luo Xingtian frowned. No, it's definitely not as simple as a legend. Lu Mingyan's eyes were gloomy. She paused for a moment, then said, you should know that eldest senior brother's secret land of heaven is related to Celestial Emperor. Celestial Emperor is rumored to be the ruler of the undying world. You probably don't know about this. What is it? Luo Xingtian and the others were curious. I once followed eldest senior brother into a mysterious cave in the secret land of heaven. There was a statue of celestial emperor in that cave, and it actually manifested a spirit. Lu Mingyan still couldn't believe what she was saying. What? Celestial emperor's statue manifested a spirit? This time everyone was astonished. They couldn't believe it. Lu Mingyan took a deep breath and said, "Indeed, celestial emperor's statue manifested a spirit and spoke in human language. Even though I wasn't qualified to be there, eldest senior brother quickly told me what celestial emperor had told him. It was about the heavens disaster and the heaven-span great beast." After a short pause, Lu Mingyan continued, "Inside the heavens tribulation demon territory, there's a peerless great demon. This great demon is called the omnipotent great demon. You might not know his origin, but if I tell you, you'll be scared to death. This omnipotent great demon is the ruler of the immortal world's omnipotent river. His cultivation is unfathomable, and such a powerful existence is feared by the celestial court. Therefore, the celestial emperor led 36 great emperors to build the subduing great demon tower, and together, they attacked the omnipotent great demon tower and suppressed him inside the heavens tribulation demon territory. Is it wrong to be too strong?" asked a cultivator. Lu Mingyan said with a faint look in her eyes, "That's right. Sometimes, being too strong is a mistake." How did the sacred battle ape die? Because he was too strong, the emperors of the heavenly court and the Buddhas of the Buddhist world felt threatened. Therefore, the emperors of the heavenly court and the 7 ancient Buddhas of the Buddhist world joined forces to kill the battle saint ape. The omnipotent great beast showed a trace of the battle saint ape's shadow, so the heavenly emperor couldn't let the omnipotent great beast grow to the battle saint ape's level. Luo Xingtian asked, "So many years have passed, the great beast should have died long ago, right?" Lu Mingyan said, "The celestial emperor told eldest senior brother that the omnipotent great demon's resentment was too great, and that its remnant soul hadn't died yet. In another 100 years, the omnipotent great demon's remnant soul would also be obliterated." However, the celestial emperor suddenly discovered that there was a ripple in the omnipotent great demon's river of fate. An extra ripple in the river of fate? What does that mean? Luo Xingtian frowned. Someone will appear in the fate of the Xianxia beast. Maybe it's just a ripple, it won't change anything. After 100 years, the Xianxia beast's soul will be completely destroyed. But that ripple can also change the life of the Xianxia beast and bring him back to life. Therefore, Tian Didi sent him to activate the Xianxia tower and destroy the soul of the Xianxia beast. Tian Didi is in a life and death situation right now, he can't leave. Therefore, he gave us this important task. After the task is done, we can all go to the secret area of the firmament to practice cultivation and obtain incredible opportunities to improve our cultivation. Luo Xingtian was delighted. Luo Xingtian and the others were overjoyed. Among them, only Luo Xingtian had cultivated there for a year. During that year, Luo Xingtian had broken through to the creation realm. The others were naturally looking forward to entering the mystery land of ether. Even Luo Xingtian's eyes were shining. He couldn't wait to enter the mystery land of ether again. "Junior sister, look, there's another mountain range." Luo Xingtian pointed into the distance. That mountain range looked like a dragon crawling on the ground. It was the mountain range where the great beast was sealed. Lu Mingyan said, "Let's go and see if this omnipotent great demon is being suppressed in this mountain range. If it is, it's time for him to die." "How do we kill it?" asked Luo Xingtian suspiciously. Eldest senior brother gave it a celestial emperor talisman. "If we activate it, we can kill the great beast." "Senior, are you all right?" Lin Feng asked softly. He couldn't leave even if he wanted to, so he decided to stay. Instead, he asked the mysterious being suppressed by the Yao Ceiling Pagoda. Lin Feng guessed that this was the omnipotent greater demon, the ruler of the Skyfall River, the pagoda suppressing the river. It was easy to understand. It looks like the black turtle god used the innate 8 trigrams divination technique before he died. When he realized that I wasn't dead, he imprinted a Tao diagram on the broken turtle shell, and this kid obtained the turtle shell. Perhaps it was fate that brought him here to save me from danger? The omnipotent greater demon muttered to himself. He then transmitted to Lin Feng, saying, "Kid, since you came here with the Black Turtle God's turtle shell, you must be destined to be the one to break the Yao Sealing Pagoda's seal. Are you willing to help me break the seal and release me?" Lin Feng thought to himself, would I dare to say no? If I did, I might be killed. Lin Feng hurriedly said, it would be my honor to be able to help Senior. Good. I wasn't wrong about you. The omnipotent greater demon said. Said Lin Feng. It's just that my cultivation level is low. How can I help you? That's simple. At the peak of the mountain, there's a talisman on the cliff. It has the word Celestial Emperor's Talisman written on it. The Celestial Emperor's Talisman was created by the Celestial Emperor and 36 other emperors during the Primordial Era. It was created specifically to suppress me. So long as you take it off, I'll be able to break the Yao Sealing Pagoda's seal. The omnipotent greater demon said. Alright, I'll go now. Lin Feng said. When Lin Feng finished talking, he started flying away. The Heavenly King suppresses the Earth Tiger, and the pagoda suppresses the river monster? Lu Mengyan looked at the stone tablet and frowned. Luo Xingtian asked, is there something wrong? According to what eldest senior brother said, there is a stone tablet in the mountain range that suppresses the omnipotent great demon. On it are the words pagoda suppresses the river demon, but there are no words Heavenly King suppresses the Earth Tiger. Eldest senior brother shouldn't have made a mistake. Could it be that we are in the wrong place? Whatever, let's go in and take a look. Lu Mengyan said. Then, the group of people entered the mountain range to search. Junior sister. Look. There seems to be a golden talisman on the cliff. Luo Xingtian pointed at a 10,000-meter tall mountain in the distance. A talisman was pasted on one of the cliffs of the mountain. The Celestial Emperor's decree. That's right, this is the place. Lu Mengyan revealed a look of joy. Then, a group of people quickly flew over. They stopped in the void and carefully observed the Celestial Emperor's decree. The Celestial Emperor's decree was covered in mysterious runes. These runes were ancient, mysterious, and contained an ancient aura. What should we do next? Luo Xingtian asked. Whoosh. Lu Mengyan waved her right hand and a light flashed. A jade talisman appeared in Lu Mengyan's right hand. This is the Celestial Emperor's talisman. The Celestial Emperor's talisman emitted a shocking wave that shook the void. Lu Mengyan said, the Celestial Emperor's talisman was created together with the Celestial Emperor's decree. There are a total of 12 Celestial Emperor's talismans in this world. As long as you activate the Celestial Emperor's talisman, you can communicate with the Celestial Emperor's decree. Once you communicate with the Celestial Emperor's decree, you can use the Celestial Emperor's decree to activate the Great Destruction Array above the demon subduing pagoda and kill the omnipotent great demons suppressed below. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Mengyan began to recite an ancient incantation. After she recited the incantation, a golden light shot out from the Celestial Emperor's talisman. The golden light surged into the Celestial Emperor's decree. Suddenly, the Celestial Emperor's decree began to change. The 4 dazzling golden words on the Celestial Emperor's decree emitted a blinding light. The Celestial Emperor's decree shone brightly. A great pressure spread out, as if the Celestial Emperor had descended. Lu Mengyan was pleasantly surprised when she saw this. Powerful magic power flowed from her body into the Celestial Emperor's decree. Lu Mengyan wanted to refine the Celestial Emperor's decree. Lu Mengyan. Not good, she's refining the Celestial Emperor's decree. The Celestial Emperor's decree can communicate with the demon subduing pagoda. Lu Mengyan is definitely up to no good. After Lin Feng came out of the cave, he flew to the peak of the mountain. When he saw Lu Mengyan and the others, he was stunned at first, but then his expression changed drastically. Whoosh, Lin Feng quickly ran towards Lu Mengyan. He had to stop her as soon as possible. If Lu Mengyan refined the Celestial Emperor's decree, the consequences would be unimaginable. Senior brother, look, it's Lin Feng. Lin Feng had been discovered. When they saw Lin Feng, they were obviously shocked. Luo Xingtian was also slightly stunned, but then he laughed sinisterly. Lin Feng, you really didn't take the right path to heaven, but barged into hell instead. Today, I'll kill you. Heaven-shattering fist. Luo Xingtian shouted coldly and punched towards Lin Feng. His face was filled with killing intent. In Luo Xingtian's opinion, Lin Feng was only at the Yin-Yang realm, while he was at the creation realm. Wouldn't killing Lin Feng be as easy as killing an ant for him? Scram! Lin Feng shouted coldly and punched towards Luo Xingtian. Bang! The two of them collided, and Luo Xingtian was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Wah! He spat out blood in midair. Luo Xingtian couldn't even take a single blow from Lin Feng and was defeated by Lin Feng. Stop him! Lu Mengyan screamed. More than a dozen core disciples of the Blue Cloud sect took out their magic treasures and charged towards Lin Feng. Whoosh! Lin Feng's breath was like a sword. Puff! 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 The magic treasures were destroyed in an instant, and then the sword chi slashed towards the core disciples. Several weaker core disciples were killed on the spot, and the rest were seriously injured. Although they were from the same sect, these people were all Huangfu Qingtian's subordinates, and Lin Feng wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. Lin Feng naturally didn't need to show mercy. Lin Feng rushed in front of Lu Mengyan and punched her, interrupting Lu Mengyan's refining of the Heavenly Emperor's decree. At this time, the Heavenly Emperor's decree emitted a terrifying aura, as if it was about to release an unimaginably terrifying attack. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. He didn't dare to hesitate and rushed towards the decree. Get down here! Lin Feng reached out to grab the Heavenly Emperor's decree. However, the Heavenly Emperor's decree emitted a terrifying aura that suppressed Lin Feng's body. Kacha kacha, Lin Feng's body began to collapse. The Heavenly Emperor's decree's aura was too terrifying. If it was someone else who received the decree, they would have been crushed to pieces at this moment. Lin Feng's body was too strong, and he didn't die. Even so, Lin Feng couldn't withstand this terrifying aura at this moment. Ah! Lin Feng let out a mournful scream. He felt the aura of death, and he was unwilling to die like this. He frantically operated his immortal divine body. Under the immortal divine body's restoration, Lin Feng's body was repaired with difficulty and didn't directly collapse. He grabbed the Celestial Emperor's decree and tore it off. Lowly creature, you've ruined this Emperor's plan. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the Heavenly Emperor's decree in the void. Endless holy light soared into the sky, and a mysterious man in a holy robe stepped out from the holy light. The man's appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, everyone could feel a heavenly might from the man. It was as if they were facing the supreme heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor has appeared. Lin Feng is dead for sure. Lu Mengyan shouted excitedly. Boom! The Heavenly Emperor stepped into the void and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Kacha kacha, Lin Feng's body had just recovered, and now it looked like a piece of porcelain had cracked. Lin Feng was stuck in the air, he couldn't move at all. He looked at the mysterious man with a face full of fear. Was this the Heavenly Emperor? Even if it was just an illusion, it was unimaginably terrifying and impossible to resist. Lin Feng had never felt so close to death. The Heavenly Emperor's attack was about to hit Lin Feng. Suddenly, the entire mountain peak cracked open. A man in his 30s stepped into the sky. Heavenly Emperor. We haven't seen each other in a long time. The man punched towards the Heavenly Emperor's phantom. Bang! He and the Heavenly Emperor collided. The void collapsed, and the entire demon realm began to collapse. The laws were shattered. These two existences were too terrifying. After the collision, Tiandi's phantom and the omnipotent beast quickly retreated. They faced each other in the sky, and the space around them started to distort. Lin Feng quickly retreated, not daring to get close to the battlefield. He didn't want to get caught in the crossfire. Tiandi's gaze shifted from the omnipotent beast to Lin Feng. His expression was gloomy as he said, "No wonder. No wonder. So it's that kind of bloodline. Boy, I'll remember you." Being remembered by Tiandi was obviously not a good thing. Lin Feng knew how much Tiandi wanted to kill him, however, since they had already shed all pretenses of cordiality, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't be afraid of Tiandi just because he was Tiandi. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Many people remember me." "Who do you think you are?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, Tiandi's face twitched violently. His eyes were cold and filled with boundless fury. Ha ha ha, well said. The omnipotent beast laughed loudly. He was indescribably carefree. Humph. Tiandi snorted coldly, his cold eyes looking deeply at Lin Feng. Then, he took Lu Mengyan and the others and left. More than 100 miles away, the people of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty were bewildered because the space around the Heaven's Tribulation Beast territory had started to collapse. Clearly, something had happened. We can't stay here any longer. Let's go, quickly. The ancient powerhouse of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty said in a deep voice. He quickly flew towards the spatial gate with the cultivators of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Senior, congratulations on escaping. Lin Feng went up to congratulate him. The omnipotent demon took a deep breath and smiled. Even the air outside is free. I never thought that I, the omnipotent demon, would be able to see the light of day again. Today, I was able to escape, and your contributions cannot go unnoticed. Lin Feng hurriedly said, it's what I should do. The omnipotent beast asked, what's your name? I'm Lin Feng. The Tongtian beast nodded and said, I'll stay here for half a year. During this time, you can follow me and practice cultivation. Lin Feng was delighted. The omnipotent great demon was a big shot in the Undying Realm back then. The Heavenly Emperor had joined forces with 36 great emperors to suppress the heaven-reaching great demon. From this, one could tell how terrifying the heaven-reaching great demon was. Now, Yi Futian was actually able to cultivate with the heaven-reaching great demon for half a year. Clearly, the heaven-reaching great demon understood what he meant. Perhaps in order to repay him for saving his life, the omnipotent great demon wanted to guide him in his cultivation. Time passed. Lin Feng was cultivating in the heavenly tribulation demon realm. Fighting ferocious beasts, fighting giant demons, constantly sharpening his cultivation. At the same time, Lin Feng would also consult the omnipotent great demon every day on matters that he did not understand in his cultivation. Lin Feng's cultivation quickly stabilized. Then, he quickly rose to the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. At night, the stars were like sand. The omnipotent great demon sat cross-legged in front of a cliff, the heavenly emperor's decree floating in front of him. Powerful magic power surged into the celestial emperor's decree as the omnipotent demon continued to refine it. Lin Feng did not cultivate today because he had been cultivating bitterly all this time. He needed to relax. Lin Feng took out the ancient bronze book. This bronze book had been found in Du Guotian's family's treasury, and it was covered in numerous runes. The runes intertwined together, emitting astonishing fluctuations. However, Lin Feng had been unable to decipher the runes. These are heavenly formation runes. I never thought that something like this would be passed down until now. The omnipotent great demon looked at the bronze book in Lin Feng's hand and said. Lin Feng was startled. It seemed that the omnipotent great demon had recognized the origins of the bronze book. Lin Feng asked, Senior, what kind of heavenly formation runes are you talking about? The omnipotent great demon said, they are the legacies of the heavenly masters. They have inherited heavenly formation runes. The heavenly masters? Lin Feng was astonished. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. In reality, Lin Feng knew very little about the legacies of the spirit formation masters. This was because Lin Feng had been studying spirit formation masters since the beginning, and the legacies he had obtained had not come from a single sect. Many of the formations had been purchased by Lin Feng at a high price, so they were rather heterogeneous. There are many inheritances of spiritual array masters. Some of the more famous ones are the Taoist Masters, the Earth Masters, and so on. There are tens of thousands of different branches, but among all the inheritances, there is one that is the most mysterious, and that is the Taoist Master's inheritance. Why do you say that? Lin Feng asked. The Heavenly Masters have very few successors. After tens of thousands of years, there were only 36 generations in the Immemorial era. Moreover, there were often gaps in the legacies, and the legacies were lost over and over again until a fated person obtained them and succeeded in cultivating them. Then, they appeared as heavenly masters again. The omnipotent great demon explained. Why would there be gaps in such a powerful legacy? Lin Feng was extremely puzzled. In Lin Feng's opinion, some powerful legacies and orthodoxies were extremely powerful. They could widely accept disciples, pass down their teachings, and strengthen their sections. How had those immemorial era powers been passed down? This was how they had been passed down. The Celestial Master lineage was the most powerful lineage of spiritual array masters in the branch of spiritual array masters. Such a force should be extremely large. Heavenly masters cannot meet in pairs. The omnipotent great demon said. Cannot meet in pairs? There is such a strange rule? Lin Feng muttered. This is not a rule, but a curse. The omnipotent great demon said. Hearing the word curse, Lin Feng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, because he thought of the fire crow. The fire crow had been cursed, and would never be able to escape the curse of the immortal's cave. Although it had an endless lifespan, it had been imprisoned for its entire life, and lived a painful and lonely life. What kind of curse is it? Lin Feng asked. What kind of curse is it? I don't know, but I once saw an extremely powerful heavenly master accept a disciple when he was old. That heavenly master was cursed, and he fell into the underworld and became a dead spirit, unable to escape the shackles of the underworld. The omnipotent great demon said. Isn't that the same as the fire crow? The fire crow was unable to escape the curse of the immortal's cave, but the heavenly master that the omnipotent great demon saw was even more miserable, falling into the underworld. But in a way, their experiences are exactly the same. Lin Feng thought to himself. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind, and he thought of a possibility. Could the fire crow be a heavenly master of the heavenly master sect? You seem to have some ideas. The omnipotent great demon said. Lin Feng said, some time ago, I saw a fire crow in the swamp of death. It seemed to be a human cultivator, but for some reason, it was cursed by the immortal's cave and turned into a fire crow. It had an endless lifespan, but it could never escape the curse of the immortal's cave. Every day, it would suffer endless pain and torment, and it would live a lonely life. The omnipotent great demon was slightly surprised. It seems that the immortal's cave isn't simple. Senior, can you help me open this bronze book? Lin Feng asked. I can try, but you have to be careful. The celestial masters are cursed. Even though they're powerful, they're too evil. Even great emperors can't get rid of the curse. Therefore, if you don't have to, try not to, said the Tongtian great beast. Yes, I will seriously consider it. Lin Feng said. The omnipotent great demon nodded. He stretched out his hand, and a stream of godly strength poured into the bronze book. The intertwined runes emitted astonishing fluctuations, emitting waves of shocking power. This was the secret manual of the heavenly master's lineage. Now, it was about to be opened. Even though he knew that this lineage's inheritance was shrouded by the shadow of a curse, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. This was because any spiritual array master would yearn to learn more about such a powerful inheritance. The most tyrannical spirit array master's inheritance. If he didn't carefully study it, wouldn't he regret it for the rest of his life? Kacha, the sealed bronze book began to open on its own. Many runes reassembled. This was the method to open the bronze book. The omnipotent great demon was truly terrifying. He could even break the heavenly master's runes. Finally, the bronze book opened. Lin Feng thanked the omnipotent great demon and began to study the things recorded in it. On the first page, there were 7 very eye-catching words on the first line. The heavenly masters will never meet. This was what the omnipotent great demon had told him before. Below was the inheritance of the heavenly master's lineage. Born from the heavens and earth, swallowing the essence. Heavenly Tao Book, divine runes formed. Lin Feng read the next paragraph. This paragraph recorded the origin of the heavenly master's lineage. After reading it, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. This was because the heavenly master's lineage was not created by cultivators. It came from a stone scripture. This stone scripture was born from the heavens and earth. It was a rune born from the heavens and earth. Later on, this stone scripture was obtained by someone and created the heavenly master's lineage. Born from the heavens and earth, isn't it the same as heavenly fire, immortal medicine, and other things? Lin Feng was abnormally shocked. No wonder the heavenly master's lineage was known as the strongest spirit array master's inheritance, but it was still cursed. The reason should be because it was too powerful. A spirit array born from the heavens and earth was naturally not something that could be created by cultivators. The stone scripture recorded 3,000 great arrays. This was the foundation of the Heavenly Master's lineage, Lin Feng continued to read. That mysterious and unfathomable stone scripture not only recorded 3,000 types of powerful formations. Moreover, it was a stone artifact. Some of the best stone artifacts were comparable to emperor weapons. And the stone scripture was such a treasure. However, the Heavenly Master's holy artifact, the stone scripture, was lost. As for the Heavenly Master's orthodoxy, it was the first time there had been a major break in the orthodoxy. This bronze book recorded a portion of the Tao teachings of the Heavenly Masters. Even after losing the sacred artifact, the legacy of the Celestial Masters is still so powerful? If the stone scripture was still here, how heaven-defying would it be? Lin Feng was deeply shocked. The Heavenly Master lineage can locate spirit veins, search for immortal residences, freely travel through death zones, enter the heavenly court, explore the underworld, communicate with yin and yang, break through heavenly formations, seal the great Tao, slaughter the heavens, destroy the gods and Buddhas. There were more than 100 words that recorded the abilities of the Celestial Masters. The Celestial Master lineage had mastered many terrifying techniques. For example, some of them allowed them to walk freely in a place as terrifying as the land of death. It was simply inconceivable. Some of his methods were very similar to the dragon-searching formula of the mountain-moving Taoist's lineage. He could locate spirit veins and search for immortal residences. There were also some methods that allowed one to ignore the ultimate killing formation and travel through it without any hindrance. Of course, there were also many powerful attacks that could kill gods and Buddhas. They were so powerful that even gods and Buddhas trembled in fear. The contents of the book were too shocking, and Lin Feng was dumbfounded when he read it. The omnipotent great demon seemed to know the contents of the book, and he faintly said, "This lineage is already very heaven-defying. Although it's only a single lineage, everyone who sees it fears it." Lin Feng nodded and said, "I never thought that there would be such a terrifying legacy. No wonder the Celestial Master lineage was cursed." In the following days, Lin Feng continued to cultivate diligently every day, and then he would study the bronze book. Although he knew that the legacy of the Celestial Master lineage had been cursed, Lin Feng could not control his desire to learn more about it. Moreover, from Lin Feng's point of view, the Celestial Master lineage had been lost for tens of thousands of years, and the ancestors of the Celestial Master lineage had died long ago. So what if he cultivated? At most, he would never pass down the legacy of the Celestial Master lineage to anyone else. This way, the curse of the Celestial Master lineage would have no effect on him. After cultivating with the omnipotent great demon, Lin Feng's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. The number of laws in Lin Feng's body also continued to increase. In the end, it reached 1,000 laws. This was his limit, and he could not continue to refine the laws unless his cultivation made a breakthrough. Otherwise, if he forcefully refined the laws into his body, Lin Feng's body would be destroyed. Next, Lin Feng began to consolidate his cultivation, preparing to break through to the 10th level of the yin-yang realm. The 10th level of the yin-yang realm was called the Lesser Creation Realm. Once he broke through, he would only be one step away from the true creation realm. Lin Feng used a month to adjust his state and wash away all the impurities. Then, he began to try to break through to the 10th level of the yin-yang realm. Boom, the magic power in his body surged. Primordial fiend liquid. Divine source, it also began to be refined by Lin Feng. Every time he broke through, his bloodline would become stronger. Lin Feng would seize this opportunity to refine the divine source to stimulate the immortal divine blood in his body. The immortal divine blood in his body began to awaken. Soon, Lin Feng's immortal divine blood reached 16% purity. Lin Feng estimated that when he broke through to the creation realm, it should reach 20% purity. For special bloodlines, every 10% increase in bloodline purity would increase the power of the bloodline by several times. Loud rumbling sounds came from Lin Feng's body like thunder. The magic power in Lin Feng's body exploded like a river bursting through a dam. A monstrous amount of magic power surged. Lin Feng's aura became stronger and stronger. Finally, at a certain moment, Lin Feng's energy fluctuations began to rise in a straight line. It increased by a full 10 times before stopping. I broke through to the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In the depths of the ancient forest of the fallen immortals, the omnipotent demon beast held a ball of magic power in his hand. Within the ball of magic power was a sealed miniature world. This miniature world was the Heaven's Tribulation demonic territory. The Heaven's Tribulation demonic territory itself was a precious treasure, but it had become a miniature world of its own. Now, it was under the omnipotent demon's control. If the Heaven's Tribulation demonic territory was just an ordinary territory, I would have given it to you and let you increase your cultivation. However, this is a treasure, and it involves a great secret. The treasure's master is still alive, and if it's in your hands, he'll appear and kill you 1,000 times over with just a thought. Therefore, I'll take it away. The omnipotent demon said. Only you can control such a treasure, Senior. Lin Feng said. After a pause, Lin Feng asked, Senior, where are you going after leaving the Tianwu continent? The deepest part of the starry sky world. I want to return to the Undying Realm and see the Skyfall River, my homeland. The omnipotent demon's voice became desolate. That battle all those years ago. Countless demons of the Skyfall River had been killed by the Heavenly Court. The relatives of the heaven-reaching demon must have perished in that battle as well. I don't know if I'll be able to see Senior again one day. Lin Feng muttered. The world was too big. This parting might be an eternal one. Work hard on your cultivation. If you have the strength to enter the Undying Realm one day, we'll meet again. The omnipotent demon walked off into the distance. His figure gradually disappeared into the distance. In the death swamp, a fire crow streaked across the sky and crashed into a cliff. Bang, 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 the fire crow's head crashed into the cliff again and again. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Every day, the fire crow would suffer the pain of having its soul devoured. At this time, it would crash into the cliff to lessen the pain. A figure walked over from afar. The fire crow seemed to sense something and turned around. Its feathers stood on end as it looked at the person walking over with a serious expression. It felt that this person was abnormally terrifying. Who are you? The fire crow asked. You don't even remember me? That terrifying curse buried your memories and made you forget who you are. You're living in endless pain. The omnipotent demon sighed. The fire crow sneered, Of course I know who I am. The omnipotent demon said, The most terrifying and sorrowful thing is that you think you know everything, but in the end, you realize that everything was planned by someone else. Everything you've experienced, even the memories in your head, don't actually belong to you. They were stuffed into your head by someone else. The fire crow said with a gloomy expression, I don't know what nonsense you're talking about. Caw, 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 the fire crow flapped its wings and flew into the distance. The omnipotent demon shook his head slightly as he watched the fire crow leave. He then walked in another direction. There were still many cultivators gathered in the Starfall mountain range in search of Yuan meteor stones. Lin Feng also arrived at the Starfall mountain range. The mountain range was extremely huge and endless. He couldn't see the end of it. Lin Feng entered the Starfall mountain range and spent an entire day digging through several places before he finally found Yuan meteor stones. Yuan meteor stones were very precious, and they were extremely rare even in the Starfall mountain range. Thus, when Lin Feng dug out the Yuan meteor stones, many people looked at him with evil intentions. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to waste time with the cultivators here. He soared into the sky and quickly left. I've been cultivating in the heavenly tribulation beast realm for half a year. The stone debate in Holy Stone City should have already started, right? Lin Feng muttered. The Saint Stone City of the Star State would have a batch of stones passed down from the primordial era. These stones were too precious. It could be said to be a grand event that would attract countless experts. Calculating the time, it should have already started. Lin Feng planned to head to the Holy Stone City to take a look. He had never seen the primordial divine stone before, so he naturally wanted to see it for himself. Lin Feng flew out of the ancient forest of the fallen immortals. One night, 10 days later, Lin Feng started a bonfire in the middle of a forest. Then, he roasted some meat and boiled some wine. Swish swish swish, someone had arrived. It was a group of more than 10 cultivators. They were all young cultivators, both male and female. Just by looking at their attire, one could tell that these people were not ordinary people. "Brother, your cooking skills are not bad. I can smell the aroma of meat from afar," a cultivator in black attire said with a smile. Lin Feng cut off a piece of meat and threw it to him. "Haha, thank you," the black-cloaked cultivator said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded and did not say anything. "Wang Chaozong, you should be more careful when you're outside." A purple-clothed young master frowned slightly. The black-cloaked cultivator smiled and said, "Brother Yuan is right. I'll be more careful next time." Although he said that, he still wolfed down the food. It was obvious that he was just casually brushing off the cultivator called Yuan Hua. The group of people sat down and rested. Some took out spirit wine to quench their thirst, while others took out spirit fruits to eat. They really don't know how to enjoy life. What's left in life if you don't eat? You have to keep tasting delicious food. That's the only way to live a good life. These people only eat spirit fruits to quench their hunger. They say that eating spirit fruits reduces the body's impurities and is beneficial to their cultivation. However, they don't know that when they have this kind of mentality, their cultivation has already fallen to the bottom. Wang Chaozong looked at the cultivators around him and could not help but twitch his mouth. "You're a free and easy person." Lin Feng smiled. Wang Chaozong said, "Haha, thank you for the compliment. How should I address you?" "Lin Feng." "I'm Wang Chaozong." The two of them introduced themselves. Wang Chaozong was clearly someone who knew how to deal with things. With just a few words, he closed the distance between him and Lin Feng. After chatting for a while, Lin Feng found out that these people were the young disciples of the various clans of the Spirit Cloud continent. They had come out together to gain experience. The Spirit Cloud continent was northwest of the Star continent and bordered the Yuezhou. The Spirit Cloud continent was not a particularly powerful continent, and there was only one primordial faction, the Spirit Cloud Villa. However, the Spirit Cloud Villa had always been mysterious. Even the other factions of the Spirit Cloud continent did not know much about the Spirit Cloud Villa. Apart from Wang Chaozong, the others clearly did not have much interest in getting to know Lin Feng. They all sat down and rested. Whoosh, whoosh, at that moment, 4 or 5 figures flew over from the distance. These people stopped. It was obvious that they were companions. "Seeing that you're all back, I'm relieved." Everyone stood up and said. Wang Chaozong said, "We met a beast emperor and a few beast kings, so we split up and left." Lin Feng nodded. Amongst the newcomers, there was a woman who caught Lin Feng's attention. This woman was wearing a long brocade dress that was a mix of moon white and light pink. The hem of the dress and the cuffs of her sleeves were embroidered with silver threads. Her long hair was coiled together with a simple white hairpin. Her sandalwood lips were smiling, and there was an otherworldly feeling between her eyebrows. When he saw this woman, Lin Feng could not help but think of a poem that described her. It simply complimented the temperament of the woman in front of him. Her hands were soft, and her skin was smooth. Her collar was like a bayan, and her teeth were like a rhinoceros. Her brows were arched, and her smile was beautiful. Her beautiful eyes were full of hope. Gu Qingqing and Gu Qinghua. This woman seemed to have walked out of a painting. Her arrival caused the eyes of many male cultivators to become slightly heated. Even though they were considered acquaintances and had known each other for a long time, every time they saw this woman's peerless appearance, they could not help but secretly sigh in admiration at the greatness of the Creator to be able to give birth to such a beauty. A few female cultivators looked at a male cultivator who had arrived with them. He looked to be in his 20s and had a slender figure. His face was like jade, and his eyes were like stars. He was very handsome, and it was no wonder that he attracted the attention of the female cultivators. However, it was obvious that this male cultivator was not very interested in the other female cultivators. His gaze was fixed on the female cultivator who had walked out of a painting. Wang Chaozong said, "That woman is called Lu Huaxian, and she's the #1 beauty of the Spirit Cloud continent. That male cultivator is called Su Ling, and his clan is a clan of the ancients. It's said that his mother is the daughter of a great elder of the primordial Spirit Cloud Mountain Villa. Su Ling's talent is also very shocking. Normally, we don't interact with him, but this time, Lu Huaxian came with us to train. Lu Huaxian bowed to everyone and then found a place to sit down and rest. Her every move had an indescribable beauty to it. Brother Lin, where do you plan to go? Wang Chaozong asked. Holy Stone City. Wang Chaozong looked delighted as he said, what a coincidence. We're also planning to head to Holy Stone City. We heard that a batch of primordial godly material would appear there, so we're planning to go and see if we can obtain something amazing. The cultivator called Yuan Hua's eyes lit up when he heard about primordial godly stones. He came over and said, I once cut a primordial godly stone in the past, and I heard that I found something amazing. Lin Feng asked in surprise, what did you find? I heard that a fairy was cut out, Yuan Hua said mysteriously. Lin Feng was shocked, but he did not doubt Yuan Hua's words. In theory, the primordial godly stone was wrapped in godly power, which was equivalent to a seal that could isolate the passage of time. If a fairy was cut out, it was not impossible for it to be born. Wang Chaozong was obviously very interested in this matter. He said, a fairy can be cut out? This isn't just a rumor, is it? Even if she's really sealed in the stone, her life will quickly fade away, right? If you say that a fairy's bones were cut out, I'd believe it. Yuan Hua said, what do you know? I'm telling the truth, because one of my ancestors saw it. Yuan Hua's words attracted the attention of many people, and they all perked up their ears to listen. Lin Feng asked, what was the situation at the time? Yuan Hua said, at the time, it caused a huge commotion and attracted many people. Although tens of thousands of years have passed, many factions should still have records of it. According to the records left behind by my ancestor, life was born in the primordial godly material. When the primordial godly stone cracked open, a fairy walked out. Stop. Are you saying that the girl walked out of the primordial godly stone by herself? Wang Chaozong asked. That's what my ancestor said. Yuan Hua said. Wang Chaozong shook his head. What you're saying is getting more and more unreliable. I don't believe it. Lin Feng said, actually, it's not that it's unreliable. If someone is sealed in a primordial godly stone, they might not die even after hundreds of millions of years. Isn't their lifespan already gone? Wang Chaozong asked. Lin Feng said, among the primordial god stones, there is a type of god stone called the time restriction stone. This kind of divine stone is very strange, its interior will form a very special kind of divine power, and when this kind of divine power flows, it can isolate the passage of time. Therefore, in theory, if you can find such a divine stone and seal yourself in it, it is indeed possible for you to not die, and then walk out of the divine stone after countless years. Yuan Hua replied, didn't I say that something like this would happen? How dare you question me? It seems that this young master has done some research on stone materials. Lu Huaxian walked over, bringing with her a fragrant wind. Lin Feng replied, I have indeed dabbled in it. May I know young master's name? Lu Huaxian asked. Lin Feng. So it's Lin Gongzi. I have a piece of stone here. I wonder if you can help me take a look at it, Lin Gongzi? Lu Huaxian asked. At this time, Su Ling said, Xianxia, this kid's background is unknown, so it's better to be cautious. Moreover, what can a Yin Yang realm cultivator possibly do? I think he's just trying to be mysterious. There is no lack of people fishing for fame in this world. Lin Feng glanced at Su Ling indifferently and said, it doesn't matter if I'm trying to be mysterious or fishing for fame, I can confirm that some people's qualities make people feel anxious. As the saying goes, the dragon has 9 sons, but the 9 sons are all different. It seems that this saying is true. Sometimes, the difference between people from large families is only in their character. Su Ling's gaze darkened, and he coldly looked at Lin Feng and said, are you indirectly scolding me? Wang Chaozong hurriedly tried to smooth things over and said, young Master Su, Brother Lin is still young. If he said something wrong, please don't take it to heart. I apologize to young Master Su on behalf of Brother Lin. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of being a peacemaker? Su Ling sneered. Wang Chaozong's face violently twitched a few times. They had been training together for more than half a year, so Wang Chaozong thought that Su Ling would give him some face. However, Su Ling obviously did not. These words were no different from a resounding slap to Wang Chaozong's face. Although Wang Chaozong was sullen, he did not dare to do anything. Su Ling's background was too great, and he could not afford to offend him. Lu Huaxian said, "Brother Su, I think we should just let this matter go. Since Xianxia is pleading for leniency, then let's just let it go." Su Ling did not look at Lin Feng again. In his eyes, Lin Feng was just a nobody. Lu Huaxian also did not ask Lin Feng to help her look at the stones because she also felt that a young cultivator like Lin Feng did not have much ability to identify stones. Lu Huaxian walked away, and Su Ling followed her. "I've made things difficult for Brother Wang." Lin Feng cupped his fists. Wang Chaozong said, "It's fine. Most of the people here have a good relationship. I'm not afraid of being laughed at." Although he said that, who wouldn't be angry after being humiliated like this, Lin Feng said, "When we reach Holy Stone City, I'll help you choose a few stones." Wang Chaozong did not mind. He smiled and said, "That's good. Maybe I'll be lucky. When the time comes, I'll be rich if I cut out some good things." Lin Feng naturally knew that Wang Chaozong was teasing himself. He probably did not have much hope of cutting out good things. Lin Feng smiled and did not say anything. He felt that Wang Chaozong was a good person. As for Su Ling, in Lin Feng's eyes, he was just a nobody. Late at night, Lin Feng, who was resting on a big tree, woke up. He frowned slightly, then stood up and walked into the distance. Other than the cultivator on night duty, everyone else was asleep. In the darkness, a pair of cold eyes looked over. The terrifying aura made one's hair stand on end. However, the owner of the pair of cold eyes quickly left after seeing Lin Feng. "It's actually a shadow beast. This is a vicious beast from the depths of the earth. Its cultivation is unfathomable. Could it be chasing after Lu Huaxian and the others?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. He remembered that Lu Huaxian seemed to have a stone. Could it be that she obtained it from the depths of the earth? Was that why the shadow beast followed them all the way here? "What are you doing here?" A voice came from behind him. Lin Feng looked over and saw Lu Huaxian's peerless figure. "I'm just taking a walk." Lin Feng smiled faintly and walked towards the resting area. "Just now, I vaguely felt a terrifying aura. It seemed to be the aura of a shadow beast. Why did it disappear? Could it be that he had become overly sensitive after being chased by the Umbra magic beast? Actually, there was nothing. Holy Stone City was bustling with activity, especially during this period of time. Because of the primordial god stone, many experts had come. Many ancient clans had sent people over, hoping to buy primordial god stones. When Lin Feng and the others arrived at Holy Stone City, they found it difficult to even book an inn. They had to go to many places before they managed to book a room. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh, "This is crazy. So many people have come." Wang Chaozong said, "This is a grand event. The primordial god stone has appeared, so it's natural that many people will come." The group walked towards their residence. At that moment, Su Ling said to Lu Huaxian, "Xianxia, this kind of inn is too shabby. Our clan has a mansion in Holy Stone City. Why don't you stay in the Su clan's mansion?" Many people shook their heads and didn't stay because Su Ling had no intention of inviting them. For example, Wang Chaozong, Yuan Hua, and the other cultivators were all from ancient clans. There was a big gap between them and Su Ling's clan, so they didn't have much interaction. Over the past half a year, Su Ling had probably only spoken 10 sentences to them. These cultivators naturally knew that Su Ling didn't like them, so they didn't want to be snubbed. As for the cultivators who had a good relationship with Lu Huaxian, they had more or less distanced themselves from her because of Su Ling. Lin Feng naturally didn't care whether Lu Huaxian would leave with Su Ling or not. To him, Lu Huaxian was just a nodding acquaintance. Lin Feng said, "Let's go take a look at the stone workshop tomorrow." Yuan Hua said, "Brother Lin, are you really good at choosing stones? Why don't you help me choose a few stones? If it's lost, it'll be on me. If it's really good, I won't forget about it." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Do you know that many ancestors have to wait in line if they want to invite me to choose a stone? They also have to pay a law to invite me." "Haha, Brother Lin, I didn't expect you to be so humorous." Yuan Hua laughed. The rest of the people also laughed, thinking that Lin Feng was joking. During this period of time, everyone had gotten to know each other a lot. Lin Feng didn't have much contact with other people, but at least they knew each other. These children of aristocratic families were not bad. None of them were particularly arrogant and domineering. "Do you want to go out for a gathering tonight?" someone said. "Let's go to Wanhua Building and relax," Wang Chaozong said. At night, everyone headed to the Myriad Flower Building. Lu Huaxian also appeared. She didn't follow Su Ling to the Su clan's residence. Instead, she chose to stay in the inn. Everyone went to the 10,000 Flower Building. When they exited the inn, they saw Su Ling waiting outside. Many people frowned slightly. Su Ling was high and mighty. With him around, even if it was a gathering, everyone would feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, due to Lu Huaxian's reputation and the fact that no one dared to offend Su Ling, no one said anything. The Myriad Flower Building was bustling with activity as usual. This brothel that had been opened all over the Sky Martial University's 63,000 prefectures had attracted countless experts with beautiful women. Xue Lingyue, the holy maiden of the Wanhua Building, is coming. When they arrived at the Myriad Flower Building, they saw excited cultivators everywhere. The Myriad Flower Building had a total of 12 holy maidens. Bai Xingyi, whom Lin Feng knew, was one of them. Xue Lingyue was also one of them. She was known as the Fairy of the Moon Palace. Today, many outstanding geniuses had come to see Xue Lingyue's elegance. Lin Feng and the others asked for a private room. Then, they ordered singers, dancers, musicians, and more than 30 other people. Some people played music, while others danced. Everyone drank wine and admired the beautiful dancers as they danced gracefully. Halfway through the banquet, one of Su Ling's guards entered the private room and whispered something in Su Ling's ear. Su Ling dismissed him and smiled. "Everyone, since you're in Holy Stone City, I'd like to introduce you to an important person. This important person is the Stone King Xian Yuanlong's ninth disciple, Song Lengan. If you get to know him, you can look for him if you want to buy stones in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ling stood up and went outside to welcome Song Lengan. Many people started talking about him. The Stone King Xian Yuanlong was an esteemed guest of an ancient sect leader. He had a total of 18 disciples, and all of them were highly respected. Many people were quite excited. If they could get to know such an important person, it would naturally be very beneficial. However, some people were indifferent because they didn't think that someone like Song Lengan would befriend them. Soon, Su Ling walked in with a middle-aged cultivator who looked to be in his 40s. Su Ling said, "This is Song Lengan, Great Master Song." Many people went up to greet him, but Great Master Song didn't even nod his head. Wang Chaozong pursed his lips, as if he had already expected this. Yuan Hua said, "If you're not in the same circle, don't try to befriend him. In the end, you'll only embarrass yourself." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Brother Yuan, you're right." Yuan Hua was a little proud. He patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said earnestly, "Brother Lin, you're still young. You still have a long way to go." Lin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw Yuan Hua's arrogant expression. After Song Lengan sat down, he looked at Lu Huaxian and said, "I saw Su Ling earlier. He said that niece Lu obtained a very special stone and wanted someone to take a look at it, so I came here." Lu Huaxian nodded and said, "I did indeed obtain such a stone. I'll have to trouble Senior to take a look at it." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the Umber demon beast that had chased after him and was forced to retreat. This stone was probably related to the Umber demon beast, but he didn't know what it was. "Let's open another private room for Senior to take a closer look at the stone," Su Ling said. Lu Huaxian nodded. A few cultivators who were on good terms with Lu Huaxian were also called over. Lin Feng wasn't invited. Although Lin Feng was curious about the stone's uniqueness, since Lu Huaxian didn't invite him, he naturally wouldn't take the initiative to follow. Lin Feng's ability to identify stones was unparalleled in the world, so he naturally had his own dignity. Not long after, there was a commotion outside. The saintess of the 10,000 Flower Building, Xue Lingyue, had arrived. Many people rushed out of the private room, wanting to see Xue Lingyue's peerless beauty. Lin Feng and the others also walked out of the private room. A tall and slender woman wearing a silver long dress with a veil over her face walked in. The woman walked over with light steps. Her body was surrounded by moonlight, making her look holy and otherworldly. She had a cold temperament, as if she was a fairy who had descended from the moon palace to the mortal world. Seeing this woman, Lin Feng couldn't help but think of a poem. It couldn't be more suitable for this beautiful woman in front of him, who looked like a fairy from the moon palace. The flowers think of her clothes, the clouds of her face, the spring breeze brushes the railings, the dew is thick. If not seen on top of the jade mountain, the goddess of the moon offerings, she's so beautiful. It's hard to imagine how beautiful she is under the veil. Some people were amazed by Xuelinghua's temperament. They hadn't seen her face, but her temperament was enough to make countless people's hearts pound. Goddess, we've been waiting for you for a long time. A few young geniuses walked over. When they saw them, many people were astonished. Huangfu Qingqiong, Luo Yuchen, Mu Zikuan, Nangong Bieli. Of these 4 people, which one of them wasn't a peerless genius? Huangfu Qingqiong, the crown prince of the Yuhua celestial dynasty. Luo Yuchen, the young master of the ancient Luo family in Yuezhou. Mu Zikuan, the descendant of the time cave in the celestial continent. Nangong Bieli, the descendant of the void god school in the celestial continent. Those 4 people weren't just from noble backgrounds, they were also extremely talented. Their cultivation levels were comparable to those of the older generation. It was obvious that those 4 geniuses had come for Xuelinghue. Xuelinghue was like a fairy from the moon palace. Only those peerless geniuses were qualified to be friends with her. Sorry for making you wait, friends. Xuelinghue walked over. Her qi was pure and holy. Her voice was pleasant to the ears, but it also gave people the impression that she was faintly discernible. Everyone opened up a path for them, allowing them to go up. After the group of geniuses left, many people were still talking about how beautiful Xuelinghue was. They were talking about how extraordinary the 4 geniuses were. Lin Feng and the others left. The night was bright. Lin Feng sat on the roof and looked up at the moon. He was in the depths of the starry sky. That was where he wanted to go. He liked to look at the starry sky like that. It reminded him that his mother was still being suppressed by the Jiutian god-burying coffin. Lu Huaxian and the others came back. Lin Feng just glanced at them. He didn't pay much attention to them. Lu Huaxian also saw Lin Feng. She was a bit curious. Lin Feng seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious aura. They had known each other for a while, but who knew where he came from? They didn't know anything except his name. It was hard to say whether his name was real or not. After all, many people liked to make up a name when they went out to train. Some people even used nicknames to replace their real names. What a strange person. Lu Huaxian mumbled to herself, but she didn't think too much about it. From her point of view, Lin Feng was destined to not have much interaction with her. The next day, Lin Feng and the others went to the stone workshop. The Star State's Saint Stone City's stone workshop could be ranked in the top 5 even in the 3,000 prefectures. This was one of the most famous stone workshops. This was because primordial god stones had appeared more than once. Many top forces had set up stone workshops in the Holy Stone City. The place was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless cultivators flocked here just to gamble on stones. Not everyone had come. Some people were not very interested in stone gambling, so they did not come. Lin Feng, Wang Chaozong, Yuan Hua, and the others all numbered 7. The number of cultivators in the first courtyard was also the highest. After all, the price of the stones further in was too high. Ordinary people simply couldn't afford it. Lin Feng shuttled through the stones. He found 3 stones and handed them to Wang Chaozong. The 3 stones were worth 300 supreme-grade spirit stones. To Wang Chaozong, this was a huge sum of spirit stones. It would spend more than half of his savings. However, Wang Chaozong was an open-minded person. He paid the spirit stones without hesitation. The deacon of the stone workshop gave Wang Chaozong a stone-cutting knife. The 3 stones were the bee smoke stone, the black scale stone, and the fire rock. These 3 types of stones were very common. Of course, in the lowest grade stone area, it was impossible to find high-grade stones. The bee smoke stone was like a bee's nest. It was oval-shaped and densely packed with holes. This was the stone that cultivators were most unwilling to use. Even if there was something inside, because of the many holes on the bee smoke stone, there was a chance that the thing inside would come into contact with the outside air and be destroyed. The black scale stone was black and covered with a layer of cuticle that looked like fish scales. This stone was usually fished out of lakes. Of course, some black scale stones were also fished out of the sea. The fire rock was formed by the movement of magma in volcanoes. It was usually mined from the surroundings of volcanoes. Wang Chaozong chose to cut the bee smoke stone first. His movements were not very practiced. In fact, it could even be said that he was very unfamiliar with it. However, he soon seemed to have found the technique to cut the stone and cut off the outer layer of the stone. The bee smoke stone is the stone that should be eliminated first. It is very difficult to cut out anything from this stone. Even if there is something inside, it will probably be destroyed 7 or 8 times out of 10. That's right. It is better to choose other stones than the bee smoke stone. However, these people seem to be novices. I think they are quite casual in their choice of stones. When they choose more stones and accumulate more experience, they will know how to choose stones. Many cultivators were discussing, and some of them looked like they were giving advice. The stone kept shrinking from a diameter of more than 1 meter to only 20 centimeters. Many of the onlookers felt that this situation was very normal. Stone gambling was originally about using small to win big. It was normal to not be able to cut out anything after hundreds or even thousands of times. Wang Chaozong was not disappointed at all. From the beginning to the end, he did not have any expectations of cutting out anything good from the stone. Since he did not have any expectations, how could he be disappointed? Wang Chaozong cut down one last time. Only half of the stone was cut, and a purple lightning power shot out from the cracked stone. There is something in the stone. Many people exclaimed when they saw this. Not only was there something in the stone, but it was also very likely that it was something extremely extraordinary. It could actually shoot out purple lightning to attack Wang Chaozong. This was too shocking. Wang Chaozong's reaction was also extremely fast. He slapped his palm towards the thunderbolt, directly shattering it. An excited expression appeared on his face. Even though he didn't have much hope, seeing that he was about to cut out something, he was naturally very excited. Wang Chaozong looked at Lin Feng. "Be careful," Lin Feng said. Wang Chaozong nodded. At this moment, the hand holding the stone-cutting knife trembled slightly. Wang Chaozong carefully cut open the stone, revealing a piece of purple lightning wood that was about 10 centimeters long. The purple lightning would continue to shoot out bolts of lightning. Purple lightning wood. Someone had cut out the purple lightning wood. The purple lightning wood is a small piece of true spirit wood in the core of the purple lightning tree. The purple lightning tree is rumored to be a divine tree from the primordial era. It is a divine tree that is compatible with wood and thunder attributes. Since the end of the primordial era, the purple lightning tree has been extinct, and the purple lightning wood has also gradually disappeared. It is very difficult to pass it down. Not only can the purple lightning wood be used to forge wood and thunder attribute magic treasures, it is also said that cultivators who cultivate wood or thunder attribute cultivation techniques will increase their cultivation speed by 10 times if they wear the purple lightning wood. A cultivator cried out in shock. At this moment, he looked at the purple lightning wood in Wang Chaozong's hand and wished he could snatch it away. This treasure was worth at least 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. The deacon's face turned green. A wasp smoke stone that was worth 100 top-grade spirit stones was actually cut into a purple lightning wood that was worth more than 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. This business was naturally a huge loss. "Brother, you're rich." Yuan Hua and the others looked at Wang Chaozong enviously. Wang Chaozong still hadn't recovered from his shock. He just didn't want to dampen Lin Feng's mood, so he gritted his teeth and bought the 3 stones that Lin Feng had chosen for him. But now, a purple lightning wood that was worth more than 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones was actually cut out. This made Wang Chaozong feel as if he was in a dream. Wang Chaozong came back to his senses and looked at Lin Feng gratefully. He suddenly remembered that Lin Feng had said that even if an ancestor wanted to cut a stone for him, not only would they have to line up, but they would also have to pay a reward of the law. Could it be true? Although he felt that it was unbelievable, Wang Chaozong felt that he believed Lin Feng's words in the depths of his heart. Lin Feng signaled Wang Chaozong to continue cutting the second stone. Wang Chaozong took a deep breath, held the knife, and carefully cut the second stone as if he was afraid of accidentally cutting the treasure in the stone. Many people were speechless when they saw Wang Chaozong carefully cutting the stone. Wasn't this guy too careful? It was already a great fortune to cut out a treasure from 3 stones. Did he want to cut out a treasure from every stone? Someone cut out the purple lightning wood in the first courtyard. This news quickly spread in the stone workshop of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Many people were shocked after hearing it. Many cultivators rushed outside because many people were interested in a supreme treasure like the purple lightning wood. This was a thunder and would dual attribute supreme treasure. It was a fatal temptation for cultivators who cultivated thunder and would attribute cultivation techniques. There were more and more cultivators in the first courtyard. Many people wanted to find the cultivator who had cut out the purple lightning wood to discuss the matter of buying it. After coming out, they found out that the other party was cutting the second stone. A cultivator asked the people around him who were watching the show, "Did the cultivator who cut the stone choose the stone? His luck is too heaven-defying, right? He actually cut out a treasure like the purple lightning wood in the low-grade stone area." The cultivator who was asked said, "He didn't choose it. It was the young master in white beside him who chose it. He spent 300 top-grade spirit stones for 3 stones, but he has already made a profit. To be able to cut out a treasure like the purple lightning wood is simply the accumulated merit of our ancestors," that cultivator said. As soon as the cultivator finished speaking, a black fog rolled in the depths of the courtyard. "What's inside?" The cultivators outside couldn't see the situation inside and asked anxiously. Something else came out, the cultivators in the depths of the courtyard replied loudly. Black fog surged in the middle of the stone. It was something cut out from the black scale stone. Within the black fog, there was actually a mysterious black bone. On the surface of the bone, there were dense runes curling around it. Heavens! It's a demonic bone. Moreover, it's a demonic bone with runes imprinted on it. There must be an ancient divine ability recorded on it. The runes on the demonic bone intertwined and emitted shocking waves of energy. It was just a piece of bone, but it could emit such powerful waves of energy and chi. It was hard to imagine what the runes on the bone had recorded. Many people guessed that it was an ancient spell, but of course, it could also be something else. They couldn't be sure until they studied it thoroughly. "Young friend, I'm willing to pay 3 million top-quality spirit stones for your demonic bone," said a white-haired old man. A white-haired cultivator arrived. He was definitely an expert with an unfathomable cultivation base. Normally, it was rare to see such a strong cultivator. But things were different now. The appearance of the immemorial godly stone in Holy Stone City had attracted many strong cultivators, so it was possible to see them from time to time. "Young friend, I'll give you a semi-finished Tao tool and 3 ancient spells in exchange for your demonic bone," said a white-haired old man. Another elder appeared. His attacks were extremely imposing. "Young friend, if you give me the demonic bone, I'll accept you as my last disciple and you'll inherit my legacy in the future," said a white-haired old man. The third old man arrived, and his identity was even more shocking. He was an antique who had lived for 6,000 years. After he appeared, the 2 patriarchs in front of him were slightly moved. "Thank you for your kindness, seniors. I still have a use for this demonic bone." After a short moment of excitement, Wang Chaozong regained his composure and put the demonic bone away. The 3 patriarch-level powerhouses frowned slightly, but they did not say anything because they had already guessed this outcome. Nobody would take out such a mysterious demonic bone so easily. The third stone. "I'll buy it for 100,000 top-quality spirit stones, what do you think?" said the white-haired old man. Many people were amazed by the old man's generosity. The third stone was a fire rock, and it was worth 100 top-quality spirit stones. The chances of getting something good out of it were very low. In the eyes of many people, Lin Feng was lucky to get 2 things out of the 3 stones he had chosen. Could his luck continue to be so good? Even Yuan Hua and the others tried to persuade Wang Chaozong to sell the stone. Wang Chaozong hesitated and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng shrugged and didn't say anything. Since he had chosen the stone for Wang Chaozong, it was Wang Chaozong's. Whether he sold it or cut it, it was up to Wang Chaozong to decide. Wang Chaozong said, "Senior, I'm sorry, but I don't intend to sell it." The old man nodded and didn't say anything else. At that moment, Wang Chaozong started cutting the third stone. The fact that the purple lightning wood and the demon bone were cut out from the first courtyard naturally caused quite a stir. Even if it was a high-grade stone, it would be very difficult to cut out such a good thing. But now, the other party had cut it out from a low-grade stone. This news quickly spread and attracted the attention of many people. Even the cultivators who were selecting stones in other stone workshops rushed to the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty stone workshop. Everyone wanted to see who it was that had such good luck. Of course, there were also some people who wanted to buy the purple lightning wood and demon bone. Of the Yuhua's SSS. Could it be that someone is really that lucky? He cut 2 pieces of stone and got the purple lightning wood and the demonic bone. Jealousy appeared in Su Ling's eyes. He had cut 3 pieces of stone and spent hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones, but he had only gotten 1 piece of blacksmithing material that was worth a few hundred top-grade spirit stones. This made Su Ling very depressed. How could he not be jealous when he heard that the cultivator in the first courtyard had spent 200 top-grade spirit stones to get 2 supreme treasures? Song Langan said, "Let's go and take a look. I want to see if this person is really skilled or just lucky." The group quickly left this courtyard and headed outside. When they arrived at the first courtyard, they saw that it was completely surrounded. "Grandmaster Song is here. Everyone, make way!" Someone shouted. Many people made way for Song Langan, Su Ling, Lu Huaxian, and the others to enter. When they reached the center of the crowd, they were stunned. They knew Wang Chaozong, who had cut the stone. How is this possible? Lu Huaxian was in disbelief. She knew Wang Chaozong quite well and knew that he didn't know anything about stones. Now that Wang Chaozong had cut 2 supreme treasures, it was simply like a fantasy story. However, such an unrealistic thing had really happened. As for Su Ling, his expression was gloomy. He had previously humiliated Wang Chaozong, and now he saw that it was actually Wang Chaozong, a person he didn't even bother to look at, who had cut out the purple lightning wood and demon bone. Su Ling felt the flames of jealousy burning in his heart. How could such an ancient family, a mediocre cultivator from a mediocre power, have such good luck? On the other hand, he was a genius who had the guidance of a master like Song Langan. He had spent more than 100 top-grade spirit stones, but he had only cut out a few hundred top-grade spirit stones. Comparisons were odious. That was what it meant. Now that he compared himself, Su Ling felt even more sullen. Of course, it was mainly because of jealousy. This was because Wang Chaozong's 2 supreme treasures could be sold for a sky-high price. Although Su Ling had an extraordinary background, he only had about 300,000 top-grade spirit stones on him. The number of top-grade spirit stones that Wang Chaozong had obtained after selling his items was probably more than what Su Ling could earn in his lifetime. How could Su Ling not be jealous? His gaze became colder. Kacha, suddenly, a sound was heard. The stone-cutting knife touched something. It can't be, right? He cut out something again. Many people exclaimed in disbelief. 3 stones were cut out of 3 supreme treasures. The corners of the 3 ancestor-level experts' mouths twitched violently. They were experienced and knowledgeable. However, in their long lives, they had never seen such a thing. 3 low-grade stones worth 100 top-grade spirit stones were cut out of them. This was too unbelievable. Wang Chaozong's face was also filled with joy. He was about to cut the stone. Lin Feng said, "Take it back and cut it." Wang Chaozong was slightly stunned, but then he nodded. Lin Feng must have found something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped him. At this time everyone looked at Lin Feng. It's him, the 3 stones he chose. Someone shouted, and everyone looked at Lin Feng. The first treasure was luck. The second treasure was luck. Then, could the third treasure be luck? Obviously, the crowd didn't think so. That young master must have grasped an extremely shocking skill in identifying stones. Lu Huaxian's red lips were slightly open. She was obviously very shocked. At this moment, she remembered that in the ancient forest of fallen immortals, she had asked Lin Feng if he knew anything about stones. Lin Feng had said yes. At that time, she had wanted to ask Lin Feng to help identify the stone she had obtained after a narrow escape. Lin Feng had agreed. But because Su Ling had interfered and made fun of Lin Feng, he had said some nasty things about Lin Feng and Lin Feng. Both sides had almost had a conflict. Lin Feng had mediated between the two of them. However, Lu Huaxian felt that Lin Feng was so young. How could he have the ability to identify stones? Thus, the idea of asking Lin Feng to help identify the stone disappeared. Yesterday, a master like Wolf Langan had seen that piece of stone. However, Song Langan couldn't see anything special about the stone. Clearly, Song Langan's skills were not enough. If I had known, I would have asked him to help identify the stone. Lu Huaxian regretted it. Lin Feng and the others walked out. There were more and more people here, so it wasn't good to stay. Many people wanted to ask Lin Feng to help, but Lin Feng rejected them all. Lu Huaxian was as beautiful as ever. She was like a peerless fairy that had just walked out of a painting. No man seemed to be able to resist her pitiful and expectant gaze. Lin Feng said, "You think too highly of me. I don't know much about stones, so I'm afraid I'll ruin your plans." Lin Feng didn't stay and left with Wang Chaozong and the others. Lu Huaxian was stunned after being rejected by Lin Feng. Her face flushed red as she quickly turned and left. She had never been rejected before, and now that she had been rejected by Lin Feng in front of so many people, she felt ashamed. Su Ling quickly chased after Lu Huaxian. After returning to their residence, Wang Chaozong said, "Brother, it's all thanks to you that we were able to cut out these things today. I'll take 30 and you take 70. Lin Feng smiled and said, "These things belong to you, so just take them." Wang Chaozong could only nod when he saw Lin Feng's insistence. Wang Chaozong then asked, "Are you stopping me because there's an even more precious treasure in the third stone?" Lin Feng said, "I'm not sure if it's even more precious, but I can feel that many people have developed a greedy nature. It's not good to cut out the third stone in front of so many people. You can use the demonic bone to comprehend the divine abilities within. Once you've comprehended them, you can sell them together with the other two at the auction house. These things will only bring disaster to you if you keep them. Then, you can write a letter and ask your clan's elders to take you back." Wang Chaozong naturally knew what Lin Feng meant. The things he had on him were too precious, and many people would covet them. "Alright, I'll write a letter tonight," Wang Chaozong said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "I still have things to do, so let's part ways. We'll meet again if fate wills it." When they heard that Lin Feng was leaving, Yuan Hua and the others were very reluctant. They also hoped that Lin Feng would help them choose a few precious stones. But now that Lin Feng wanted to leave, their hopes were dashed. After the crowd sent Lin Feng off, Lin Feng headed towards the Qilian clan in the Holy Stone City. Back then, Lin Feng had helped Qi Liansun cut the stone. Qi Liansun and a large number of experts from the older generation had also invited Lin Feng to Saint Stone City to examine the primordial god stone. Now, Lin Feng planned to directly take a look at the primordial god stone. If possible, he wanted to cut a few primordial god stones to see if he could cut out any powerful treasures or shocking things. On the way, Lin Feng saw Lu Huaxian and Su Ling. When Lu Huaxian saw Lin Feng, she bit her red lips and hesitated for a moment. She then walked over and said, "If Lin Gongzi can help me take a look at the stones, I'm willing to pay you 100,000 top-quality spirit stones." From Lu Huaxian's point of view, 100,000 top-grade spirit stones was already a huge amount of wealth. Even the inheritors of ancient powers would find it difficult to take out 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. In the face of such a huge temptation, Lin Feng wouldn't refuse, would he? Moreover, it was just taking a look at the stones. It would be over quickly. However, Lu Huaxian clearly didn't understand Lin Feng's character. Lin Feng said indifferently, 100,000 top-grade spirit stones isn't a small amount. You can ask the Stone King Xian Yuanlong to help you, but my abilities are limited. You found the wrong person. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked off into the distance. Seeing Lin Feng leave, Lu Huaxian bit her red lips. That man had actually rejected her twice in a row. Lu Huaxian had suffered a huge blow. "Boy, stop right there." Suddenly, Su Ling shouted coldly. Swoosh, swoosh. Su Ling's two guards blocked Lin Feng's path like ghosts. Lin Feng said indifferently, "What's the matter?" Su Ling looked arrogantly at Lin Feng and said, "A cultivator like you doesn't even have the right to talk to Xian'er. Today, you actually dared to reject Xian'er's request. Aren't you shameless?" Lin Feng immediately narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Lu Huaxian wasn't a domineering person. When she heard Su Ling's words, she couldn't help but feel disgusted with him. She said coldly, "Young Master Su, this is my business. It has nothing to do with you, so please don't interfere." Hearing Lu Huaxian's words, Su Ling's face darkened. He was protecting Lu Huaxian, but Lu Huaxian didn't appreciate it. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Didn't you hear what Fairy Lu said? Why aren't you scramming? Lin Feng coldly looked at the two cultivators blocking his path. Su Ling sneered and said, "Boy, who do you think you are? How dare you ask my guards to scram? Teach him a lesson. Let him know that there is always someone better than him." "Young Master Su, you're going too far," Lu Huaxian said coldly. When Su Ling saw that Lu Huaxian was still protecting Lin Feng, he immediately burned with jealousy. He said, "Xian'er, this is between me and that boy. It has nothing to do with you." Then, Su Ling shouted, "What are the two of you still standing there for? Hurry up and do it." "Yes, young master." Su Ling's two guards responded. Then, one on the left and one on the right, they punched Lin Feng. The two of them were experts at the 10th stage of the Yin-Yang realm. Su Ling's identity was not ordinary, so his family had sent such a powerful expert to protect him. "You're courting death." Lin Feng's facial expression suddenly looked glum. He was facing the two people's attacks and he threw a punch at them. Bang! Bang! Two consecutive dull sounds of collision were heard. Su Ling's two guards looked as if they had been struck by lightning. Their arms were broken, and their chests caved in. They fell to the ground and vomited blood. Lin Feng had beaten the two of them half to death with one move. Lu Huaxian was very surprised. She didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. She had known Lin Feng for a while, but she didn't know much about him. The man in front of her was full of mysteries. Su Ling's expression was extremely gloomy. His voice was filled with dense killing intent. "Boy, you actually dared to beat my subordinates so miserably. No one in the world can save you." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura spread out from Su Ling's body. The power of a creation realm cultivator was fully displayed. "Look, they're fighting over there. That person seems to be Su Ling, the genius of the Su family in the Lingyun continent. He's at the 4th stage of the creation realm. His cultivation is unfathomable, and it's said that he has awakened a special constitution." "Who is that boy?" He actually angered Su Ling. "I'm afraid he's in trouble now." "So he's Su Ling? I've heard of him before. It's said that when he was 8 years old, he drank the blood of a divine beast and didn't die. Since then, his constitution was improved by the divine blood, and he had a meteoric rise. The cultivator who offended Su Ling seems to be at the Yin-Yang realm. He's probably dead now. Killing is forbidden in Holy Stone City, so there's no need to worry about being killed by Su Ling. However, Su Ling will probably break his limbs. "Young Master Su, can we end today's matter here?" Lu Huaxian asked. "This kid injured my guard, no one can save him." Su Ling's eyes were cold. "What if I insist on protecting Lin Gongzi?" Lu Huaxian stood in front of Lin Feng, her body emitting a powerful aura. Lu Huaxian was a goddess of heaven. She was also in the creation realm. "That girl is Lu Huaxian, right? Why is the #1 beauty of the Lingyun prefecture protecting that kid?" Some cultivators asked in astonishment. The matter in front of them was not a simple conflict. Something else seemed to be involved as well. "I heard that Su Ling is pursuing Lu Huaxian. Could it be that Lu Huaxian and that young cultivator are together, so Su Ling has a grudge and wants to take revenge?" Some cultivators said. This explanation satisfied many people's curiosity. Many people nodded, thinking that this was the reason. Seeing that Lu Huaxian was protecting Lin Feng, Su Ling was on the verge of exploding. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Kid, do you only know how to hide behind a girl? What a coward. You want to hide, but I'm afraid that Lu Huaxian won't care about you, Lin Feng said indifferently. Su Ling almost vomited blood after hearing Lin Feng's provocation. His eyes were gloomy, flashing with cold killing intent. I can crush a nobody like you with one hand. That's all you've got. If you want to hide, just hide. I don't think you can hide forever, you coward. You better pray you don't see me, or I'll crush you like an ant. Su Ling said fiercely with all kinds of contempt and mockery. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. Lin Gongzi, ignore this person. I'll send you away. Lu Huaxian said. Lin Feng felt that Lu Huaxian was not bad. It was obvious that she did not hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality with Su Ling to protect him. Her heart was still very kind. Lin Feng replied, thank you for your kind intentions, but someone wants to crush me to death. I want to see if that person really has the ability to do so, or if he's just bragging. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng stepped forward. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to go against Su Ling, Lu Huaxian immediately became anxious. Although Lin Feng had his own unique skills in identifying stones, his cultivation level was much lower than Lin Feng's. Lin Feng was only at the Yin-Yang realm. Su Ling was at the 4th layer of the creation realm. The two people's strength was simply as different as heaven and earth. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. They were talking about Su Ling and Lin Feng. Wasn't Lin Feng courting death by rushing forward so recklessly? However, Lin Feng was so determined and resolute that Lu Huaxian did not know how to dissuade Lin Feng. Thus, Lu Huaxian could only be anxious. When the surrounding onlookers saw that Lin Feng was about to go against Su Ling, many of them became excited. Could it be that this brat wants to show off in front of Lu Huaxian? Is that why he wants to fight Su Ling? But the difference between him and Su Ling is so big. Isn't rashly courting death? That brat shouldn't be so stupid, right? Some cultivators muttered. They felt that there was something strange about this matter. Good timing. When he saw Lin Feng walk out, Su Ling immediately felt proud and laughed sinisterly in his heart. If Lin Feng did not come out, there was nothing he could do. But now that Lin Feng had come out, Su Ling had absolute confidence in himself. Su Ling felt that he had 1,000 ways to play Lin Feng to death. Boom, Su Ling went up and slapped Lin Feng with his palm. Su Ling wanted to beat Lin Feng half to death first before ruthlessly torturing Lin Feng. Although the Holy Stone City had a rule that forbade killing, but it did not say that one could not humiliate or torture others. He wanted to ruthlessly humiliate this brat, torture this brat, and make him lose all face. He wanted to make Lin Feng fear him every time he saw him. Su Ling seemed to have already seen the scene of Lin Feng kneeling and begging for mercy. However, in the next moment, Su Ling suddenly felt as if his body had been hit by an immemorial mountain. Su Ling regained his senses. It turned out that his palm attack had missed and he had been hit in the abdomen by that brat. At this moment, Su Ling felt an unimaginable pain spread through his entire body. Wah! Su Ling flew out and spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground and his body twitched violently. What's going on? All the onlookers were completely dumbfounded. They had thought that Lin Feng was going to be beaten half to death by Su Ling. But in the face of Su Ling's attack, Lin Feng had easily dodged it. Then, his fist landed heavily on Su Ling's body. Instead, he had beaten Su Ling half to death. How had that brat dodged Su Ling's attack? That was what everyone was puzzled about. Su Ling was at the 4th firmament of the creation realm. When he attacked, he had already locked onto that brat. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a Yin-Yang realm cultivator to dodge Su Ling's attack. But in reality, he had successfully dodged it. Could it be that he was lucky? Many people felt that it was very possible. In fact, that was the only explanation. They did not believe that Lin Feng, who was at the Yin-Yang realm, could defeat Su Ling, who was at the 4th firmament of the creation realm. In this world, there might really be a Yin-Yang realm cultivator who could defeat Su Ling, but such a cultivator would definitely be famous in the 3,000 prefectures. But who knew Lin Feng? Even Lu Huaxian had a shocked expression on her face. Was it luck? Or strength? Lu Huaxian's beautiful eyes stared intently at Lin Feng. She was puzzled. From Lu Huaxian's point of view, Lin Feng was shrouded in a mysterious halo. That kind of mystery made Lu Huaxian want to get closer to Lin Feng and dig out his secrets bit by bit. Ah! Su Ling roared and crawled up from the ground. At this moment, Su Ling's hair was disheveled, and there was blood on his clothes. His body was also covered in mud. It was a stark contrast to his previous handsome and confident image. Su Ling's handsome face contorted in anger. What a humiliation! It was really a great humiliation. He was a prodigy of his generation. He was actually beaten to the point of vomiting blood by a lowly cultivator. Su Ling wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng apart. Brat, I'm going to trample you under my feet. I'm going to ruthlessly humiliate you, shouted Su Ling furiously. He immediately threw himself at Lin Feng. He only had one thought now, and that was to take revenge on Lin Feng. 10 times, he would take revenge 100-fold, only then could he quell the anger in his heart and wash away the endless humiliation that Lin Feng brought to him. Demon God Fist. Su Ling roared and charged at Lin Feng. Divine light shot into the sky from his left, and demonic aura surged from his right. Su Ling was like a demon and a god. He punched at Lin Feng. This demon god fist actually showed the shadow of a demon god. If this punch landed on Lin Feng's body, even if his body was tempered by the Archean dragonesque elephant art, he would probably be severely injured. Demon God Fist. That's an immemorial divine ability. Su Ling is worthy of being called a genius. He even knows an immemorial divine ability. He's even using an immemorial divine ability. Su Ling clearly wants to kill him in one hit. That brat was lucky enough to dodge Su Ling's attack, but now that Su Ling has used the Demon God Fist, he won't be able to dodge it, right? Many people were discussing. Everyone looked at Su Ling with a solemn expression. The aura of Su Ling's Demon God Fist was too strong. It made everyone tremble in fear. They were only spectators, and the Demon God Fist wasn't targeted at them. Even so, the Demon God Fist made them feel pressured. Now that Lin Feng was attacked by the Demon God Fist, how much pressure would he have to endure? The pressure was probably unimaginable, right? Can Lin Feng block Su Ling's attack? Lu Huaxian's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Feng. Now, Lu Huaxian was already suspicious of Lin Feng. She felt that Lin Feng should be very terrifying, but he was just pretending to be weak. He didn't reveal his true strength. However, if you really thought that he was easy to bully, then you would be gravely mistaken. If Su Ling still couldn't defeat Lin Feng after using the Demon God Fist, then, Lu Huaxian could be sure that Lin Feng had been hiding his true strength. The Demon God Fist carried a boundless aura as it attacked Lin Feng. What a powerful immemorial divine ability. When Lin Feng felt the power of the Demon God Fist, he was extremely shocked. If the laws in Su Ling's body were on par with his, then the Demon God Fist might have been able to threaten him. From this, it could be seen how powerful the Demon God Fist was. But now, Su Ling was only at the 4th stage of the creation realm, and he only had 27 laws in his body. Compared to Lin Feng, the difference was like heaven and earth. In the face of Su Ling's attack, Lin Feng didn't even need to use his divine art. He simply lifted his right hand and slapped at Su Ling. You think you're better than others? You think you can look down on everyone with your little bit of strength? I have to say, you're really just a frog at the bottom of a well. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's palm had already slammed down. It was as if Mount Tai was crashing down. Su Ling's condensed godly demon fist was instantly shattered by Lin Feng's palm. Then, Lin Feng's attack landed heavily on Su Ling's chest. As if struck by lightning, Su Ling was sent flying by Lin Feng's attack. Wow! In midair, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. This attack caused Su Ling to be severely injured. He fell to the ground, his body twitching. The entire street was dead silent. At this moment, all the cultivators who were watching the show were dumbfounded by what was happening before them. It was as if they had seen a malicious spirit run to Holy Stone City during the day. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. So he was hiding his cultivation before. Lu Huaxian's beautiful eyes lit up. She looked as excited as a navigator who had discovered a new continent. Lin Feng walked over and stepped on Su Ling's chest. Bastard, you dare to step on me? Let me go. Su Ling's face twisted as he roared in anger. He had never suffered such humiliation before. It made him want to go crazy. Stepping on you is already a light punishment. Right now, I'm thinking of crippling your limbs or crippling your dantian first. Lin Feng looked at Su Ling in a condescending way, the corners of his mouth raised in an ice-cold way. Su Ling's face suddenly revealed a trace of horror. He could feel that Lin Feng wasn't joking at all. He really wanted to cripple him. Lu Huaxian said, Lin Gongzi, today's matter is all a misunderstanding. There's no need for us to make such a big deal out of it, right? Lin Feng looked at Lu Huaxian with a smile that wasn't a smile. He suddenly felt that he had underestimated Lu Huaxian. He had also thought that Lu Huaxian was too naive and simple. In reality, how could a woman like Lu Huaxian be naive? After meeting Lin Feng's gaze, Lu Huaxian suddenly felt her heartbeat quicken. It was a feeling of panic after the secret she had hidden deep in her heart was discovered. Lu Huaxian slightly avoided Lin Feng's gaze. Alright, I'll give fairy face today. Lin Feng immediately lowered his head and looked at Su Ling. He said, since Fairy Lu has pleaded for you, I'll give you a chance today. Let's see if you can grasp this opportunity. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Ling, who was originally very worried, could finally let out a sigh of relief. As long as he agreed to Lin Feng's conditions, he would be safe. However, in the next moment, Lin Feng's words made Su Ling's expression turn extremely ugly. Your primordial divine demon fist is not bad. I've taken a liking to it. Give me the cultivation manual, Lin Feng said with a smile. You're asking too much. Su Ling said with a gloomy expression. You can choose not to agree, but I can also choose to cripple you. Lin Feng said indifferently. You're acting like a bandit. You're taking advantage of someone's perilous situation. You're too despicable and shameless. Su Ling was so angry that he kept roaring. He originally wanted to curse a few times, but fortunately, he still had some rationality left and didn't say anything. Lin Feng said indifferently, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I'll ask you one last time. Will you give me the cultivation manual of the divine demon fist? No matter how unwilling Su Ling was, he had no way out at this moment. Take it. Su Ling gritted his teeth, took out a scroll, and threw it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened the scroll and looked through it carefully. There was no problem with the contents of the scroll, and Su Ling didn't play any tricks. He put the scroll away. The surrounding cultivators were all dumbfounded. This guy, he actually dared to so brazenly take someone else's primordial divine ability. That wasn't primordial divine ability. Any primordial divine ability was incomparably precious, and its value was unimaginable. Countless cultivators had entered the great swamp, barged into the demonic abyss, fought evil beasts, and fought evil spirits in order to obtain an primordial divine ability. However, Lin Feng had easily taken advantage of Su Ling's primordial divine ability. And he had succeeded. Many people looked at Lin Feng with envy and jealousy. They wanted to immediately take the scroll away, but when they thought of Lin Feng's terrifying strength, they quickly suppressed their crazy thoughts. Scram! Lin Feng kicked Su Ling and sent him flying more than 10 meters away. Su Ling got up from the ground and left in a sorry state with the help of 2 guards. Brat, just you wait. This matter won't end like this. Su Ling roared hysterically in his heart. Lin Gongzi, why don't we find a place to talk? Lu Huaxian asked. This time, Lin Feng didn't refuse. He nodded and left with Lu Huaxian. What an exciting battle of love. No wonder Lu Huaxian got together with that brat. He's too strong. Su Ling is nothing in front of him. Yeah, Su Ling thought he had that brat in his grasp. Who knew that the brat would play dumb and beat him half to death? This could be written into a novel and told by the storytellers in the tea houses. It would definitely attract a lot of customers. Seeing Lin Feng and Lu Huaxian leave, many people started discussing. These people started imagining things. Moreover, this kind of gossip spread very quickly. Not long after, there really were storytellers in restaurants and tea houses talking about this matter. Of course, this was all in the future. Lin Feng and Lu Huaxian arrived at an elegant tea house. After the two sat down, Lin Feng looked at Lu Huaxian with a faint smile and said, I really couldn't tell that fairy was such a scheming person. Lu Huaxian's face turned slightly red, and an apologetic expression appeared on her face. She stood up and bowed to Lin Feng, saying, Xian'er was really annoyed by Su Ling. I hope that Sir can forgive Xian'er's actions today. Lu Huaxian was about to cry as she spoke. Lin Feng didn't believe that Lu Huaxian would shed real tears. This woman was very two-faced. Lin Feng already knew that Su Ling was pursuing Lu Huaxian. Moreover, Lu Huaxian's relationship with Su Ling wasn't bad. Although she didn't accept Su Ling, she didn't reject him either. Lin Feng thought about what happened today and realized that something wasn't right. The reason seemed to be because he refused to look at the stones for Lu Huaxian. Su Ling stood up for Lu Huaxian. Moreover, the conflict between the two of them became more and more serious, to the point of fighting. When Su Ling wanted to deal with him, Lu Huaxian stood up for him. She even ruthlessly told Su Ling, this matter has nothing to do with Su Ling, tell Su Ling not to interfere. Lin Feng originally thought that immortal Lu Hua was not bad. She did not hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality with Su Ling to protect him. However, after thinking about it, he felt that something was not right. Logically speaking, Lu Huaxian's relationship with Su Ling was much more than her relationship with him. If there was a conflict, there was a high probability that Lu Huaxian would stand on Su Ling's side. However, Lu Huaxian was on his side. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that Lu Huaxian was a woman with a strong sense of justice, but this assumption wasn't valid either. Even though Lu Huaxian's sense of justice was off the charts, with Lu Huaxian's wisdom, the best way to persuade Su Ling was to use some gentle words to persuade Su Ling, but not to coldly reprimand Su Ling, as if saying that if Su Ling dared to touch Lin Feng, they would cut off all ties. Su Ling had always been a jealous person. Seeing Lu Huaxian protecting Lin Feng, how could he stand it? All of his rationality vanished in an instant. Thus, Lin Feng felt that Lu Huaxian had done it on purpose. She had purposely angered Su Ling, causing the conflict between him and Su Ling to deepen. If this wasn't black-bellied, then what was? If it wasn't for Lin Feng being used to deception, he wouldn't even know that he had been tricked by Lu Huaxian. Seeing that Lin Feng only smiled without saying anything, Lu Huaxian said with tears in her eyes, Xian'er's family is only an ancient family. Ever since the Su Ling met Xian'er, he has been pestering Xian'er. His family's influence is enormous, and his mother's family is also an ancient power. How could a small family like ours dare to offend him? If this Su Ling was a righteous person, then Xian'er would have given herself to him. However, this Su Ling's character is sinister, jealous, and merciless. Someone like him might be able to hold Xian'er in his hands when he pursues Xian'er, but once he obtains Xian'er, he will definitely abandon Xian'er. Xian'er has seen too many people like him, and I can already guess what kind of tragic ending will await Xian'er in the future. Seeing that young master is like a god descending from the heavens, Xian'er knew that young master would definitely be able to help Xian'er get rid of this person. Thus, Xian'er carefully planned everything. However, I didn't expect young master's eyes to be as sharp as a torch, instantly seeing through Xian'er's thoughts. Now, Xian'er only hopes that young master can forgive Xian'er. As long as young master can forgive Xian'er, Xian'er will agree to any request. Speaking until here, Lu Huaxian blushed, as if she was hinting something to Lin Feng. Humans live in this world. Most of the time, they have no choice. We don't live for ourselves, we also have to live for our family and loved ones. For example, Lu Huaxian could fall out with Su Ling for him. However, what about her family? Do you know what is the most precious thing to a woman? Lin Feng stood up and looked at Lu Huaxian. Lu Huaxian's face immediately turned red. She stuttered, finding it hard to speak. Lin Feng looked at Lu Huaxian's expression and knew that she had guessed wrong. Lin Feng helplessly shook his head and said, "It's tears. A woman's tears are the most painful, but also the most precious thing. I won't blame you for what happened today because Su Ling has long been an eyesore to me. Taking care of him is something that will happen sooner or later. Let's part ways here." Lin Feng cupped his fists. Lu Huaxian said, "Young master, can you help Xian'er take a look at the stone?" Lin Feng indifferently said, "Of course I can take a look at the stone, but no matter what is cut out of the stone, half of it must belong to me. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Lu Huaxian immediately looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She clenched her teeth and placed her hands on her waist, saying, "Why don't you just rob me?" Her current fierce appearance was poles apart from her previous poetic and picturesque image. However, she now had a hint of playfulness and cuteness. Lin Feng smiled and said, "If you don't want to agree, perhaps you can sleep with me for 10 days and I'll help you take a look at the stone. How about it?" After saying that, Lin Feng's gaze faintly looked at some of the more sensitive parts of Lu Huaxian's body. Lu Huaxian felt as if a pair of large hands were caressing her body, causing her sensitive body to slightly tremble. Her face reddened and she angrily shouted, "Stinky pervert, do you believe that I won't gouge out your eyeballs?" As soon as she finished speaking, she hurriedly used her hands to block the surging waves. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I was just joking with you. You don't have to react so violently, do you? Let's get back to the main topic. If I'm not wrong, this stone of yours is related to the shadow beast, right?" "How did you know?" Lu Huaxian's expression slightly changed. Immediately after, she said in shock, "That night, did the shadow beast really chase after us? Were you the one who scared it away?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "The more precious a stone is, the more you can't carelessly cut it. If nothing comes out, then it's fine, but if you cut something that shouldn't be cut out, then it's terrifying. Who knows how many people will be killed? Think about it carefully and see if you want my help. If you understand, then you can go to the Qilian clan to find me." Lin Feng left and headed towards the Qilian clan. The Qilian clan's mansion was thousands of acres in size. It was extremely large and had countless guests. Of course, this wasn't the Qilian clan's ancestral land. No one knew where the true core of the ancestral land was. However, the Qilian clan in Holy Stone City was also filled with experts. There was even an ancient tycoon, Qi Lian's son, personally overseeing it. Lin Feng arrived outside the Qilian clan's mansion, but he was stopped by someone. "Kid? The Qilian clan is not to be trespassed. Leave," the guard said in a deep voice. Lin Feng was about to state his purpose for coming. Suddenly, the sound of a beast's roar came from the distance. More than 10 strange beasts were rushing towards them. More than 10 young men jumped off the strange beasts. Lin Feng had seen the 5th prince of the Yuhua immortal dynasty, Huangfu Qingming. They had fought in the heavenly tribulation beast territory. Huangfu Qingming was at the 6th celestial layer of the fortune realm. There was another person standing next to Huangfu Qingming. It was Huangfu Qingqiong, the eldest prince of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Nay, at that moment, a dozen flying horses came from another direction, pulling an ancient chariot. A person came down from the chariot. It was Luo Yuchen, the genius of the Luo clan in Yuezhou. Roar, a dragon's roar was heard. In the distance, a flood dragon pulled a chariot. Muzi Kuan, the descendant of the Cave of Time, arrived. Then, many strange beasts surrounded by divine flames flew into the sky. Nangong Bieli, the descendant of the House of the Void God, arrived. They were all geniuses. They were all very strong. They had all achieved outstanding results in the battle of the geniuses of the 3,000 provinces. In the distance, celestial music could be heard. Dozens of beautiful maidservants in white dresses flew in front of a flower chariot. The fragrance of flowers filled the air. A beautiful woman came down from the flower chariot. She was still wearing a veil. She was as cold as the moon. Xue Lingyu was also there. "She's so beautiful." Many people on the street looked at Xue Lingyu. They couldn't see her face because she was wearing a veil. However, everyone had already been subdued by her temperament. "Why are all these top geniuses here at the Qilian clan? Did something happen?" someone asked. Actually, Qi Lianjia invited them. Rumor has it that Qi Lianjia left 10 years ago. He said he wanted to return to nature like a monk. He traveled alone in the endless sands. Is he back now? It seems like he's back. Back then, Qi Lianjia's cultivation was already extremely heaven-defying. Many people thought that he would shine during the Tianjiao competition, but who would have thought that he would enter the endless sands and cultivate alone? But now, since he came out from the endless sands, his cultivation must have reached an unimaginable level. Many people were talking about Xianxia. It was obvious that many people admired him. Back then, when he was at the Yinyang layer, he could kill high-level fortune realm cultivators. That was why he was so famous. If he hadn't disappeared for 10 years, presumably, his reputation would be much greater than his current one. Lin Feng heard the discussion of some people and remembered the name Xianxia. He had never heard of Xianxia. This was because Xianxia had swept through the younger generation 10 years ago. Lin Feng was only 13 years old at that time. He was confused. Naturally, it was impossible for him to have heard about Xianxia. During the 10 years when Xianxia disappeared, geniuses emerged in large numbers, such as Huangfu Qingtian. The new generation replaced the old. There was no lack of geniuses in the 3,000 provinces. Everyone's attention would naturally be on the newly risen top prodigies. Who would pay attention to a person who had already disappeared? These top prodigies greeted each other. At this time, a group of people came from the Qilian clan. It was for a deacon named Qi Lianfu. This deacon was the great deacon of the Qilian clan's outer court. It was said that he was originally a slave who raised spiritual beasts. Later on, because he hooked up with a young master of the Qilian clan, he was promoted step by step. Greetings, young masters. Qi Lianfu paid his respects to the geniuses from the top clans. Tip. These top prodigies knew how to act. Their subordinates took out the gifts they had prepared in advance and put them in storage bags, then handed them to Qi Lianfu. Thank you, young masters. Qi Lianfu smiled and put away the treasures. Then, the group of people walked into the Qilian clan. Suddenly, a gloomy and angry voice filled with killing intent sounded, "Boy, it's you. It's you." When Huangfu Qingming saw Lin Feng, his eyes were full of anger. Lin Feng patted his clothes and said, "So what if it's me? What do you want?" Shui Lingyue, Mu Zikuan, and the others looked at Lin Feng. They were confused. Who was this boy? He was just a Yinyang cultivator. Why was Huangfu Qingming gnashing his teeth when he saw him? It shouldn't be. Huangfu Qingming was at the 6th layer of the creation realm. He could kill this boy with one palm strike. But now, Huangfu Qingming's expression was filled with hatred and fear. Could it be that this guy was hiding his cultivation, and he had a conflict with Huangfu Qingming, and Huangfu Qingming had suffered a loss? All kinds of thoughts flashed through their minds. However, Shui Lingyue and the others looked like they were watching a good show. In any case, they weren't afraid of making a big deal out of it. The bigger the trouble, the better. Who is he? Huangfu Qingqiang asked. Huangfu Qingming whispered, "He's the one in the heavenly tribulation beast territory." Huangfu Qingqiang's eyes flashed coldly. Many of the Yuhua celestial dynasty's young experts had died in the heavenly tribulation beast territory. They had all been killed by one person. It was Lin Feng. The two sides met. It could be said that when enemies met, their eyes blazed with hatred. Who is this person? Qi Lianfu muttered in his heart. Looking at Huangfu Qingqiang and Huangfu Qingming, it was obvious that Lin Feng wasn't a simple person. How had Qi Lianfu been able to climb from a servant to his current position? Not only was he smooth and slick, but he was also good at reading people's expressions. Qi Lianfu asked the guards around him, and one of them said, "I don't know. He just arrived." Is he also a guest of the first young master? It's just that the first young master didn't invite such a person. Qi Lianfu was very puzzled. They weren't the only ones who were puzzled. Even Shui Lingyue, Mu Zikuan, Nangong Bieli, Luo Yuchen, and the others were puzzled. Lin Feng had obviously come to the Qilian clan, but who had invited him? Xianxia. That didn't seem right. Xianxia's gathering was a small one, and only a few people had been invited. Obviously, Lin Feng wasn't among them. Then who was it? Was it another young master of the Qilian clan? Brat, you've got guts. You offended the Yuhua celestial dynasty, yet you still dare to come to Holy Stone City. Huangfu Qingqiang sneered. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Isn't the Yuhua celestial dynasty a power of the immortal continent?" What? Is Holy Stone City also part of the Yuhua celestial dynasty's territory? When Lin Feng said this, many people's expressions changed. Holy Stone City was part of the Qilian clan's sphere of influence. Although there were many other powers, most of them were subordinate to the Qilian clan. Lin Feng's words were actually saying that the Yuhua celestial dynasty had even subdued the Qilian clan. This was indeed a crucial point. The Qilian clan's strength wasn't inferior to the Yuhua celestial dynasties. If Huangfu Qingqiong said yes, the two powers might immediately fight to the death. Brat, don't try to sow discord and ruin the relationship between the Yuhua celestial dynasty and the Qilian clan, Huangfu Qingqiong said with a gloomy expression. Qi Lianfu was so scared that his back was covered in cold sweat. He muttered in his heart, where did this brat come from? He dared to say anything. He hurriedly tried to smooth things over and said, the young masters are angry. The first young master is still waiting inside. Please don't let him wait for too long. Then, Qi Lianfu looked at Lin Feng and asked, may I know which young master this young master wants to see? I'm not here to see the Qilian clan's young master. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Then, who did you come to the Qilian clan to see? Qi Lianfu asked doubtfully. Lin Feng is here to visit, Lin Feng shouted. Is this kid crazy? He actually dares to shout like this outside the Qilian clan? Isn't he afraid of disturbing the cultivation of the Qilian clan's ancestors? Moreover, the ancient overlord-level expert, Qi Liansun, is also inside the clan. Isn't offending an ancient overlord like Qi Liansun a dead end? Xue Lingyue, Mu Zikuan, and the others were also astonished. Huangfu Qingqiong and Huangfu Qingming were slightly stunned, but then they sneered. Qi Lianfu was so scared that his entire body was trembling. If he disturbed the ancestors' cultivation, he might even be implicated. Boom, at this moment, a terrifying aura surged out from the depths of the Qilian clan. More than a dozen cultivators flew over. One of them was the ancient overlord expert, Qi Liansun. There were also a few ancestor-level figures, each with a tyrannical and unfathomable cultivation. Among these ancestor-level figures, some were from the Qilian clan, and some were Qi Liansun's friends. The ancestor has personally appeared. Could it be that the ancestor is angry because he was disturbed? He personally came out to deal with that young master? Qi Lianfu couldn't help but think. He only felt bitter in his heart, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. He prayed in his heart that he wouldn't be involved in this matter. Great! Let's see how this kid dies. Huangfu Qingqiong and Huangfu Qingming both had sneers on their faces. Disturbing the cultivation of an ancient overlord. Wasn't this courting death? He couldn't blame others for courting death. They couldn't wait to see Qi Liansun slap Lin Feng to death. That would also save them a lot of trouble. This guy is finished, Xue Lingyue, Mu Zikuan, Nangong Bieli, Luo Yuchen, and the others all shook their heads. They felt that Lin Feng's ending might be very bad this time. The ancient overlords didn't even want a reason to kill. Not to mention, Lin Feng had even disturbed an ancient overlord. In the distance, Qi Lianjie and the other young juniors of the Qilian clan also flew out. Where did this brat come from? He's so reckless to make a ruckus outside our Qilian clan. Even the ancestor is furious now. How are these guards doing their jobs? How can anyone get close to our Qilian clan? If they encounter suspicious people, they should drive them out. This wouldn't have happened. The most important thing right now is to calm the ancestors' anger. The juniors of the Qilian family were discussing as they flew out. However, they were still discussing how to appease the old ancestors' anger. Then, something happened that made them extremely astonished. Even before Qi Liansun arrived, his voice had already traveled out. I've been waiting for the moon and the stars. My little friend has finally arrived. Hoping for the moon and the stars to come? Was it really Qi Liansun, a powerhouse at the level of an ancient giant? Did I encounter a fake Qi Lianxuan? Many people naturally knew that it wasn't a fake Qi Lianxuan, but it was precisely because of this that they felt shocked and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Who was that kid? How could he possibly have such prestige? Everyone was stunned. Qi Lianxuan arrived in front of Lin Feng and grabbed Lin Feng with both hands. His face was full of excitement, which was absolutely true. This? All the juniors of the Qilian family were stunned. They were all dumbfounded. No one had expected such a thing to happen. How could the old ancestor be so enthusiastic about a cultivator who was younger than them? Qi Lianfu, who had been worried about his future and was trembling with fear, suddenly had his eyes lit up. Damn! Who is this young man? Why is the old ancestor so enthusiastic about him? Qi Lianfu didn't care who this person was, but he knew that he was safe now. He let out a long sigh. We haven't seen each other for half a year, but you're still as elegant as ever, said Lin Feng with a smile. Haha, my little friend, you flatter me. Come, let me introduce you to some friends. These two are the two great elders of the Qilian family, Qi Liangu and Qi Lianyi. We've been friends for a long time. The two of them cupped their fists and smiled. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. This is the great elder of the Cavern of Time, Zhang Dingtian. This is the great elder of the Cavern of Moonwater, Mo Shiyu. This is the great Xia Empire's Jian Shichang. This is the Taisher Dao sex Zhang Daoling. This is the Falling Star sex Gua Tianming. After the introductions, both sides cupped their fists and greeted each other. However, at that moment, a strange voice sounded. Brother Qi Lian, this kid is only in his early 20s. So what if he's quite strong? Is he qualified to be treated like this by us? Is he qualified to be on equal footing with us? Which one of us isn't an old ancestor of a sect? If a mediocre cultivator like him is on equal footing with us just because he knows how to discern stones, where will we put our faces? Said Gua Tianming with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Qi Liansun's expression suddenly sank. Qi Liansun was about to say something, but Lin Feng had already stepped forward. He let out a long howl and said, Gua Tianming. Your name isn't very good. Who can predict destiny? Even the ancient gods didn't dare say that they knew their own destiny. What's that kid doing? Shui Lingyue and the others were astonished. Lin Feng was actually mocking an old ancestor? Wasn't that too audacious? Did he want to die? Kid, you dare mock me, said Gua Tianming gloomily. Mock? I'm not mocking you. I'm just telling you that you have to change your name today. I won't allow you to be called Gua Tianming. Lin Feng put his hands behind his back. The corners of many people's mouths twitched violently. Asking an old ancestor to change his name, wasn't this a slap to the old ancestor's face? No one thought that Lin Feng would dare to say such words. You're courting death. Gua Tianming roared and slapped at Lin Feng. He's making his move. An old ancestor is making his move. Let's see how that kid dies. Huangfu Qingqiang and Huangfu Qingming's eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Feng sneered, Gua Tianming, you dare to show off in front of me with your little strength? Today, I'll let you know my strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng stepped forward in the air. Oh, the great Tao of Death. In this mortal world, there are lowly ants who disrespect the Tao of Death and blaspheme the dignity of the Tao of Death. Please descend with the power of death and punish this lowly creature. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud sound shook the sky. A large river. It flew over from the outer realm. It pierced through the real world and the world of death. The large river lingered around Lin Feng's body. The power of death descended upon the world. Everyone felt that when the large river appeared, their lives began to flow away rapidly. Hurry up and retreat. Many experts' expressions suddenly changed. Even the old ancestor-level experts' expressions changed slightly. That long river of death was too terrifying. Lin Feng was like a god of death descending upon the world. He stepped on the air and walked forward. The long river of death traversed the sky. Bang! How is this possible? Exclamations of disbelief rang out one after another. Even top geniuses like Shui Lingyue, Mu Zikuan, Nangong Bieli, Huangfu Qingqiang, and Luo Yuchen were far from reaching the level of a patriarch. However, Lin Feng had sent Gua Tianming flying with a single move. Is this guy pretending to be weak? Only then did the crowd come back to their senses. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng in a different way. He was someone who could suppress a patriarch. The world of cultivators. Age didn't matter. Lin Feng was young, Lin Feng was strong. Originally, Qi Liansun and his patriarch-level friends were on good terms with Lin Feng because they valued Lin Feng's ability to identify stones. In the future, they might need Lin Feng's help. But now, they saw Lin Feng as someone on the same level as them. Heroes don't ask about their birth. Experts don't ask about their age. Everyone knew that Lin Feng, who was just in his early 20s, had amazing potential. "Little brat, I'll take your life." Guo Tianming, who had been humiliated, roared angrily. The aura in his body rose wildly. He jumped up and charged at Lin Feng again. "Both of you are my friends. Give me some face today and let this matter end here." "How about it?" Qi Liansun stepped forward and released a gentle force, separating Lin Feng and Guo Tianming. The cultivators of the ancient giants were powerful. They easily separated the two. "Today, I'll give Brother Qi Lian some face and spare this brat for now," Guo Tianming said with a gloomy expression. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, "You should be lucky. You don't have to change your name today." Pfft. Shui Lingyue was amused. She looked at Lin Feng curiously. How could this guy be so infuriating? Looking at Guo Tianming's expression, she knew how angry he was. "I'm too lazy to argue with you," said Guo Tianming while glancing at Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng looked indifferent and didn't say anything. "Young friend, please come in." Qi Liansun invited him. "Senior, please." Lin Feng made a gesture. The group of people entered the Qi Lian clan. At this time, everyone came back to their senses. Who is that guy? He actually has the strength to suppress an ancestor. He's so young, yet he's able to talk to an ancestor as an equal. There's no lack of monsters in this world. Who knows what kind of terrifying existence he will become in the future? Many people had seen Lin Feng and Guo Tianming's battle. They were all astonished. Even now, they were still talking about it. The news spread like wildfire as if it had grown wings. Many ancestor-level cultivators were even more moved. Ever since they saw the little stone saint in the immortal town, they were shocked. Now, many ancestors were waiting for the little stone saint to come to Holy Stone City. The little stone saint is really worthy of being called a god. Not only does he have a deep understanding of stone materials, but he also has the strength to suppress ancestors. How powerful will he be in the future? Maybe he will become a god in the future. Thinking about this, the ancestors of the major forces couldn't hold back their excitement. They quickly went out of their rooms and asked people to prepare a carriage. They were going to the Qi Lian clan to see the little stone saint. Lin Feng followed Qi Liansun and the others to the living room. A beautiful maidservant served the spirit tea. "Young friend, how does the spirit tea taste?" Qi Liansun said with a smile. Lin Feng took a sip and suddenly felt a fragrance fill his mouth. Before the spirit tea entered his stomach, a tyrannical spirit energy began to flow in his body. Good spirit tea, it could make one's cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. Of course, good spirit tea was also very precious. Good tea. I've never tasted spirit tea with such astonishing spirit energy. Lin Feng said. Brother Lin, don't you think each leaf looks like a dragon swimming in the water? Qi Liani said with a smile. Now that Lin Feng's strength surpassed Guo Tianming's, these ancestors considered Lin Feng as an existence of the same level. They called him Brother Lin. Qi Liansun was an eternal overlord, so he still called Lin Feng young friend. If an ancestor called Lin Feng young friend, it would be too arrogant. Lin Feng carefully observed, and it was just as Qi Liani said. The tea leaves looked like dragons. Could it be the dragon spirit tea? Lin Feng thought of a legendary tea leaf and couldn't help but be surprised. While Qi Liansun was entertaining Lin Feng, Qi Lianjia's small gathering also went on as scheduled. Everyone was talking about Lin Feng at the gathering. Shui Lingyue asked. Brother Qi Lian. Who is that young master Lin Feng? Qi Lianjia smiled bitterly and said, I don't know, and I've never heard anyone talk about him. However, he seems to be acquainted with the ancestor, so he should be a friend of the ancestor. Many geniuses' mouths twitched slightly. In the eyes of outsiders, these people were high and mighty figures. They were even stronger than many of the older generation's experts. Wherever they went, they were like stars surrounding the moon. However, after seeing Lin Feng today, they all felt uncomfortable. In the eyes of the ancestors and eternal overlords, they were still juniors. Juniors like them had to pay respects to the ancestors and eternal overlords. However, Lin Feng looked even younger than them. But now, he was already on the same level as the patriarchs and ancient giants. Although they felt uncomfortable, they didn't feel jealous. When the gap between them was too big, they couldn't be jealous anymore. Luo Yuchen said, "Brother Huangfu, you seem to know that kid?" Huangfu Qingqiong and Huangfu Qingming's expressions turned gloomy, but they didn't answer. Seeing the brothers' ugly expressions, they didn't continue asking. After leaving the Qilian clan, Huangfu Qingqiong said in a deep voice, "Is the cultivator who fought with third brother also called Lin Feng?" Huangfu Qingming said, "That's right. Does Big Brother think that this Lin Feng is the Lin Feng who fought with third brother for 10 years? No way, that Lin Feng should be very weak, and the desolate region is so far away from the star region. What is he doing here? We'll know if it's true after we find someone to investigate." Investigate? We must find out everything about this kid. Huangfu Qingqiong said coldly. Yes, I'll tell my subordinates to find out his identity as soon as possible, Huangfu Qingming said. Okay. Huangfu Qingqiong nodded. In the main hall, Qi Liansun smiled and said, "That's right, it's dragon spirit tea. It's produced from an ancient tea tree, and it's extremely rare. There are only a few dragon spirit trees in a forbidden zone, and they produce very little dragon spirit tea every year. They're sold by the leaves, and a single leaf is worth more than 10,000 top-grade spirit stones." Lin Feng was speechless. That price was too high. It was frighteningly expensive. But when he thought about it, every year, the people who came to pick the dragon spirit tea had to risk their lives. Who knew how many people had to die to pick the dragon spirit tea? There was a reason why the dragon spirit tea was so expensive. "Senior, you're a very particular person." Lin Feng smiled. Qi Liansun said, "I only have 2 hobbies, stone gambling and tea tasting. I've made a fool of myself in front of you." Lin Feng said, "Hobbies are the most precious things. Without hobbies, life would be too boring. Senior, you have 2 hobbies, and I can't wait to envy you. How could I dare to make fun of you?" Haha, you're right. Hobbies are indeed things to cherish. Qi Liansun couldn't help but laugh. Yuan Chong said, "Normally, when we come to see Elder Qi, he's not willing to take out dragon spirit tea to entertain us. Today, we're able to drink dragon spirit tea because of Brother Lin." Everyone laughed and chatted for a while. In the eyes of outsiders, these old ancestor-level figures and ancient giants were high and mighty. In front of Lin Feng, they were very amiable and approachable. This was the so-called social circle. People who didn't belong to the same social circle couldn't blend in with others. People who didn't belong to the same social circle always felt mysterious and unfathomable. But when they did blend in, the people they came into contact with might be different from what they imagined. These patriarchs and ancient powerhouses were high and mighty in the outside world. They didn't talk or smile, and they all looked dignified and dignified. But in their own social circles, they also joked with each other. Lin Feng said, "Recently, more and more strong cultivators have come to Holy Stone City for the primeval godstones. I wonder when they'll appear. How many are there?" Qi Liansun said, "Something happened on the way, so the primordial godly stone arrived late. But according to the news we received, the matter has been resolved. I estimate that the primordial godly stone will be transported to Holy Stone City in half a month at most." Lin Feng said, "I recall that you also transported 3 primordial godstones back then. May I know where they are now?" Qi Liansun said, "Actually, those 3 pieces of stone were mixed up with the eyes of fishes. Although they were extremely precious and could be passed off as genuine, they weren't genuine primordial divine stones." Lin Feng nodded. He guessed that the various powers that organized the sacred stone debate this time were worried that the primordial god stones would be stolen, so they let experts like Qi Liansun transport fake primordial god stones to disturb the other party. "Young friend, you can stay in our Qilian family for a while. If possible, I hope you can help us choose some stones." "Of course, we know the rules," Qi Lianxuan said. Lin Feng's rule was that if he wanted to choose a stone, he could use the laws. Lin Feng said indifferently, "There's no problem with choosing stones, but the rules need to be changed." "Young friend, what do you mean?" Qi Liansun looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. Lin Feng said, "While the primordial godly stone is here, I will choose 3 stones every day. The highest bidder will win." Qi Liansun nodded and said, "With your ability, there's no problem. I will help you take care of this matter." "Thank you, senior. Later, I will choose a few stones for you for free." Lin Feng smiled. The other ancestors looked at Qi Liansun enviously. They had all heard of Lin Feng's ability to choose stones. Qi Liansun was probably going to strike it rich this time. A few stones didn't necessarily mean that every stone could be cut into something good. Only one stone could be cut out. It was enough to be priceless. Qi Liansun revealed a happy expression. He had spent so much effort to help Lin Feng. Firstly, he wanted to build a good relationship with Lin Feng. Secondly, he wanted to see if Lin Feng would feel that he had worked hard and then help him choose a few stones. Now, it seemed that Lin Feng really knew how to deal with people. Young. Powerful strength. Emotional intelligence. Intelligence. And such a high level. Qi Liansun was looking forward to what level of expert Lin Feng would grow into in the future. Jin Qingwu, the ancestor of the Jinqing family, requests an audience. Situ Haojia, the ancestor of the Situ family of Changzhou, requests an audience. Mu Hongba, the ancestor of the Snow Eagle sect of the Nanshan region, requests an audience. At this moment, voices came from outside one after another. They were all old ancestor-level powerhouses. These people seemed to have heard the news and rushed over. Qi Liansun said with a smile. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Regarding the auction, Senior will need to personally explain it to them, and it's not convenient for me to participate." "Little friend, don't worry." Qi Liansun nodded. Then, he ordered Qi Lianyi and Qi Liangu to go and welcome the ancestor-level experts. In Holy Stone City, there were many ancestor-level experts sitting in divine chariots. All kinds of strange beasts were pulling the divine chariots towards the Qi Lian family. What's going on? Why are so many ancestor-level experts heading to the Qi Lian family? Many people were extremely puzzled. You don't know about this? It's rumored that the Little Stone Saint is already in the Qi Lian family. The Little Stone Saint? Is it the monstrous genius who suppressed Wu Tianming? That's right, it's him. He's really a god. His ability to identify stones is unparalleled in the world. He's called the Little Stone Saint, and his strength is so terrifying. I really don't know how he cultivates. Many people were discussing and sighing with emotion. There was going to be another monstrous genius in the world. In a few years, the once-a-decade battle of the 3,000 provinces would begin again. That Little Stone Saint was probably going to shine, right? He might even be able to kill his way into the top 10. At that time, he would be the center of attention. Lin Feng met with the ancestor-level cultivators. They exchanged pleasantries. At night, Qi Liansun held a banquet to entertain the ancestor-level cultivators. Of course, Qi Liansun didn't forget to guide the younger generation of the clan and let them see the world. More than a dozen outstanding younger generation of the Qi Lian clan were also called over. They served tea and water for these old seniors and waited on the side. But obviously, the focus was on Lin Feng. The younger generation of the Qi Lian family saw Lin Feng, who was a few years younger than them, being surrounded by a group of ancestor-level cultivators. It was an indescribable feeling in their hearts. Originally, many people were very proud. But now, they all put away their pride and made a decision to cultivate diligently. Obviously, these people had been stimulated by Lin Feng and their fighting spirit had been aroused. Perhaps this was the reason why Qi Liansun called them over and had them serve him here. Qi Liansun, this kind of ancient giant, had also come from a young age. He naturally knew how to encourage the younger generation of the clan to put away their pride and cultivate diligently. After the banquet, Qi Liansun brought Lin Feng to a courtyard to rest. Qi Liansun and the ancestor-level cultivators moved to the guest hall to discuss matters. Lin Feng had just finished tidying up and was about to rest when he received a report from a servant. Lin Feng was puzzled. Who would send him a letter in the middle of the night? Lord Lin, Red River Street, Misty Rain House. Meet you tonight. Just a few simple words. At the end, there were 3 words, Lu Huaxian. Lu Huaxian asked me to meet in the middle of the night. Has she thought it through? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He felt that something was off. Moreover, this Lu Huaxian was so beautiful that it was suffocating. However, she was too two-faced. If he didn't guard against her, he might be tricked. Of course, Lin Feng was bold because of his skills. If Lu Huaxian dared to play any tricks, he wouldn't mind forcing himself on her to punish her. After all, if he didn't sleep with such a beautiful woman, she would be taken advantage of by other men sooner or later. Lin Feng felt that he was too evil. However, he was a man. If he didn't have any thoughts after seeing a beautiful woman, could he still be considered a man? Red River Street was very famous in Holy Stone City because it was a river in the city. On both sides of the river, weeping willows formed a forest. There were many brothel boats in the river. This was one of the most famous brothels in the city. A high-class brothel like Myriad Flower House was only accessible to people of high status. The brothel boats in the Red River were for ordinary people. Moreover, the girls in Myriad Flower House only sold their skills and not their bodies. They went there to play elegantly. There were also many beautiful girls on the brothel boats in the Red River. As long as you paid, you could play with them however you wanted. Not everyone liked to play elegantly. Misty Rain House was a very famous brothel in the Red River. Lin Feng didn't know why Lu Huaxian would ask him to meet here. However, no matter what Lu Huaxian's goal was or what tricks she might play, Lin Feng didn't care. This was because he had absolute confidence in his own strength. In Lin Feng's opinion, in front of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks were useless. Young master, we have many beautiful ladies here. They come in all shapes and sizes and can satisfy any of your needs. What kind of lady are you looking for? A young woman swayed her slender waist as she walked over and asked coquettishly. Lin Feng said, I'm looking for Lu Huaxian. Is she a lady here? Could it be that you are young Master Lin? Asked the woman with a smile. Lin Feng nodded. The young woman replied, Please follow me, Lin Gongzi. Lin Feng followed the young woman to a room on the 4th floor of the Misty Rain Tower. Miss, Lin Gongzi is here. The young woman said from outside. All right, you can leave now. Lu Huaxian's voice came from inside. Yes. After the young woman received the order, she complied and left. At this moment, Lu Huaxian's voice rang out again, Lin Gongzi, please come in for a chat. Although he didn't know what Lu Huaxian was up to, how could a man like Lin Feng be afraid of a woman like Lu Huaxian? He pushed the door open and entered. The room was decorated in a pink color, and it emitted a faint fragrance. The room was divided into an inner and outer room. There was no one in the outer room, while a charming figure could be vaguely seen on the bed in the inner room. It should be Lu Huaxian. Lin Feng closed the door and said with a faint smile, the more I interact with Lu Huaxian, the more shocked I am. I didn't think that Lu Huaxian would be involved with this brothel. Could it be that nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth? Lu Huaxian coldly snorted. Lin Feng said, I heard that Lu Huaxian is the #1 beauty in the Lingyun prefecture and has countless admirers. Do your admirers know that Lu Huaxian is such a carefree person? Lu Huaxian was as beautiful as a fairy in front of the world, a woman who was as beautiful as a poem or a painting. She was so perfect that no one could find a single flaw in her. However, the Lu Huaxian in front of Lin Feng was a different Lu Huaxian. She said whatever she wanted to say, and she could even curse. It was a complete contrast to her original otherworldly image. However, Lin Feng could understand that many people had 2 versions of themselves in their hearts. One was the version in other people's eyes, and the other was the version in their own eyes. As for the version in their eyes, they wouldn't normally show it to others. But now, Lu Huaxian was only showing the version in her eyes to Lin Feng. Lu Huaxian said, say whatever you want. No one will believe you anyway. It seems like you're a dead pig that isn't afraid of boiling water. After I exposed your true face, you revealed your evil side. Lin Feng curled his lips. You're the pig. You're the evil one. Lu Huaxian said unhappily. This Misty Rain Tower isn't a simple brothel. Why did you invite me here? What are you scheming against me for? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Lu Huaxian said, don't slander a good person, okay? When did I scheme against you? After a pause, Lu Huaxian said, what do you think is wrong with this Misty Rain Tower? Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, it's a rather strange feeling, but I can't pinpoint exactly what's wrong. Lu Huaxian said, your intuition is really sharp. The Misty Rain Tower is indeed hiding a secret. Do you want me to tell you? Not interested. Lin Feng said indifferently. Lu Huaxian choked and said angrily, if you're not interested, then why are you talking about the Misty Rain Tower? Lin Feng said, I'm happy to do so. The sound of Lu Huaxian gnashing her teeth came from inside the room. It was obvious that Lu Huaxian was trying her best to suppress the anger in her heart. Lin Feng said, do you have something to say or not? If there's nothing, I'll leave first. My time is very precious, and I don't want to waste it here. Of course there's something. At this moment, Lu Huaxian walked out. The Lu Huaxian in front of him was completely different from the Lu Huaxian he saw before. The original Lu Huaxian was dressed in snow-white clothes and had an otherworldly aura. Now, Lu Huaxian was wearing a pink gauze dress. Some of the key parts of her body were even faintly discernible. She was full of seduction and provocation. Her eyes were charming. Her actions were frivolous. She completely displayed the charm of a woman. If there was a word to describe the current Lu Huaxian, vixen, that was the best word to describe her. What are you trying to do? Seduce me? Lin Feng fiercely glanced at Lu Huaxian's hot body. If I said that I invited Lin Gongzi here today to seduce Lin Gongzi, would Lin Gongzi believe me? Said Lu Huaxian while smiling. She then walked towards Lin Feng while swaying her hips. This Lu Huaxian was not only two-faced, but she was also full of secrets. Lin Feng even suspected her background and identity. So what if I believe you? So what if I don't? Lin Feng said indifferently. If you believe me, then I'll have sex with you tonight. If you don't believe me, then I have a way to make you believe me. Lu Huaxian said sweetly. I don't believe you. Lin Feng said. It was impossible for him to not have any thoughts when such a delicate and seductive body was sitting in his arms. However, Lin Feng was extremely confused. Even if Lu Huaxian was two-faced and had two different personalities, she wouldn't sacrifice so much to seduce him, right? But the reality was that Lu Huaxian was sitting in his arms, twisting her fiery body. Extremely seductive, Lin Feng wasn't a man who could sit still. But Lin Feng was rational. He felt that something was wrong. Between a woman and rationality, Lin Feng would obviously choose rationality. If it was another man, he might not be able to resist the temptation and directly press Lu Huaxian on the table for a good show. But Lin Feng's self-control was very strong. This was because Lin Feng had experienced more than just one or two women. So when facing a peerless beauty like Lu Huaxian, Lin Feng was still able to control his inner desires. It's a long night, shouldn't we do something? At this time, Lu Huaxian, who was in Lin Feng's arms, suddenly spoke. Her phoenix eyes were blurred, as if she was waiting for him to do whatever he wanted. No, there's definitely a problem. Lin Feng felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. This was the most terrifying thing. Lin Feng simply closed his eyes and activated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art to calm himself down. Gradually, Lin Feng's mood calmed down. Then, Lin Feng activated the heavenly demon snake's eye. The power of the heavenly demon snake's eye poured into Lin Feng's eyes. Shua shua, Lin Feng opened his eyes. Lu Huaxian, who was sitting in his arms, disappeared. The pink room also turned into an ordinary room. And Lu Huaxian, who was wearing a white dress, was still sitting not far away like an otherworldly fairy. She looked at him in astonishment, as if she didn't think that he would be able to recover from the charm technique. Who? Lin Feng took a deep breath. The worldly 3,000 years was really just a dream. I knew something was wrong, and my guess was right. Lin Feng's voice was faint, and his eyes were as calm as an ancient well. No one knew what Lin Feng was thinking right now. You. Lu Huaxian wanted to say something. She had too many doubts, too much shock, and too much confusion. Her ancient and powerful divine ability was actually broken by Lin Feng. This was the Great Bewitching Technique, one of the 3,000 Great Daos, a divine ability that had never failed before. Fairy Lu, you're really a scheming person, Lin Feng said indifferently. Lu Huaxian said, Lin Gongzi's methods are truly shocking. Now, we can sit down and have a good talk. It's just that she doesn't look like she's in the mood to talk. Lin Feng waved his right hand, and densely packed runes interweaved, sealing off the entire room. What a powerful spiritual array. You're also a spirit array master. Could it be that you want to attack me by sealing off the room? The Misty Rain Tower is even more terrifying than I imagined. Lu Huaxian didn't seem to be worried that Lin Feng would attack her. I sealed the room to prevent the walls from eavesdropping. Lin Feng smiled indifferently and walked to Lu Huaxian's side. Lu Huaxian's body tensed up, as if she was guarding against Lin Feng. However, when she saw that Lin Feng didn't intend to attack, she relaxed a lot. Now, can you tell me about your other identity and the power behind the Misty Rain Tower? Lin Feng said indifferently. Lu Huaxian was the young miss of the Lu family in the Lingyun prefecture. However, it was obvious that Lu Huaxian had another identity. Perhaps even her family didn't know about this identity. Lu Huaxian said, the power behind the Misty Rain Tower is called Heaven. Heaven? What kind of power is that? This is the first time I've heard of it. Lin Feng muttered. Have you heard of the 9 underworlds? Lu Huaxian asked. Lin Feng had naturally heard of the 9 underworlds. The 9 underworlds assassin dynasty had a long history. Lin Feng had even been assassinated by the 9 underworlds assassins twice. However, both groups of assassins had been killed by Lin Feng. It had been a while since the 9 underworlds assassins had come looking for him. However, Lin Feng knew that the 9 underworlds assassins would definitely appear again. As long as the 9 underworlds assassins accepted a mission, they would complete the mission no matter the cost. 9 Nether's reputation was second to none among the various assassin organizations because of their perseverance and professionalism in never giving up until they killed their targets. Lin Feng said, now that you mention the 9 underworlds, could it be that Heaven is also an assassin organization? That's right. Heaven is an assassin organization. Back then, the 9 underworlds assassins were only a branch of Heaven. However, the 9 underworlds assassins betrayed Heaven and poisoned more than 10 of Heaven's top figures. Then, they took advantage of the fact that Heaven's headquarters had not received any news and organized a gathering. During the gathering, they poisoned a large number of Heaven's middle and upper echelons. Lin Feng said, the best way to climb up the ranks is to get rid of the power above you. The 9 underworlds assassins were able to get rid of the giant Heaven and replace it. It's not easy. For countless years, the 9 underworlds assassins have been encircling and suppressing Heaven's cultivators. Heaven's cultivators could only conceal their identities. After so many years, Heaven is no longer an assassin organization. However, the Heaven's cultivators have not forgotten the unforgettable hatred. The blood of their ancestors cannot be spilled in vain. Lu Huaxian said. So? What does this have to do with me? Lin Feng asked indifferently. Lu Huaxian said, Heaven already knows your identity. The 9 underworlds assassins have tried to kill you. Unless you die, the 9 underworlds assassins will continue to send experts after you. You guys are very efficient with your elimination. So? What do you want to do? Rope me into Heaven? Lin Feng said with a faint smile. I do have such a plan. What do you think? You can tell me. Lu Huaxian said. What benefits do I get from joining Heaven? Lin Feng asked. Missions. Heaven has many missions, but don't worry, they aren't missions to kill people. If you complete these missions, you can even obtain the 3,000 Great Daos. Lu Huaxian said. 3,000 Great Daos. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He said, the charm technique you used just now almost made me lose myself. Could it be the great charm technique of the 3,000 Great Daos? That's right. It's the great charm technique. This is the reward I received for completing a mission. Lu Huaxian said. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and said, "It seems like you completed an unbelievable mission to obtain such a terrifying ability. May I know what kind of mission you completed?" "According to the rules, I can't say." Lu Huaxian stood up and said, "If a new mission appears, I'll contact you." Lu Huaxian obviously wanted to see him out. Lin Feng also stood up, but he didn't leave. Instead, he quickly pulled Lu Huaxian's hot body into his embrace. Lu Huaxian struggled violently. Her beautiful face was pink. She was anxious, embarrassed, and angry. She said coldly, "What are you doing? Let go of me. Didn't you say you wanted to have sex with me?" Lin Feng smiled and looked at Lu Huaxian's beautiful face. This woman used the great charm technique on him. She obviously didn't have good intentions. Lin Feng felt that he should teach Lu Huaxian an unforgettable lesson. Otherwise, would this woman really think that he had a good temper? "I was just joking with you," Lu Huaxian said anxiously. She wanted to push Lin Feng away, but she felt that her body was powerless. "If you dare to go overboard, I won't let you off." Lu Huaxian was completely flustered. She had never had such contact with a man before. This made her unusually angry. However, her body was weak and she didn't have much strength to resist. "Why won't you let me off? In terms of strength, you're not my match, but in terms of connections, I can call a group of patriarchs to work for me in a matter of minutes," Lin Feng said with a smile. He pinched Lu Huaxian's delicate face. "It felt pretty good." "You bastard!" Lu Huaxian shouted with a red face. She raised her leg and aimed it at Lin Feng's most vital part. Lin Feng clamped his legs, he directly clamped Lu Huaxian's long legs. Lin Feng said unhappily, "You're going to ruin my happiness for the rest of my life. I'll cripple you. How many sisters can I save? I'm doing this on behalf of the heavens." Woo-woo, before Lu Huaxian could say the word Dao, her eyes widened. Her expression was filled with disbelief. For a moment, she was completely stunned. She was actually forcefully kissed. Her first time. It was taken away just like that. Lu Huaxian only felt that the power in her body was beginning to condense. She just wanted to slap Lin Feng to death, this bastard who dared to take advantage of her. When Lu Huaxian's palm came, Lin Feng was already quickly retreating. Lu Huaxian's palm missed and she staggered, almost falling to the ground. Lin Feng said, "Be careful, okay? If you're so careless, my heart will ache." You bastard, you bastard." Lu Huaxian quickly wiped her lips, as if she wanted to wipe away all the breath that Lin Feng left on her lips. "I gave my first kiss to you. This is your fortune from your previous life." Lin Feng's face didn't turn red at all. "Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? I'm going to kill you." As Lu Huaxian finished speaking, a treasured sword appeared in her hand. Said Lin Feng. "You plotted against me first. If someone else had plotted against me, I would have slapped them to death. I just had a taste of your lips, that's all. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss over such a small matter? Do you want to kill me? You're still talking, you bastard. I'll chop you to death." The furious Lu Huaxian wielded her sword and slashed towards Lin Feng, but Lin Feng easily dodged her attack. Then Lin Feng ran out of the room. Lu Huaxian chased after him with her sword. Lin Feng shouted, "She's trying to kill her husband, bastard, I'll kill you." Lu Huaxian chased after him like a tigress. Many people were pointing and gossiping. Lin Feng said, "Do you think it's easy for me? Ever since I married this tigress, I have no freedom, no pocket money, and no status. It wasn't easy for me to save up some money, but this tigress came looking for me. Who can save me? I'm so pitiful. F***ck, your wife is so beautiful and yet you're still looking for other women. Are you blind?" "That's right, brother. It's not that I want to criticize you, but with such a beautiful wife, what's wrong with suffering a little? It's worth it. Don't talk about living like a slave, I'm even willing to live like a dog. Brother, hurry up and apologize to your wife. How can you bear to make such a beautiful wife angry? Sister, your husband is really a scumbag. He's already someone with a family background, yet he still goes out to whore. Why don't you dump him and come with me? I'm a good man. I don't gamble or whore. Moreover, I'm handsome and elegant. Many brothel patrons started talking at once. Some tried to persuade Lin Feng, while others tried to poach Lin Feng. Shut up, I'm not his wife. Lu Huaxian shouted angrily. She directly slashed a dozen times at the brothel patrons who were talking at once. Many people tried to dodge in a sorry state. The stairs in all directions were cut down, and many people fell down, dizzy. Some unlucky brothel patrons were even injured by the sword chi. They cried and screamed miserably. Seeing Lu Huaxian being so unreasonable, the brothel patrons were scared half to death. How could they dare to say anything? Wife, if you're angry, take it out on me. Why do you have to hurt innocent people? Lin Feng shouted loudly. Lin Feng, you shameless bastard. Lu Huaxian slashed at Lin Feng. 100-meter-long sword light condensed and slashed at Lin Feng. Oh my god, she's trying to kill him. No wonder this brother has such a beautiful wife and is still looking for other women. No matter how beautiful she is, he wouldn't dare to want her. Many brothel patrons trembled when they saw Lu Huaxian's 100-meter-long sword light. They were all praying for Lin Feng. Ah! Lin Feng screamed miserably. He seemed to have been sent flying by the 100-meter-long sword light. You're trying to kill your husband? Someone shouted loudly. Shut up. Lu Huaxian said coldly. The brothel patrons were so scared that they immediately shut their mouths. They didn't dare to say another word. Lu Huaxian ran out. However, she discovered that Lin Feng was nowhere to be seen. It was obvious that Lin Feng's scream when he was slashed by the sword light was a lie. Thinking of this, Lu Huaxian couldn't help but scream angrily, Lin Feng, you bastard, I won't let you off. Just you wait. At this moment, Lu Huaxian was truly a tigress. Holy Stone City was very lively at night. It could be said that Holy Stone City was a city that never slept. It's said that a batch of dark night stones has appeared in the stone workshop. They can only be taken out and cut at night. Let's go and take a look. A few cultivators were discussing the dark night stones. This was the first time Lin Feng had heard of the dark night stones. He couldn't help but become interested. He also walked towards the stone workshop. On the way to the stone workshop, they passed by a market square. Every night, this market square would be very lively. This was because many cultivators would come to the market square to set up stalls and sell rare treasures. If one's eyesight was good enough, they would be able to find many good things in the market square. At this moment, in a corner of the market square, the sisters Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue had set up a stall. There was a sign in front of them. On the sign, it said, if you want to buy healing panacea, you can use Yuan meteor stones to exchange for it. The sisters were very tired. It seemed that they had experienced many things during this period of time. They were both mentally and physically exhausted. Many people were pointing and whispering, because this pair of sisters was really too eye-catching. There were also people who came to talk to them. However, the content of their conversation wasn't about exchanging healing panacea. Instead, they asked dirty questions such as, how many spirit stones do the sisters need for a night? Young master, look. There's a pair of beautiful sisters over there. At that moment, a group of more than 10 people walked over from afar. A young master was surrounded by a group of people. Suddenly, one of the servants pointed at Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue in the corner of the market square. Seeing that the sisters were so alluring, the young master became even more envious. A lustful gaze immediately appeared in his eyes. The group of people quickly arrived at Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyu's stall. How should I address you two beauties? The young man's name was Tai Tsong Hao, and he narrowed his eyes as he looked at the beautiful sisters. Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyu had seen many playboys like Tai Tsong Hao come to strike up a conversation with them. Xiao Tingyu coldly replied, if the young master wants to use healing pills to trade with us, then let's just talk about it. If the young master wants to ask about something else, then forgive me for not being able to answer. One of the servants coldly shouted, impudent. Do you know who our young master is? Our young master is the young master of the Tai Tsong clan. Talking to you right now is already giving you face, yet you still dare to put on an act in front of our young master? After hearing the words Tai Tsong clan, many people's expressions changed. The Taitsong clan was a famous power in the Star Province. There were two major powers in the Star Province. One was the Qilian clan, and the other was the Taitsong clan. The Qilian clan controlled Holy Stone City, Tiandu City, Qianluo City, and 56 other cities. On the other hand, the Taitsong clan controlled Star Stone City, Black Ridge City, Eternal Destruction City, and 45 other cities. Although the Taitsong clan was slightly weaker than the Qilian clan, it was still a major power in the Star Province. Even the Qilian clan was somewhat afraid of this power. In the Star Province, no one dared to offend the Taitsong clan. Clearly, Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyu had also heard of the Taitsong clan. However, this was Holy Stone City, not the Taitsong clan's territory. Thinking up to there, the sisters calmed down. Taitsong Hao enjoyed the envious, jealous, and fearful gazes of the people around him. He looked at Xiao Tingyu with a smug expression and said, "Now you know this young master's identity, right? This young master has taken a liking to the two of you. If you follow this young master in the future, I guarantee that the two of you will enjoy glory, splendor, and wealth." Many people looked at Taitsong Hao with disdain. This guy's brain was filled with lust. Did he think he was amazing just because he came from an ancient power? Did he think he could capture the hearts of these two sisters just by revealing his identity? He was too full of himself. Xiao Tingyu coldly said, "Young master, please conduct yourself with dignity." "Oh? What do you mean? Are you rejecting this young master? I've always been someone who cares about women, but since you two sisters don't know what's good for you, I don't mind forcing myself on you." Ha 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 ha. Taitsong Hao laughed complacently and waved his hand. The horse-faced servant behind him, who should be his trusted aide, understood his every move. He shouted, "Catch these two girls." Yes. In an instant, over a dozen guards surrounded Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyu. Isn't Taitsong Hao being too arrogant? How dare you do such a heartless thing as abducting a civilian girl so brazenly? That's right, arrogant. Too arrogant. This is Holy Stone City, not the territory of the Taitsong family. I really don't know how many atrocities Taitsong Hao has committed in the territory of the Taitsong family. The Taitsong family is so powerful that even the Qilian family has to be wary of them. To put it bluntly, do you really think the Qilian family will be unhappy with the Taitsong family over these two girls? It's because of this confidence that Taitsong Hao is so fearless, right? The disciples of these large families view human lives as worthless than grass. Is there anything they won't do? Many people began discussing. Everyone knew that it would be difficult for the sisters to escape today. Boom, Taitsong Hao had many experts by his side, including 4 Creation Realm experts. These 4 Creation Realm experts weren't Taitsong Hao's guards. Instead, they were the Taitsong family's consecrators. However, they had a good relationship with Taitsong Hao. Since they had come out with him, they decided to act together and capture the two girls. When the time came, they would discuss it with Taitsong Hao and enjoy it together. With Taitsong Hao's temperament, he definitely wouldn't refuse. Taitsong Hao wasn't a good person. Birds of a feather flocked together, so it was obvious that the people with Taitsong Hao weren't good people either. These 4 Creation Realm cultivators were obviously jackals of the same tribe as Taitsong Hao. When the 4 thought that they would soon be able to enjoy the beautiful sisters, they were extremely excited. Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue were only at the 3rd or 4th heavenly layer of the Yin-Yang realm. How could they be a match for these cultivators? The two of them took out the ancient bronze hairpin that Lin Feng had given them. The ancient bronze hairpin was activated, protecting the two of them as they resisted the attacks of the group with great difficulty. However, the two of them couldn't maintain the ancient bronze hairpin for long. Soon, they felt that the magic power in their bodies was about to be exhausted. Their faces also turned pale. It looks like the sisters will fall into Taitsong Hao's hands. If they really fall into Taitsong Hao's hands, they won't have a good ending. Many people shook their heads as they looked at Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue with pity. Some people were filled with righteous indignation and wanted to help Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue. However, when they thought of the terrifying power of the Taitsong clan, they gave up. Whoever offended a giant like the Taitsong clan wouldn't have a good ending. Even if they wanted to save someone, they had to know their own limits, right? Overestimating one's own strength was the same as throwing away one's life. Naturally, no one would throw their lives away. Kacha, the defensive light barrier created by the ancient bronze hairpin had already begun to shatter. The two sisters' faces became increasingly pale. The magic power in their bodies had already dried up. Little beauties, don't worry. This young master will take good care of you. Xianxia let out a lewd laugh. For Creation Realm cultivators. There were also 12 Yin-Yang Realm guards. They condensed into an even more powerful attack and shot forward. Bang, this attack once again landed on the defensive light barrier. Crack, in the next moment, the defensive light barrier shattered. Xiaotingyu and Xiaotingyue were forced to retreat. Little beauty, just give up and let us capture you. A Creation Realm cultivator leaped out and stretched out his right hand. A monstrous amount of magic power surged out and suppressed Xiaotingyu and Xiaotingyue. The two sisters' faces were as pale as paper as they retreated in an extremely sorry state. They wanted to fight back. However, the magic power in their bodies was exhausted. How could they still have the ability to fight back? In their eyes, there was only fear and helplessness. Many people shook their heads and sighed. There were many people who wanted to make a move, but no one actually made a move. They didn't dare to offend the Xianxia clan. Right now, they could only feel pity for the tragic fate of the two sisters. Just as the Creation Realm cultivator was about to suppress Xiaotingyu and Xiaotingyue, suddenly, a sword chi tore through the air and slashed forward. It was like a sword from a flying immortal. Pooh, accompanied by an incomparably mournful scream, the Creation Realm cultivator's right hand was directly chopped off. Blood immediately gushed out. Whoosh. Everyone looked in the direction where the sword chi came from. A young man in a snow-white robe was walking over. Someone really dared to make a move? It's a young cultivator. He actually cut off the arm of a Creation Realm cultivator from the Xianxia family. This is a huge grudge. Although killing is forbidden in Holy Stone City, there's no rule against fighting. If the Xianxia family catches that brat, they might even cut off his limbs. When everyone saw that the attacker was actually a young cultivator, they all thought that he had used a sneak attack to cut off the arm of the Xianxia family's consecrator. After all, how strong could such a young cultivator be? On the other hand, the Xianxia family had many experts. Lin Feng. After seeing the attacker, Xiaotingyu and Xiaotingyue's pale faces revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. You're not injured, right? Lin Feng asked. The two shook their heads. Lin Feng nodded and looked coldly at Xianxia. Brat, you're courting death. You actually dared to injure a member of the Xianxia family. Xianxia's voice was cold. Lin Feng sneered and said, what a good Xianxia family. Even the younger generation of the Qilian family wouldn't commit such crimes in Holy Stone City. A member of the Xianxia family actually ran to the Qilian family's territory and acted so presumptuously. It's really an eye-opener. No wonder the Xianxia family can't compare to the Qilian family. From the younger generation, you can see the difference between the two families. Xianxia's expression became gloomier and gloomier, and his eyes flashed with a terrifying killing intent. He said coldly, Brat, who do you think you are? You dare to mock my Xianxia family? Men, break his limbs. I'll do it. I want to personally crush every single bone in his body into pieces. The face of the Creation Realm cultivator who had his arm cut off by Lin Feng twisted, and his face was filled with killing intent. The cultivator's blood had already stopped flowing, and his strength had greatly decreased because of the loss of his arm. However, he was confident that he could deal with Lin Feng. He was just a Yin-Yang realm brat. Crushing such a cultivator to death. Wouldn't that be an easy task? Boom. He slammed his palm towards Lin Feng. An image of mountains and rivers appeared on his palm. This palm was called the Mountain and River Palm Technique, and it was a very famous divine ability. This technique was passed down from the Xianxia family. Obviously, the Xianxia family's consecrators didn't just receive cultivation resources, they could also receive the divine ability inheritance. That's a good move, one palm shaking mountains and rivers shaking heaven and earth. This divine ability has been cultivated to the point where it's as pure as fire. It's really powerful. I'm afraid that kid won't be able to withstand it. That's right. I reckon that one move will beat him half to death. Many people. 2. Another sword chi flew out. There is a sword in my heart. God-splitting immortal slaying, Lin Feng's sword chi could be said to be invincible. It was terrifying to the extreme. In an instant, it broke the Creation Realm Cultivator's spell. Pfft, another ripping sound was heard, and the Creation Realm Cultivator's arm was chopped off once again. First, it was the right arm, then the left arm. Both arms were chopped off. Those who help the tyrant should be crippled. Swoosh, he waved his right hand. The sword chi moved. Pfft. Pfft, the Creation Realm Cultivator's legs were also chopped off. Ah! The Creation Realm Cultivator who had his limbs cut off fell to the ground and screamed in pain. As for the surrounding cultivators who were watching the show, they had long been scared silly by this. Everyone thought that Lin Feng was doomed. Who would have thought that the Creation Realm Cultivator couldn't even take a single move from Lin Feng? Now that his limbs were chopped off, he was completely crippled. He was better off dead. Too terrifying. His strength is terrifying, and his methods are terrifying. Who is that young cultivator? Many people looked at each other, trying to guess Lin Feng's identity. However, no one recognized Lin Feng. It's obvious that the young cultivator knows the pair of sisters. Someone said. The others nodded. They were clear about the cause of this matter. Xianxia was arrogant and despotic. But today, he had kicked an iron plate. The young cultivator was simply one-sidedly crushing the crippled Creation Realm Cultivator. This meant that the young cultivator was hiding his true strength. Go. Everyone, go. I want that brat to suffer a fate worse than death. Xianxia roared in anger. Seeing that Lin Feng had crippled the Xianxia family's consecrator, Xianxia's eyes flashed with killing intent. In his opinion, this was a provocation to the Xianxia family. Xianxia gnashed his teeth in hatred towards Lin Feng. Boom. 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 Immediately after, the others attacked. Stellar Fist. Hurricane Slash. Moon Hell. Limitless Great Dao Palm. More than 10 experts attacked together. This was the joint attack of 3 Creation Realm Cultivators and 12 Yin-Yang Realm Cultivators. The terrifying attacks formed a torrent of attacks that flooded towards Lin Feng. The attacks of so many experts gathered together was too terrifying. The fluctuations emitted by the attacks caused many of the spectating cultivators to tremble in fear. They retreated in a sorry state, not daring to get close to the center of the battle. Can that young cultivator still hold on? I'm afraid he won't be able to. Although he's strong, he's still facing the joint attack of more than 10 experts. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands, let alone one against so many. Many people were discussing with pale faces. They looked at the torrent of attacks from more than 10 experts in horror. I feel that the young cultivator might be stronger than we imagined. Some cultivators said. Obviously, they were more optimistic about Lin Feng. All kinds of powerful divine abilities gathered together, forming a giant divine ability dragon that charged towards Lin Feng. Just as the torrent of attacks was about to drown Lin Feng sneered and stepped forward. In the future, if I were the Qing Emperor, I would definitely sweep away all the injustices in the world. Lin Feng's voice was faint, as if it came from the ancient era. His right hand was like a sword, and he slashed out. Dense sword chi shot out. The earth-shattering sword chi was like a storm of swords. In an instant, it swallowed up the torrent of attacks from more than 10 experts. Then, it flooded towards the experts from the Xianxia clan. Pooh. Pooh, ripping sounds. Miserable screams. One after another, the sounds spread. Sword light and blood shadows. Everyone looked at the center of the battle with shocked gazes. The experts from the Xianxia clan. Even the 3 Creation Realm experts were there. Under Lin Feng's attacks, they didn't even have the ability to fight back. The streaks of sword chi. It tore their bodies apart. Their limbs were chopped off, and they fell to the ground, twitching violently. The thick smell of blood spread out. Many people looked at the bloody scene in front of them and felt their stomachs churn. However, deep in their hearts, they were deeply shocked. Just how strong is he? Many of the surrounding cultivators turned pale with shock as they looked at the handsome young cultivator. Who are you? Tai Conghao's expression turned ugly. Lin Feng had crippled so many of his subordinates so easily. How could such a person be simple? Do you think you're qualified to know my name? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have some power behind you? Do you think no one can stop you? Kneel and apologize to me. Lin Feng stepped forward, his eyes cold. Brat, I'm the young master of the Tai Cong family. You dare to make me kneel? Tai Conghao said with a gloomy expression. The young master of a direct descendant of an ancient power had a noble status and was high above everyone else. Moreover, Tai Conghao's strength was extraordinary, so he didn't fear Lin Feng. I told you to kneel? Didn't you hear me? His expression was indifferent and domineering as he stepped forward and slapped his palm toward Tai Conghao. Impudent brat. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Today, I'll suppress you. Tai Conghao shouted coldly and used the Imperial sky capturing technique to attack Lin Feng. Tai Conghao's aura spread out. He was actually at the 5th heavenly layer of the creation realm. With the help of an ancient technique, the combat power of someone at this level could even suppress a 6th or 7th heavenly layer of the creation realm. As soon as the Imperial sky capturing technique was unleashed, a river of stars appeared beside Tai Conghao. Countless stars rotated in the starry sky like sand in the Ganges River. Tai Conghao's outstretched hand could shatter the universe and starry sky. The power of this Imperial heaven capturing technique was truly formidable. What terrifying power! I didn't expect a young master like Tai Conghao to be so strong. Tai Conghao is the successor of an ancient faction. Of course, he's strong. I wonder if that young cultivator can block Tai Conghao's attack. That's an ancient technique. Its power is unimaginable. Many people were discussing animatedly. Now that the battle was about to begin, many people were excited. Today, I'll let you know the difference between you and me. It's like comparing an ant to a dragon. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he slapped at Tai Conghao. Boom, in the void, a huge energy handprint condensed and formed. It was an energy palm. Falling from the sky, suppress it. Bang! This attack instantly broke Tai Conghao's primordial ability, the exalted heaven capturing art. Then, he slapped Tai Conghao's body. Tai Conghao was slapped to the ground. There was a thump. He knelt on the ground. Lin Feng threw out a restriction. Tai Conghao's body was bound, unable to struggle. Isn't he too strong? Everyone looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Tai Conghao was such a powerful figure. He couldn't even take a single blow from that young cultivator. The young cultivator's cultivation seemed to be far beyond everyone's imagination. Everyone had underestimated the young cultivator's cultivation. Ah! Tai Conghao roared like a wild beast. His eyes turned blood red. He was Tai Conghao, a descendant of an ancient power. High and mighty. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Tai Conghao roared, Brat, you dare to humiliate me like this? You're courting death. You're courting death. Pooh, in the next moment. A ripping sound could be heard. Blood splattered. Tai Conghao's left arm was directly cut off. Tai Conghao let out a shrill scream. Heavens, he even dared to cut off the arm of a descendant of an ancient power. How audacious! Many people cried out in alarm. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng would at most humiliate Tai Conghao. He wouldn't do anything too outrageous to Tai Conghao. After all, the power behind Tai Conghao was too great. However, no one thought that Lin Feng would really dare to cut off Tai Conghao's arm. You actually dared to cut off my arm. My Tai Cong family will not rest until you die. Tai Conghao roared with hatred. Pooh, Lin Feng didn't say anything. His response was simple. Tai Conghao's second arm had been cut off by Lin Feng. Both arms have been cut off. That young cultivator can't be thinking of cutting off all 4 of Tai Conghao's limbs, right? Many people roared out in shock. This was because the other members of the Tai Cong family had all had their limbs cut off by Lin Feng. Now, both of Tai Tsonghao's arms had been cut off. From the looks of it, Lin Feng seemed to really want to cut off all 4 of Tai Tsonghao's limbs. Spare me. Spare me. I know I was wrong. Please spare me. After losing both of his arms, Tai Tsonghao was completely scared out of his wits. His previous arrogance had completely disappeared. Now, it was replaced by deep fear. He really regretted it. Why did he provoke this killing god? He shouldn't have come to Holy Stone City. Even if he did, he should have kept his arrogance and despotism. After all, this wasn't the territory of the Tai Tsong family. But now, no matter how much he regretted it, it was already too late. In this world, there was no medicine for regret. Pooh. Pooh, another 2 rays of sword energy slashed out consecutively. Tai Tsonghao's 2 legs were also cut off. From the beginning to the end, Lin Feng didn't even say a word. However, his actions let everyone know just how daring he was. Tai Tsonghao? The successor of an ancient power? So what if I cut off your limbs? Many cultivators rushed over from all directions because the commotion here was too great. That's Tai Tsonghao, right? He's a direct descendant of the Tai Tsong family. Who did it? I don't know, but isn't that person too daring? He actually dared to cut off Tai Tsonghao's limbs. Now, there's an irreconcilable hatred between him and the Tai Tsong family. This Tai Tsonghao is too arrogant. He kicked an iron plate and got his limbs cut off. He deserves it. Many people were discussing. Tai Tsonghao fell to the ground. His whole body twitched. His eyes were filled with despair as he looked at the starry sky. He had actually become a cripple. Even if he was a direct descendant of an ancient family. However, once he became a cripple, he would be abandoned by his family. As he thought about it, endless fear spread in his heart. Not good. It's Tai Tsonghao. More than 10 people rushed over from the crowd, and when they saw Tai Tsonghao on the ground, their expressions changed. They were all experts of the Tai Tsong family. Brat, you dare to cripple someone of my family? You're courting death. The experts of the Tai Tsong family rushed out and roared, their killing intent overflowing. The leading middle-aged cultivator looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy gaze and said coldly, Sir, why did you cut off Tai Tsonghao's limbs? If you don't give the Tai Tsong family a reason, no one will be able to save you. Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back, looking like he could swallow mountains and rivers. I killed him based on my mood. Why would I need a reason? He's actually so domineering in the face of an expert from the Tai Tsong family. Many people were shocked. The Tai Tsong clan was an ancient influential group. Lin Feng didn't fear the Tai Tsong clan at all. Many people felt deep admiration for Lin Feng. Kid. Those who offend the Tai Tsong family will not have a good ending, and you are no exception. The middle-aged man's aura rose bit by bit. He was accumulating his strength. Let's go together and suppress this kid. The other members of the Tai Tsong family shouted. They wanted to deal with Lin Feng together. The middle-aged cultivator who attacked said, You are not strong enough to participate in this battle. Step back. The other members of the Tai Tsong family did not want to admit this. However, it was the truth, so they could only retreat. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at the middle-aged man. The man's aura was extremely terrifying, and his cultivation was comparable to an ancestor. Great Sun Thunder Dragon Palm. The middle-aged man used a peerless divine ability. A sun slowly condensed in the sky. Then, the divine sun descended. The divine sun was surrounded by dense lightning energy. The lightning energy condensed into lightning dragons that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they revolved around the sun. The sun and the lightning dragons pressed down together. They wanted to suppress Lin Feng on the spot. That's the Great Sun Thunder Dragon Palm, one of the 3 great divine abilities of the Tai Tsong family. That middle-aged man seems to be Tai Tsong Yuntao, right? It's rumored that his cultivation is comparable to an ancestor. It seems that the rumors are true. I wonder if that young man can withstand Tai Tsong Yuntao's attack. That young man isn't simple. Although I don't know who he is, he's clearly a monster. I think that this will be a fierce battle. Many of the cultivators in the crowd began to discuss. What a great Sun Thunder Dragon Palm. That person's strength should be on the same level as Guo Tianming. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Taicang Yuntao was extremely tyrannical, and his cultivation was unfathomable. However, he wasn't afraid at all. Lin Feng directly used the Great Death Art, summoning the River of Death. Rumble, a loud explosion shook the heavens. In the void, a river of death traversed through the void, directly smashing towards Taicang Yuntao. Back then, Lin Feng was able to suppress Guo Tianming with the Great Death Art. Now, he was able to suppress Taicang Yuntao. Of course, Guo Tianming didn't use a technique as powerful as the primordial combat ability back then. Therefore, he was easier to deal with. On the other hand, Guo Tianming would be much more difficult to deal with because he had used a primordial divine ability. When the river of death came crashing down, Taicang Yuntao sent out palm after palm towards the river of death. Bang bang bang, a loud explosion shook the heavens. Every time the two sides collided, the void trembled. This primordial divine ability was indeed powerful. If Taicang Yuntao had not used this primordial spirit ability, Lin Feng would have long suppressed Taicang Yuntao with this great death technique. As for Taicang Yuntao, who had used his primordial divine ability, he had clashed with Lin Feng's river of death 36 times. Finally, after the 37th collision, Taicang Yuntao's attack was broken by Lin Feng. The river of death swept across Taicang Yuntao's body, sending him flying over 100 meters away. Taicang Yuntao has been repelled. Many people were shocked. Lin Feng was so young, yet he was able to suppress an expert like Taicang Yuntao. It was truly unimaginable. How is this possible? The people from the Taicang family found it hard to accept what they were seeing. They knew how strong Taicang Yuntao was. However, such a tyrannical strength had actually been suppressed by a young cultivator. It was too unimaginable. Gentlemen, let's end today's matter here. If we continue fighting, Holy Stone City will be in chaos. At this moment, a sonorous and powerful voice came from afar. An old man walked over. It was Xianxia from the Qilian family. Xianxia wasn't just the Qilian family's grand elder, he was also the city lord of Holy Stone City. The conflict between Lin Feng and the Taicang family had long alarmed everyone in Holy Stone City. Many people came to watch the battle, and the surrounding area was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Naturally, the people from the Qilian family were also alarmed. Xianxia had originally come to stop the battle. After all, although Holy Stone City allowed private fights, it was only a small-scale private fight. If the top experts really fought to the death, the destructive power would be extremely terrifying. This was something that the Qilian family couldn't tolerate. However, Xianxia didn't expect that the two parties involved would be Lin Feng and the Taicang family. Taicang Yuntao's expression was incomparably gloomy. He had suffered a small loss in his fight with Lin Feng, so he knew that it was unrealistic to think that he could defeat Lin Feng by himself. Now that Xianxia had appeared, it gave him a way out. Alright, I'll give Brother Qilian some face today. Taicang Yuntao cupped his fists. Immediately after, he looked at Lin Feng in an ice-cold way, his voice was filled with killing intent. Little boy. I'll remember you. Taicang Yuntao didn't restrain his killing intent at all. It was obvious that the Taicang family would definitely send experts to deal with Lin Feng later. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. If you want to die, I don't mind killing a few more souls. Taicang Yuntao's expression was gloomy, but he didn't say anything else. He ordered people to take the injured Taicang Hao and the others away. The group of people from the Taicang family quickly left. Fellow Lin, are you injured? Xianxia cupped his fists and asked. Although his face was expressionless, he was actually quite happy in his heart. The Taicang family and their Qilian family had always been fighting openly and secretly. Seeing Lin Feng and the Taicang family fighting so fiercely, Xianxia was naturally happy to see this situation. It's nothing serious. Thank you for your concern, fellow Qilian. Lin Feng also cupped his fists. The two of them exchanged a few pleasantries. Lin Feng and Xianxia parted ways. He left with Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue. The two sisters still couldn't believe what they'd just seen. Lin Feng actually had the strength to suppress an expert like Taicang Yuntao. Wasn't he too strong? Lin Feng asked. Why do you want to buy healing panaceas? Could it be that something has happened? Brother and the others are injured. Their injuries are very serious, and they urgently need life-saving panaceas. Xiao Tingyu said. Lin Feng said, don't worry. Bring me over to take a look. Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyu hurriedly nodded. With Lin Feng by their side, they seemed to have found a pillar of support. Lin Feng was led by Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyu to a courtyard. Xiao Jinyu, Wang Fei, Zhao Kuo, Tian Kuan, Li Shishir, and Nalan Bing'er were arranged in different rooms by the sisters. Lin Gongzi, can my brother and the others still be saved? Xiao Tingyu's face was pale, and she was extremely worried about the safety of Xiao Jinyu and the others. Lin Feng replied, don't worry, I have a way to save them. Now, find me a room. I'm going to refine a batch of healing pills. Sir, please come with me. Xiao Tingyue said. She led the way and brought Lin Feng to the room next door. She then left. Alchemists usually needed to be quiet when refining pills, and Xiao Tingyue naturally knew this. Lin Feng took out a 15,000-year-old spiritual medicine as the main ingredient. There were 372 supplementary spirit herbs. He was going to refine the Heaven Reversal Pill. This was a mid-tier heaven-tier spirit herb, and it had the ability to bring someone back from the dead. On the second day, Lin Feng finally finished concocting the pill. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he had Xiao Tingyue and Xiao Tingyu feed the pills to Xiao Jinyu, Wang Fei, Zhao Kuo, Tian Kuan, Li Shishir, and Nalan Bing'er. The sisters nodded and hurriedly fed the pills to the 6 of them. After taking the pills, the aura of the 6 people became stable. Their originally pale faces also began to gradually recover their rosy complexions. When Lin Feng saw the 6 people's changes, he checked their bodies and took a deep breath. He turned to look at Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyue and said, their bodies are fine now, so you don't have to worry too much. Thank you, Lin Gongzi. The sisters bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, you're treating me like an outsider. The sisters blushed slightly, and Xiao Tingyu said, Lin Gongzi, you must be tired after a day. Go to the room next door and rest. I'll call you when my brother and the others wake up. Lin Feng nodded. Refining the Heaven Reversal Pill did consume a lot of energy. Lin Feng really needed to have a good rest and recover. While Lin Feng was resting, the Qilian family was holding a small auction. Those who could participate were either patriarch-level cultivators or the upper echelons of large clans. Only 3 slots would be auctioned at a time. Back then, many ancestor-level experts had seen Lin Feng choose stones, so they had absolutely no doubts about Lin Feng's ability. There were also many ancestor-level powerhouses who came because of its reputation and wanted to observe for a while. For the first time, 9, 12, and 15 nomological laws were auctioned off. The person who won the 3 spots was Duanmu Shui from the number 1 power in Yuezhou, the Duanmu clan. Duanmu Shui was the daughter of the Duanmu clan's ancestor, Duanmu Chang. Back in Wangxian town, Lin Feng had helped Duan Muchang choose a stone, and Duan Muchang had cut out the soaring dragon fruit from the stone that Lin Feng had chosen. Right now, Duan Muchang was cultivating in seclusion, preparing to break through to the ancient powerhouse level. Before he went into seclusion, he instructed his daughter to come and ask Lin Feng to help him again no matter what price he had to pay. The second slot was won by Stone King Shan Yuanlong. Stone King Shan Yuanlong could be said to be a famous master of stone selection. He had heard a lot about Lin Feng. Now that he had won the slot, he wanted to compare notes with Lin Feng and see if Lin Feng was really capable or not. The third slot was won by someone from the Sima clan in Suzhou. The Sima clan's ancestor had seen Lin Feng cut out a stone before. Therefore, he was extremely confident in Lin Feng. Everyone, tomorrow, fellow Taoist Lin will select the stones for everyone. Please wait for a moment. Please wait a moment, said Qi Lian Sun. Duanmu Shui, Shan Yuanlong, and Sima Hua nodded and said, okay, we'll meet at the stone workshop tomorrow. Then, the powerhouses all left. Everyone was talking about Lin Feng's stone selection the next day. Everyone was looking forward to the results. They wanted to see if Lin Feng was really as amazing as the legends said. In the afternoon, Xiao Jinyu and the others, who had been sleeping, finally woke up. When they found out that Lin Feng had saved them, they were extremely grateful. Lin Feng told them to rest in their rooms while he chatted with Xiao Jinyu, who had recovered the best. Lin Feng wanted to know how Xiao Jinyu and the others had been injured. It's all thanks to Brother Lin that we were able to survive this time. I won't say any more polite words. If you need me in the future, climb a mountain of blades or dive into a sea of fire, I won't even frown. Xiao Jinyu patted his chest as he spoke. He had just walked through the gates of hell. Now that they had come back to life, they were extremely happy. They were grateful to Lin Feng from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Feng smiled and said, "We're friends, so it's only right that we help each other." After pausing for a moment, Lin Feng asked, "What did you go through? How did you end up with such heavy injuries?" Xiao Jinyu said, "When we came out of the Falling Star mountain range, we saw a mysterious thing falling from the sky. We quickly went to look for it. Later, we found a very strange stone, but that thing also attracted some other cultivators. After a life-and-death battle, we finally escaped with great difficulty, but we didn't expect that we would be chased by an extremely terrifying beast emperor. In the end, we escaped with our lives, but when we escaped to the Holy Stone City, our bodies couldn't take it anymore. I don't remember what happened after that until Brother Lin saved us." Lin Feng asked, "Is the stone that fell from the sky still there?" "Yes." Xiao Jinyu took the stone out of his storage ring. It was a fiery red meteorite. There were scales on it, and its shape was uneven. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a meteorite. It was indeed a rather strange meteorite, and he didn't know where it came from. The meteorite was extremely heavy. Although it was only about 10 centimeters in diameter, it weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. "Brother Lin, can you tell what it is?" Xiao Jinyu asked. Lin Feng said, "From its appearance, I can't tell what's so special about it, so I need to cut it open to take a look. However, it's almost impossible to cut open such a meteorite. The only way is to melt it, and once it's melted, the meteorite will be destroyed." "That's too bad," Xiao Jinyu said. "Brother Xiao, I have a suggestion." "What do you think?" Lin Feng said. "Brother Lin, please speak." Xiao Jinyu said. Lin Feng then said, "This meteorite was obtained by risking your lives. It wasn't easy, but there's only one meteorite, so it's not easy to divide it. I plan to buy it for 800,000 top-grade spirit stones, and each of you will get 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. What do you think?" Xiao Jinyu said, "Brother Lin is our savior. How can we accept Lin Feng's spirit stones? This meteorite will be given to Lin Feng." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Brother Xiao, please don't say that. We're friends, so it's natural for us to help each other. This crystal card has 800,000 top-grade spirit stones. Brother Xiao, please accept it." Xiao Jinyu saw that Lin Feng was insistent, so he accepted the crystal card. Lin Feng then left. After returning to the Qilian clan, Lin Feng began to melt the meteorite. He used 2 types of heavenly flames to burn it repeatedly, and finally, the meteorite was melted. What surprised Lin Feng was that there was a stone talisman wrapped in the meteorite. This stone talisman was not simple, even the heavenly flames could not melt it. Lin Feng took out the stone talisman, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. It was actually a martial talisman. A fiery red martial talisman. Could it be the fire demon talisman? A fiery red talisman. Could it be a fire demon talisman? Lin Feng looked at the talisman in surprise. There were 81 talismans in the world. Each talisman could make a martial spirit evolve. Lin Feng had collected a bluestone talisman before. With the bluestone talisman, his martial spirit evolved again. It went from 3 devouring martial spirits to 5 devouring martial spirits. After the talisman's energy was devoured, it would split open again. Then it would scatter in the human world. After a long time, it would gradually recover its energy. When it had accumulated enough energy, it would appear again. Now that the fire demon talisman had appeared, it had accumulated enough energy. It should be one of the 3 fire demon talismans. That was because the talismans were divided into 3 parts and scattered in different places. Is this a map of the starry sky world? Lin Feng looked at the back of the talisman. There was a starry sky on the back of the map. The starry sky was dotted with stars. Lin Feng had never been to the starry sky world, so he didn't know where the starry sky was on the map. Lin Feng had no choice but to put the map away for now. He would study it in the starry sky world in the future. In the evening, Lin Feng met up with Qi Liansun and the others. He had already obtained the first batch of 34 Dharma laws from Qi Liansun. Dharma laws were precious, especially in the outside world. It was very difficult to seal them. Lin Feng hoped to take advantage of this event to obtain more Dharma laws. Every time he obtained a Dharma law, his cultivation level would increase greatly. With Qi Liansun and the others accompanying him, Lin Feng went to the stone workshop. The news that Little Stone Saint was going to the stone workshop had already spread. Countless people were rushing to the workshop, including the high-ranking members of many top factions. 9 flood dragons pulled a carriage. Lin Feng and Qi Liansun got off the bronze carriage. Look, that's Little Stone Saint. Little Stone Saint is really young and promising. Don't ask about a hero's age. That's really suitable for Little Stone Saint. I wonder if he's really as strong as the legends say. Or is it just a rumor? Today, we'll know if Little Stone Saint is really strong or not. Many cultivators discussed among themselves. Isn't that Lin Feng? Heavens, Lin Feng is the legendary Little Stone Saint? Wang Chaozong, Yuan Hua, and the others were also in the crowd. When they saw Lin Feng, they immediately exclaimed. They did not expect Lin Feng to be the Little Stone Saint. However, thinking about how Lin Feng had chosen 3 pieces of stone for Wang Chaozong and cut them into 3 supreme treasures, this method of stone selection was truly miraculous. Therefore, although it seemed unexpected that Lin Feng was the Little Stone Saint, it was also within reason. Others might suspect that Lin Feng's reputation was undeserved. However, Wang Chaozong, Yuan Hua, and the others would never doubt him, because they had already seen Lin Feng's methods. Qi Liansun introduced Duan Muxi, Xian Yuanlong, and Sima Hua to Lin Feng, and both sides greeted each other. Xian Yuanlong said, I've been friends with Daoist Lin for a long time. Meeting you today is indeed like meeting a god. Lin Feng said, Daoist Xian Yuanlong is too polite. I'm still very young and still have many things to learn from you. I hope that we can interact more in the future and improve each other. Seeing that Lin Feng was giving him face, Xian Yuanlong couldn't help but be very happy. He laughed and said, Daoist Lin, you're in such a good mood. After today's stone selection, why don't we have a chat? Of course, I can't ask for more, Lin Feng said. After exchanging some pleasantries, everyone walked towards the stone workshop. Qi Liansun asked, which workshop does little Lin want to go to? The Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's workshop. Lin Feng said. Huangfu Qingqiong and the others from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty were also in the workshop. They already knew that Lin Feng was the Little Stone Saint. When they saw Lin Feng leading a group of people over, they couldn't help but gnash their teeth in anger. Huangfu Qingqiong and the others had just learned that Lin Feng had entered the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's workshop and obtained 3 precious treasures. Now that he had come to the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's workshop again, the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty naturally didn't welcome him. However, the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty naturally couldn't chase away Lin Feng and the others since they were doing business here. The people around Lin Feng were too powerful. If they dared to chase them away, how many people would they offend? Fellow Taoists, what price do you wish to choose? Lin Feng asked. I remember that there are 3 immortal spirit stones in the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's workshop. I can't see through them, so I didn't dare to buy them. Daoist Lin, can you help me choose one of them? Xian Yuanlong was the first to speak. Of course, no problem. Lin Feng nodded. Then, they walked into the depths of the courtyard. The stones here were very expensive. They were all worth more than 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. The price of the 3 immortal spirit stones was even higher. The first immortal spirit stone was like a spirit ape gazing at the sea, the second immortal spirit stone was like a fairy dancing, and the third immortal spirit stone was like a shepherd boy riding a bull. Every immortal spirit stone wasn't simple. Black smoke emerged and surrounded Lin Feng. He walked towards the 3 celestial spiritual stones. Xian Yuanlong observed Lin Feng's movements. He wasn't too surprised. There were different branches of the stone discernment technique. Lin Feng clearly didn't want to reveal some of his techniques in front of others. This situation was very normal because when Xian Yuanlong used some of his trump cards, he would also hide his body. The 3 immortal spirit stones were extremely extraordinary. Each immortal spirit stone seemed to be nurturing a life. The 3 immortal spirit stones were all worth more than 2 million top-grade spirit stones. It could be said that the price was sky-high. There's such a strong aura of life, but I can vaguely sense that something isn't quite right. Between heaven and earth, all living things reinforce and counteract each other. Yin and yang are opposites. Extreme life becomes extreme death, and within extreme death, there's still a sliver of life. The 3 immortal spirit stones are gathered together, and each of them is as exuberant as the sea. Could it be that in this invisible confrontation, the life force of the 3 immortal spirit stones has been consumed? If that's the case, then the 3 immortal spirit stones are useless stones. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Suddenly, he looked at the surroundings of the 3 immortal spirit stones. Because the life force of the 3 immortal spirit stones was too vigorous, it produced a terrifying pressure. The surrounding stones couldn't get close to the 3 immortal spirit stones. Therefore, there were no stones around the 3 immortal spirit stones. However, what surprised Lin Feng was that under the 3 immortal spirit stones, there was a huge stone platform that was more than 10 meters long. This huge stone platform seemed to be an ordinary stone platform. However, Lin Feng felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Therefore, Lin Feng used the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill to carefully sense the aura of the stone platform. This gave Lin Feng a fright. Traces of energy from the 3 immortal spirit stones flowed into the black stone platform. Even an ancient powerhouse cultivator wouldn't be able to sense it. Lin Feng took a deep breath and dispersed the black fog around him. His eyes revealed a thoughtful look. Xian Yuanlong couldn't wait to ask, "Brother Lin, do you have any results?" Lin Feng looked at Xian Yuanlong and asked with a smile, "Brother Xian Yuanlong, what do you think of these 3 stones?" Xian Yuanlong replied, "These 3 stones are full of vitality. I've never seen a stone with such vitality before. I can feel that each stone has something good inside, but I can also vaguely feel that something isn't right. However, I can't tell what it is." Sensing the vitality within the stones. This required an extremely powerful ability. Lin Feng could sense the vitality within the stones because of the heavenly demon snake's eye. Sometimes, he would also use the archaic dragonesque elephant technique to complement the heavenly demon snake's eye. As for Xian Yuanlong, he had clearly grasped some extremely powerful techniques to be able to sense the vitality within the stones. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. There's indeed something wrong with these 3 stones. Kid, don't make irresponsible remarks. The stones placed here by the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty are the best of the best. How could there be a problem?" An elder from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's stone workshop said coldly. Lin Feng shrugged and said, "I once cut a very precious stone. I thought that I would find something good inside, but I didn't find anything. Senior Qi Lian, do you remember?" Qi Liansen nodded and said, "Of course I remember. At that time you were helping me cut a stone. There was dragon blood inside, but the dragon blood dried up, causing the stone to become useless." Lin Feng said, "That's why, no matter how precious a stone is, there might be nothing inside. Even if there is something inside, there might be all kinds of unforeseen events that could cause the stone to be destroyed." The faces of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's people darkened. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the cultivators who wanted to buy 3 celestial spiritual stones would probably give up now. Lin Feng didn't care about the expressions of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's people. He didn't care whether they hated him or not. He was already an enemy of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. The more depressed his enemies were, the more depressed they became. Lin Feng felt even better. Xian Yuanlong said, "Brother Lin, are you saying that you want to choose another stone?" Lin Feng chuckled. He kicked the stone platform beneath the 3 immortal spirit stones and asked, "How much is this stone platform?" 1,000 top-grade spirit stones," said the elder of the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty. He looked glum and said, "This is a stone shop, we sell stones, not stone tables. If you want stone tables, you can go to the market. We have everything you need." "Who says it's not stone?" The elder said that this stone is worth 1,000 top-quality spirit stones. Brother Xianyuan, you can choose the stone. Lin Feng said. This? Xianyuanlong suddenly became bewildered. This was because he really didn't see anything special on this stone platform. The rest of the people were also muttering, not understanding why Lin Feng would buy such a stone platform. There were quite a few stone platforms that were identical to this one in the courtyard. Xianyuanlong thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, I'll choose this one." The elder of the Yuhua immortal dynasty sneered and said, "Do you really think that you can find a precious treasure in a stone platform? Since you want to give money to the Yuhua immortal dynasty, the Yuhua immortal dynasty will be happy to see it." The elder ordered someone to move the 3 immortal spirit stones away. Then, a huge stone platform appeared in front of everyone. "You can cut the stone now," said Lin Feng. Xianyuanlong nodded. He took out a stone-cutting knife and started cutting the stone. The stone platform kept shrinking. It quickly shrank from 12 meters to 3 or 4 meters, but still, nothing was cut. Many people started whispering to each other about whether the little stone saint deserved his reputation. Xianyuanlong was very calm. It was only 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Even if he lost them, he wouldn't feel any pain. The stone platform kept shrinking. When it was only 12 centimeters away, Xianyuanlong cut again. As soon as he cut, a strong life force spread out. Everyone's spirits were lifted. It seemed like something good was about to be cut out. Xianyuanlong's eyes suddenly lit up. He carefully cut the last piece of stone. After that, a palm-sized piece of emerald green wood appeared in front of everyone. That piece of wood was emitting a strong life force. It even gave people a strange feeling. As long as they cultivated next to it, their lifespan would continuously increase. "The trunk of the tree of life," exclaimed Qi Lian Sun. Before, Lin Feng had helped him cut out a drop of life elixir. That drop of life elixir was condensed from the tree of life. But obviously, the value of a drop of life elixir couldn't be compared to the value of a tree of life. Heavens! He can even cut out something like that? The tree of life was extinct a long time ago, but it still has a trunk in the world? Such a strong life force. Could it be that it can be nurtured into a seedling? Xianyuanlong is really rich. The little stone saint is too strong. He's a saint. Now I know why Qi Lian Sun and the others admire him so much. Many people were discussing spiritedly. They all looked at Xianyuanlong enviously. They all looked at Lin Feng with admiration. "Brother Lin, you're a genius." Xianyuanlong cupped his fists. He really admired Lin Feng now. He didn't see anything special about the stone table, but Lin Feng didn't just see it. Now, he had cut out a piece of the tree of life. The people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty looked gloomy. They gnashed their teeth in anger. The tree of life's trunk was only sold for 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. How could they not be depressed? Duanmu Sun and Sima Hua were also excited. They had already seen how amazing Lin Feng was. Next, Lin Feng would cut out the stones for them. Naturally, they were very excited. They prayed that they would also be able to obtain a precious treasure like Xianyuanlong. "Which fellow Taoist should I choose a stone for next?" asked Lin Feng. "Let's choose a stone for fellow Taoist Duanmu." Sima Hua smiled. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Sima." Duanmu Sun bowed slightly. Lin Feng nodded and walked around the stone table. The Yuhua immortal dynasty's stone table was the best stone table. There were 36 courtyards, and all kinds of stones were piled up. There were at least a few 100,000 of them. Therefore, there were many good things here. As for whether or not one could obtain something good, it depended on one's own ability. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. They were all curious about which stone Lin Feng would choose. In the end, Lin Feng stopped beside a pond. There was a fake mountain in the middle of the pond. This was the wishing pond. Many people would come here to make a wish, praying that they would obtain something good. Many people had gathered in front of the wishing pond. Many of them were old ancestors with white hair. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the pond. There were some stones around the rockery in the pond, but they weren't precious. It was just that they were made of uncanny workmanship, so they had been brought in for decoration. "Fellow Taoist Lin, which stone do you like?" asked Duan Musun. Lin Feng pointed at one of the stones and said, "That one. How much is it worth?" Duan Musun looked at the elder of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's workshop. 1,500 top-grade spirit stones, said the elder gloomily. The stone wasn't valuable. He couldn't ask for a sky-high price just because someone liked it. If he did that, the reputation of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty would be ruined. Even the reputation of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty would be ruined. "Alright, I'll buy it." Duan Musun was very direct. He ordered his subordinates to pay the spirit stones. "Cut the stone," said Lin Feng. Duan Musun nodded. He fished out the stone and started cutting it. The stone was very strange. It looked like a god of death holding a scythe. Now, the stone was emitting a cold and terrifying qi. It made people's hair stand on end. What's wrong with this stone? It was very ordinary. Why is it emitting such a qi after being fished out? Someone asked suspiciously. This aroused many people's suspicions. Many people were bewildered. Xian Yuanlong took a deep breath and said in shock, "This stone has a spirit. It can sense that someone is going to cut it, so it emits a cold qi to intimidate them." Many people were surprised. This stone wasn't simple at all. Perhaps something terrifying would really come out of it. Duan Musun started cutting the stone. When he cut the stone, a terrifying qi surged out. It was a dense murderous intent. It made the hot weather of June turn into a cold winter. Many cultivators couldn't bear the murderous intent and had no choice but to retreat. Duan Musun was the same. His face was pale, and he couldn't cut the stone anymore. A treasure is going to come out of it. Many people cried out in alarm. The faces of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's cultivators turned green. This stone was so cheap. If something good came out of it, their hearts would bleed. "Let me do it," Qi Liansun said when he saw that Duan Musun couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure from the stone. "Thank you, senior." Duan Mufeng bowed and then retreated. Only then did some color return to his pale face. Qi Lianxuan personally cut the stone. He was an ancient giant, his strength unfathomable. He was the one who cut the stone, able to suppress the killing intent released by the stone. Boom, a terrifying aura surged out and targeted Qi Liansun. However, Qi Liansun's body emitted a powerful force that opposed it with equal harshness and suppressed it. Then, Qi Lianxuan began to cut the stone. The stone continued to shrink. Finally, the thing inside the stone was cut out. It was a fragment of a weapon that was more than 10 centimeters long, emitting an endless aura of death. A fragment of the Grim Reaper's sickle. Qi Liansun exclaimed. This treasure was simply too extraordinary. It was the sickle of the Grim Reaper that had been forged for the primordial god of death. Even though it was just a fragment, it was still extremely powerful. The fragment of the Grim Reaper sickle soared into the sky, wanting to kill Qi Liansun. However, Qi Liansun reacted quickly and suppressed it, sealing it with his magic power. If this fragment of the death god's scythe is fused into a magical treasure, how terrifying would that magical treasure's offensive power be? Some people's eyes shone with a fervent light. Duan Mufeng was overjoyed. He quickly put the fragment of the Grim Reaper sickle away. Huh? Where's Little Stone Saint? Where did he go? At that moment, everyone realized that Lin Feng had disappeared. Little Stone Saint went to a courtyard outside. Someone shouted. Everyone hurriedly chased after him. The stones in the courtyard were all different, but they were all of the best quality. What surprised Lin Feng was that when he arrived, he felt very uncomfortable. It was as if a power was targeting him. What's this? Lin Feng's expression changed. He recalled the holy spirit of the stone he had seen before. When he had opened his snake eyes to observe the stones, the holy spirit of the stone had attacked his soul and injured him. There's a holy spirit of the stone here too. This is going to be troublesome, Lin Feng frowned. The holy spirit of the stone was very terrifying. Lin Feng was very afraid. Brother Lin, did you notice something wrong? Xian Yuanlong walked over and asked. There's a holy spirit of the stone here, Lin Feng said. Hiss. Xian Yuanlong gasped. He obviously knew what kind of existence the holy spirit of the stone was. Once it was born, it would be a terrifying stone clan. Let's work together and find it. If we work together, we should be able to suppress it. Lin Feng said. Xian Yuanlong nodded. He was excited. If they could really suppress a holy spirit of the stone, they would receive endless benefits. Many people wondered what Lin Feng and Xian Yuanlong were talking about, but obviously, no one knew. The two of them worked together to search the surroundings. However, Lin Feng was disappointed by the results. The holy spirit of the stone seemed to have sensed danger and disappeared. It left, Lin Feng said. What a pity. Xian Yuanlong shook his head. It can travel back and forth between different stone workshops. It's very powerful. It's too difficult to find it. Lin Feng said. Xian Yuanlong nodded. In the end, Lin Feng chose a stone for Sima Hua. It was worth 7,000 top-grade spirit stones. Everyone realized that the stones Lin Feng chose weren't very expensive. Duanmu Xian, Xian Yuanlong, and Sima Hua sighed. Lin Feng was really considerate of his customers. This stone wasn't ordinary either. It was a piece of great demonic metal essence, which was a material used to forge great imperial weapons. Many people were excited. Sima Hua turned pale with fright. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would find such a heaven-defying thing. He quickly put it away. Lin Feng chose a few more stones for Qi Lian Sun. Then, he left with Qi Lian Sun and the others and returned to the Qilian clan. In the stone workshop, Lin Feng's stone selection caused a huge sensation. This was because Lin Feng's ability to choose stones was too terrifying. The stones he chose weren't expensive, but the things he cut out were heaven-defying. Whether it was the trunk of the tree of life, or a fragment of the death god's scythe, or the great demonic metal essence that was used to forge great imperial weapons. Any kind of material was priceless. The entire Holy Stone City was talking about this matter. And at this time, the Qilian clan began the second auction. It was obvious that the second auction was much more intense than the first. The transaction price also soared. The highest transaction price exceeded 100 strands of law. In the next few days, Lin Feng and many ancestor-level figures continuously entered the stone workshop to cut the stones. During this period of time, Lin Feng also obtained a total of 2,000 strands of law. He was now at the 10th layer of the Yin-Yang realm. After refining another 2,000 strands of law, he already had 3,000 strands of law in his body. This was Lin Feng's limit. He couldn't continue refining the law. Moreover, the primordial divine stones were about to be transported here. Lin Feng no longer helped others choose stones. This made many cultivators who didn't manage to get a spot in the auction sigh. Asterisk rumble, asterisk on this day, a loud sound shook the sky. In the distance, divine chariots came through the sky. 3 ancient powerhouses personally escorted a batch of primordial divine stones into the Holy Stone City. This caused a huge commotion. Many people went to watch. Holy Stone City was filled with people. After so many years, another immemorial godly stone had appeared. It attracted the attention of many influential groups. Now, the 4 empires of the central continent, as well as many holy lands and ancient sects, had all arrived. Friends, you're finally here, said Qi Lian Sun, rising up in the air and talking to the 3 influential people. 2 of them were men and 1 was a woman. Lin Feng didn't know them, but he knew they weren't ordinary people. They were the strongest cultivators in the Tianwu continent. Even though something happened, we made it in time, said the woman. She didn't stop. These people did not stop and quickly entered the stone workshop of the Qilian family. Rumble, 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 many chariots quickly left. The immemorial godly stones have arrived. The holy assembly is about to begin. Many people were excited. The immemorial godly stones were extremely precious. Many influential groups had come to see what kind of things could be cut out of the immemorial godly stones. At night, Qi Liansun welcomed the 3 influential people. Qi Liansun introduced Lin Feng to the 3 influential people. The woman was called Hiqing Tian. She was from the ancient sword sect, which was a powerful group in Jian province. As for the other 2 influential people, the old man was called Wu Xiuan. He was also from an influential group in Jian province. The middle-aged man was called Xianxia. He was from the Hundred Break Mountain sect in Great Zhong province. These provinces were very close to the ancient forest of fallen immortals, just like the 72 provinces in the north. The 18 provinces around the ancient forest of fallen immortals were called the 18 provinces of the ancient forest of fallen immortals. The next day, everybody went to see the immemorial godly stones. 9 immemorial godly stones had been delivered. When Lin Feng and the others entered the courtyard where the immemorial godly stones were stored, the entire stone workshop began to shake violently. What's going on? Many people were astonished. Look, there are 9 immemorial godly stones, said a strong cultivator, pointing at the immemorial godly stones. The 9 immemorial godly stones all flew into the air. The immemorial godly stones were shining brightly. Terrifying ripples swept across the place. Young friend, what do you think is going on with these immemorial godly stones? Qi Liansun said with a solemn expression. It's like life is coming back to life. Quick! Hurry up and suppress the 9 primordial godly stones, otherwise, something bad will happen. Lin Feng said with a solemn expression. The 4 hegemons rushed towards the primordial godstones, wanting to suppress them. Bang, alas, the 9 stones shot out blinding rays and sent the 4 overlords flying. What a powerful primeval godstone. Lin Feng was shocked. He tried to use the secret technique recorded in the celestial master lineage, the 8 divine seals. Lin Feng had been studying this secret technique for a long time, and this was his first time using it. Lines of formation runes intertwined and pressed down on the 9 divine stones. Humph! Suddenly, a cold snort came from one of the divine stones. Endless divine light surged out and broke Lin Feng's 8 seals. Then, he swept Lin Feng away. Wow! Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. He pointed at the primordial godstone in horror. There's a creature inside, a creature from the primordial era. This is bad. These primordial godstones are too terrifying. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the 9 primordial godstones tore through the Qi Lian family's restrictions and floated in the air. Look, it's the primordial godstones. What's going on? Countless cultivators in Holy Stone City looked at the 9 primordial godstones in the sky. Everyone's heart was filled with shock. They didn't know what was going on and looked at each other. At that moment, the 9 primordial godstones in the sky suddenly kowtowed in the direction of Holy Stone City. The first kowtow awakened the undying Holy Spirit. The second kowtow in the Holy Stone City, Yama snatched the mandate of heaven. The 9th kowtow in the Holy Stone City, the Holy Spirit Emperor descended to the world. The 9th kowtow in the primordial godstones was an ancient sacrificial technique. Lin Feng was shocked. These primordial godstones were too strange. They even knew the sacrificial technique. Rumble, suddenly, the earth shook. The entire Holy Stone City was shaking violently. After the 9th kowtow and the primordial godstones, something like this happened. It was too strange. Kacha, kacha. The center of Holy Stone City started to crack. The square of Holy Stone City started to crack. It started to collapse. Hurry up and leave, shouted many people in fear. A gigantic crater appeared in the square of Holy Stone City. At the bottom of the crater, there was an oppressive chi. A huge stone man was standing on top of a pillar, slowly rising into the air. Stone man, surprisingly, it's a stone man. The 9th kowtow and the primordial godstone summoned this stone man. Lin Feng was deeply shaken. What was happening today was too unimaginable. Something big was going to happen. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. After the stone man appeared, countless stones soared into the sky and kowtowed in the direction of the stone man as if they were worshipping a king. Oh no, something big is going to happen. The stone man must be destroyed. Qi Liansun's expression changed drastically. He quickly rushed towards the stone man. He arrived in the square and attacked the stone man with his palm. He wanted to destroy the stone man. Swoosh, swoosh, but at that moment, the stone man opened its eyes. Rumble, 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 the stone man raised its right hand and slapped Qi Liansun. Bang, with a muffled sound of collision, Qi Liansun was sent flying by the golem's palm. The Stone Man King has awakened. The 9 primordial god stones let out a series of excited cries. Heavens, there are living creatures in the 9 primordial god stones. What kind of creature is the Stone Man King? Hurry up and leave Holy Stone City. Countless cultivators began to panic. Even though there were many experts in the Holy Stone City, the fear of the unknown still spread in their hearts. Roar, roar, roar. Outside of Holy Stone City, many mountain beasts, ferocious beasts, and even some stone men came out of the forest of fallen immortals. They were all creatures from the deepest parts of the forest of fallen immortals. They were extremely terrifying. These existences drove the beast hordes into the sacred stone city and began to fight the cultivators of the sacred stone city. I'm coming back to life. The stone man roared. He took a step forward, and the ground caved in. He waved his gigantic hands and grabbed the fleeing cultivators. Many cultivators couldn't control their bodies and flew towards the stone man. They were then grabbed by the stone puppet king, who opened its bloody mouth and devoured them. Delicious flesh and blood, how nostalgic. Let's start the slaughter. The stone man raised his head and roared. The 9 primordial god stones led the stone men, mountain beasts, and other ferocious beasts out of the forest of fallen immortals to attack the cultivators. We can't stay here for long. Break out. Xianxia shouted, his face pale. The stone puppet king was too strong to resist. They had to break out of the encirclement as soon as possible, or countless people would die tragically. Xianxia quickly returned to the Chilean clan. The clan would only use a small teleportation array to teleport to other places in an emergency. Holy Stone City was an ancient city that the Chilean clan had operated for many years, but now that the stone puppet king had appeared, the Chilean clan had no choice but to abandon the city. Protecting the lives of their clansmen was the most important thing. Whoosh, Lin Feng rushed out of Holy Stone City. A stone golem wielding a huge stone club swung at Lin Feng. Slash. Lin Feng waved his right hand, and a dazzling sword chi slashed out. The 100-meter-long sword chi condensed and tore through heaven and earth. Pfft, the stone golem was directly cut in two. Lin Feng didn't stop and quickly rushed out. It was very chaotic now, and there were killings everywhere. Fortunately, Xiao Jinyu, Xiao Tingyu, and Xiao Tingyue had already left. Wang Chaozong and the others had also left early. Otherwise, if he were to encounter a situation like today, he would most likely be in a perilous situation. Lin Feng killed more than a dozen fierce beasts. Not long after, Lin Feng was attacked by a stone. It's you, the holy spirit of the stone. Lin Feng looked coldly at the stone floating in front of him. This stone was abnormally strong. It looked like a stone wolf, but it was clear that this was a newly formed body. The holy spirit of the stone could manipulate the stone to change its shape. Kid, weren't you looking for me? Now that I'm out, I'm going to eat you, the holy spirit of the stone said coldly. Good timing. I was just about to seal you. Lin Feng took the initiative to attack the holy spirit of the stone. This being's cultivation was heaven-defying. It suppressed Lin Feng to the point where he couldn't breathe. Even someone as strong as Lin Feng spat out mouthfuls of blood, his face pale. He was seriously injured. The holy spirit of the stone had a strange power that could cause great damage to a cultivator's body. Brat, you're not bad. You can still withstand my attacks. The holy spirit of the stone sneered and attacked again. The more powerful its attacks were, the more pressure Lin Feng felt. Bang, the holy spirit of the stone slammed into Lin Feng's body and sent Lin Feng flying. A terrifying force struck Lin Feng's abdomen. The holy spirit of the stone wanted to destroy Lin Feng's body. Celestial Master Path, 8 seals. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He continued to strike, one palm strike after another on the stone. Heavenly formation runes surged and wrapped around the stone material. The 8 divine seals was a very powerful secret technique. Previously, when Lin Feng wanted to seal the 9 primordial god stones, he failed because the 9 primordial god stones were too strong. And now, Lin Feng wasn't facing all 9 primordial god stones at the same time. However, in the face of this holy spirit, the pressure was greatly reduced. The holy spirit of the stone god stones wasn't as strong as the 9 primordial god stones. You want to seal me? Dream on. The holy spirit of the stone god stones roared and began to struggle, trying to break the seal. However, the 8 divine seals were too powerful. Heavenly formation runes intertwined and completely sealed the stone material. Then, Lin Feng directly put the stone material into the cauldron and suppressed it. What a great harvest! I actually managed to suppress a holy spirit of the stone god stones. Lin Feng was excited. Swoosh, he quickly rushed outside. Swoosh, a cold light flashed from the sky and slashed at Lin Feng. Huangfu Qingqiong was holding a black spear. With each step he took, the void trembled slightly. So you're the brat who fought against my third brother for 10 years. Even my third brother doesn't know that you've grown to such a level, right? Fine, I'll kill you on behalf of third brother today, lest anything unexpected happens. Huangfu Qingqiong's voice was filled with endless killing intent. Lin Feng smiled coldly and said, I'm afraid you won't be able to kill me. What if you include us? Someone suddenly laughed coldly. In the distance, 2 more people flew over. When Lin Feng saw them, he couldn't help but frown slightly. They were Taicang Yuntao and Gua Tianming. 3 strong cultivators surrounded Lin Feng. Everyone, there's no time to lose. Let's kill this brat and divide his treasures, said Gua Tianming gloomily. Now, the 3 of them were surrounding Lin Feng. Naturally, it wasn't just because they had a grudge against Lin Feng. The most important thing was that they had their eyes on Lin Feng's treasures. The world was bustling with activity because of benefits. For example, Huangfu Qingqiong was Huangfu Qingtian's brother, but in the future, he would also compete for the position of the human emperor of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Was there a need for him to help Huangfu Qingtian get rid of a great enemy? Of course, there was no need. But why did Huangfu Qingqiong attack Lin Feng? The main reason was that Lin Feng had too many treasures. Killing and seizing treasures. It was what cultivators liked to do the most. It was also the easiest way to get rich. The 3 strong cultivators attacked. Huangfu Qingqiong's battle spear swept across the world, and a move of total annihilation swept over. Taicang Yuntao held a jade ruler, which was also a treasure. With a light strike, millions of ruler lights condensed in the void and smashed toward Lin Feng. Next, Gua Tianming took out a pitch-black dagger. The dagger flew in the void, and endless black fog surged out. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword and fought with the 3 strong cultivators. Puff, fighting 1 against 3, he was at a disadvantage. Lin Feng was hit, and his body was almost pierced by Huangfu Qingqiong. He narrowly avoided the attack, but was swept away by the ruler light. Next, Gua Tianming's dagger slashed Lin Feng's arm, almost cutting off Lin Feng's arm. The more the 3 fought, the braver they became. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was in huge trouble. If these 3 were to fight Lin Feng alone, they would be at a disadvantage. But now, they were besieging him. The 3 experts besieged him and had the upper hand. Lin Feng was forced to retreat. After hundreds of rounds of fighting, Lin Feng suffered a blow. His right chest was pierced by Huangfu Qingqiong's battle spear. Huangfu Qingqiong wanted to kill Lin Feng in midair. But Lin Feng quickly retreated, and his body was sent flying backward. After breaking away from Huangfu Qingqiong's battle spear, Gua Tianming had already arrived before he could operate his immortal body to heal his injuries. Lin Feng slapped his palm toward Gua Tianming. He and Gua Tianming's palm collided. At this time, Taicang Yuntao quietly came to Lin Feng's side and slashed at Lin Feng with the jade ruler in his hand. The situation could be said to be extremely dangerous. The blow was about to hit Lin Feng. Just at this critical moment, when the situation was extremely dangerous, a black figure appeared as fast as lightning. Clang, his sword slashed at the jade ruler in Taicang Yuntao's hand. The 2 forces collided fiercely. Then, the figure threw out a jade talisman. The jade talisman exploded, and black fog covered the sky. Damn it! Shouted the 3 strong cultivators furiously. They were about to kill Lin Feng, but someone had intervened. The black fog dispersed, and Lin Feng and the black-clothed man disappeared without a trace. In the forest outside the Holy Stone City, Lin Feng gazed at the distant Holy Stone City. The beast tide had completely submerged the Holy Stone City. Who knew how many innocent people would die in the city? Who would have thought that a terrifying stone man would appear under the holy stone city? It was completely unexpected. That was why the current tragedy happened. Only in such a large-scale battle could one truly understand how fragile life was. I didn't think that you would grow to such a level. Lin Feng retracted his gaze and looked at the man in black. This man in black was indeed out of Lin Feng's expectations. He was actually Dishi Xian. Back in the northern barbarian mining area, Lin Feng had saved Dishi Xian and his sister, Dishi Yuer. Lin Feng would never forget the first time he saw Dishi Xian. Dishi Xian, who had no cultivation. His body actually emitted force. The few powerful beasts that were pouncing on him were all knocked unconscious. A man who was born with force. It was the first time Lin Feng had seen someone like Dishi Xian. Lin Feng had once wanted to subdue Dishi Xian, and Dishi Xian had agreed to serve Lin Feng for 15 years. However, it had been 5 years since Dishi Xian and Dishi Yuer had left the ancient barbarian mining area. Lin Feng had never thought that he would see Dishi Xian here. Dishi Xian didn't say anything. He had a cold look on his face, which made him look very cool. He came from a mysterious race. Even Lin Feng didn't know which race he was from, because Dishi Xian had never mentioned it. Seeing the silent Dishi Xian, Lin Feng naturally had a lot of questions to ask Dishi Xian. However, it was obviously not the time to ask these questions. He and Dishi Xian had already left this dangerous place. The two traveled for thousands of miles and arrived at a small town. Many cultivators who had escaped from the Holy Stone City were resting in this town. They booked a room. Lin Feng washed up and changed into clean clothes. He asked Dishi Xian to sit down. Dishi Xian said, "How can I, a slave, disrespect my master?" Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, "I haven't seen you for so many years, but you're still so stubborn. Didn't I say that you're not my slave, and I'm not your master? We can be superior and subordinate, or we can be friends." Dishi Xian said, "In the past 15 years, young master and I have only one relationship, the relationship between a slave and a master." Lin Feng replied helplessly. "Alright, since you insist, I won't say anything more. Where have you and Xiaoyu been all these years? What did he experience? Where was Xiaoyu now? How did you get here?" Dishi Xian said, "I sent you to a safe place. I went to a place of inheritance, and after I came out, I used the blood oath to find you, master." Dishi Xian had sworn a blood oath to be loyal to Lin Feng. This blood oath had been passed down in his family, and Lin Feng had thought that it was very strange. However, it was clear that this blood oath was much more strange than Lin Feng had imagined. Dishi Xian seemed to be able to sense Lin Feng's location from a great distance away. How could Lin Feng not be shocked? Lin Feng said, "Since you found me, that's good. The star trial is about to begin, so you can come with me and increase your strength." Dishi Xian nodded. The appearance of the stone puppet king caused a huge commotion. The 18 prefectures of the ancient forest of the fallen immortals, including Tianzhou and Immortal Zhou, were all shaken. The stone puppet king was too powerful. It had 9 primordial godstones by its side, and it had formed an alliance with an overlord in the depths of the ancient forest of the fallen immortals. The great powers of the 18 prefectures of the ancient forest of the fallen immortal sent out their experts. The alliance of the 18 prefectures joined forces and surrounded Holy Stone City. However, the alliance of the 18 prefectures did not immediately attack the city because the Stone Golem King was too strong. "This city is mine," said the Stone Puppet King. His voice boomed like thunder, domineering and overbearing. Even the strongest cultivators turned pale. It was hard to imagine how strong the Stone Puppet King was. The 18 prefectures' army retreated and arranged for a cultivator army to monitor the situation in Holy Stone City. If the Stone Puppet King didn't move, the 18 prefectures' army wouldn't dare take the initiative to attack because it was too terrifying. Inside Holy Stone City, the 9 primordial godstones floated in the air, exuding astonishing ripples. The 9 saint spirits within had been nurtured since the primordial era, and no one knew just how strong they were now. Of course, the Stone Golem King was even stronger. "Holy Lord! Where should we go now? Should we go back?" asked one of the divine spirits. "That's right, let's go back. The Holy Lord has recovered, so we have nothing to fear. Another primordial divine spirit said. The 9 primeval saint spirits were extremely excited. The stone puppet king looked at the sky and sighed. Even if I recover, I need time to recover. The sky martial continent is filled with countless living beings. If the Holy Lord directly devours the continent, won't he recover quickly? Asked one of the divine spirits. Said the stone puppet king. How can the sky martial continent be so easily devoured? Do you know why I came to the sky martial continent at the end of the ancient era and buried myself here? The 9 divine spirits shook their heads. We don't know. Is there a special reason? It's because the sky martial continent is very special. The stone puppet king narrowed his eyes. The ancient race that destroyed the undying world and buried the 9 layers of heaven came from the sky martial continent. Hiss, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. Time passed, but the stone puppet king didn't do anything. This seemed to make the 18 prefectures feel a little more at ease. With the stone puppet king's strength, if he really wanted to start a war, most of the 18 prefectures would probably fall. This was naturally the outcome that the great powers didn't want to see. During this time, the ancient starry sky road was still being repaired. More and more people were talking about the ancient starry sky road. A month later, an exciting piece of news came: the ancient starry sky road was completely repaired. In another half a month, the ancient starry sky road would open again. There would be 36 places in the sky martial continent that could enter the ancient starry sky road. Tianzhou's Dongshu ancient city was one of the entrances to the ancient starry sky road. Lin Feng and Dishi Xian arrived. He paid 2 yuan meteor stones in exchange for 2 spots. When you're about to enter the starfield, there will be a powerful space-time reversal. I suggest that you take a flying ship to enter. Each person has to pay 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. Said the important person in charge of the ancient starry sky road. This price was ridiculously high, and it wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. However, Lin Feng still had a few million top-grade spirit stones, so he didn't lack a million top-grade spirit stones. He paid another million top-grade spirit stones, and the important person gave 2 medallions to Lin Feng. In 3 days, use the medallions to board the ship at the teleportation plaza. Lin Feng nodded and left with Dishi Xian. 3 days later, they arrived at the teleportation plaza and used the medallions to board the ship. The space-time power surged in the ancient starry sky road, and the spaceship traveled quickly. This ancient road was protected by a huge light shield, and it ran through different parallel worlds. It was said that it was built by a giant god in the ancient times. Even though it had been through many battles, it was still intact, which showed how extraordinary this ancient starry sky road was. Excluding the staff on the spaceship, there were about 12,000 cultivators on this trip, and they were the first batch of cultivators to enter the ancient starry sky road from Dongshu ancient city in Tianzhou. The spaceship was not very big, because if it was too big, it would be destroyed if it encountered a spacetime storm. The spaceship was 50 meters long and 30 meters tall, and it was divided into 9 floors. The first floor was the trading area, where all kinds of transactions could be done, and all kinds of necessities could be bought, such as some talismans, pills, weapons, and robes. After all, many things would be used in the star trial. They could all be bought in the trading area. The 2nd to the 6th floors were ordinary cabins. The 7th floor was ordinary cabins. The 8th floor was VIP cabins. The 9th floor was the upper level of the spaceship, where the staff rested. Ordinary people couldn't book the VIP cabins on the 8th floor, and there were 20 cabins in total, and they had been booked long ago. The price of the VIP cabins on the 8th floor was also very high, reaching 1 million top-grade spirit stones. There were 200 ordinary cabins on the 7th floor, and they were very small, each about 4 to 5 square meters in size, and there was not much space for a bed. Such a cabin was worth 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng rented 2 ordinary cabins, and 1 for Dishi Xian. The spaceship flew on the ancient starry sky road, and it would take about 3 months to reach the starry sky. This was already very fast. After all, they were flying to the starry sky world outside the starry sky. If they didn't enter the ancient starry sky road, they wouldn't even be able to fly for 100 years. A month later, 2 other spaceships appeared on the ancient starry sky road, which should be from other ancient cities. The 3 spaceships whistled through the ancient starry sky road one after another. Lin Feng spent most of his time cultivating in his room, or studying the Taoist teachings of the Taoist sect. Occasionally, he would go out for a walk. Staying in an extremely small space all the time was naturally a depressing thing. He needed to relax himself. Another half a month later, fog began to appear on the ancient starry sky road, and the 2 spaceships in front was faintly discernible. During this time, many people on the spaceship were talking about the illusory realm. It was the first time Lin Feng had heard of that name. He had to ask a few questions to understand what it was. It turned out that somewhere on the ancient starry sky road, there was a spacetime node. If one was lucky, one could encounter the spacetime node, and then enter a mysterious world from the spacetime node. This world was called the illusory realm. And in the illusory realm, there was a treasure called the illusory stone. Illusory stones, this was a supreme treasure. It had many uses. For example, when it was fused into a magic treasure, it could greatly increase the quality and attack power of the magic treasure. Could be sold. He could also add illusory stones when refining some high-grade pills, which could greatly increase the success rate and effect of the pills. Cultivators. Of course, the most important use of the illusory stone was to help a cultivator enter the state of epiphany. Epiphanies were extremely difficult to achieve. Every time a cultivator had an epiphany, their cultivation base would often be greatly improved. This was a cultivation state that everyone dreamed of. But how could it be so easy? Many cultivators might not even be able to have an epiphany in their lifetime. But it would be different if they obtained an illusory stone. The chances of entering an epiphany during cultivation would be greatly increased. It was said that the illusory realm was most likely to appear when white fog appeared on the ancient starry sky road. Of course, whether one could encounter the illusory realm depended on luck. Even the owner of the spaceship came out personally. He was an ancient powerhouse. He looked to be in his 40s and was very dignified. His name was Immemorial. His identity was very mysterious, but his strength was unfathomable. Immemorial said in a deep voice, "I'm sure you've heard about the illusionary world. If we're lucky enough to encounter it, we'll stop and enter it. But remember what I said, the illusionary world is only open for 6 hours. So, after you enter, you must leave within 6 hours. If you haven't left after 6 hours, the laws of the illusionary world will kill you and the illusionary world will become your grave." Everyone nodded. There was nothing to worry about. If the illusory realm appeared, as long as they grasped the timing, they would not be in danger. Instead, they would be able to obtain a treasure like the illusory stone. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He felt that this illusory realm was definitely not such a simple place. When the time came, it would definitely be filled with danger. The white fog became thicker and thicker. The 2 spaceships in front of them had already disappeared. Not long after, a mysterious world appeared in front of them. That world was shrouded in white fog. It was faintly discernible. The illusory realm. Many people cried out in surprise. The world that appeared in the ancient starry sky path seemed to be connected to the ancient starry sky path through spacetime nodes. Wasn't it exactly the same as the legend of the illusory realm? Speed up and get closer to the illusory realm. The captain of the spaceship, Immemorial, ordered. The spaceship sped up and flew towards the illusory realm. However, this illusory realm was too strange. No matter how close the spaceship got, it seemed to be unable to reach the illusory realm. The moon in the well, the flower in the water. It could be seen, but it could not be touched. Is the legend of the illusory realm true? Why does it feel like a mirage? Lin Feng muttered. Many people had the same thought as Lin Feng. Everything about the illusory realm came from the legend. After all, no one had personally experienced it. After chasing for 10 days, the spaceship finally seemed to be approaching the illusory realm. This was because the illusory realm no longer flew into the distance. It seemed to be fixed in place. The illusory realm really exists. Many people cried out in surprise. Haha, the heavens are not heartless. We have finally caught up to the illusory realm. However, everyone must remember that we only have 6 hours. After 6 hours, we must return. Immemorial said loudly. Finally, the spaceship stopped outside the spatial node of the illusory realm. Swoosh. Lin Feng and Dishi Xian also rushed into the illusory realm. Instantly, Lin Feng felt that he was enveloped by a strange force. Then, he was teleported into a misty world. The surroundings were very quiet. There was no sound of wind, no sound of insects or birds. There were no trees, no mountains or rivers. There was nothing. Lin Feng sized up this world in shock. He had long felt that the illusory realm was definitely not a simple world. Now, it seemed that it was just as he had guessed. Previously, many people thought that there was no danger in the illusory realm. Those people would be completely dumbfounded after entering the illusory realm, wouldn't they? Lin Feng took a deep breath and carefully sized up the illusory realm. Since there were opportunities in the illusory realm, Lin Feng believed that the rumors were true. There were opportunities in the illusory realm, but there were also dangers. Therefore, he had to be careful. He flew quickly into the depths. Soon, Lin Feng saw a flying stone. That stone was a three-colored divine stone. An illusory stone? Lin Feng was shocked. He quickly chased after it, wanting to grab the illusory stone. Suddenly, Lin Feng found himself in a sea of blood and corpses. In the sky, there was a great battle. Corpses were falling everywhere. Countless people died tragically. It was too bloody. Just a glance at such a scene was enough to make one nauseous. It was unbearable and would break down mentally. Illusory realm? Lin Feng was shocked. This was a very terrifying illusory realm. The mountains of corpses and the sea of blood made him lose himself in it. Lin Feng quickly opened the heavenly demon snake eye. Bang, instantly. The illusory realm dissipated. Huff. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The illusory realm just now was really terrifying. It made him tremble. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would probably be swallowed by the illusory realm and be unable to extricate themselves. Lin Feng collected his thoughts and quickly rushed forward to put away the three-colored illusory stone. He continued to search for illusory stones in the illusory realm. However, Lin Feng discovered that illusory stones were extremely rare. Even if he walked a long way, it would still be very difficult to find one. If one wanted to see the illusory stone, they would need to rely on luck. Moreover, Lin Feng estimated that many people who saw the illusory stone might fall into the illusion created by the illusory stone. When the time came, he might not be able to leave due to the time limit and die in the illusory realm. Lin Feng used the dragon-seeking art to locate his immortal meridian and search for supreme treasures. With the help of the art, Lin Feng quickly flew towards his next target. When he arrived, he saw 5 four-colored illusory stones floating in the distance. However, there were more than 100 cultivators fighting around them. Lin Feng turned around and left without a second thought. Time was limited. He was fighting to the death with those people just for a few illusory stones. If he had the time, he might as well find his next target. Soon, Lin Feng found the illusory stones. There were a total of 12 illusory stones here. Moreover, they were all 5-colored illusory stones. Clearly, the more colors these illusory stones had, the more valuable they were. Lin Feng continued to go deeper. Soon, he was stopped by a powerful restriction. Lin Feng tried to break the array but failed. He summoned the dragon rabbit and let the little fella bring him through the restriction. Under the lead of the dragon rabbit, Lin Feng entered the depths of the restriction. The number of illusory stones in the restriction was far greater than outside. The illusory stones here were at least 5-colored and above. There were many of them. Lin Feng quickly collected these illusory stones. Although these illusory stones could create illusions and make cultivators lose themselves. However, Lin Feng had opened the heavenly demon snake eye and could see through all illusions. Therefore, no illusion could trap Lin Feng. Soon, Lin Feng collected hundreds of illusory stones. He continued to go deeper into the restriction. 7-colored illusory stones and 8-colored illusory stones appeared one after another. Lin Feng was ecstatic because he was the only one in this place. No one else came in. After all, the restriction outside was too powerful. With Lin Feng's identity as a Heaven Stage Spirit Array Master, it was very troublesome to break the array. If the dragon rabbit had not brought him in, he would still be outside breaking the array. There were very few heaven stage spirit array masters in the world. There was no lack of experts on the flying ship, but there were definitely not many high-level spirit array masters. Lin Feng wantonly collected all kinds of illusory stones. Finally, he arrived at the deepest part of the restriction. That is, Lin Feng was shocked. There was an altar in the deepest part of the restriction. There were about 39 colored illusory stones piled up on the altar. 9. This was the limit. There were at most 9 types of illusory stones. Which was the 9-colored illusory stone that appeared in front of him. Lin Feng quickly rushed over. More than 39 colored illusory stones emitted a terrifying fluctuation. Lin Feng was about to be pulled into the illusion. The boundless purgatory swallowed Lin Feng. Even if he opened the heavenly demon snake eye, he was almost lost. The illusion created by more than 39 colored illusory stones operating together was too terrifying. But fortunately, Lin Feng's willpower was strong enough. Before he was swallowed by the purgatory, he operated the heavenly demon snake eye with all his strength. The heavenly demon snake eye shot out a pale green demonic light, piercing through the illusion in front of him. Huff, huff, huff. Lin Feng panted violently. Only now did he realize that his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He was almost completely lost in it. It was really dangerous. But fortunately, he broke the illusion in time. Lin Feng hurriedly went over and collected all the 9 colored illusory stones. He felt that more than 4 hours had passed. Lin Feng didn't stay any longer. Under the guidance of the dragon rabbit, he quickly left the depths of the seal and flew towards a dazzling light in the sky. The dazzling light was the location of the time node. Lin Feng had just left about 30 miles away when, in another direction, an existence shrouded in black fog relied on a powerful treasure to tear through the seal. He rushed into the seal and went straight to the deepest part of the altar. But when he reached the altar, however, he found that the 9 colored illusory stones piled up on the altar had disappeared without a trace. It's not just the 9 colored illusory stones. The rest of the illusory stones have been taken. Who got there first? Who took all the illusory stones? The existence shrouded in the black fog roared furiously. His body emitted a wave of destructive energy. It was too terrifying. That existence was definitely an ancient overlord. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox. Lin Feng originally wanted to sort out the illusory stones he had obtained, but in the end, he gave up on the idea because Lin Feng felt that the flying ship was not safe. When he left, he could faintly hear angry roars coming from the depths of the island. Obviously, after he left, someone entered the seal, but that person discovered that the 9 colored illusory stones and a large number of other illusory stones had been taken away, so he was furious. Even though he was far away, Lin Feng could feel that the person was unusually strong. Although he did not know who that person was, he still had to be careful. The cultivators who had entered the illusory realm returned one after another. Some of them looked excited, obviously because they had obtained illusory stones, while others looked dejected. These people probably did not obtain anything. This time, only about 10,000 of the 12,000 cultivators who had entered the illusory realm returned. More than 2,000 cultivators did not return, and the illusory realm disappeared. Obviously, those people would never return and would die in the illusory realm. Some of the cultivators' companions did not return, and they cried bitterly. This was the cruel world of cultivators. It seems that they fell into the illusory realm or were killed by someone. Lin Feng pondered. He and Dishi Xian rarely went out, and they spent most of their time cultivating. However, 3 days later, a bloody death occurred in a private room. It was night time, and the inside of the flying ship was pitch black. Everyone had already gone to bed. Then, a private room was broken open, and the cultivator inside died tragically. This was the first time a cultivator had been killed on the flying ship. It's him. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had seen that cultivator before. A group of people had been fighting for the 5 4-colored illusory stones, and he had been there. Now, he had been killed. It seemed that he had obtained the illusory stones. Killing and stealing. And it had happened on a flying ship. It was really terrible. An elder on the flying ship personally came to deal with this matter. Investigate, we must find the culprit, no matter who it is. Once we find him, we must kill him. The higher-ups of the flying ship were extremely angry about this murder, and they began to send people to investigate. Many people were individually questioned about what had happened that day. Lin Feng didn't go out. At this time, a beautiful woman knocked on Lin Feng's door. Lin Feng let the beautiful woman in. She was a staff member on the ship. The woman observed Lin Feng's room and asked, "Did you hear anything that day?" In fact, Lin Feng did not hear anything at the beginning of the day. It was only when the door was destroyed that they heard the commotion. At that time, many people from the 7th floor rushed out. However, by the time they rushed out, the cultivator was already dead. From the moment he broke into the room to the moment he killed the other party, only 30 seconds had passed. This speed was a little too fast. This was what Lin Feng suspected. He felt that it was a crime committed by someone he knew. An acquaintance entered the private room and killed the person in the private room when he was unprepared. That was why there was no commotion. Then, when he left, he would destroy the door of the private room to alert the others. That would give him time to retreat. Of course, this was only Lin Feng's guess. Lin Feng did not know the specific reason. Lin Feng naturally would not tell the people on the flying ship what he guessed. After all, there was no proof, and it would bring him a lot of trouble. Lin Feng did not want to attract attention. He just wanted to safely reach the Starfield domain and participate in the trial. I was resting at the time. When I got out, many people had already rushed out. That's why I didn't find anything special. Lin Feng explained. The beautiful woman nodded and then asked casually, "Sir, you must have gained quite a lot in the illusory realm, right?" After asking the question, the beautiful woman licked her sexy red lips with a charming and seductive look on her face. If anyone else saw such a seductive look on her face, they would have long since fallen head over heels for her and blurted it out. However, Lin Feng had always been on guard, so when he heard her ask about the illusory realm, he became even more cautious. Of course, he did not show any abnormalities. Instead, he looked at her with a lustful gaze, like an ordinary man looking at a beautiful woman. She even purposely shook her body. Lin Feng looked as if he had been seduced. It seemed as if he could not take his eyes off her. The woman felt a little disdainful, but she still had a smile on her face. She smiled and said, "Sir, did you gain anything? If you did, you only need one illusory stone, and I'll be yours tonight." Lin Feng reached out and hugged her slender waist. However, the beautiful woman easily dodged his attack. She smiled and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? You need an illusory stone to enjoy me." As soon as she finished speaking, she lowered her body slightly, revealing a large area of her snow-white body. Said Lin Feng while sighing. "I would love to take out an illusion stone and go to Mount Wu with you, but I don't have the strength to do so. How about using a spiritual stone? Tell me, how many spirit stones can I use to enjoy a seductive little girl like you?" The woman pursed her lips and said, "You want to touch me without an illusory stone? Dream on." She then left, swaying her slender waist. Lin Feng closed the door, took out the bronze book, and continued to study the legacy of the Heavenly Master's branch. Not long after, Xianxia's voice came from outside. Scram, his voice was cold and emotionless. Ouch. The woman's cries of pain and curses could be heard. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. That woman wanted to seduce Xian, just like how she had seduced Lin Feng. She wanted to make Xian talk. However, she was chased out by Xian. At night, another cultivator died. This time, on the 6th floor of the ship, a few cultivators who had gone out for a breather were killed. This time, a total of 5 people died. They didn't even make a sound when they died, and their corpses were discovered by other cultivators. It's them, the 5 heroes of Lang Mountain. They're very famous in Yuezhou. All 5 of them are in the creation realm, but they were killed without a sound. Who did it? Could it be revenge? Their storage rings are gone. The 5 heroes of Lang Mountain obtained a few illusory stones before, but it seems like they were stolen. Many people were discussing the matter. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong. It was because of the cultivator who had died earlier. There were also the 5 heroes of Lang Mountain who had all obtained the illusory stone. Could it be that someone has targeted the cultivator who obtained the illusory stones? Is that why they're targeting them? Lin Feng couldn't help but think of a possibility. On the second day, an elder appeared on the ship and gave an order to the higher-ups of the ship. The ship was buying illusory stones at a high price. However, illusory stones were too precious, and no one wanted to sell them. Many people were talking about the continuous deaths of cultivators, and the people on the flying ship were rushing to investigate this matter, but they couldn't find any clues. The atmosphere of panic was getting heavier and heavier, and many people were very worried that they would become the next target. As time passed, more and more cultivators died every day. The flying ship was buying illusory stones. Originally, no one was peddling illusory stones, but now, there were cultivators selling illusory stones. This was because some people found that the cultivators who died were all cultivators who obtained illusory stones. Although many cultivators didn't reveal their illusory stones, others still found out that they had illusory stones on them. As for how they found out, no one knew. Although illusory stones were precious, one needed to be alive to use them. Keeping them by one's side was indeed a huge disaster. However, many cultivators who were peddling illusory stones were complaining. This was because the price of illusory stones wasn't ideal. The flying ship is deliberately lowering the price. Lin Feng thought. He frowned slightly. The situation in front of him was enough to explain a lot of problems. Lin Feng was already suspicious of the flying ship. This was because if one wanted to find out who had obtained illusory stones, the people who were controlling the flying ship would be the easiest to find out. For example, during the investigation when people died for the first time, there was no guarantee that all the cultivators who obtained illusory stones would keep their mouths shut during the investigation. Another example was if there were some detection or surveillance formations on the flying ship, and some cultivators who obtained illusory stones secretly observed their own illusory stones, they might be discovered. Of course, even if they were suspicious, they couldn't say it out loud. This was because the flying ship's controller was in existence at the level of an ancient giant. He was simply too powerful, and if anyone dared to expose this matter, Lin Feng dared to guarantee that they would die miserably. He was still very low-key, and he didn't ask about anything that happened outside. Xianxia was even more low-key than Lin Feng. This was his personality, and he usually didn't say anything for a few days. However, one day, Xianxia was attacked. He went to buy some drinking water, and when he returned, he was attacked. Fortunately, Xianxia's reaction was fast enough, and he only suffered light injuries. Xianxia was the first cultivator who survived a sneak attack. Lin Feng heard the news and rushed over, but Xianxia had already been taken away by the flying ship's higher-ups for questioning. When Xianxia returned, Lin Feng and Xianxia went outside the cabin to talk, because the cabin was really not safe. What happened? Did you see who ambushed you? Lin Feng's Xianxia's illusory stones. Xianxia said, he was too fast. I didn't even see him clearly before he disappeared. Illusory stones. Lin Feng didn't continue, but he believed that Xianxia understood him. Illusory stone, illusory stone, illusory ill. But, Illinois was the attacker trying to mislead him, or was it because the mysterious attacker wasn't looking for illusory stones? Lin Feng felt that things were getting more and more complicated. He returned to the cabin with Xianxia. A few cultivators were chasing each other in the cabin, and a 17 or 18-year-old girl bumped into Lin Feng's arms in the middle of the chase. The girl was instantly enraged. She glared at Lin Feng. Are you blind? Don't you know how to dodge? Lin Feng was confused. You bumped into me, and now you're asking me if I'm blind? The girl was very pretty, even when she was angry. She was tall and slender, and her face was as small as a palm. However, there was an arrogant expression between her eyebrows. Kid, why aren't you apologizing to Miss Fanjin? A few young nobles looked coldly at Lin Feng. Fighting is forbidden in the cabin. You bumped into someone, and you want him to apologize? Lin Feng sneered. Do you need to be taught a lesson? The nobles felt that they had lost face. They all sneered, as if they were about to attack. Swish, Xianxia drew his sword. The blood-red longsword in his hand emitted a bloody light and chilling intent. Feeling the terrifying killing intent from Xianxia, the noble's expressions changed slightly. "Humph, I won't let you go." The girl glared at Lin Feng fiercely, then strode away with her long legs. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, but he didn't care about this group of nobles. He left with Xianxia. Not long after they returned to the room. Bang! The door of the room was smashed. A beautiful woman stood outside the room. When Lin Feng saw that beautiful woman, he was astonished. Peerless beauty. Pleasing to the eye. Devastatingly beautiful. Shocking the world, seeing the woman's peerless figure, Lin Feng immediately thought of a poem. The woman was a peerless beauty, devastatingly beautiful. Although her gaze was cold, it didn't affect her peerless beauty. "Mother, he's the one who bullied me," the girl pointed at Lin Feng and gnashed her teeth. The girl was also very beautiful, but compared to the woman, she was much worse. The difference wasn't in terms of appearance, but in terms of body and temperament. After all, the girl's body hadn't fully matured yet, and she didn't have the seductive temperament of the woman. "Boy, how dare you bully my daughter, concubine Mulan's daughter? Do you want to die?" As soon as the woman finished speaking, she sent a palm strike at Lin Feng. Bam! Lin Feng and the woman's palms collided. Lin Feng was slightly stunned, then sent another palm strike at the woman. They fought from inside the room to outside. Xianxia was also alarmed. He quickly came out, drew his sword, and slashed at the woman. Both sides fought fiercely. At this time, the ship had already entered the space-time turbulence. The ship shook violently. "Now that the ship has entered the space-time turbulence, you are still fighting in the ship. This is outrageous. You are openly violating the rules of the ship." An elder arrived with a gloomy look. The two sides stopped fighting. The woman said, "It's this boy who dared bully my daughter. He's courting death." The girl called Fange and hurriedly said, "That's right. He's the one who bullied me." "Concubine Mulan? You're from the Mu clan?" The attendant couldn't help but ask. Many people gasped. Although there were many ancient powers in the 3,000 provinces, the number of peak ancient powers could be counted on one hand, and the Mu clan was one of them. Concubine Mulan nodded. "Haha, it's really like a flood rushing against a dragon king's temple. Our master is old friends with one of the ancestors of the Mu clan," the elder said with a smile. Immediately after, he turned around and looked at Lin Feng and Xianxia in an evil way. "You dare cause trouble on the ship? According to the rules, you'll be expelled. Now, you two, get down," the elder said in a sinister tone. "Is there such a rule? Did you set the rule?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "I paid the boarding fee. You're just an elder. What right do you have to chase me away? My words are the rules. Open the seal." The elder sneered and waved his hand. Immediately, someone went to open the seal. "Let's go." When Lin Feng activated the deployment spell of the ship, he quickly flew outside. Xianxia rushed out as well. They were so fast. It was shocking. What's going on? Many of the spectating cultivators were dumbfounded. Didn't that kid not want to go down? Why did he rush out without hesitation after the seal was opened? Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Feng and Xianxia rushed out of the ship. They were surrounded by the space-time current, and they were swept away. However, they gritted their teeth and flew away. The ship was about to disappear. Xianxia didn't ask Lin Feng why he jumped out of the ship without hesitation. He was a man of few words, and he followed Lin Feng's orders unconditionally. In the space-time current, a storm swept over. It was difficult to move. Lin Feng helplessly found that he could only let the space-time current sweep him away. What he needed to do now was to protect his body from the current. Be careful. If you encounter an expert on the ship, be even more careful, Lin Feng reminded him. Xianxia nodded, but he was also swept away, and he was swallowed by the space-time current along with Lin Feng. The ancient star path was extremely dangerous. The unluckier ones were people like Lin Feng and Xianxia. If they encountered the spacetime current, they might die. However, it was better than staying on the ship. If they stayed, they might die. When Lin Feng and the beautiful woman collided for the first time, she quickly wrote a word on Lin Feng's palm. Run. Obviously, she wanted him to run. Lin Feng immediately thought of a possibility. He was being watched by someone, and it was an extremely terrifying person. It was very likely the ship's captain, Immemorial. The girl called Fan Zhen bumped into him, and then arrogantly asked her mother to come and take revenge. This was all planned. It was to secretly convey the message of run away quickly to him. Lin Feng didn't know why the mother and daughter pair helped him, but Lin Feng was grateful to them from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for them, he and Xianxia would definitely be trapped on the ship. If the upper echelons of the spaceship wanted to deal with the two of them, it was almost impossible for them to escape. They could only obediently surrender. The 9th floor of the ship. Sir, it's not good. The boy you suspected was driven out by Elder Liu. A middle-aged cultivator reported to Captain Mo. What? Were they chased out? Mo Lung's face instantly turned gloomy. What's going on? He asked coldly. That brat had a conflict with Concubine Mulan's daughter. Concubine Mulan went to teach that brat a lesson, and the two sides fought. After Elder Liu learned of Concubine Mulan's identity, he probably wanted to leave a good impression in front of Concubine Mulan, so he drove the brat and his companions out. The middle-aged cultivator said. Damn it. Damn it. You ruined my plan. I basically confirmed that the kid is the one who took all the 9 colored illusory stones. I was planning to make a move tonight, but that bastard Lu Qi actually chased the kid out. Spacetime is flowing in reverse outside, so the kid is probably torn to shreds by now. Where am I supposed to find him? Mo Lung roared furiously and smashed the table with his palm. Go, call that bastard Lu Qi over, said Lin Feng. Mo Lung's face twisted slightly. Yes, I'll do it right away, the middle-aged cultivator said quickly. He was also an elder on the ship, but he was ranked behind Lu Qi. He had always been suppressed by Lu Qi to the point that he couldn't raise his head. Now, the middle-aged cultivator felt that his chance to rise had come. The energy in the spacetime reversal was terrifying. Fortunately, Lin Feng's physical body was strong enough, and he had the undying divine body. Relying on the power of the blood oath in his mind, he could vaguely sense Xianxia's situation. Xianxia was fine, which made Lin Feng feel slightly relieved. 10 days later, he was swept to the depths of the ancient path of stars by the spacetime reversal. He could vaguely see a ship in front of him, but it wasn't the ship he and Xianxia had been on before. That ship was sucked into a curtain of light by a powerful suction force, and it disappeared. It should have left the ancient path of stars. In the next moment, Lin Feng was also sucked in by a powerful suction force, and his body flew uncontrollably toward the curtain of light. Hey, look, there's a cultivator in front. Did he fly over? There was another ship that came out of the spacetime reversal behind them, and the cultivators on it saw Lin Feng. How could he fly over? I'm guessing he was thrown down by the ship in front. Is he a cultivator thrown down by the spacetime reversal? He didn't die, his luck is really good. Many people on the ship were discussing, and in the next moment, Lin Feng was sucked into the curtain of light and disappeared without a trace. The sky and earth spun. Lin Feng felt like he had been thrown out. With a clang, his body fiercely hit the ground. Lin Feng opened his eyes and found himself in a mountain forest. He looked up at the sky and saw stars. Lin Feng had never felt that the stars were so close. When he looked at the stars outside the sky martial continent, they were just stars. But when he looked at them from here, there were many huge planets revolving in the Milky Way world. Every star field had its own rules of operation. There would be a main star in the star field, and the other stars would revolve around the main star. Is this the starry sky world? It's really different from the sky martial continent. The sky martial continent is covered in dense astral winds, and some of them can even kill rebirth realm cultivators. Therefore, without reaching the god realm, one can forget about entering the starry sky world. However, this star field is different. The astral winds protecting the planets in this star field are not particularly strong. I feel like I can enter the starry sky world with my own strength, but I heard that the starry sky world has zero gravity. Without controlling the power of space, one's body will be like a feather if they enter it. Therefore, I can't enter it yet. Once I enter the starry sky world, it will be very difficult to return to the stars. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and crawled up from the ground. As soon as he entered the star field, Lin Feng planned to find a place to rest and adjust his condition before slowly exploring the star field. What surprised Lin Feng was that the heavenly star soul jade on his waist was emitting a violent fluctuation. Following that, the boundless power of the sun, moon, and stars poured into the heavenly star soul jade. The heavenly star soul jade was a treasure that Lin Feng had obtained from the ghost Azura Luo Yan. This treasure could absorb the power of the sun, moon, and stars day and night. The power of the sun, moon, and stars could increase a cultivator's soul power. Increasing one's soul power was the most difficult, even more difficult than increasing one's cultivation. This was because it was very difficult for ordinary cultivators to absorb the power of the sun, moon, and stars. Even if they could absorb it. However, when the power of the sun, moon, and stars shone down from the 9 heavens, it would absorb many impurities. If a cultivator refined the impurities of the sun, moon, and stars, it would be very harmful to the soul. Therefore, to absorb the power of the sun, moon, and stars, one could only rely on some magic treasures. Now that Lin Feng had come to the starry sky world, the heavenly star soul jade could naturally absorb the power of the sun, moon, and stars at a closer distance. This could be said to be a huge surprise for Lin Feng. He hurriedly found a place to prepare to refine the power of the sun, moon, and stars in the heavenly star soul jade. In the depths of the dense forest, Lin Feng found a hidden place. This place was surrounded by mountains and lush trees, so it was not easy to be discovered. He could peacefully cultivate in seclusion here. Lin Feng used restrictions to seal the entrance of the cave and set up a few concealment arrays. Then, he sat cross-legged and held the heavenly star soul jade in his hand. Then, Lin Feng began to meditate. Gradually, he entered a mysterious state as he watched the 90,000 stars revolve in his mind. This was a method that Lin Feng had comprehended from the star chart, and it was also a cultivation technique for cultivating the soul. The power of the sun, moon, and stars in the heavenly star soul jade was refined by Lin Feng, and his soul power began to increase again. Lin Feng's soul power had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the creation realm. After absorbing a large amount of the power of the sun, moon, and stars, Lin Feng's soul power finally completed a breakthrough and reached the 10th level of the creation realm. As the power of the sun, moon, and stars was continuously refined and absorbed, Lin Feng's soul power continued to increase. In the end, Lin Feng's soul power reached the peak of the 10th layer of the creation realm. He was only a step away from breaking through to the life and death realm. Haha, this heavenly astral soul jade is truly a priceless treasure. If I absorb the power of the sun, moon, and stars every few days, won't my soul power break through to the level of an ancient overlord? Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt a burst of excitement. Lin Feng came out of the cave and flew through the forest. It didn't take long for him to find a stalk of star grass. 8,000-year-old star grass? Lin Feng's eyes were wide open. He couldn't believe it. Star grass was extremely rare in the Sky Martial continent. A stalk of star grass that was 100 years old was priced at an astronomical price. However, the star grass that he had randomly stumbled upon was already 8,000 years old. No wonder everyone wants to participate in the star trial. There are so many good things in the star field. Lin Feng sighed and put the star grass away. In the forest, he found many spirit herbs. Blazing fire flower, ghost spirit vine, moonwheel grass, 9-colored blood ginseng. There were all kinds of spirit herbs that were at least 3,000 to 4,000 years old. Some of the older ones were as old as 8,000 to 8,000 years old. However, he couldn't find any spirit herbs that were over 10,000 years old. That was because spirit herbs that were over 10,000 years old already had a spiritual nature. These spirit herbs knew how to seek luck and avoid calamity. They would take the initiative to escape to an uninhabited area or an extremely dangerous place to hide. Lin Feng collected more than 300 precious spirit herbs in the forest. At night, the temperature of the star was extremely cold. The silver moon hung high in the sky. Roar, a deep roar rang out from afar as tens of cultivators engaged in a fierce battle against a massive wild beast. It seems that the star isn't safe. Lin Feng frowned. There were many powerful vicious beasts on the star, and they were abnormally strong. Under the siege of a dozen cultivators, the vicious beast that looked like both a wolf and a tiger seemed to be able to handle it with ease. Even from a distance, Lin Feng could see the vicious beast's eyes flashing with ridicule. Lin Feng frowned. He felt that the vicious beast was deliberately teasing the cultivators. Junior brothers and sisters, activate the sword array and kill it. A cultivator shouted. Asterisk swish, asterisk. The cultivators took out their flying swords and scattered. They were obviously from the same sect and understood each other very well. Now that they took out their flying swords and attacked the vicious beast, they cooperated very well. The flying sword slashed towards the beast, but to everyone's surprise, when the flying sword slashed over, the beast opened its bloody mouth and spat out a black mist that enveloped the flying swords. Crack, crack. The powerful flying swords were directly split apart. The black fog was very strange and had an extremely tyrannical corrosive power. All the flying swords were destroyed. Not good, this vicious beast is dangerous. Let's leave quickly, the leader of the cultivators cried out in alarm. The group quickly fled into the distance. However, the vicious beast was too terrifying. It chased after them and slapped out with its claws, killing one of them. Previously, the vicious beast had been hiding its cultivation. Now, it was releasing all of its strength. It displayed a very strong combat strength. That fellow should be equivalent to an ancient overlord of the human race, right? Lin Feng was shocked. Miserable screams rang out one after another. The casualties of this group were too heavy. One cultivator after another died miserably. Lin Feng felt that this was not a place to stay for long, so he turned and flew into the distance. However, not long after, a terrifying aura spread out from behind him. A woman also fled in Lin Feng's direction. Behind the woman was the vicious beast. The woman was protected by a defensive treasure, so after taking a few attacks from the vicious beast, she was injured but not dead. When the woman saw Lin Feng in front of her, she was slightly stunned. She clearly did not expect to meet another cultivator here. Senior brother, save me, the woman looked at Lin Feng pleadingly. Beauty, I can't even protect myself. I can't save you. Lin Feng said helplessly. Although the woman had a hot figure and a pretty face, Lin Feng would not put himself in danger just because he was protective of the fairer sex. Being protective of the fairer sex required the right time and place. Now, he was facing an ancient overlord vicious beast. Obviously, the most important thing to do now was to run away. Lin Feng rushed into the distance. His speed was very fast, and he gradually widened the distance between the two of them. When the woman saw Lin Feng running away, despair filled her face. Bang, the vicious beast behind her slapped her with its claws, sending her flying hundreds of meters away. The defensive magic treasure that the woman had brought out was smashed to pieces. The vicious beast roared and was about to pounce, but at that moment, a pitch-black eagle flew over from the sky. The eagle stretched out its claws and grabbed the woman. Then, it flapped its wings and rushed into the distance. The vicious beast roared again and again, but its speed was not as fast as the eagle, so it could only return. The vicious beast returned to the place where the battle had taken place and began to devour the dead cultivators. Black-feathered eagle, Lin Feng turned around and saw the giant eagle. The black-feathered eagle was one of the larger eagle species in the eagle tribe. Its feathers were pitch black, like black sharp swords, giving off a cold metallic feeling. This was the origin of the name black-feathered eagle. Just like the black-feathered eagle in front of him, it was like a killing machine, its sharp claws clawing at Lin Feng. Swoosh, when the claw clawed at him, Lin Feng quickly dodged in the void. He narrowly avoided the black-feathered eagle's claw. At this moment, Lin Feng realized that the beautiful female cultivator from before was also caught in the black-feathered eagle's claw. However, she was now motionless with her eyes closed. He didn't know if she was already dead. After its attack failed, the black-feathered eagle opened its mouth and spat out black gas. The black gas turned into arrows and shot at Lin Feng. This was the black-feathered eagle's innate attack, called the black-feathered arrow. The black-feathered arrow had a strong penetrative power, Even a defensive treasure would be instantly pierced through. Lin Feng took out the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to protect himself. The black-feathered eagle's attack was blocked by the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Then, Lin Feng soared into the sky and jumped onto the black-feathered eagle's neck. He threw a punch at the black-feathered eagle. Clang, a loud sound was heard. The black-feathered eagle suffered such a heavy blow and its body fell rapidly. With a bang, its huge body landed heavily on the ground. A large part of the forest was destroyed. Lin Feng rushed towards the black-feathered eagle and slashed at it with his sword qi. The black-feathered eagle flew at a low altitude and quickly fled into the distance. It let out an angry roar and then fled without a trace. Although the black-feathered eagle was strong, it was probably not as strong as Lin Feng except for its speed. However, the most terrifying thing about flying beasts was their speed. Many flying beasts even dared to snatch the prey of high-level beasts because they were too fast. They would snatch and run. Even high-level beasts couldn't do anything to these birds. Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly discovered that the woman was lying in the forest. Just now, the black-feathered eagle had suffered a heavy blow from Lin Feng. When it fled, it was unable to bring away its prey. Lin Feng landed and checked. He found that the woman was not dead yet. This woman was wearing a long purple dress, which completely revealed her slender figure. Her curvy figure, jade-white skin, and beautiful face revealed a delicate temperament, which made people involuntarily have a desire to protect her. She looks really good. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter as he picked up the woman. If it was someone else, Lin Feng might not save them. After all, there were too many people suffering in this world. How could he save them when he saw them? Lin Feng didn't think of himself as a savior. However, this woman, Lin Feng would not leave her in the lurch. Because she was beautiful. Beautiful women should be doted on. This was Lin Feng's definition of a beautiful woman in his heart. Therefore, he liked to help beautiful women. The world was very cruel. Especially in this world where looks were important. As a woman, if she didn't have a face, it would be difficult. Survival would be even more difficult. However, this female cultivator in front of him should be glad that she was born so beautiful. Otherwise, she would really die here today. Lin Feng carried the female cultivator and left. Not long after, the thunderclouds rolled and the rain fell. Lin Feng and the beautiful female cultivator were completely drenched. However, the rain was also a good thing for the beautiful female cultivator. Because her injuries caused her body to heat up, the rain could lower her temperature. Lin Feng found a cave and took out a heaven reversal pill. He had refined a cauldron of heaven reversal pills to save Xiao Jinyu and the others. A cauldron of heaven reversal pills had 12 pills, and now there were 6 left. After the beautiful female cultivator ate one of Lin Feng's heaven reversal pills, her face regained some color. However, there were still some injuries on her body. The most serious injury should be on the left side of her abdomen. Blood was still flowing out, and there were also wounds on her back. These wounds should have been caused by the black-feathered eagle. Sorry to offend you, Lin Feng tore apart the beautiful female cultivator's clothes. Suddenly, a boundless view appeared in front of him. It was impossible for a hot-blooded young man to not have any thoughts when looking at such a charming body. However, Lin Feng knew how to restrain the desires in his heart. He retracted his gaze and cleaned the wounds on the beautiful female cultivator's abdomen, back, and left chest. Then, he took off her underwear. The underwear was stained with blood. After a big battle, it was stained with dirt and dust. It was not clean. Now, he took it off to prevent the beautiful female cultivator's wounds from getting infected. With this, all the scenery was revealed in front of him. Lin Feng did not have any women's clothes, so he could only give his clothes to the beautiful female cultivator. Although it looked a little plump, it still covered her charming body. What the eye did not see, the heart did not grieve over. After doing all this, Lin Feng leaned against a rock wall to rest. It was still raining heavily outside. From time to time, he could hear the roars of beasts coming from all directions, shaking the heavens and the earth. On the second day, the rain still did not stop. Lin Feng stood at the entrance of the cave and looked outside. Occasionally, he could see cultivators hurrying by. It is said that this star field has tens of thousands of stars, and there are hundreds of planets with life. All the cultivators were randomly thrown to different planets with life? Lin Feng frowned slightly. At this time, the beautiful female cultivator opened her eyes. She seemed to think that she had died and was a little confused. However, she quickly felt the pain from the wounds on her body. Lowering her head, she saw that she was wearing a male cultivator's clothes. However, the clothes were somewhat cold. The beautiful female cultivator glanced down and saw that she was not wearing anything inside. Her pretty face immediately turned so red that it seemed as though blood would drip out from it. "You're injured, so I had no choice but to take off all your clothes and bandage your wounds. Don't worry, apart from treating your wounds, I didn't offend you. I'll keep my mouth shut about what happened today, I won't let anyone know. Your reputation won't be affected," said Lin Feng. At this time, the beautiful female cultivator heard a voice. She looked up and found that it was the young cultivator she had seen before. Did he save her? Did he see her naked? Did he really not do anything? The beautiful female cultivator had absolute confidence in her face and figure. She did not believe that Lin Feng would not do anything in front of such an enchanting body. However, since Lin Feng said that he did not touch her, this seemed to be the best way to cover up the awkwardness between them. The beautiful female cultivator blushed and nodded. However, her heart was filled with shyness. She was a very gentle, reserved, and shy woman. Moreover, her body had been seen by a man. "What's your name?" Lin Feng asked. "Shui Yuling," the beautiful female cultivator said. Lin Feng. A day later, the rain stopped and Shui Yuling's injuries had recovered a lot. However, since she woke up, Shui Yuling's eyes had been red. She would secretly wipe her tears from time to time. Obviously, she was sad for her fellow disciples who had died tragically. Lin Feng did not know how to comfort her. Seeing her fellow disciples die under the claws of fierce beasts was indeed a heavy blow. However, this was the cruelty of the world of cultivators. "I'm sure that your fellow disciples are scattered in other places. Go and find them. Then we'll part ways," said Lin Feng, and left. He and Shui Yuling had just met by chance, that's all. Shui Yuling bit her lips and chased after him. "Why are you still following me? Hurry up and find your fellow sect members," Lin Feng said. Shui Yuling only bit her lips and lowered her head. Her face was red, and she did not say anything. After Lin Feng left, she would follow behind Lin Feng again. This made Lin Feng feel quite helpless. In the end, he could only let Shui Yuling follow him. He planned to meet Shui Yuling's fellow disciples and hand her over to them. That night, sword light flashed in the distance. More than 10 figures stepped on swords and flew over like streaks of light. They landed in the forest. These cultivators were all sword cultivators. They flew over with swords in hand and landed beside the stream to get some water. However, when they landed, they saw a male and female cultivator. The male cultivator did not attract their attention. He was only at the 10th firmament of the yin-yang realm. Although he was strong, the dozen or so cultivators in the group were all at the creation realm. Naturally, they did not think much of a 10th firmament yin-yang realm cultivator. The sword cultivators could not help but look at the female cultivator. The female cultivator was so beautiful that they could not take their eyes off her. "I'm Li Xianxia from the Myriad Dao Sword Sect. How should I address you, brother?" A male cultivator suddenly stepped forward and asked with a smile. "Lin Feng." Li Xiangyang smiled and said, "So it's Brother Lin. How should I address the junior sister next to you?" "Shui Lingyu." Lin Feng answered again. His answer was very simple. He did not state which faction he was from, nor did he explain his relationship with Shui Lingyu. Clearly, Lin Feng did not want to interact with these people. It was important to be vigilant when going out to train. Li Xiangyang smiled and said, "We're passing by this place. We're going to a mysterious place to get some treasures. Brother Lin, are you interested?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not expect Li Xiangyang to personally invite him to search for treasures. However, he did not know how sincere Li Xiangyang was. Lin Feng asked calmly, "What treasures are you talking about?" There's an ancient tree in the primordial stone demon's territory called the stone demon tree. This tree can bear a fruit called the stone demon fruit. This stone demon fruit is extraordinary. It can increase the purity of a cultivator's dermic powers by 10 times and greatly increase a cultivator's strength. Li Xiangyang said faintly. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He was now at the peak of the 10th firmament of the yin-yang realm. What he needed to do now was to temper his dermic powers. He needed to make his dermic powers purer. Only when his dermic powers were pure to a certain extent could he attempt to break through to the creation realm. However, tempering one's dermic powers was not an easy task. It would take a lot of time and a lot of battles of life and death to refine one's spiritual energy. If he could get his hands on the stone demon fruit, he could directly refine the stone demon fruit and increase his magical energy tenfold. That way, he would be able to reach the purity of his magical energy needed to break through to the creation realm. Seeing that Lin Feng seemed to be tempted, Li Xiangyang smiled and said, "Brother Lin's cultivation is extraordinary, and we just happen to be lacking some people. How about Brother Lin and Water Fairy join us? When the time comes, we'll fight the ancient stone demons together. If we get the stone demon fruit, everyone will get a share." Lin Feng nodded. "Since Brother Li is so sincere in his invitation, how can I refuse? Haha, Brother Lin, you're a straightforward person. Let's rest for a night then leave. I won't disturb you any further." Li Xiangyang walked towards his fellow sect members. There were a total of 15 people on Li Xiangyang's side, 12 male cultivators and 3 female cultivators. Someone asked, "Senior brother, why did you invite that brat? Wouldn't a 10th layer yin-yang realm brat be a burden to us?" Li Xiangyang said, "We need some people to explore the way, right? Perhaps they can be used as cannon fodder when the time comes." The other smiled and nodded slightly. "Senior brother, I'm afraid those people don't have good intentions," Xue Lingyu said worriedly. Lin Feng nodded. "I know, but the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Who will have the last laugh will have to rely on their own methods." Xue Lingyu nodded and leaned against Lin Feng's side. She took out her water pouch and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened it and took a sip. Xue Lingyu blushed and put the pouch away. "Don't worry about them. Rest well," Lin Feng said. It was impossible for Xue Lingyu not to be worried. Although she was shy and introverted, she was quite knowledgeable. She was sure that these people didn't have good intentions, so it was normal for her to be wary and on guard. However, with Lin Feng by her side, she felt a little more at ease. As the night deepened, Xue Lingyu fell asleep and her body slowly slid into Lin Feng's embrace. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and lifted Xue Lingyu's head slightly so that she could rest on his lap. He then covered her with a robe so that she wouldn't catch a cold. "That brat is quite lucky." Some male cultivators who were resting in the distance looked at Lin Feng with jealousy. "I'm afraid he won't be able to enjoy it for long," another cultivator sneered. The next day, everyone went out. The cultivators of the Myriad Sword sect didn't know the exact location of the Stone Demon territory. They only knew the approximate location, which was probably why Li Xiangyang invited Lin Feng to join their team. They were going to explore some dangerous places to see if it was the ancient Stone Demon territory. They didn't want to do such a dangerous thing themselves, so they let Lin Feng go. Lin Feng didn't refuse, nor did he show any displeasure. He was very calm and entered those dangerous places to see if it was the ancient Stone Demon territory. "That brat is quite obedient," one of the cultivators of the Myriad Sword sect said playfully. "A wise man submits to circumstances," another person said. Li Xiangyang smiled and said, "But he's quite lucky. He's been able to escape from terrifying beasts several times." Everyone nodded. A female cultivator said, "Senior brother Li is really good at picking cannon fodder." They looked at each other and smiled. Lin Feng flew out of a dense forest, followed by black poisonous insects that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. "It's a group of demonic scorpions. Run." The group's expression changed greatly, and they quickly ran away. Finally, after half a month, they found the ancient Stone Demon territory. Li Xiangyang said with a solemn expression, "Everyone, be careful. The ancient stone demons are extremely terrifying. Even an ordinary ancient stone demon has the strength of a high-level creation realm cultivator. If it's an ancient stone demon king, I'm afraid it has the strength of an ancient giant. The group looked serious. They had to be careful when facing such a terrifying race because the slightest carelessness could lead to death. Brother Lin, we still need to trouble you to enter the ancient stone demon territory and see if there's a stone demon fruit. A cultivator from the Myriad Sword sect ordered in an unquestionable tone with a fake smile on his face. Shui Lingyu said angrily, the ancient stone demons are so strong. How can we let senior brother Lin go in alone? Won't he die 9 times out of 10? A female cultivator of the Myriad Sword sect smiled and said, with brother Lin's strength, he'll be fine. Why don't you go in yourself? Your cultivation level is higher than senior brother Lin's. Isn't it safer for you? Shui Lingyu said coldly. The female cultivator from the Myriad Dao Sword sect said coldly, who are you yelling at? How can you be so unruly? I don't mind helping your elders teach you how to behave. The rest of the cultivators of the Myriad Sword sect sneered. Obviously, they thought that since they had found the ancient stone demon territory, they didn't need to be polite to Lin Feng and Shui Lingyu anymore. They could still use them in the past, but they didn't need them anymore. Perhaps they could use them one last time. They had a way to make them agree. Lin Feng pulled Shui Lingyu behind him. He seemed to have chosen to submit. He nodded at the cultivators of the Myriad Sword sect and said, okay, I'll go in. Haha, don't worry, brother Lin. We'll take good care of junior sister Shui when you go in, said a male cultivator from the Myriad Dao Sword sect. Obviously, he was implying that if Lin Feng dared to escape, Shui Lingyu's safety wouldn't be guaranteed. Lin Feng said, of course, I trust you. Of course, I won't let you down. I'll investigate the situation for you. Senior brother, be careful. Shui Lingyu bit her lips. Said Shui Lingyu while biting her lips. She was extremely worried about Lin Feng's safety. After all, the territory of the primordial stone demons was too dangerous. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Lin Feng nodded slightly. He carefully entered the territory of the primordial stone demons. The territory of the primordial stone demons was huge. It stretched for more than 30 miles. Lin Feng went deeper into the forest. In the depths of the forest, he saw many primordial stone demons. They were more than 10 meters tall, and their bodies were pitch black. Each of them had a terrifying aura. One of them was more than 30 meters tall, and its aura was even more terrifying. It must be the primordial stone demon king. It was equivalent to the primordial stone demon king. Lin Feng saw a pitch-black stone tree that was more than 10 meters tall, and there were more than 10 fruits that looked like black rocks growing on it. That must be the stone demon tree. It's heavily guarded. It won't be easy for those people outside to get the stone demon fruits. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. The people from the Myriad Dao Sword sect were very strong, but was Lin Feng really afraid of them? Of course not. Lin Feng had been pretending to be weak. It was to numb them. Then, he would make good use of them. He would wait until they were busy with the primordial stone demons, then he would make his move and take all the stone demon fruits. There seems to be a group of people hiding here? This aura is vaguely evil. Could they be experts from the demonic path or the demonic path? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. In the Tianwu continent, the demonic path and the demonic path were very terrifying. For example, the godly temple of the wildlands, which was the leader of the demons in the 72 prefectures in the north, was an ancient power. After all, if these evil forces did not have the ability, it would not be easy for them to survive in the Sky Martial continent. The evil demon faction was abnormally evil and could kill without batting an eye. Now that they had their eyes on the stone demon fruit, things were getting interesting. Lin Feng quietly retreated. Seeing Lin Feng come out, Li Xiangyang laughed and said, haha, I knew that brother Lin would be blessed by the heavens. Sure enough, it was just as I guessed. Didn't brother Lin return smoothly? I wonder what the situation is like inside the territory of the ancient stone demons? Brother Lin, please explain in detail. Lin Feng said, there is indeed a demonic stone tree, and there are more than 10 demonic stone fruits on it. However, it is guarded by more than 30 ancient demonic stone demons. Wanting to obtain it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. My junior sister and I are limited in our strength, so we will give up on this mission. As for the demonic stone fruits inside, we no longer have any delusions. As soon as he finished speaking, he prepared to leave with Xue Lingyu. However, the cultivators of the myriad Dao sword sect stopped Lin Feng and Xue Lingyu. Lin Feng's face sank, and he said coldly, "What is the meaning of this? Could it be that you don't intend to let us leave?" A cultivator from the myriad Dao sword sect said with a sneer. "Since we came together, we should leave together. You two should stay behind and help us deal with the primordial rock demons. You want to find cannon fodder?" Lin Feng sneered and said, "I insist on not going today. If you continue to force me, at most, we will fight to the death. I wonder if my junior sister and I can drag two of you down with us before we die." The cultivators of the myriad Dao sword sect frowned. Lin Feng and Xue Lingyu were only at the 10th stage of the Yin-Yang realm. If they chose to self-destruct, or if they had some powerful talismans, they might be able to drag a few people down with them before they died. Li Xiangyang smiled and tried to smooth things over. "Haha, Brother Lin, you've misunderstood us. We don't intend to force you and the water fairy to stay as cannon fodder. We just feel that it would be a pity to miss out on the stone demon fruit. But since you've already made up your mind, we won't force you. Please do as you please." Lin Feng and Xue Lingyu didn't stay and quickly left. That Lin Feng really doesn't know what's good for him. He actually dared to threaten us. Senior brother, why did you let him go? If we put some distance between us, even if they have some tricks up their sleeves, they won't be able to drag us down with them before they die. A cultivator of the myriad Dao sword sect said fiercely. Li Xiangyang said, "If we really fight, it'll cause too much of a commotion and alert the ancient stone demons. The losses outweigh the gains. We might as well let them go. The next time we see that brat, we'll kill him. Anyone who dares to threaten the cultivators of the myriad Dao sword sect must die." The others nodded. "We'll take action at night," Li Xiangyang said, and found a place to close his eyes and adjust his state of mind. The others also found a place to rest. Lin Feng and Xue Lingyu flew for 50 li before stopping. Lin Feng said to Xue Lingyu, "Wait for me here. I'll come find you when I get the stone demon fruit." Xue Lingyu grabbed Lin Feng's arm and said, "Senior brother, don't go. It's too dangerous." After all, Lin Feng was only at the 10th heavenly layer of the Yin-Yang realm. He hadn't shown his strength in front of Xue Lingyu, so she was very worried about Lin Feng. After all, whether it was the people of the myriad Dao sword sect or the ancient stone demons, they were too strong. In her opinion, they could easily kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Don't worry, I won't act rashly. As soon as I notice something wrong, I'll leave immediately. Take care of yourself and wait patiently for me." After saying that, Lin Feng went back the way he came. Xue Lingyu was very worried, but she didn't dare to disobey Lin Feng. She found a secluded place in the forest and hid. Night fell. The cultivators of the myriad Dao sword sect rushed towards the territory of the ancient stone demons. These ancient stone demons were nocturnal creatures. They only went out to hunt at night. Now that there were only 10 ancient stone demons left in their nest, it was the best time to attack. "Junior brother Zhang, junior brother Yu, junior brother Dong, the 3 of you come with me to deal with the ancient stone demon king. The others will deal with an ancient stone demon. Junior brother Tang, you go and get the stone demon fruit," Li Xiangyang ordered. "Yes." Everyone replied. "Attack!" Li Xiangyang shouted in a low voice. He was the first to rush out. The 3 cultivators of the myriad Dao sword sect followed behind him and rushed towards the ancient stone demon king. "Despicable humans, you dare to trespass into the territory of the ancient stone demons? You'll all die here." The ancient stone demon king saw Li Xiangyang and the others and could speak human language. Rumble, the primordial stone devil king charged at Li Xiangyang, his 30-meter-tall body causing the ground to tremble violently. The primordial stone devil king held a huge stone axe in his hand and swung it at Li Xiangyang. When the axe swung down, it felt like it could split a mountain. Godspan sword. Li Xiangyang was obviously prepared. He waved his right hand and a palm-sized flying sword flew out of his sleeve. The flying sword vibrated and emitted waves of destructive energy waves. The aura of the great Tao spread out. It was a Tao artifact. It was definitely not an ordinary Tao artifact. It should be a high-grade Tao artifact. The aura it emitted made Lin Feng, who was watching the battle from afar, tremble in fear. Even an expert from the evil demon sect can keep his composure. It seems like they want to use the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Li Xiangyang and the others are too arrogant. They are all experts, but they didn't notice the hidden experts. Lin Feng sneered inwardly. He didn't have a good impression of Li Xiangyang and the others, so he naturally didn't care if they lived or died. Slash. The Godspan sword quickly grew in size. In the blink of an eye, it grew from the size of a palm to about 2 meters long. Then, under Li Xiangyang's control, it slashed at the primordial stone devil king. The 3 disciples behind Li Xiangyang helped him activate the Godspan sword. The 4 of them activated the high-grade Tao artifact together, and the Godspan sword's power was displayed. Bang! The Godspan sword collided with the axe in the primordial stone devil king's hand. The primordial stone devil king was forced to take a few steps back. Roar! 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 The primordial stone devil king was thoroughly enraged. His roar shook the sky, and the black mist in his body rolled. The primordial stone devil king's aura rose steadily, far stronger than before. The primordial stone devil king swung his axe again. Clang! The Godspan sword was sent flying. Li Xiangyang and the others were sent flying by the shockwave. Their faces were pale, and they spat out mouthfuls of blood. The primordial stone devil king is too cruel. Let's burn our lifespan to awaken the Godspan sword's artifact spirit to fight against him. Li Xiangyang's face was pale. Without any hesitation, he began burning his lifespan to awaken the sword's artifact spirit. At the same time, the rest of the cultivators from the myriad Tao sword sect charged toward the primordial rock devils. The primordial stone demons were not easy to deal with. After just a few exchanges, some of the cultivators from the myriad Tao sword sect were already grievously wounded by the primordial stone demons. One of the cultivators from the myriad sword sect had his left leg torn off by the primordial stone fiend. It was a tragic scene. The cultivator from the myriad Tao sword sect, whose surname was Tang, dashed toward the demonic stone tree. He wanted to take the demonic stone fruit while his fellow disciples were fighting with the primordial stone devils. This was a pretty good plan. However, when he was halfway there, a cloud of black fog suddenly surged out from the forest. Keek keek, strange laughter could be heard coming from the black fog. It sounded like the weeping of malicious ghosts. It was extremely mournful. Huh? What is this? The cultivator with the surname Tang from the myriad sword sect screamed in horror after he was swallowed by the black mist. Then, he screamed again before he went completely silent. Apparently, he was killed by the devil Tao expert. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of demonic mist surged out and rushed towards the demonic stone tree. Junior brother Tang. Many cultivators from the myriad Tao sword sect shouted angrily. You despicable and shameless demons! How dare you sneak attack us? Li Xiangyang roared furiously. His originally handsome face was distorted at this moment. The anger in his heart was enough to burn the sky. He was about to succeed, but he was caught off guard by a group of devil Tao experts. Now, he was afraid that all his efforts would be in vain. Even if he wanted to stop these devil Tao experts, it was already too late. The devil Tao expert who killed the myriad Tao sword sect cultivator with the surname Tang was the leader of this group of devil Tao experts. He sneered and said, I really don't know if I should call you stupid or naive. In the world of cultivators, how can you talk about despicable and not despicable? Have you lived your life to become a dog? This is a cruel and cold world where the strong prey on the weak. Only the fittest survive. Dozens of devil Tao experts rushed to the demonic stone tree, wanting to pluck all the demonic stone fruits. However, the demonic stone tree was unexpectedly powerful. Its branches danced wildly like dragons and lashed out. Bang bang bang, more than a dozen devil path experts were sent flying. This was a scene that no one had expected. Li Xiangyang laughed loudly. This is really the reincarnation of the heavenly Tao. What goes around comes around. Are you still happy now? Humph. The Devil Dao expert sneered and rushed over personally. However, at this time, the primordial Stone Devil King and Xianxia stopped fighting and attacked the Devil Dao leader. Damn it! The Devil Dao leader roared. He had no choice but to dodge the primordial Stone Devil King and Xianxia's attacks. At this time, the primordial Stone Devil King gave up on attacking the Devil Dao leader. Instead, he rushed to the demonic stone tree. Obviously, he wanted to reach the demonic stone tree and protect the demonic stone fruits. Xianxia and the Devil Dao leader, who were originally locked in a fierce battle, immediately joined forces to stop the primordial Stone Devil King. There were no eternal enemies in the world, only eternal benefits. It was not strange for the two to join forces. They knew that once the primordial Stone Devil King reached the demonic stone tree, it would be very difficult for others to snatch the demonic stone fruits. Snatch the demonic stone fruits! Xianxia and the Devil Dao leader shouted. Even the 3 myriad Dao sword sect cultivators behind Xianxia rushed to the demonic stone tree. The myriad Dao sword sect cultivators who were fighting the primordial Stone Devil King also rushed to the demonic stone tree. As for the dozen or so Devil Dao experts who had been sent flying, they stopped their bodies from retreating and rushed over again. The demonic stone fruit is mine. Lin Feng sneered and stepped forward. Brat, it's you. Die. One of the myriad Dao sword sect cultivators saw Lin Feng rushing out and revealed a murderous look on his face. They wanted to kill Lin Feng before, but in order not to attract the primordial Stone Devil's attention, they let Lin Feng go. Now that Lin Feng had appeared again, these myriad Dao sword sect cultivators no longer had any scruples. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. These myriad Dao sword sect cultivators were really ingrates. No matter what, he had helped them explore various dangerous places. Now that they had used him, they immediately turned their backs on him and tried to kill him. However, this person was only at the 7th heavenly layer of the creation realm. Lin Feng raised his right hand and slapped. Bang, the two of them collided, and the myriad Dao sword sect cultivator's body exploded from Lin Feng's slap. He died miserably on the spot. How is this possible? The cultivators of the myriad Dao sword sect shouted in disbelief. Was this the same ant that obeyed their orders? That's the grand Dao of death, eternal and immortal. Lin Feng stepped forward in the void and spoke in a low voice. A loud rumbling sound was heard, and a river of death appeared and swept towards the myriad Dao sword sect and the Devil Dao cultivators. Let's kill this brat together. The cultivators of the myriad Dao sword sect and the Devil Dao cultivators realized that Lin Feng was too big of a threat. They immediately came to an agreement to deal with Lin Feng first. Nearly 30 strong cultivators attacked Lin Feng at the same time, but the death river was too strong, and all of them were blown away. Lin Feng then charged towards the demonic stone tree. Pa! 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 Numerous branches whipped towards Lin Feng. 8 divine seals. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He directly used a powerful sealing technique of the Heavenly Master's branch to seal the demonic stone tree. Then, he waved his right hand and dozens of demonic stone fruits were collected by Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you're courting death. Xianxia shouted furiously, his killing intent soaring to the sky. Brat, how dare you steal the treasures of my purgatory devil sect? You deserve to die. The Devil Dao cultivator's voice was gloomy and cold. Despicable ant, how dare you steal the treasures of my sect? I'm going to eat you. The ancient demonic stone king's roar shook the sky. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh! The 3 terrifying existences stopped fighting and charged towards Lin Feng at the same time. Ha 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 ha! Do you think you can stop me? That's simply a pipe dream. Lin Feng laughed and soared into the sky, flying into the distance. The 3 strong cultivators were all terrifyingly strong, but they wanted to surround Lin Feng. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng leaped into the air and rushed out of the encirclement. Then, he summoned his golden wings. The golden wings flapped, and Lin Feng turned into a golden bolt of lightning, flying a few thousand meters away. Xianxia and the leader of the demon sect were speechless. They didn't expect Lin Feng to be so fast. Has he been toying with us all this time? The cultivators from the myriad Dao sword sect were the most furious. They had interacted with Lin Feng the most, and they had ordered Lin Feng to explore the danger zones. Lin Feng had never refused, and they had thought that he was just an ant. They didn't expect him to be so strong. Chase! Li Xiangyang and the leader of the demon sect roared furiously and chased after Lin Feng. The ancient Stone Devil King also roared and chased after Lin Feng. It was just that the dragon had risen from the abyss and the goshawk had risen to the sky. Who could do anything about it? Lin Feng quickly arrived at Shui Lingyu's hiding place. Junior sister Shui, where are you? Lin Feng asked. Whoosh, a figure ran out of a hidden cave. It was Shui Lingyu, and she hugged Lin Feng. In a flash, Lin Feng felt 2 waves of energy press against his chest. Lin Feng sighed. Shui Lingyu's figure was really amazing. Senior brother, I was so worried about you. Thank God you're fine. Shui Lingyu said with a red face. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Lin Feng grabbed Shui Lingyu's hand. Shui Lingyu nodded and quickly left with Lin Feng. After madly running for a few hundred li, Lin Feng felt that he had completely shaken off Li Xiangyang and the evil cultivator. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. Li Xiangyang had grasped a high-grade Dao tool, and the Devil Pathmaster had probably grasped a supreme treasure of the same level. If they were to fight, it would be extremely dangerous. Lin Feng and Shui Lingyu entered a cave in the middle of the forest and cast a deployment spell to conceal the cave. This is the Stone Devil Fruit. Junior sister Shui, you can refine it. Lin Feng took out a Stone Devil Fruit and gave it to Shui Lingyu. What? Senior brother, you really got the Stone Devil Fruit? Shui Lingyu was astonished. So many strong cultivators had tried to steal the Stone Demon Fruit. How had Lin Feng, a cultivator of the Yin and Yang layer, managed to steal it from so many strong cultivators? This made her very curious. I got lucky. Lin Feng smiled. If Li Xiangyang and the leader of the Purgatory Demon sect hadn't stalled the ancient Stone Devil King, he wouldn't have gotten the Stone Devil Fruit. Senior brother, you should keep it for yourself to increase your strength, Shui Lingyu said. Lin Feng said, I have more, don't worry. Shui Lingyu took the Stone Devil Fruit and said with a red face, Senior brother, you're too good to me. I'll serve you well in the future. After saying that, Shui Lingyu didn't dare to look at Lin Feng again. Lin Feng was stunned. Serve me well? He felt a headache coming on. Was Shui Lingyu going to entrust herself to him? However, Lin Feng didn't have time to think too much. He wanted to quickly refine the Stone Devil Fruit to increase his strength. Lin Feng and Shui Lingyu went into seclusion. This kind of Stone Devil Fruit would only have a miraculous effect after refining the first one. If he refined more, the effect would be greatly reduced. Refining the first Stone Devil Fruit would increase the purity of his magic power by 10 times. If he refined the second one, it would probably only increase by 3 or 4 times. If he refined the third one, the effect would be even worse. This was the case for many heavenly treasures. Lin Feng didn't find it strange. He took out a Stone Devil Fruit and started refining it. Soon, the Stone Devil Fruit was swallowed by Lin Feng and turned into the purest energy that entered his body. After the energy of the Stone Devil Fruit merged with his body, it started to increase the purity of Lin Feng's magic power. Sure enough, after refining the first Stone Devil Fruit, Lin Feng's magic power increased by 10 times. Lin Feng felt that he was finally on the verge of a breakthrough. There were a few steps to breaking through to the creation realm. The first step was to transform the golden core into a holy fetus. The second step was to condense a law. The third step was to pass the tribulation. Only when all 3 steps were completed could one be considered a creation realm cultivator. None of them could be missing. Now, Lin Feng was beginning to condense his own holy fetus. He ate the heavenly demon fruit that he had obtained in the Death Swamp. The Stone Devil Fruit could increase the purity of a cultivator's magic power by 10 times. The effect of the heavenly demon fruit was even more amazing. It could condense an emperor fetus. When a cultivator broke through to the creation realm and upgraded their golden core into a holy fetus. There were many types of holy fetus, and naturally, there were strong and weak ones. However, the emperor fetus was definitely the most powerful of all the holy fetus. It could suppress all the other types of holy fetus. Originally, the two of them had similar cultivation levels. When breaking through to the creation realm, one of them condensed an ordinary, holy fetus. The other person condensed an emperor fetus. Then, after breaking through, a cultivator who condensed an emperor fetus could even kill a cultivator who condensed an ordinary holy fetus. This was the difference between an emperor fetus and a holy fetus. It would bring a cultivator a completely different combat strength. In Lin Feng's Dantian, the golden core began to crazily absorb the primordial demon liquid, God's origin, and the energy of supreme-grade spirit stones. The condensation of an emperor fetus consumed a huge amount of energy. Now, Lin Feng had fused the primordial demon liquid and God's origin into the golden core to improve the quality of the golden core. Then, the number of supreme-grade spirit stones needed to condense an emperor fetus would be even more. The mountain of supreme-grade spirit stones was refined and fused into the golden core, helping it transform. Crack, the golden core shattered. It turned into origin energy. Within the origin energy, one could vaguely see a figure sitting cross-legged. That figure was like a baby. This was an emperor fetus. An emperor fetus would continuously be nurtured, grow, and become stronger. The stronger the emperor fetus, the stronger the dermic powers of the cultivator would be. There were even emperor fetus cultivation techniques or divine abilities in the world, but they were too rare and difficult to find. A terrifying pressure spread out from Lin Feng's Dantian. Clearly, Lin Feng had not only created the most powerful emperor fetus among the holy fetus species, moreover, the emperor fetus he had created was the most powerful one. This was because Lin Feng's accumulation when he was at the 10th level of the yin-yang realm was too powerful. Not counting the nomological powers that he had refined later, only the dermic powers of the same level were considered. Lin Feng's accumulation was about 300 times that of a cultivator of the same level. Then, when he condensed an emperor fetus, the strength of the emperor fetus would be at least 300 times that of a cultivator of the same level. More importantly, Lin Feng had refined 3,000 nomological powers before breaking through. Now, these 3,000 nomological powers had all fused into the emperor fetus. Then, how powerful Lin Feng's emperor fetus was, even Lin Feng himself did not know. The emperor fetus in Lin Feng's Dantian was surrounded by the origin energy. Swoosh, the emperor fetus suddenly opened its eyes. Two dazzling eyes shot out. Lin Feng was very happy that he had condensed the emperor fetus. However, it was a pity that Lin Feng had used up most of his supreme-grade spirit stones. The amount of supreme-grade spirit stones needed to condense the emperor fetus was far beyond Lin Feng's imagination. Of course, the main reason was that Lin Feng had accumulated a lot of supreme-grade spirit stones. I'm lacking spirit stones. I need to think of a way to get enough spirit stones. Lin Feng frowned. Lin Feng estimated that he would need another 2 million spirit stones. However, for safety's sake, Lin Feng had to prepare at least 4 million supreme-grade spirit stones to deal with all kinds of situations. If he didn't have enough spirit stones when he broke through, wouldn't that be a tragedy? Boom. Boom, boom. At this moment, Shui Lingyu's body emitted a shocking wave of energy. It was like a surging river. This was the sound of the spiritual energy in her body circulating. Shui Lingyu's breakthrough was much easier. After all, she couldn't have accumulated as much as Lin Feng. In this world, only Lin Feng had 3,000 laws in his body before breaking through to the creation realm. Kulpa lights condensed in Shui Lingyu's third eye. She was about to face the Kulpa strength. Lin Feng removed the deployment spell. Shui Lingyu opened her eyes and flew away without hesitation. Lin Feng also came out to watch Shui Lingyu's tribulation. Perhaps because she had refined the stone demon fruit, Shui Lingyu's tribulation didn't seem to be particularly difficult. 9 lightning bolts descended and she blocked them all. Shui Lingyu landed on the ground after the tribulation dissipated. She was panting slightly, but her face was filled with joy because she had broken through to the creation realm. Senior brother, I broke through. Shui Lingyu said excitedly. Lin Feng nodded, but his gaze was fixed on some important parts from time to time. Shui Lingyu's clothes were torn apart by the tribulation, so her snow-white skin was faintly visible. Looking from the side, one could even see a touch of red. Even if Lin Feng was a gentleman, he would still be unable to control himself. Xue Lingyu also realized the situation at this time. She quickly covered her breasts with her hands and ran into the cave to change into a new set of clothes. Her heart was pounding like a little deer. Especially when she thought of Lin Feng's burning gaze just now. She was both shy and pleasantly surprised. His legs even felt like jelly. Xue Lingyu changed her clothes and came out. This shy and pitiful girl was naturally beautiful. Even in her sect, she was a goddess-like existence. "Senior brother, where are we going next?" Xue Lingyu blushed as she asked. "With so many cultivators entering the planet to participate in the trial, I'm sure there will be a trading area. Now, I plan to head there to exchange for some top-grade spirit stones." Lin Feng said. "Senior brother, if you need top-grade spirit stones, I have tens of thousands of them," Xue Lingyu said. Lin Feng slightly smiled and said, "You need spirit stones for your cultivation, so you can keep these spirit stones for yourself." After spending some time with Lin Feng, Xue Lingyu gradually understood Lin Feng's character. Lin Feng had always been a man of his word, so Xue Lingyu could only nod. In reality, Xue Lingyu didn't know that her spirit stones were just a drop in the bucket for Lin Feng. After the two left, they searched for treasures while searching for the cultivators' trading area. On this planet, the dragon rabbit's abilities could be fully displayed. The little guy ran wildly in the forest, entering all kinds of dangerous places, taking out treasures and handing them to Lin Feng. Every time she saw the dragon rabbit, Xue Lingyu would be attracted to it. However, the dragon rabbit had a cautious expression. Other than Lin Feng, it had this kind of attitude towards anyone who wanted to interact with it. This made Xue Lingyu smile bitterly. Lin Feng comforted the dragon rabbit, and the little guy let Xue Lingyu hold it in her arms. The dragon rabbit found many treasures for Lin Feng, and Lin Feng's harvest was great. Many of the treasures were rare in the outside world, but there were many on this planet. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that no cultivators entered this planet all year round. Many of the treasures were left unmined, so it was easy to understand why the entire planet was a treasure trove. Squeak, 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 squeak. The dragon rabbit waved its claws, jumping and jumping. "Are you saying that you found a mysterious ore?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. The dragon rabbit nodded. Under its guidance, Lin Feng and Xue Lingyu arrived at a pool. The dragon rabbit pointed to the bottom of the pool. Lin Feng asked Xue Lingyu to wait outside while he dived to the bottom of the pool to find the ore the dragon rabbit was talking about. There was a strange beast at the bottom of the pool that was more than 10 meters long. It looked like a fish, but its body was covered with barbs that could spit out powerful electric currents to attack others. After a fierce battle, Lin Feng killed the beast in the water. Lin Feng found some ores at the bottom of the pool. These ores were divided into 3 colors, gold, purple, and blue. They were actually 3-colored immortal stones, a material used to forge divine weapons. A palm-sized 3-colored immortal stone could be auctioned for a sky-high price, not to mention the many scattered at the bottom of the pool. He collected all the 3-colored immortal stones at the bottom of the pool and left with Xue Lingyu. After Lin Feng left, a cloud of demonic qi flew over from afar and descended, finally turning into an old man in a black robe. This old man looked like a malicious spirit, and his eyes were sinister and terrifying. When he entered the pool, he only saw the slain beast, but not the 3-colored immortal stones. The old man roared furiously, "Who was the one who got here first? Who took the 3-colored immortal stones?" Laozi's eyes were filled with killing intent. 3 days later, Lin Feng and Xue Lingyu found a cultivator's trading area. There were more than 10 major forces protecting this trading area. If one wanted to set up a stall in the trading area, they would have to pay a considerable amount of supreme-grade spirit stones. The trading area was very lively. Many cultivators who entered the star had obtained good things, and some cultivators would take out some of the things they didn't need to trade. Therefore, in this place, most of the transactions were done by exchanging items for items. After Lin Feng paid 500 supreme-grade spirit stones, he set up a stall as well. Lin Feng needed a large amount of spirit stones as he had many treasures on him. However, Lin Feng only took out the 3-colored immortal stones because many cultivators might have obtained them during this period of time. However, only Lin Feng could obtain the 3-colored immortal stones. Moreover, the three-colored immortal stones were a material used to forge divine weapons. Such a precious material would naturally attract many cultivators. That's a three-colored stone. Many cultivators cried out in astonishment. They had heard about how precious three-colored stones were, but they had never seen one before. This was the first time they had seen a material that could be used to make a divine tool. This naturally caused everyone to be shocked and moved, because if an ordinary person obtained such a treasure, they would definitely not sell it. Instead, they would keep it for themselves to create a supreme treasure. "What do you want to trade for the three-colored stone?" asked a cultivator. "A top-grade spirit stone," said Lin Feng. This made everyone even more surprised. A treasure like the tricolored light could be traded for many precious treasures. The trading area was usually a barter trade. Very few people would trade treasures for spirit stones. Spirit stones were easy to obtain, but supreme treasures were hard to find. An old cultivator asked, "Young friend, how many spirit stones do you want to sell it for?" "For a million top-grade spirit stones," said Lin Feng. Hiss. Many people gasped. That was a huge number. It wouldn't be easy to gather 4 million top-grade spirit stones. That's too expensive. "Can you make it a bit cheaper?" asked the old man. Lin Feng said, "That's a fair price. If it was sold at an auction house, it could be sold for 6 or 7 million. Said the old man. "But this isn't an auction house. Even if you have top-grade spirit stones, there's a limit. You can't use them like in the Tianwu continent. Young friend, you're in such a hurry to sell it. You must be in need of spirit stones, right? Let's both take a step back. How about 3 million? Lin Feng shook his head. "That's too much of a difference. I won't sell it for less than 4 million. The old man had no choice but to withdraw. Many people came to inquire about the price, but very few people were willing to pay 4 million top-grade spirit stones. However, more and more people came to watch because the three-colored stone was too extraordinary. At that moment, a group of people came over. The leader of the group was a tall and sturdy cultivator with a fierce face. He gave off a ferocious aura. "Brother, there's someone selling a three-colored stone over there." A cultivator pointed in Lin Feng's direction. The ferocious-looking cultivator's eyes suddenly lit up. "What a treasure! This is a material for forging divine artifacts. If I can fuse it with my mountain-cleaving axe, won't my mountain-cleaving axe's power increase greatly?" A group of people quickly walked towards Lin Feng. "Scram! Can't you see that our big brother is here? Are you blind? Get out of the way." These cultivators were very arrogant. Any cultivator who was slow to retreat would be kicked to the ground by them. Some people looked angry and wanted to retort. But they were all held back by their companions. "These people are from the Divine Axe sect of the Tianzhou. Do you want to die by offending them?" After hearing the identities of these people, many people's expressions changed abruptly. Lin Feng had come into contact with the Divine Axe sect of the Tianzhou continent before. In the Death Swamp, the 5 ancient factions of the Tianzhou joined forces and took out the imperial weapon, the Time Sword. They wanted to steal the heavenly demon fruit from the heavenly demons. The Divine Axe sect of the Tianzhou continent was one of the 5 factions. The Divine Axe sect of the Tianzhou continent was a sect that was both righteous and evil. They had many experts and were extremely domineering. Some people were upholding justice outside and slaying demons and devils. Some people were running amok and killing people like flies. Because of this, the Divine Axe sect of the Tianzhou continent was criticized a lot. "Kid, how much is this three-colored immortal stone?" the ferocious-looking cultivator asked. Someone recognized this cultivator. His name was Luo Hong. Anyone who knew about the Divine Axe sect of the Tianzhou continent would be shocked. This was because the sect master of the Divine Axe sect of the Tianzhou continent was surnamed Luo. Obviously, this ferocious-looking cultivator was a member of the sect master's faction. "4 million top-grade spirit stones," Lin Feng said. "Pay up." Luo Hong waved his hand. Immediately, a cultivator of the Divine Axe sect walked out and threw a storage ring to Lin Feng. Lin Feng sensed it with his divine will and his face sank. There are only 400,000 low-grade spirit stones in this storage ring. What do you mean by this? I think this 3-colored immortal stone is worth 400,000 low-grade spirit stones at most. Do you have any objections? Luohong said calmly with an unquestionable tone. Is Luohong trying to force a sale? That young cultivator is really unlucky to have met a devil incarnate like Luohong. I heard that Luohong is the nephew of the Divine Axe Sect's sect master. He even dares to snatch the treasures of the Divine Axe Sect's disciples, let alone the treasures of other factions. After all, that young cultivator is only in the yin-yang realm. Luohong saw that his cultivation was low and became greedy. That young cultivator can only suffer in silence. Some cultivators discussed and looked at Lin Feng with pity. It was not easy to get a 3-colored immortal stone, but it would be snatched away before it could even warm up. No matter who it was, this kind of thing would be exceptionally depressing. Scram, faced with Luohong's question, Lin Feng only said one word. It was overbearing and domineering. Everyone was dumbfounded. A yin-yang realm cultivator dared to tell Luohong to scram. Many people thought that they had heard wrong. You dare to tell me to scram? Do you want to die? Luohong's face suddenly turned cold. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, a ruthless person like Luohong naturally did not have any scruples, especially when facing a young cultivator like Lin Feng. Luohong only had contempt and disdain for him. Suddenly, Luohong saw Xuelingyu next to Lin Feng. His eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "That girl next to you is not bad. I won't kill you today because it's too boring. Later, I'll f***ck that girl next to you. You'll see how I f***ck her with your own eyes." Xuelingyu's beautiful face suddenly turned pale and her body trembled. She naturally heard the discussion around her and knew Luohong's identity. In her opinion, such a person was not someone she and Lin Feng could offend. Now, Luohong wanted to deal with her and Lin Feng. How could they resist? Luohong is really a scumbag. Such a beautiful girl is going to be ruined. Many people felt that it was a pity. In the eyes of the spectators, Luohong was interested in Xuelingyu. Xuelingyu would not be able to escape this calamity. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and grab that boy and that pretty girl and drag them into the small forest. I can't wait to f***ck that pretty girl. When I'm done, it'll be your turn. Luohong laughed out loud. The rest of the cultivators of the Divine Axe sect smiled. These people who were with Luohong were obviously not good people. Looking at them, it was obvious that this was not the first time they had done such a heartless thing. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 cultivators attacked. Both of them were at the creation realm. One of them was at the 2nd heavenly layer while the other was at the 1st heavenly layer. The 2nd heavenly layer creation realm cultivator attacked Xuelingyu with his palm. On the other hand, the 1st heavenly layer creation realm cultivator attacked Lin Feng with his palm. He wanted to cripple Lin Feng with his palm. Facing the attack of the 2nd heavenly layer creation realm cultivator, Xuelingyu, who had just broken through to the creation realm, suddenly felt an endless pressure sweeping over her. Her face turned pale and her heart was filled with despair. Xuelingyu's pretty face was pale. She knew that with her and Lin Feng's strength, they would definitely die if they were to fight against the people from the Divine Axe sect. Xuelingyu wouldn't blame Lin Feng for offending the people from the Divine Axe sect of Tianzhou. Because in her opinion, she would have died long ago if it weren't for Lin Feng. Xuelingyu made up her mind that if she was really captured by these people, she would rather bite her tongue and commit suicide than be humiliated. Xuelingyu bit her lips and condensed a palm. She was about to slap the 2nd heaven of the creation realm cultivator who attacked her. Puff. Suddenly, a tearing sound was heard. Xuelingyu widened her eyes because the 2nd heaven of the creation realm cultivator in front of her was torn into pieces and died on the spot. She didn't even know what had happened. The cultivator of the 1st heavenly layer of the fortune realm who had attacked Lin Feng had also died. How dare an ant like you provoke me? Until Lin Feng's voice was heard. Xuelingyu came back to her senses and saw that she was surrounded by dumbfounded expressions. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Seeing everyone's gaze, Xuelingyu suddenly had a thought in her mind. Could it be that the 2 of them were killed by Lin Feng? this thought seemed a little crazy because Lin Feng was only at the Yinyang realm. The two dead cultivators. They were Creation Realm cultivators. How could Lin Feng kill two Creation Realm cultivators? Shui Lingyu didn't see who made the move, so she couldn't be sure if it was Lin Feng or not. However, the eyes of the surrounding cultivators who were watching the show seemed to tell Shui Lingyu something. Just now, Lin Feng killed two people. How did he do it? Shui Lingyu was puzzled. Instant kill? One cultivator after another exclaimed in shock. Shui Lingyu didn't see what happened just now, but they did. Lin Feng's breath was like a sword. The two Creation Realm cultivators were killed in an instant. They didn't even have the strength to resist. How powerful was that young cultivator to be able to kill two Creation Realm cultivators in an instant? That young cultivator must have hidden his cultivation level, right? That should be the case. To be able to kill the two people from the Divine Axe sect in an instant, his cultivation level should be at least at the 5th or 6th heaven of the Creation Realm. This is going to be a good show. Both sides are so powerful. It's going to be a fierce battle. Many cultivators whispered to each other. Many people had excited expressions on their faces. Cultivators loved to watch all kinds of fights or life and death battles. This was because many people were able to comprehend useful things from other people's battles. Brat, how dare you kill the Divine Axe sect? You're courting death. Luo Hong suddenly roared. Who would dare to offend the Divine Axe sect? But now, not only had Lin Feng dared offend the Godly Axe sect, but he had also dared kill their cultivators. He's as SSS. Attack. I want this brat's life. Luo Hong waved his hand and shouted coldly. Yes, more than a dozen experts from the Divine Axe sect pounced on Lin Feng. These people were the Divine Axe sect's elites, the cornerstone of this ancient force. Naturally, each of them was powerful. They were all in the Creation Realm. Now that more than a dozen Creation Realm experts were attacking together, it was a huge scene. Can that young cultivator still hold on? Many people watched the battle excitedly. Shui Lingyu, on the other hand, looked extremely worried. After all, Lin Feng was now facing the siege of more than a dozen Creation Realm experts. If he was careless, he might die. Lin Feng raised his right hand and waved it in front of him. A blade aura condensed and tore through the void. It was so powerful that the mountains and rivers changed color. Puff, sounds of tearing could be heard one after another. The 5 or 6 Creation Realm cultivators at the front were instantly cut in half by the blade aura. When the 7 or 8 people behind saw this scene, they were scared out of their wits and retreated in horror. Strong. He was too strong, no one expected Lin Feng to be so strong. Can you retreat? Lin Feng looked indifferent. He stepped forward and used his palm as a blade, slashing out again. Let's use our Dharma treasures to kill him. The cultivators from the Divine Axe sect looked fierce, their eyes filled with killing intent. Swish, with a flash of cold light, all kinds of Dharma treasures were used and attacked Lin Feng. However, it was useless. Lin Feng was too strong. Before he formed the Emperor embryo, Lin Feng was already able to suppress the ancestor. Let alone now. His cultivation had probably reached an unfathomable level. Puff, one by one, the Dharma treasures were destroyed by Lin Feng's attack. Then, Lin Feng's attack tore apart the bodies of the Divine Axe sect cultivators. 7 or 8 cultivators of the Good Fortune layer were killed by Lin Feng again. Senior brother Lin is so strong. Shui Lingyu looked at Lin Feng in shock. She had been with Lin Feng for so long, but she didn't know that Lin Feng was so terrifying. At that moment, Shui Lingyu was also very excited. Ever since she knew that Lin Feng had seen her body and even touched it, the conservative Shui Lingyu had treated Lin Feng as her man. Therefore, when Lin Feng asked her to leave, she didn't leave and secretly followed Lin Feng. Now that she knew that her man was so strong, she was naturally happy. Which woman didn't want her man to be young, handsome, confident, and strong? Die, brat! Shouted Luo Hong furiously. Everybody saw that Luo Hong was holding a gigantic axe. It looked as if Pangu had created the earth and sky. He was moving towards Lin Feng with his axe. Mid-grade Dao weapon, mountain-splitting axe. Someone exclaimed. A mid-grade Dao weapon could easily tear the sky and earth apart. Now, Luo Hong was using such a terrifying weapon to deal with Lin Feng. How could Lin Feng block it with his body? Senior brother, quickly dodge. Xue Lingyu exclaimed. Her face was pale. Dodge? Where can I dodge? It's too late to dodge now. Luo Hong laughed sinisterly. His magic power surged as he activated the mountain-splitting axe. The power of the axe was raised to the extreme by Luo Hong. Luo Hong was obviously incomparably confident in the axe he chopped out. Who said I'm going to dodge? Lin Feng sneered. Without fear, he stepped forward and faced Luo Hong's attack with his bare hands. Oh my god, is that brat crazy? He wants to use his bare hands to fight against a Dao weapon? He's courting death. Many people exclaimed. They couldn't understand why Lin Feng was doing this. In their opinion, it was no different from courting death. However, in the next moment, the entire trading zone fell silent. Everyone saw that Lin Feng's right hand had caught the mountain-splitting axe. No matter how hard Luo Hong tried, the axe didn't move at all. Catching a Dao artifact with his bare hands, this was too terrifying. It was simply unbelievable. Is that young cultivator already at the 10th heavenly layer of the creation realm? Who is he? Do you know him? I don't know him. Is he a new genius? Many people looked at each other. The experts of the 3,000 prefectures had gathered for the star trial. The 3,000 prefectures were a vast place. Therefore, it was normal that these people didn't know Lin Feng. Only the cultivators who shone during the battle of geniuses of the 3,000 prefectures would be recognized. You. Who are you? Luo Hong was trembling in fear. The person who will kill you. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed Luo Hong. I'm the nephew of the Divine Axe sect leader. If you dare to kill me, the Divine Axe sect will definitely hunt you down. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Feng had already taken Luo Hong's head. Plop, the headless corpse fell to the ground. Lin Feng took out more than 10 balls of flames and burned the corpses of Luo Hong and the other disciples to ashes. The rest of the people were dumbfounded. No one had thought that the result would be like this. Lin Feng was too powerful. He killed the nephew of the Divine Axe sect leader without any hesitation. He was simply audacious. Senior brother, should we leave this place temporarily? Xue Lingyu whispered. She was worried that the Divine Axe sect's cultivators would come to seek revenge. No worries. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. The three-colored divine stone was still in front of him. In the distance, someone walked over with a majestic gait. It was a very boorish young man, even though he had a full beard. However, if one tried to sense him carefully, they could still sense that he was young. However, this young man was abnormally powerful. He stood there without emitting any aura, but many people felt suffocated. They had no choice but to back away from him. Zhuge Yi. Is that him? Someone whispered. He wasn't sure. His voice was trembling. This was a name that could shock the world. In the last Heaven's favorite battle, Zhuge Yi, who was only 20 years old, shone brightly. He defeated all of his peers and had never lost a single battle. Now that so many years had passed, no one dared to imagine how strong Zhuge Yi had become. That's right, it's Zhuge Yi. Rumor has it that he went to the land of Jiuyin to train. It looks like he came out from there. Someone said, feeling incomparably shocked. Because the Nining Extreme Grounds was filled with danger. Rumor had it that the descendants of some ferocious beasts from the primeval times lived there, and the slightest carelessness would cause one to perish. How much is the three-colored divine stone? Zhuge Yi asked. 4 million top-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng raised his eyelids. Deal. Zhuge Yi took out a storage ring and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng checked and found that there was an extra 1 million top-grade spirit stones. What's the meaning of this extra 1 million? Lin Feng asked. I'll borrow your heavenly fire to refine the tricolored stone. Zhuge Yi said. What? Heavens? Heavenly fire? Many people widened their eyes. Then, their eyes were filled with greed. Every cultivator had heard of heavenly fire before. Every cultivator knew the importance of heavenly fire. For alchemists, heavenly fire was the most useful. But in fact, for ordinary cultivators, heavenly fire was also extremely important because heavenly fire was the king of all flames. Its attack power was strong, and it could refine all kinds of substances. It was a treasure that every cultivator dreamed of. But heavenly fire was too rare. Since the beginning of the world, there had only been 72 types of heavenly fire. It was very difficult to find heavenly fire in all the worlds. But Lin Feng had heavenly fire. Was it true? Nobody was sure whether Lin Feng's flame was heavenly fire or not. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. Deal. Lin Feng nodded. Many people gasped. Lin Feng had obviously admitted it. In front of so many people, he didn't deny it. Instead, he openly admitted it. He had heavenly fire. This news was earth-shattering. Some of the cultivators were already filled with murderous intent. Follow me. Zhu Beiyi walked into the distance. Lin Feng and Xue Lingyu followed behind Zhu Beiyi. They left the trading area and looked for a quiet place to refine the three-colored divine stone. Little brat, so it's you who stole the ancestors' three-colored divine stone? Said a cold voice while looking at Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with killing intent. It was the old devil who appeared in front of the pool not long after Lin Feng and Xue Lingyu left. In the cave. The purple earth core fire was burning fiercely, burning the three-colored divine stone. Xue Lingyu sat not far away, looking at Lin Feng in a daze. This was the man she had chosen. The more she interacted with Lin Feng, the more she found that Lin Feng was unfathomable. He was so strong that it was unbelievable. Now, he even had heavenly fire, a legendary flame. Moreover, he was so confident. Lin Feng's body was like a poison to Xue Lingyu. She was falling deeper and deeper in love with him. It was quite troublesome to refine the three-colored divine stone. Fortunately, the heavenly fire was strong enough. After repeatedly burning for 3 days, the tricolor divine stone finally began to melt. Under the heavenly fire, the three-colored divine stone began to turn into a divine liquid. About 2 days passed. The three-colored divine stone finally completely melted into a liquid state. Zhu Beiyi collected the divine liquid from the three-colored divine stone and laughed, "Thank you, Brother Lin. We'll meet again." This Zhu Beiyi was also a swift and decisive person. When he said he would leave, he left without any hesitation. Lin Feng rested for a while and left with Xue Lingyu. He wanted to find a quiet place to break through to the creation realm. A day later, in the distant horizon, a blazing sun was suspended in midair. A terrifying aura filled the air. What's that? Many cultivators were shocked. When they looked at the scorching sun, they felt that their eyes were pierced by the light. Such a phenomenon naturally attracted many people's attention. More and more cultivators gathered. The scorching sun in the sky was flying in this direction. Lin Feng looked over and was shocked. He saw a person in the scorching sun. It was a young cultivator in a heavenly god battle robe. He walked through the void like a heavenly god patrolling the area. "Zhu Beiyi, where are you? Come out quickly. My divine battle spear can't wait to drink your blood." That cultivator shouted loudly, like the roar of a heavenly god shaking heaven and earth. Wow! Many people couldn't withstand the pressure emanating from the young cultivator's body and coughed up mouthfuls of blood. "Hurry up and retreat." Many cultivators shouted. They couldn't withstand the pressure from the young cultivator and had no choice but to retreat. Even Xue Lingyu's face was pale. She was obviously affected. Lin Feng released a powerful aura that enveloped Xue Lingyu. Only then did Xue Lingyu feel much better. "Thank you, senior brother," Xue Lingyu said with a red face. One could see the truth in the details. Xue Lingyu could feel that Lin Feng cared about her. Lin Feng nodded and looked at the cultivator in the distance. That cultivator was too terrifying. Lin Feng sensed an oppressive pressure as heavy as a mountain. Obviously, he was definitely a top-tier heaven's favorite. He's like a god. Could he be the #1 genius of the divine shrine, Di Xingtian? Someone exclaimed. The Heavenly God Temple was one of the most powerful ancient powers in the 3,000 continents. They had the most powerful inheritance. It was said that this power had very few people, only a few dozen successors. However, each successor had shocking divine abilities. When Lin Feng went to the ruins of gods, he saw two experts from the divine shrine. Tian Wufa of the divine shrine wanted to subdue the Ocean Empress and make her his concubine. However, the Empress cut off one of his arms and forced him to run away. It wasn't that Tian Wufa wasn't strong. It was just that the Empress, one of the 9 pirate kings, was too strong. Later, Tian Wufa's martial uncle, the Great Void Path, acted. He wanted to take revenge for Tian Wufa, but he couldn't subdue the Empress. Today, Lin Feng met the successor of the Divine Shrine again. Dixing Tian was the most extraordinary person in the Divine Shrine. He was the #1 genius of the Divine Shrine's younger generation. In the past, he had fought with top experts like Huangdao Wuji and Huangfuqing Tian. However, they couldn't do anything to each other. The last battle between the top geniuses was a battle between the top geniuses. However, each of them had unparalleled skills. In the end, the battle couldn't really continue. Zhuge Yi and Dixing Tian became enemies at that time. No one knew the exact reason. Dixing Tian seemed to have found out about Zhuge Yi's birth, so he came to look for Zhuge Yi. This person was truly too powerful. As expected of a top-notch existence who could suppress the world. Such an existence as Cultivation had long surpassed countless experts of the older generation, and could even compete with the ancient giants. Endless divine flames burned heaven and earth. Dixing Tian was like a god descending from the heavens. The weaker cultivators couldn't withstand his presence and knelt on the ground to worship him. This was Dixing Tian. It was rumored that he was the reincarnation of a deity. But whether it was true or not, no one knew. Zhuge Yi appeared before and contacted that brat. Maybe we can ask him. Someone secretly transmitted a message to Dixing Tian, pointing in the direction of Lin Feng. After Lin Feng revealed that he had the heavenly fire, many people had already taken note of it. Many people wanted to secretly plot against Lin Feng. If Lin Feng died, the heavenly flame would become an ownerless item, and everyone could fight for it. Lin Feng had already anticipated this situation. But he didn't care. Lin Feng cultivated the Tao of supremacy. Among the 3,000 great Taoists, he was the supremacy. Lin Feng wanted to fight with all kinds of powerful cultivators to temper his cultivation. Dixing Tian looked at Lin Feng and stepped forward, looking down at Lin Feng like a god. He asked, "Where is Zhuge Yi?" This person was too powerful, and even Lin Feng felt pressured. Lin Feng guessed that Dixing Tian was the same as him. Even at a low level, he could challenge those who were much stronger than him. Moreover, Dixing Tian's cultivation level had increased a long time ago, so it was unknown how strong he was. So what if Dixing Tian was strong? Lin Feng was unhappy with Dixing Tian's arrogant attitude. He said indifferently, "Do I have an obligation to tell you?" "Brat, what did you say?" Dixing Tian's voice turned cold, filled with endless killing intent. It was the first time Dixing Tian had encountered someone who dared to speak to him in such a manner. Naturally, he was furious. The surrounding cultivators were also shocked. They didn't expect Lin Feng to be so domineering. Lin Feng was extremely strong, but against a peerless cultivator like Dixing Tian, nobody thought Lin Feng could compete with him. This brat is too arrogant. How dare he be so disrespectful to Dixing Tian? Someone sneered. They felt that Lin Feng was courting death. In this world, there were cultivators who could be on par with Dixing Tian, but Lin Feng was definitely not one of them. This was what the surrounding cultivators thought. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Don't you understand human language? How dare you speak to me like that?" Dixing Tian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng sneered, "What a joke. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can look down on others? Do you really think you are the reincarnation of a god? Since you can look down on others, why can't I look down on you?" "Good. Good. Good." Dixing Tian's voice was indifferent. He said with a gloomy face, "It's been a long time since someone dared to be so rude to me. In 3 moves, I will defeat you. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will make you kneel in front of me and repent for your foolish words. Boom, Di Xingtian's body emitted a destructive force, causing the space around him to distort. The scorching sun around Di Xingtian grew hotter and hotter. Di Xingtian's terrifying aura enveloped Lin Feng. He wanted to attack Lin Feng. Di Xingtian. Your opponent is me. Why do you have to make things difficult for others? Zhuge Yi appeared in the distance and said coldly. Very good, you didn't hide in your shell like a coward. Di Xingtian's eyes were filled with killing intent when he saw Zhuge Yi. Di Xingtian didn't know what conflict the two of them had, but he was filled with killing intent. If you can keep up with me, you will be qualified to fight me. Zhuge Yi flew into the distance. You're lucky, Di Xingtian glanced at Lin Feng disdainfully. Then, he soared into the sky and chased after Zhuge Yi. Zhuge Yi, I've been waiting for this day for almost 6 years. My divine battle spear has long wanted to drink your blood. Di Xingtian's voice was cold. My slaughter god saber is also waiting to drink your blood. Zhuge Yi looked indifferent. The two of them were too fast. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Many cultivators chased after them. They wanted to watch the battle, but they were soon left behind by Di Xingtian and Zhuge Yi. Di Xingtian. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. This person was indeed terrifying. Lin Feng felt that he could use this person to train his cultivation. Many people around Lin Feng didn't have good intentions. Lin Feng could feel it. He sneered and didn't care about those cultivators. True experts were either arrogant and arrogant, like Di Xingtian, or they were good at hiding themselves. For example, the old devil who hated Lin Feng because he didn't get the 3-colored immortal stone. These cultivators who had bad intentions towards him only knew how to play dirty tricks behind his back. They were just a bunch of mobs. Lin Feng and Xue Lingyu flew into the distance. At this moment, more than 20 cultivators flew towards them. There were both men and women among the 20-plus cultivators. The leader was a female cultivator who looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. She wore a tight black robe that accentuated her perfect figure. Coupled with her frosty face, she wore a tight black robe. Her appearance attracted a lot of attention. What's the matter? Lin Feng frowned and looked at the group of people. The woman in black did not seem to have heard Lin Feng's words. She looked at Xue Lingyu who was hiding behind Lin Feng. Lingyu, come out quickly. The woman in black said coldly. Lin Feng was surprised. He did not expect Xue Lingyu to know these people. It seemed like they were from the same sect as her. Sister. Xue Lingyu's voice was weak. The woman in black was Xue Lingyu's sister. Lin Feng did not expect this. Since junior sister Xue has found her people, let's bid farewell here. Lin Feng said. No. Xue Lingyu panicked when she heard that Lin Feng was going to leave. Swish, all eyes were on Xue Lingyu. Obviously, the woman in black and the others knew Xue Lingyu's character very well. Xue Lingyu was a very shy person. She would not interact with male cultivators. Now that Lin Feng said that he was going to leave, Xue Lingyu had such a big reaction, many people muttered in their hearts. Could it be that something special happened between Lin Feng and Xue Lingyu? Was that why she was so dependent on Lin Feng? She could not bear to see Lin Feng leave. Many people looked at Lin Feng with jealousy because many of Xue Lingyu's fellow disciples had tried to woo her, but Xue Lingyu had turned a blind eye to them. Now that Xue Lingyu, a beautiful flower, seemed to have someone in her heart, how could they not be jealous? Xue Lingyu's beautiful face turned red. She knew that when she had shouted those words, people would think that there was a relationship between Lin Feng and her. However, Xue Lingyu did not want to refute. Even though Lin Feng did not do anything overboard to her during this period of time. However, Xue Lingyu, who had a conservative personality, already had her heart set on him. Xue Lingyu was very courageous when facing her own feelings. Sister Xue, it's safest for you to stay with your clansmen. Lin Feng said. Xue Lingyu felt a little sad. However, she also understood Lin Feng's character. Since Lin Feng had already decided to leave, Xue Lingyu knew that there was nothing she could do to stop Lin Feng. Come with me, I have something to tell you. Xue Lingyu bit her lips and said. Lin Feng nodded. He cupped his fists towards the black-robed woman and the others before leaving with Shui Lingyu. Junior sister Shui, you. Lin Feng was just about to ask Shui Lingyu what she wanted to say. At this moment, Shui Lingyu's tender red lips had already pressed against his. Lin Feng's eyes widened. He did not expect that Shui Lingyu, who was so shy, would do such a thing. It was completely out of Lin Feng's expectations. After Shui Lingyu and Lin Feng's lips parted, Shui Lingyu's face was already pink. Even though she was shy, she still raised her head resolutely and looked at Lin Feng. Senior brother, don't forget about Lingyu. After saying that, she ran off into the distance. Looking at Shui Lingyu's back, Lin Feng sighed softly. He did not want to provoke Shui Lingyu. However, Shui Lingyu was like a moth attracted to a flame. Men were too charming. Sometimes, it was also a mistake. After seeing Shui Lingyu return, Shui Lingbing did not ask much and left with her. However, Shui Lingyu was a little absent-minded along the way. Shui Lingbing asked, "Where are the brothers and sisters who were with you?" Tears fell from Shui Lingyu's eyes and she said, "They all died under the claws of the fierce beasts. I only survived because senior brother Lin saved me." Hearing that their fellow disciples had died, Shui Lingbing and the others could not help but feel sad. The trial in the outer realm was full of danger. They had seen too many deaths. Now, the only thing worth rejoicing about was that Shui Lingyu was still alive. "I did not expect that person to be your benefactor. I forgot to thank him. That person's cultivation is not very high, but he was able to save you from danger. He is really lucky," Shui Lingbing said. Shui Lingyu immediately said, "Sister, senior brother Lin is very powerful." Shui Lingbing and the others shook their heads slightly and did not say anything. They did not think much of it. How strong could a young cultivator who had not even broken through to the creation realm be? In a secluded valley, a large array was intertwined, completely hiding the place. In the cave, there was a small mountain of top-grade spirit stones. A young cultivator was sitting cross-legged, absorbing the energy of the spirit stones. This cultivator was Lin Feng. A large amount of energy was absorbed by Lin Feng, and in Lin Feng's body, laws began to condense. Strands of laws were intertwined. When an ordinary cultivator broke through to the creation realm, they would only condense one strand of law. However, Lin Feng had condensed 300 strands of law. This was because Lin Feng's accumulation was too strong, so the number of strands of law he condensed was much higher than other cultivators at the same level. After condensing 300 strands of law, Lin Feng's body had a total of 3,300 strands of law. Lin Feng's immortal divine blood had also undergone a further transformation. From recovery to 16%. From recovery to 20%. This was a major transformation. After recovering 20% of his immortal divine blood, Lin Feng would awaken a new ability. One had to know that Lin Feng's immortal divine blood contained 9 abilities, and he had only awakened the 9 steps of death. As his bloodline gradually recovered, the other abilities would gradually awaken. A beam of tribulation light formed between Lin Feng's eyebrows. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the lightning tribulation was about to descend. Lin Feng directly removed the array and soared into the sky to resist the lightning tribulation. Boom! The first lightning tribulation smashed down like an immortal ancient mountain range. It was endless, and its aura was heavy and oppressive. This was the divine mountain tribulation. It was an extremely rare tribulation. Rumor had it that the ancient sacred emperor Yu had once transcended the divine mountain tribulation. Bang! The divine mountain tribulation was indeed terrifying. It pressed down and swept Lin Feng away. Crack, crack. Even someone as powerful as Lin Feng's body could not withstand it and began to collapse. This tribulation was much stronger than when Lin Feng broke through to the 8th firmament of the creation realm. The divine mountain pressed down again, trying to destroy Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He soared into the sky and waved his right fist. He punched out 36 times in a row. Bang! The huge mountain formed by the lightning tribulation was shattered by Lin Feng's punch. At this time, the second lightning tribulation was brewing in the sky. It was a demon snake. Its cold eyes swept toward Lin Feng in the void. Demon snake tribulation. This was another shockingly powerful lightning tribulation. The demon snake stuck out its forked tongue and pounced toward Lin Feng. Waves of destructive power surged in the void. This was the destructive power contained in the lightning tribulation. The demon snake descended from the sky and whipped its huge tail toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't hold back either. He activated the Supreme Reincarnation Fist and punched toward the demon snake. Now that he was transcending the tribulation, it was the best opportunity to practice the Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Lin Feng's fist shook the void. Each punch was fiercer than the last. After 9 consecutive punches, the demon snake collapsed. Lin Feng stood in the void with a solemn expression. This lightning tribulation was too terrifying. The heavenly Tao wants to destroy me. I'll shatter the heavenly Tao. Lin Feng roared. His battle intent was getting stronger and stronger. Lin Feng had always been a person who refused to admit defeat. He condensed the heaven-punishing battle intent. Battle aura. White tiger killing intent, these were the 3 auras that Lin Feng had mastered. Now, the 3 auras were stacked together. Lin Feng's aura had risen to a peak level. The third lightning tribulation descended. This time, it was a stone saber. Stone weapons were synonymous with power. The stone saber slashed down, shattering heaven and earth. Break! Lin Feng roared and charged toward the stone saber. The Supreme Reincarnation Fist swept out again. Bang! 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 After 3 punches, the stone saber shattered. This third lightning tribulation was clearly much stronger than the second lightning tribulation. Facing an even stronger lightning tribulation, Lin Feng destroyed it with 3 punches. This was naturally because the 3 auras had increased Lin Feng's combat strength. Boom! Boom! Bolts of lightning struck down one after another. Lin Feng successfully withstood 9 consecutive lightning tribulations. Originally, Lin Feng thought that he had successfully transcended the tribulation. However, Lin Feng didn't expect that, an even more terrifying lightning tribulation condensed in the sky. Boom! A loud sound was heard. A huge river formed by lightning flowed out. Suddenly, the tide of the river rose and a flood broke out. Flood calamity. Once a cultivator was sucked into the flood tribulation, it would be like an ordinary person being swept away by the flood. In such a situation, there was only a slim chance of survival. F***CK. The 10th lightning tribulation. Lin Feng was speechless. He had once witnessed Shui Lingyu's fortune tribulation. She only needed to go through 9 lightning tribulations before she succeeded and officially broke through to the fortune realm. And now, he was about to undergo the 10th lightning tribulation. Lin Feng was quite depressed. Tribulations of heaven and earth were generally divided into 9 tribulations. However, there were always some monstrous existences in this world. Even the heavenly Tao did not allow people like them to appear. Then, an even more powerful lightning tribulation would descend. More lightning tribulations would descend. Lin Feng was a monstrous cultivator among monstrous cultivators. Therefore, he had transcended more than 9 tribulations. This was not something that was particularly inconceivable. Waves of destructive waves shook the void. The flood calamity swept over and drowned Lin Feng. The flood was formed by the power of the lightning tribulation. The power of the lightning tribulation was constantly destroying Lin Feng's body. I'll split the flood with 1 slash. Lin Feng roared and activated Sky Split with all his strength. 3 forces and Sky Split. At that moment, Lin Feng turned into a saber light. Puff, the flood calamity was shattered by Lin Feng. Boom! Boom! At this time a new lightning tribulation descended. The 11th lightning tribulation condensed into a heavenly demon. This was the heavenly demon tribulation. Keek keek, the heavenly demon let out a sinister sound and pounced towards Lin Feng. Not to mention the heavenly demon tribulation, I've even cut down a young great emperor. Lin Feng sneered and soared into the sky. After the heavenly demon tribulation, all kinds of lightning tribulations descended. 27 lightning tribulations in a row. Lin Feng's body was covered in wounds. Now that he had activated 3 forces at the same time, he was almost unable to bear it. However, the aura of the lightning tribulation in the sky was getting stronger and stronger. Obviously, the lightning tribulation had no intention of dissipating. How many lightning tribulations do I have to transcend? Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He had never heard of such a lightning tribulation. Now that he was transcending it, Lin Feng was in a lot of pain. In the forest not far away, a dozen cultivators were hiding. These cultivators had their eyes on Lin Feng. How many lightning tribulations does this guy have to transcend? The cultivators looked at each other, completely shocked. No matter how many lightning tribulations he transcends, this kid will definitely die today. These cultivators had hideous smiles on their faces. Killing and robbing, they had their eyes on Lin Feng's heavenly fire. And obviously, Lin Feng had more than just heavenly fire. In their opinion, Lin Feng had taken out a 3-colored immortal stone to exchange for supreme-grade spirit stones. In that case, Lin Feng probably had more than one 3-colored immortal stone. In their opinion, Lin Feng was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Roar. The roar shook the sky. A white tiger condensed. This was the white tiger tribulation. One of the 5 sacred beasts, the white tiger, specialized in killing. Kill. Lin Feng shouted coldly and soared into the sky, attacking the white tiger. The two sides clashed. Lin Feng's left arm was almost torn off by the white tiger. But in the end, the white tiger was still killed by Lin Feng. A total of 49 lightning tribulations descended. The last few lightning tribulations almost completely destroyed Lin Feng. His body had been blasted apart, revealing his white bones. This was almost a fatal injury. If it were anyone else, they would have died a tragic death. But Lin Feng relied on his immortal divine body to survive. But even so, his injuries were too serious. The magic power in his body had dried up, and an unprecedented sense of weakness swept over him. After the 49th lightning tribulation descended, the sea of lightning in the sky began to dissipate. Lin Feng could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He was extremely weak now, and his immortal divine body could no longer be used. If a few more lightning tribulations descended, then Lin Feng knew that he would die. I can't stay here for long. Lin Feng took a deep breath and tried his best to breathe again. He turned and flew into the distance. But at this time, figures flew over from afar. Each of them had a powerful aura. They were all cultivators of the creation realm. Kid, you're really powerful. You actually survived 49 lightning tribulations. You broadened our horizons. A cultivator sneered. Lin Feng raised his eyelids and said, "You're too polite. May I know why you're here?" The leader of the cultivators laughed. "Give us your storage ring and the heavenly fire, and we'll spare your life." "How about that?" Lin Feng sneered. "You want to get your hands on my treasure? Kid. If you were at your peak, we might be a little afraid. But now that you've just transcended the tribulation and your magic power has dried up, I can kill you 1,000 times over." As soon as he finished speaking, a cultivator in blue rushed toward Lin Feng. He was at the 5th stage of the creation realm, and he attacked Lin Feng with his palm. "Devour." Lin Feng shouted coldly and stretched out his right hand. A terrifying suction force surged out from his palm. The cultivator at the 5th stage of the creation realm flew uncontrollably toward Lin Feng. In the next moment, he arrived in front of Lin Feng. Said Lin Feng, grabbing his head. A powerful devouring force surged out and enveloped the cultivator. Bang! The cultivator's body exploded, leaving behind only his origin energy. All of the origin energy had been devoured by Lin Feng. The magic power in Lin Feng's body that had dried up quickly recovered. "You're a demonic cultivator." The expressions of the other cultivators suddenly changed. Only demonic cultivators could devour other people's life essence to recover or increase their own cultivation. Lin Feng's ability seemed to be much more terrifying than many demonic cultivators. This made the group of cultivators' expressions turn gloomy. However, they were not afraid because they had more people on their side. Lin Feng was still very weak, and this was the best opportunity to kill Lin Feng. The leader of the cultivators waved his hand, and the cultivators dispersed. These people distanced themselves from Lin Feng, wanting to attack Lin Feng from a distance. Swish, light flashed, and all kinds of magic treasures flew out and floated in the air. Each magic treasure emitted a violent fluctuation. "Kid, let's see how you'll die." The leader of the cultivators laughed sinisterly. More than a dozen experts took out powerful magic treasures to deal with Lin Feng. They believed that Lin Feng, who was almost at the end of his life, would definitely die. More than 10 Dharma treasures flew towards Lin Feng. The leading cultivator even took out a mid-grade Tao artifact, the Cold Iron Ruler. Their attacks were ferocious and violent, causing the void to tremble slightly. Their wishful thinking was extremely good because Lin Feng's current state was too poor. Even though he had devoured a cultivator's source, he was still far from recovering. If it were anyone else, they might have been killed by a group of Dharma treasures. However, such a method would not work against Lin Feng. That was because Lin Feng had the heaven-devouring jar. Swoosh, Lin Feng waved his right hand. Lin Feng took out the heaven-devouring jar. Its devouring power whizzed out and instantly engulfed more than 10 powerful Dharma treasures. These Dharma treasures were originally attacking Lin Feng, but now, they all turned around and flew towards the heaven-devouring jar. "What Dharma treasure is that? How can it be so strange?" Cries of disbelief rang out. Everyone had an extremely shocked expression. There was actually a Dharma treasure that could forcefully devour other Dharma treasures. This was too strange. As expected of a demonic cultivator. Even his Dharma treasure is so strange. Let's recall our Dharma treasures and use our divine abilities to deal with him. The leading cultivator shouted in a deep voice. Demonic cultivators were hated by everyone in the Tianwu continent. However, Devil Dao cultivators were feared by countless people. This was because the methods of demonic cultivators were too strange and terrifying. These people wanted to recall their Dharma treasures, but Lin Feng sneered and said, "Don't you think it's too late to recall them now?" Lin Feng knew that his Dharma power was limited, so he did not dare to hesitate and injected all his Dharma power into the heaven-devouring jar. Buzz! The heaven-devouring jar erupted with a powerful devouring power. More than 10 Dharma treasures, including the Tao artifact, flew towards the heaven-devouring jar. The expressions of the cultivators changed again and again. They tried their best to control their Dharma treasures to break free from the heaven-devouring jar's devouring power, but they could not do so. First, more than 10 peak Dharma treasures or semi-finished Tao artifacts were devoured by the heaven-devouring jar. Next, the Tao artifact, Cold Iron Ruler. More than 10 cultivators had their magic treasures forcibly snatched away, causing them to suffer from the backlash. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and their faces were as pale as paper. "You actually stole our treasures. You deserve to die 1,000 times over. Everyone, kill him with all your might. Who knows how many treasures this brat has on him? As long as we can kill him, any price is worth it." The leading cultivator shouted in a deep voice. His words were quickly echoed by the others. The rest of the cultivators also had ferocious gazes, their eyes flashing with dense killing intent. More than a dozen people activated their divine abilities together and attacked Lin Feng. Flaming Divine Wave Palm. Burning Fury of the Heavens. Fist Shakes 8 Directions. River Reversal. Starfall. All kinds of powerful attacks were displayed and smashed towards Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng was instantly submerged by these divine abilities. His body fell down, dripping with blood. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. "Is he dead?" a cultivator asked in a low voice. "Let's go and take a look," the leading cultivator said. The leading cultivator said. He was extremely cautious, not sending people alone, but rather moving together. If there really was danger, then he would be the first to act. They could deal with it. Cough, cough, Lin Feng coughed violently. The cultivators were shocked. Lin Feng had just endured the divine abilities of more than a dozen people and was in a state of near exhaustion. How could he still be alive? How strong was his physical body? How could he withstand such tyrannical attacks and not die? Everybody was astonished, but at the same time, they were even more determined to kill Lin Feng. Boom, these cultivators once again condensed their divine abilities in midair and attacked Lin Feng, who had just crawled up from the ground. Golden Feather Body, shrink! Lin Feng shouted and took a step forward. In an instant, he was 1,000 meters away. The attacks of more than a dozen experts bombarded the place where Lin Feng had been standing. However, Lin Feng had already left. Bang! The ground caved in from their attacks. Lin Feng rushed into the crowd. "Brat, you dare to enter the tiger's den? Is there a hole in your head?" When a cultivator saw Lin Feng rush into the crowd, he smiled ferociously. He was about to condense his divine ability to deal with Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng moved horizontally and used Shrink again to appear in front of him. Shrink was a secret technique recorded in the clone of the primeval sage emperor Golden-Winged Great Peng Emperor. It was a technique that relied on the strength of the physical body and didn't consume any magic power. Of course, this technique had a great requirement on the physical body. If the physical body wasn't strong enough and used it forcefully, the body might disintegrate in midair and die a horrible death. However, Lin Feng's physical body surpassed that of a fiend god, so there was no problem. After using Shrink, Lin Feng was too fast. Before the cultivator could react, Lin Feng had already grabbed his head and exerted force. Lin Feng's physical strength was enough to kill a giant dragon. The cultivator's body exploded, and all of his origin energy was instantly devoured by Lin Feng. "Die, brat!" A cold shout came from behind. The cultivator behind Lin Feng launched a sneak attack on Lin Feng. But his attack hadn't even landed on Lin Feng's body when he suddenly realized that his body was frozen in the air. He couldn't move at all. After devouring the origin energy of that cultivator, Lin Feng recovered some of his magic power. He used a magnetic field to imprison the cultivator behind him. Then, Lin Feng turned around and punched the cultivator behind him. Bang! The cultivator was killed by Lin Feng. His body exploded, leaving only his origin energy floating in midair. Lin Feng activated his devouring martial spirit and instantly devoured the cultivator's origin energy. After devouring the origin energy of two cultivators, Lin Feng felt that his magic power had recovered a lot. "Kill him!" The rest of the cultivators roared angrily and attacked Lin Feng with all kinds of divine abilities. Devour! Lin Feng activated his 5 devouring martial spirits. The ultimate form of the devouring martial spirit. The 5 devouring martial spirits merged into one. Boom! This was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. The 5 devouring martial spirits appeared and merged into one. All of the divine abilities were devoured by Lin Feng's 5 devouring martial spirits. Then, after merging into one, the black hole formed by the devouring martial spirits grew bigger and bigger. The cultivators were enveloped by it. These cultivators couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure of the 5 devouring martial spirits merged into one. Bang bang bang, the sound of bodies exploding could be heard. All that was left of their bodies were balls of origin energy. "No, don't kill me, I'm from the Sunset Sword sect, if you kill me, my sect won't let you go." The leader of the cultivators shouted in fear. His body was also imprisoned and he couldn't move. Lin Feng looked indifferent as he walked towards the man. Bang! He killed the cultivator with a palm strike and devoured his origin energy. After devouring the origin energy of more than 10 cultivators, Lin Feng's exhausted body recovered about 20%. Screech! Lin Feng was about to leave. Suddenly, a sharp and ear-piercing cry came from the sky. A black feathered eagle with a wingspan of 100 meters descended from the sky. Its sharp claws scratched at Lin Feng. Its sharp claws were like swords. The sharp eagle claws were about to pierce Lin Feng's chest. Swoosh! Lin Feng quickly moved to the left. The sharp claws of the black feathered eagle almost brushed past Lin Feng's body. It was extremely dangerous, he had almost been injured by the black feathered eagle. The black feathered eagle flew back into the air after its attack failed. It did not leave. Instead, it hovered in the air and looked coldly at Lin Feng. Black feathered eagle king. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had previously encountered a black feathered eagle that had been injured by Lin Feng. However, it was clear that the black feathered eagle, whose wingspan was only a dozen meters, was much weaker than the black feathered eagle in front of him. Lin Feng felt that the black feathered eagle in front of him had probably reached the early stages of the life and death realm. It was equivalent to the strength of an ancient powerhouse. The black-feathered eagle king hovered for a moment, then pounced towards Lin Feng again. These ferocious birds and beasts were the most accurate in sensing bloodlines. Lin Feng's immortal divine blood was one of the 10 ancient forbidden bloodlines. Naturally, it was one of the bloodlines that these beasts wanted to devour the most. The stronger the bloodline they devoured, the more powerful they could evolve. Many ferocious beasts evolved by devouring the power of bloodlines. The black-feathered eagle king was no exception. The black-feathered eagle king's sharp claws once again grabbed at Lin Feng. At the same time, its wings flapped violently. Black-feathered arrows condensed and shot towards Lin Feng. The black-feathered eagle king had rich combat experience. It used its sharp claws and innate ability to attack Lin Feng together with the black-feathered arrows. The battle power it could unleash was greatly increased. If he was not careful, Lin Feng could be killed by the black-feathered eagle king. 7 treasures glazed pagoda, come out. Lin Feng waved his right hand, and the light of the 7 treasures lingered in the air. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda, floated above Lin Feng. Lights of the 7 treasures descended from the sky and protected Lin Feng. The black-feathered eagle king's attack landed on the 7-colored light screen. Although its attack was powerful, it was unrealistic for it to break Lin Feng's mid-rank Dao artifact-level defensive magic treasure in a short period of time. O great Dao of Death! In this world, there are despicable existences who profane the Dao of Death, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda above Lin Feng's head. Then, he stepped into the void. Low voices rang out one after another. That faint voice seemed to have established a connection with the ancient existence in the endless spacetime. A loud rumbling sound was heard. A long river of death was formed and charged towards the black-feathered eagle king. Lin Feng wasn't in his best condition. But so what, if he couldn't win, he could just run. If he could win, Lin Feng wouldn't mind killing such a powerful overlord. Bang, the long river of death slammed into the black-feathered eagle king and sent him flying. The black-feathered eagle king was also an extremely difficult character to deal with. Although he received Lin Feng's attack, he was not injured. He opened his mouth. Bolts of lightning condensed and formed. The black-feathered eagle king's innate ability, lightning spear, a huge lightning spear was spat out by the black-feathered eagle king. Then, it pierced towards Lin Feng's body. The huge lightning spear pierced through the long river of death and slammed into the defensive light shield formed by the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Crack. The defensive light shield formed by the 7 treasures glazed pagoda shattered. Lin Feng was sent flying. However, the lightning spear dissipated due to the dissipation of energy. The black-feathered eagle king hovered in the air. It wanted to charge down and attack Lin Feng several times, but Lin Feng blocked it with the long river of death. During this time, Lin Feng was refining supreme-grade spirit stones to recover his magic power. The black-feathered eagle king glanced coldly at Lin Feng. It spat out lightning spears one after another and attacked Lin Feng again. Unable to get close to Lin Feng, the black-feathered eagle king decided to attack from a distance. Heavenly Law's embodiment technique. Lin Feng let out a low roar. A gigantic figure appeared in the void. This shadow stepped on a dragon and wore an imperial robe. It had the sky above its head. With a slight turn of its eyes, the galaxy was destroyed. Primordial Divine Emperor, this was Lin Feng's Heavenly Law's embodiment technique. The primordial Divine Emperor was 3,000 feet tall. Its body emitted an aura that bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind. This was the first time Lin Feng used the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique against an enemy after condensing it. Because the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique consumed a lot of energy, Lin Feng felt that the magic power in his body was almost completely drained. He hurriedly devoured the energy in the supreme-grade spirit stones to recover his body that was about to dry up. At the same time, the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique began to display its power and swept a fist towards the lightning spears. The fist technique used by the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique was Lin Feng's self-created supreme reincarnation fist. The lightning spears were shattered one after another. Then, the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique used the primordial star-plucking hand to grab the black-feathered eagle king. Although the black-feathered eagle king was powerful, these ferocious beasts were inferior to human cultivators in one aspect. For example, the ferocious beasts could not condense the heavenly laws embodiment technique. Also, the ferocious beasts could not condense the holy embryo. These were all methods that cultivators grasped. Moreover, these ferocious beasts only awakened their intelligence by chance, so they usually only knew their innate divine abilities. They did not know other divine abilities. Of course, even if they obtained other divine abilities, it would not be easy for these ferocious beasts to cultivate them successfully. This was because even though they had awakened their intelligence was still not particularly profound. Their perception was far worse than that of human cultivators. For example, although the black-feathered eagle king was powerful, it was still in trouble facing Lin Feng's attack. The black-feathered eagle king was roughly equivalent to a cultivator at the first or second level of the life and death realm. At this level, it was very difficult to suppress Lin Feng after his breakthrough. Unless the black-feathered eagle king's strength was equivalent to the fourth or fifth layer of the life and death realm, Lin Feng's life would be threatened. The heavenly laws embodiment technique used the star-plucking art to grab the black-feathered eagle king. The black-feathered eagle king was no small matter. It began to struggle. Crack, crack. The heavenly laws embodiment technique's right hand that grabbed the black-feathered eagle king began to crack. With Lin Feng's strength, if he used all his methods, he might be able to suppress the black-feathered eagle king in a battle. However, it was absolutely impossible to suppress the black-feathered eagle king. However, Lin Feng still had a terrifying method. It was the inheritance of the Celestial Master sect. Lin Feng quickly rushed over and used the 8 God-forbidding seals. Runes suppressed the black-feathered eagle king's body, wanting to suppress it. Under the seal of the 8 God-forbidding seals, the black-feathered eagle king was unable to struggle. Lin Feng raised his right hand and was about to kill the black-feathered eagle king. "Young master, please consider my difficult cultivation and spare my life. I am willing to submit." The black-feathered eagle king transmitted its voice. Its originally fierce eyes were now filled with a pleading expression. It would be a pity to kill the black-feathered eagle king directly. Now that the black-feathered eagle king had taken the initiative to submit, Lin Feng happened to lack a guide who was familiar with the star realm. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to spare the black-feathered eagle king's life. He said in a deep voice, "On account of the heaven's benevolence, I will spare your life today. Quickly open your soul." The black-feathered eagle king did not dare to hesitate and opened its soul. Lin Feng directly left a spiritual imprint in the black-feathered eagle king's mind. The black-feathered eagle king. This overlord of the star realm was subdued by Lin Feng and became Lin Feng's mount. "Master, sit tight. I'm about to take off." The black-feathered eagle king let out a long whistle. Swoosh. In the next moment, it turned into a golden bolt of lightning and rushed into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed into the clouds. After Lin Feng and the black-feathered eagle king left, cultivators flew out from the mountain forest one after another. These cultivators were also targeting Lin Feng. They were cultivators who harbored ill intentions towards Lin Feng. However, these people did not immediately make a move. They wanted to wait for Lin Feng and the people of the Sunset Sword sect to fight to the death and for both sides to be injured before making a move. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This kind of thing happened every day. However, they did not expect that Lin Feng would be so terrifying. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil, but he still killed more than 10 experts of the Sunset Sword sect. This was not the most terrifying thing. The most shocking thing was that he had actually subdued the black-feathered eagle king in such a terrible state. That was a cultivator equivalent to an eternal powerhouse of the human race. The black-feathered eagle king's nest was located at the peak of a 10,000-meter-tall mountain. Snow was falling here, and the weather was cold. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and recovered the magic power in his body. A day later, Lin Feng adjusted his state to its peak. After breaking through to the creation realm, my battle strength can be said to have increased by leaps and bounds. I just don't know what level of life and death realm cultivators I can fight against now. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Right now, the only thing Lin Feng could be sure of was that cultivators at the early stages of the life and death realm would find it difficult to be his match. As for cultivators at the middle stages of the life and death realm, it should be quite troublesome to deal with them. Of course, this was only Lin Feng's speculation. As for what level of eternal powerhouse he could fight against, he would only know after fighting. Black-Feathered Eagle King. Right now, you have a lot of strength, but your battle prowess is far weaker than a human at the same level. That's because you haven't cultivated a powerful divine ability. Today, I'll teach you a divine ability to increase your strength. Lin Feng looked at the Black-Feathered Eagle King that was lying not far away. The Black-Feathered Eagle King raised his head and said, "Master, I was originally a ferocious bird, and I accidentally gained intelligence. I gradually learned to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon to cultivate. Although my intelligence is now the same as a normal human's, my comprehension is very poor. Even if Master taught me a divine ability, it would be very difficult for me to successfully cultivate it." Lin Feng said, "You haven't even started cultivating, but you've already given up. If you want to succeed, it'll naturally be difficult. You have to have confidence in yourself. Look at those demon cultivators. They're stronger than human cultivators, and they can be found everywhere." The Black-Feathered Eagle King said, "Master, it's not that I want to give up, but we ferocious birds and beasts are different from the demon race. After countless years of inheritance, the demon race has become extremely similar to humans. Even the development of their brains is extremely similar, so the demon race's comprehension is very high. The brain structure of us ferocious birds and beasts is very different from the demon races, and our comprehension is extremely poor. Poor comprehension doesn't mean that you don't have any comprehension ability. I'll teach you a desolate spell called the Flying Phoenix Claw. Study it well. If I see you slacking off, I'll take 100 years of your life. If you slack off again, I'll take 1,000 years. If you slack off a third time, I'll kill you because I don't need a mount that doesn't know how to make progress." Lin Feng said indifferently. "Master, please calm down, I will definitely study the Flying Phoenix Claw." The Black-Feathered Eagle King immediately shouted with a pleading expression. This guy was going to go crazy if he wasn't beaten for 3 days. If he didn't force it to cultivate, the Black-Feathered Eagle King definitely wouldn't cultivate obediently. Lin Feng had found the Flying Phoenix Claw in a storage ring. As for whose storage ring it was, Lin Feng didn't know. This was because he had killed many experts and collected many storage rings. Naturally, it was impossible for him to remember who owned these storage rings that were placed together. Lin Feng had collected all kinds of divine abilities in these storage rings, but apart from the primordial divine abilities, Lin Feng rarely cultivated other divine abilities. The Flying Phoenix Claw was a primordial divine ability, and the Black-Feathered Eagle King's comprehension was ordinary. Therefore, it was very difficult for it to understand the primordial divine ability. It wasn't suitable to give it a primordial divine ability or a primordial divine ability. After all, the Black-Feathered Eagle King was already in the life and death realm. Primordial divine abilities and primordial divine abilities couldn't display the Black-Feathered Eagle King's strength. Therefore, primordial divine abilities were the most suitable. Lin Feng personally showed the Black-Feathered Eagle King the cultivation method of the Flying Phoenix Claw. Then, Lin Feng imprinted these cultivation images in the Black-Feathered Eagle King's mind. At the same time, he told the Black-Feathered Eagle King to carefully look at the divine ability images in its mind whenever it encountered something it didn't understand. Without pressure, there would be no motivation. With a sword hanging above the Black-Feathered Eagle King's head, its cultivation speed improved by leaps and bounds. In 10 days, it had already cultivated the Flying Phoenix Claw. The Black-Feathered Eagle King couldn't believe that it could cultivate a divine ability other than its own divine ability. And it only took a mere 10 days. After breaking through, the Black-Feathered Eagle King could be said to be in high spirits. It continuously looked for powerful beasts to challenge and defeated several beasts with higher cultivation than it, which made the Black-Feathered Eagle King extremely excited. Lin Feng wasn't idle either. He also constantly challenged powerful ferocious beasts to hone his cultivation. Time and time again, Lin Feng's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. However, in the process of fighting beasts, Lin Feng saw a towering mountain in the depths of the forest. One day, he asked the Black-Feathered Eagle King about the mysterious mountain. "Blackie, what's that mountain in the depths of the forest?" The Black-Feathered Eagle King replied, "That's the Divine Mist Mountain. It's surrounded by a thick fog that doesn't disperse all year round. That place is extremely dangerous. Even the strongest beasts won't rashly set foot there. Lin Feng asked, is the divine mist mountain really that strange? Yes. Back then, a king of beasts went there, but when we were outside, we only heard the king's miserable shrieks. After that, there was no more sound. He must have died there. You should know that the king of beasts back then was more than 10 times stronger than I am now. The black-feathered eagle king's expression was grave. Let's go take a look at the divine mist mountain. Lin Feng said. Master, we can't go there. There are many powerful beasts around the divine mist mountain. They won't let us pass. Even if we can pass through those beasts' territory and enter the divine mist mountain, it'll be extremely dangerous. The black-feathered eagle king's voice trembled as it spoke. The divine mist mountain was obviously a forbidden place in the black-feathered eagle king's heart. Lin Feng said, I have a feeling that the divine mist mountain is extraordinary. There might be some unimaginable things there. Lin Feng jumped onto the black-feathered eagle king's back and sat down cross-legged. The black-feathered eagle king didn't dare disobey Lin Feng, so it soared into the sky and flew towards the divine mist mountain. What a powerful bloodline. Who has entered the divine mist mountain? When the black-feathered eagle king carried Lin Feng into the depths of the forest, a terrifying creature opened its eyes. An ancient aura filled the air. The black-feathered eagle king flew carefully because this place was too dangerous. If he was careless, he could die. Master, there are some creatures here who can kill me in a second, said Lin Feng. The black-feathered eagle king explained. Lin Feng was shocked. If the black-feathered eagle king could be killed instantly, then the beasts here were too strong. Crack! Suddenly, the ground cracked open and a cloud of black fog surged out. A huge tentacle appeared in the black fog and whipped towards the black-feathered eagle king. Master, quickly stop breathing. This is the 1,000 chapters poison king. Its body is extremely poisonous. If you encounter it, you will die 9 times out of 10. The black-feathered eagle king shouted in horror. It suddenly flapped its wings and soared into the sky, narrowly avoiding the tentacle's attack. But at this time, the tentacle continued to extend and poisonous fog surged out. The poisonous fog covered the sky and enveloped Lin Feng and the black-feathered eagle king. The poisonous fog was extremely terrifying. Even if one didn't breathe, the poisonous fog could penetrate one's skin and enter one's body. The black-feathered eagle king's body twitched and trembled. Eat it. Lin Feng hurriedly threw an antidote pill that he had refined in the death swamp to the black-feathered eagle king. Although the black-feathered eagle king felt much better after eating it, it still felt weak. The antidote pill couldn't completely remove the poison from the 1,000 chapters poison king's body. In the depths of the poisonous fog, a huge shadow could be vaguely seen. It should be the 1,000 chapters poison king. At this time, the 1,000 chapters poison king released an even more powerful poison. Moreover, the poison law actually appeared in the void. These poison law, once touched, would corrode one's body. It was extremely terrifying. Whoosh! Lin Feng quickly rushed towards the 1,000 chapters poison king. The poison was too terrifying. The 1,000 chapters poison king hid in the depths of the poisonous fog and attacked him and the black-feathered eagle king. Lin Feng knew that he couldn't passively take a beating like this. If he continued to be passive, he would be poisoned to death sooner or later. Lin Feng was surrounded by 2 types of heavenly flames. Sizzling sounds could be heard as the heavenly flames incessantly burned the poison that was rushing towards his body. Although it was impossible to completely block the poison, it was still able to block most of it. This was already enough. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword in his hand. Now that Lin Feng's battle prowess was comparable to an ancient giant in life and death realm, the might of the black dragon sword could be truly activated. Powerful mana surged into the black dragon sword, and the weapon spirit of the black dragon sword was awakening. O mighty dragon of darkness, devour the blood of evil spirits. The artifact spirit of the black dragon sword let out a deep roar. A huge black dragon phantom appeared. Lin Feng wielded the black dragon sword and slashed towards the 1,000 chapters poison king who was deep within the poisonous fog. At this time, Lin Feng finally got a clear look at the 1,000 chapters poison king's appearance. It looked like a giant octopus, but its body was as black as ink and was flickering. Buzz buzz buzz. Then, the black dragon sword began to tremble violently. A powerful force suddenly shook from the black dragon sword. Lin Feng's arm went numb from the shock. The black dragon sword left his hand. Whoosh! A black light suddenly flashed, and a dragon's roar came from the black dragon sword. The black dragon sword pierced through the Thousand Chapters Poison King's head. The Thousand Chapters Poison King let out a painful roar. It was abnormally powerful, so even if its head was pierced, it would only be injured and would not die. The Thousand Chapters Poison King's tentacles wrapped around the hilt of the black dragon sword, trying to pull the sword out of its head. However, it was too late. The black dragon sword was frantically devouring the Thousand Chapters Poison King's flesh and blood essence. In just a dozen breaths, the Thousand Chapters Poison King, who was 100 meters tall and looked like a mountain of flesh, was completely devoured by the black dragon sword. Only a layer of skin was left. The black dragon sword's aura became more and more terrifying. This treasure was indeed strange. It was worthy of being a divine weapon. Second seal, open. A deep voice came from the black dragon sword. It was the voice of the black dragon sword's artifact spirit. Lin Feng communicated with the black dragon using his divine will. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed that the black dragon had flown into a mysterious space. It slammed its claws into the densely packed runes in this space. This was the internal space of the black dragon sword. The black dragon sword had 9 seals. Previously, it had only opened the first seal. After opening the first seal, the black dragon sword's artifact spirit had awakened. Now, the black dragon sword seemed to have accumulated enough energy after devouring the Thousand Chapters Poison King's flesh and blood essence. Now, it was about to open the second seal. However, the second seal was still very powerful. The black dragon slammed its claws into the second seal again and again, but it was still unable to destroy the second seal. I'll give you a hand. Lin Feng directly inserted a portion of divine source into the black dragon sword. The artifact spirit, the black dragon, swallowed the divine source, and its strength increased explosively. Crack, crack. The black dragon sword's second seal was torn apart by the artifact spirit. Lin Feng grabbed the black dragon sword, shouted coldly, and slashed out. Pooh! The void was split open by Lin Feng's sword. A terrifying space-time current surged out from the split. A large amount of flowers, trees, and rocks flew into the crack in the void. There was a loud rumbling sound. A 10,000-meter-tall mountain in the distance was also sucked in by the crack in the void. It was instantly devoured by the crack in the void. P.S. It's my birthday today, and I suddenly realize that I'm 26 years old. I'm really lamenting the passage of time. Taking advantage of my birthday, I'd like to ask for monthly votes, recommendation votes, and rewards. A sword split the void. After undoing the second seal, the black dragon sword's might soared, making Lin Feng extremely happy. With the black dragon sword in hand, Lin Feng felt that his battle strength could rise by 4 or 5 levels. This was the frightening aspect of the black dragon sword. Of course, using a supreme treasure like the black dragon sword wasn't easy. When Lin Feng slashed out just now, he felt that close to half of his magic power had been devoured. Lin Feng estimated that with his current cultivation, he could only slash out 2 times. If one wanted to obtain a powerful battle strength, one had to pay a heavy price. Everything in this world was like this. If one wanted to obtain something, they had to pay a price. The poison mist dispersed. The black-feathered eagle king descended. Master, you're too awesome. You even killed the Thousand Zhang Poison King. This Thousand Zhang Poison King was at least equivalent to a 5th-layer life and death realm expert. Moreover, his entire body was filled with poison. Even a high-level life and death realm expert wouldn't be willing to fight with him, because his poison was too frightening. Fighting against him would cause one to suffer 800 casualties. I didn't expect that this guy would actually die in Master's hands. The black-feathered eagle king clicked his tongue in wonder. Lin Feng said with an unfathomable expression, "It's just a Thousand Zhang Poison King. Isn't it a piece of cake to kill him?" The black-feathered eagle king immediately looked at Lin Feng with an incomparably worshipful gaze. Lin Feng took out a scabbard and inserted the black dragon sword into it. He then carried the sword on his back. Wow! Master, you're so handsome. The black-feathered eagle king cried out. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a trace of pride. Clearly, the black-feathered eagle king's praise was quite effective. The black-feathered eagle king then said, unfortunately, the scabbard on Master's body is only an ordinary scabbard. I know of a treasure called the revered sword tomb. This treasure is most compatible with the divine sword. Revered sword tomb? What's that? Lin Feng asked in astonishment. It's a treasure shaped like a box. It's said that the revered sword tomb can hold millions of swords. Only peerless swords can enter the revered sword tomb. The black-feathered eagle king said. Oh? A box for storing swords? There's such a requirement? Lin Feng was surprised. The black-feathered eagle king said, Master, you mustn't underestimate the revered sword tomb. The revered sword tomb has an extremely ancient history, and it's rumored that it was created by divine wood that separated the heavens and earth. If you want to activate the revered sword tomb's power, you'll need to cultivate the revered sword control technique. Once a treasured sword is placed inside the revered sword tomb, it will receive the revered sword tomb's blessing. Then, using the revered sword control technique to control the treasured sword's power will increase by 10 times or even dozens of times. Hiss, Lin Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air, because this supreme sword tomb was too terrifying. Where is the revered sword mound? Lin Feng asked. If he could obtain this treasure, it would be heaven-defying. This treasure has already been lost, the black-feathered eagle king said. Such a powerful treasure had actually been lost. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. However, Lin Feng quickly calmed himself down. Naturally, he would not be bothered by a legendary treasure. He jumped onto the black-feathered eagle king's back and growled. The black-feathered eagle king soared into the sky and flew towards the depths. The black-feathered eagle king was now much more courageous than before, because the strength Lin Feng had displayed was simply too powerful, causing the black-feathered eagle king to be incomparably shocked. With Lin Feng's support, what was there to be afraid of? This was the black-feathered eagle king's inner thoughts. The divine mist mountain was getting closer and closer. A three-headed fire ape, holding a stone staff, flew over from afar. Boom, the three-headed fire ape directly smashed over with its staff. The staff in its hand could actually automatically enlarge, and in the blink of an eye, it became several thousand meters long, as if a huge mountain was smashing down. The black-feathered eagle king screamed in fright, his entire body trembling. This three-headed fire ape's strength was at least at the 6th layer of life and death realm, and it might even be at the 7th layer of life and death realm. There were 10 layers of life and death realm, and the difference between each layer was huge. The black-feathered eagle king, a low-level life and death realm beast, would almost be instantly killed by an existence at the level of the three-headed fire ape. Lin Feng also felt an unprecedented pressure. If Lin Feng relied on his own strength, he would not be the three-headed fire ape's opponent. However, Lin Feng had the black dragon sword, which had its second seal undone. He grabbed the black dragon sword and directly grasped it in his hand, then soared into the sky. He swung his sword at the incoming stone staff. Clang, the two supreme treasures fiercely collided. A black dragon materialized and pounced at the three-headed fire ape. Pung! It was as if two primordial beasts had collided. The surrounding mountain range was instantly destroyed by the shockwaves of the collision, and the three-headed fire ape was sent flying. The black dragon sword's might was indeed powerful, and even a powerful beast like the three-headed fire ape was sent flying. So, Lin Feng leaped up and once again attacked the three-headed fire ape. The spiritual power in his body continuously poured into the black dragon sword. A 10-li-long sword light condensed and slashed at the three-headed fire ape. Even the three-headed fire ape cried out in fear. Its strength was not enough to resist Lin Feng's sword. Just as Lin Feng was about to kill the three-headed fire ape, an ancient aura spread out from the depths of the mountain forest. Then, a huge beast claw stretched out. It was as if a primordial beast of the primordial era had awakened from its slumber. The huge beast claw that covered the sky directly slapped at the sword light that Lin Feng had slashed out in midair. What a powerful bloodline. It's you, a deep roar was heard. It was the owner of the beast claw. Its claw broke Lin Feng's sword light. It was unknown how terrifying the owner of the beast claw was. Its strength was so strong that it made people tremble in fear. After breaking Lin Feng's sword light, the beast claw grabbed at Lin Feng. Obviously, this beast wanted to devour Lin Feng. It was spying on Lin Feng's powerful bloodline. It's the primordial beast, Chaos. The black-feathered eagle king let out a terrified cry. Tao Tai. Qiao Qiao. Chaos. Xianxia. These were the 4 primordial beasts. This was an existence at the level of a divine beast. Their bloodlines were not inferior to divine beasts like the true dragon, phoenix, and qilin. The one who had attacked was a Hundun. Creatures like Chaos had a terrifying ability, and that was longevity. Among the 4 primordial beasts, Chaos comprehension was not as good as the other 3 primordial beasts. Its innate ability was also not as good as the other 3 divine beasts. However, Chaos' lifespan was too long. Some Chaos could live up to 1,000,000 years without dying. The Chaos that attacked Lin Feng was an existence that had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. It was a terrifying existence that had lived since the primordial era. Lin Feng gasped. There was actually such a terrifying creature outside the Divine Mist Mountain. This was going to be troublesome. Facing a terrifying divine beast that had lived since the primordial era, there was no way to fight this battle. Even a god might not be a match for this divine beast, Chaos. The divine beast Hundun's giant claw was already reaching out. It was difficult to dodge, and its aura was suffocating. The black-feathered eagle king was already trembling in fear. It did not even have the will to resist. Lin Feng's face was also pale. Facing the attack of the divine beast Hundun, Lin Feng only felt despair. At this moment, a shocking aura was emitted from Lin Feng's body. This was the aura of the Demon Lord. After sensing this aura, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. The Demon Lord had actually awakened from its slumber. This was a pleasant surprise. It seemed that the Demon Lord had obtained many good things after refining the divine source. After the Demon Lord emitted its aura, the divine beast Hundun quickly retracted its giant claw. Behind Lin Feng, an illusory figure appeared. This was a mysterious space, a lonely grave, and a lonely figure sitting on top of the grave. The Demon Lord was always filled with melancholy. The entire mountain forest was filled with a suffocating aura. Whether it was the Demon Lord or the divine beast Hundun, neither of them spoke. This was because these 2 existences felt that the other was not to be trifled with. Before the Demon Lord had devoured the divine source, it might not have been a match for the divine beast Hundun. However, after devouring the divine source, Lin Feng did not know how strong the Demon Lord had become. However, it was clear that the divine beast Hundun was wary of it. Rumble, the divine beast Hundun retreated back into the endless abyss and went into hibernation again. The Demon Lord also disappeared without a trace. Thank you for your help, Senior. Lin Feng transmitted his voice. The Demon Lord said, I helped you because the Divine Mist Mountain has something that I need. Otherwise, why would I help you? You must be dreaming. Lin Feng's face darkened. However, he liked this way of getting along. It was impossible to have a heart-to-heart with an existence like the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord would also not have a heart-to-heart with him. However, it was not bad that the exchange of benefits could maintain their relationship. Let's go. Lin Feng patted the black-feathered eagle king. Whoosh, the black-feathered eagle king turned into a bolt of lightning, carrying Lin Feng as it charged into the depths. At the bottom of the abyss, the divine beast Hundun squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of the divine mist mountain. Master, there's a primordial aura hidden in that kid's body. Could it be the remnant soul of an expert from the primordial era? The 3-headed fire ape said in bewilderment. The divine beast Primal Chaos nodded and said, that's right, it's the remnant soul of an ancient powerhouse. The legends have come true. Legend? What legend? The 3-headed fire ape asked in surprise. Rumor has it that in a certain era, a cultivator riding a ferocious bird will arrive. He's protected by the soul of an ancient cultivator. It seems that it's that young man. I used to think that legends were unreliable, but now I really believe it. Divine Beast Hundun said. Where did this legend come from? The 3-headed fire ape was astonished. In the ancient times, 100 saints of the human race entered the starry sky, and from then on, they left behind a legend. The divine beast Primal Chaos explained. Does that young man really have the ability to enter the divine mist mountain? Even the monarch wouldn't easily set foot in that place. The three-headed fire ape said. Maybe he has a way to do it. Give the order to make all the overlord beasts go into hibernation. Let the cultivators who enter the divine mist mountain safely come here. We'll just watch them kill each other, the divine beast Primal Chaos said sinisterly. Said the divine beast, Primal Chaos, that remnant soul usually doesn't do anything. It's restricted by some mysterious rules. That boy isn't weak, but he's not particularly strong either. It's best if he's killed by a human cultivator. Then, I'll take his corpse. I'm not the one who killed him, so the remnant soul has no reason to do anything. Master, you're really wise. I'll give the order now. The three-headed fire ape quickly left. Is that the divine mist mountain? Lin Feng gazed into the distance. There was a towering mountain in the middle of the mist. It looked like a gigantic pillar that separated the sky from the earth. There were powerful restrictive spells all around it. Anyone who dared to trespass would be killed by the restrictive spells. The black-feathered eagle king shrank to about half a meter long and stood on Lin Feng's shoulder. His voice trembled as he said, "That's right, that's the divine mist mountain. Master, look at how distorted the air is. The restrictive spells here are strong enough to kill gods. Unless you know the path to the divine mist mountain, you'll be committing suicide if you try to trespass." However, the jade talisman that recorded the path to the divine mist mountain was lost a long time ago. Don't worry. I have my ways. Lin Feng smiled. He had two ways to enter the divine mist mountain. The first was to let the dragon rabbit lead the way. The second was to enter by himself. This time, Lin Feng didn't let the dragon rabbit lead the way. Lin Feng had been studying the celestial master path recently, and he had learned many things from the bronze book. He also had a new understanding of formations. Lin Feng wanted to hone his ability to pass through formations, so he didn't want to rely on the dragon rabbit. Lin Feng opened his heavenly demon snake eye and used it with the celestial master path's inheritance. The black-feathered eagle king cried out in fear as he charged into the restrictive spells. The black-feathered eagle king had thought that he was going to die, but when he saw that Lin Feng was able to pass through the restrictive spells with ease, he was overjoyed. He started to flatter Lin Feng again. Master, you're too awesome. This servant's respect for you is like a never-ending river that can't be stopped. Lin Feng patted the black-feathered eagle king's head, signaling for him to shut up. The black-feathered eagle king immediately shut up. He knew that he couldn't disturb Lin Feng right now. All sorts of deadly deployment spells attacked Lin Feng, but with the help of the celestial beast's eyes and the celestial master sect's secret techniques, Lin Feng was able to dodge them all. The celestial master path is so powerful. As expected of the most terrifying formation master's inheritance. Lin Feng was overjoyed. The restrictive spells around the divine mist mountain were more than 15 kilometers long, but they couldn't stop Lin Feng. In the end, Lin Feng passed through all the restrictive spells and arrived at the foot of the mountain. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He couldn't see the end of the divine mist mountain. Lin Feng felt tiny as he stood at the foot of the mountain. So this is the divine mist mountain. I didn't expect such a huge mountain to exist. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. At the foot of the divine mist mountain was an ancient stone tablet with 4 words written on it. Everlasting immortality. Lin Feng was astonished. What did those 4 words mean, everlasting immortality? Was that a hint? He didn't stop and continued walking towards the divine mist mountain. Suddenly, a terrifying creature appeared at the top of the divine mist mountain. It was 60 or 70,000 meters long, and it had lived for tens of thousands of years. Its body coiled around the divine mist mountain. At that moment, that terrifying creature opened its eyes and looked at Lin Feng coldly. Swoosh, swoosh, when the creature opened its eyes, it looked like 2 suns had appeared in the sky. What's that? Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. Asterisk rumble, asterisk it was as if a huge mountain was moving in the void. Its huge head poked out. Lin Feng finally saw what it was. It was a python. Lin Feng had never seen such a huge python before. Even the ancient heavenly serpent didn't have such a huge body, right? But now, such a huge python had actually appeared. It was shocking and moving. Lin Feng couldn't believe his eyes. But this was the truth. Thump, 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 Lin Feng retreated in fear. What kind of existence was this? Was it protecting Divine Mist Mountain? Now, Lin Feng finally understood why Divine Mist Mountain was a forbidden area. There was such a terrifying python here. How could this place be casually entered? It spoke bluntly. Anyone who dared to enter this place would die. Humans. Suddenly, the python spoke. Lin Feng took a deep breath. This python was probably even stronger than the divine beast primal chaos outside. Lin Feng didn't know how it had lived for so long. But now, its strength had definitely surpassed that of ordinary gods. In the starry sky outside the realm, it could absorb the power of fate. Therefore, it was possible to break through to the deity realm. The divine beast primal chaos was like that, and so was the python in front of him. Lin Feng felt his mouth go dry. He was extremely frightened because he felt that even the demon lord, who had recovered a lot of its strength, was no match for this python. But Lin Feng tried his best to calm himself down. This huge python didn't immediately attack him. This meant that it didn't want to kill him. Otherwise, even if there were 10 of him, he would have been eaten by this python. However, Lin Feng didn't know what to say now. Facing such a terrifying existence, he didn't dare to speak nonsense. If he angered this existence, the consequences would be unimaginable. Show your bloodline. The python spoke again. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. Why did this terrifying existence want him to show his bloodline? Of course, Lin Feng didn't hesitate. He activated his undying divine blood. Buzz. In an instant, the immortal divine blood was awakened, and blood-red light surged. Immortal blood. Unfortunately, only 20% of his blood has been awakened. But he's still qualified to enter the godly Mist Mountain. The python's huge body shrank back again. Huh? He didn't attack me. Lin Feng was shocked. What followed was excitement. Moreover, judging from the python's words, he could enter the Divine Mist Mountain. Thinking up to this point, Lin Feng didn't stop and quickly entered the Divine Mist Mountain. As soon as he entered the Divine Mist Mountain, he saw a stalk of 10,000-year-old fire scorpion grass growing on a cliff. 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs. I'm rich. Lin Feng hurriedly flew to the cliff and plucked the 10,000-year fire scorpion grass. Master, there's another scarlet drill flower over there. No, there's 3 scarlet drill flowers over there. They're all 10,000 years old. The black-feathered eagle king also shouted, flapping its wings and pointing in a direction not far away. There were 3 stalks of scarlet lotus in that place. The scarlet lotus was enchanting and beautiful as it lingered in the mist. However, it possessed a deadly poison. Lin Feng flew over and collected the 3 stalks of scarlet drill flowers as well. He continued flying towards the top of the Divine Mist Mountain. On the way, he kept running into spiritual herbs that were more than 10,000 years old. There are many spiritual herbs that are more than a few thousand years old in the outside world, but I can't find spiritual herbs that are more than 10,000 years old. Did they all come to the top of the Divine Mist Mountain? Lin Feng wondered. These 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs were too precious, so much so that he felt like he was in a dream. The black-feathered eagle king said, there are 3 or 4 dangerous places on the planet, and danger lurks everywhere. Some places are even more dangerous than the Divine Fog Mountain, so the spirit herbs that are more than 10,000 years old should be hidden in these dangerous places. Lin Feng nodded and continued flying upwards, collecting all kinds of spiritual herbs. When he was about 10,000 meters away from the Divine Mist Mountain, Lin Feng had already collected more than 3,000 spiritual herbs that were more than 10,000 years old. There were obviously many more 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs scattered around, but Lin Feng didn't bother to search for them. When he was 10,000 meters away, spiritual herbs that were more than 20,000 years old started appearing. Lin Feng became even more excited. It seems that the higher I go, the more precious the spiritual herbs are. Lin Feng continued until he was 100,000 meters away from the Divine Mist Mountain. He had already collected 3,000 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs, 2,000 20,000-year-old spiritual herbs, 830,000-year-old spiritual herbs, 340,000-year-old spiritual herbs, and 150,000-year-old king-level spiritual herbs. In addition, he had also collected 60, 40, 23, and 9 spiritual herbs that were 60, 70, 80, and 90,000-year-old spiritual herbs. As for holy herbs that were more than 100,000 years old, he had also collected 3. I'm rich. If I take these spiritual herbs to the Tianwu continent, all the powerful groups will go crazy over them. Lin Feng was extremely excited. Even the ancient group's treasuries didn't have as many spiritual herbs as Lin Feng had obtained from the Divine Mist Mountain. Let's go up and take a look. What I need might be up there. At that moment, the Demon Lord's voice resonated in Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng nodded and continued climbing. Above 100,000 meters, there were no more spiritual herbs. The higher they went, the colder it became. The wind was whistling, and the black-feathered eagle king was shivering. Go down and wait, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the black-feathered eagle king. I'll follow you, master, said the black-feathered eagle king in a trembling voice. Lin Feng knew what the black-feathered eagle king was thinking. It didn't want to go down because it was worried that the python would eat it. After about 30,000 meters, Lin Feng's body also started to feel cold. He had no choice but to use celestial fire to protect himself. It was to protect himself from the cold. The path to becoming a god is long. Suddenly, a sigh resonated in Lin Feng's head. It wasn't the Demon Lord's voice, it seemed to be coming from the top of the Divine Mist Mountain. Billions of cultivators are like ants and dogs, said the voice. That voice rang out again, bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. It also sounded like it was lamenting the difficulties of cultivation. Wielding a sword, riding a horse, and wielding a phantom rain, the bones of the mountain birds fly away. The mortal world is like a tide, and people are like water. How many people in Jianghu can return? Who is the peak at the end of the path to becoming a god? The path of cultivation is like the clouds and mist. It's time to go down the mountain and expand your territory. That voice sounded again. It seemed to want to break down Lin Feng's will. It wanted Lin Feng to give up on cultivation. Instead, he wanted to expand his territory and achieve hegemony. Lin Feng was unmoved. He shouted coldly, "My generation comes out of the world. Once I enter the Jianghu, time passes quickly. Hegemony is a joke, but life is like drinking." Lin Feng stepped forward, bold and unrestrained. He didn't care about the so-called imperial power at all. His will to cultivate became stronger and stronger. The mysterious voice dissipated. Lin Feng continued climbing for 5 kilometers. Finally, he saw an ancient stone hall standing at the peak of the mountain. It seemed to have been there for hundreds of millions of years. Even if hundreds of millions of years passed, it would still be there. The stone hall was ancient and majestic. Some parts of the hall were covered in green, while others were covered in moss. It had been many years since anyone had come here. Lin Feng was the first cultivator to come to the stone hall after so many years. He stared at the stone hall, trying to sense its history. Why was there such a stone hall at the peak of the Divine Mist Mountain? Where did it come from? Lin Feng thought of the giant serpent that protected the Divine Mist Mountain. It seemed that the serpent's true guardian was this stone hall. Master, there might be treasures in this stone hall. Let's go in and take a look, the black-feathered eagle king said impatiently. The stone hall was ancient and mysterious, and it emanated an aura of time. However, Lin Feng didn't act immediately. There was nothing wrong with being cautious in a place like this. Senior, what is the origin of this stone hall? Lin Feng transmitted his question to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord replied, it should be related to a god. Clearly, the god that the Demon Lord was referring to was no ordinary god. Ordinary gods wouldn't have been able to build a stone hall like this. Lin Feng carefully walked towards the stone hall. The stone hall's doors were tightly shut. He arrived in front of the stone hall and forcefully pushed open the massive doors. When the doors were pushed open, a blinding light shone out from within. The light enveloped Lin Feng, and he felt as if an ancient world had appeared in front of him. All the living beings in this world, regardless of whether they were humans, demons, or other races, all believed in the God that resided in the divine mountain. The God would occasionally appear in this world, and then he would send down miracles to help those who prayed for blessings. The entire planet lived in peace and contentment. Until one day, black clouds roiled and lightning interweaved. No one knew what kind of existence had come to this world. The God walked out of the temple and began a great battle. This battle was too tragic. On the planet, countless lives were destroyed. As for the God, his head was cut off. The boundless thunderclouds scattered, taking the God's head with them. Almost all the living beings on the once flourishing planet had been wiped out. The God was dead. The rain of blood continued for 3 days and 3 nights. Hiss hiss hiss. A small snake reared by God found God's headless body. Bang. Deity sat up. My life has come to an end. I hope you can live on and wait for the fated one to come. God's headless corpse left behind a final divine thought. The God's headless corpse exploded, turning into the purest divine origin that surged into the little snake's body. The little snake let out a hoarse cry. It shed tears. It was originally an injured little snake that had almost died. God blessed the common people. Rescue it and then enlighten it. It had its own intelligence. But now, God was dead. It was said that snakes were cold-blooded creatures. But snakes also had feelings. God's origin was gradually absorbed by the small snake's body. The small snake grew bigger and bigger until it finally turned into a huge python. He was still waiting for the arrival of the fated person that God had spoken of. Even the python did not know who the fated person was. Its mission was to guard this place. Until he died. All of the scenes disappeared. Those were some things that happened in the past, and now, they reappeared. Lin Feng was speechless for a long time. God was so kind. Who was it that wanted to kill God? Lin Feng did not understand. The demon lord said, the great Tao is merciless. The heavenly Tao will not let you live because you are kind, nor will it consign you to eternal damnation because you are evil. Lin Feng asked, are you saying that God was destroyed by the heavenly Tao? I didn't say anything. I only know that the heavenly Tao rules everything. Even someone like me, a big shot in the undying realm, was as insignificant as an ant in front of the heavenly Tao. The demon lord sighed. The heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao. What is the heavenly Tao? Lin Feng asked. It was indeed difficult for him to understand what the heavenly Tao was. It does not have a physical body. It is the embodiment of the laws. It has an immortal will, and it has the greatest power. The world we live in is formed by the laws controlled by the heavenly Tao. Even the undying realm is the same. Whoever the heavenly Tao wants to live will live, and whoever the heavenly Tao wants to die will die. The demon lord sighed. Is there no one who can break free from the heavenly Tao's shackles? Lin Feng asked. The demon lord's voice was faint. How can there not be? In this world, there will always be some unimaginably monstrous existences who can break free from the heavenly Tao's shackles and be unrestrained. Lin Feng said, if that's the case, then in the future, I will become such a powerhouse as well. The demon lord's mouth twitched. Lin Feng's words had forced him to swallow what he had wanted to say. The demon lord finally said, it's good to have dreams. Without dreams, what's the difference between living and being a salted fish? What if one's dreams can be realized one day? After knowing the demon lord for so long, Lin Feng had finally heard something comforting from the demon lord. Lin Feng entered the stone temple, which was very spacious. After entering, all Lin Feng saw was a headless stone statue. That statue was most likely the statue of a dead god. There's still telekinesis. The demon lord exclaimed in delight. This was what he had been looking for. A moment later, the demon lord appeared and took a deep breath. The telekinesis within the statue was devoured by the demon lord. This was the telekinesis of all living beings, which was also known as the power of faith. The more power of faith a god absorbed, the more powerful that god would be. To a god, the power of faith was equivalent to a tonic, but to other cultivators, the power of faith was of no use. This was because other cultivators were unable to absorb the power of faith produced by living beings. After losing the power of faith, the broken statue began to crack. Within the cracked stone statue, there was a palm-sized golden stone. The surface of the golden stone was covered with runes. Lin Feng was shocked and hurried over. He held the golden stone in his hand and carefully observed the runes on it. An extremely shocked expression immediately appeared on his face. The content recorded on the golden stone was actually a cultivation method of the 3000 Great Daos. This 3000 Great Daos was called the Great Suppression Technique. Haha, the Great Suppression Technique. This trip to the Divine Mist Mountain was really worth it. Lin Feng laughed. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the 3000 Great Daos. The Black-Feathered Eagle King congratulated. The Demon Lord was also shocked. He said, the god left behind his inheritance. In the end, his orthodoxy was not lost. Lin Feng bowed to the broken statue and said, Senior left behind the 3000 Great Daos. Since this junior was lucky enough to obtain your inheritance, if I have the power in the future, I will definitely find your head and bury it under the main hall so that you can rest here forever. As Lin Feng's voice fell, the cracked stone statue actually stood up. Although he did not have a head, Lin Feng felt that he was staring at him. It was a gaze of gratitude. Crack, crack. Following which, the broken stone statue completely shattered. In the main hall, Lin Feng sat cross-legged, surrounded by a faint holy light. He was like a young sage emperor bathed in the holy light. Behind him, an endless sky appeared. In the sky, the shadow of an ancient sage emperor was faintly discernible. That was Lin Feng's Heavenly Laws embodiment technique. When Lin Feng cultivated, it also appeared. There was a rumor in the world of cultivators that the Heavenly Laws embodiment technique was related to one's past life. Past life, present life, and reincarnation had always existed. However, it was unknown if one could really reincarnate after death. Lin Feng was cultivating the Great Suppression Technique, one of the 3000 Great Daos. Although the Great Suppression Technique was not an offensive Great Daos, it still had terrifying power. The Great Suppression Technique was known as the eternal suppression of the three realms. Once successfully cultivated, it could suppress gods and demons and make immortals and Buddhas retreat. Each of the 3000 Great Daos evolved from the extreme transformation of a certain Great Dao. Therefore, these 3000 Great Daos all had powerful and terrifying abilities. Now, Lin Feng had already cultivated the Great Death Technique and the Great Purification Technique. At the same time, Lin Feng was also cultivating the 5 Emperor Dragon Fists. If he could cultivate the 5 Emperor Dragon Fists to perfection, he would be able to transform it into the Great 5 Elements Technique. To be honest, this Great Suppression Technique should be the third Great Dao that Lin Feng cultivated, the 3000 Great Daos. Billions of gods and demons, immortal throughout the ages. Endless divine power, all condensed. The heavenly Tao is difficult to grind, the divine Tao is eternal, the great Tao's truth suppresses the world. The cultivation method of the Great Suppression Technique was also mysterious. Fortunately, Lin Feng's comprehension was strong enough. Moreover, Lin Feng had cultivated the 3000 Great Daos twice before, so he had a certain understanding of the cultivation method of the 3000 Great Daos. Cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Lin Feng woke up from his cultivation. He waved his right hand, and divine light immediately surged in his palm. A suppressed character formed. That suppressed character exuded an immortal aura of the Great Tao. It was the suppressed character formed by the Great Suppression Art. In Lin Feng's Dantian, the 3000 Great Tao of the Great Suppression Art had also formed a formation array. Now, all the grand formations revolved around the formation formed by the Path of Supremacy. Lin Feng discovered that the power of the Path of Supremacy had also increased tremendously. For Lin Feng, the more skills he practiced, the stronger his skills were, and the faster his Tao of the Supreme Cultivator would become. After successfully cultivating the Great Suppression Technique, Lin Feng also planned to leave. Lin Feng walked towards the outside of the stone temple. Just as he walked out of the stone temple, the giant python's huge head had already poked out. The python replied, "Looks like you've received a god's legacy." "That's right." Lin Feng nodded. He already knew that the giant python was transformed from a small snake that God had saved, so he was no longer worried about the giant python. The python replied, I hope you can find the head of a god. What's this god's name? Lin Feng asked. His name is Taihao. The python replied. Lin Feng memorized this name. Then, he looked at the python and cupped his fists. I'll take my leave now. Go, I'll wait for you here. The python replied. Lin Feng nodded and didn't stay any longer. He quickly flew down the divine mist mountain. God. Your head is placed in the bone temple in the undying realm. Can the person you chose really bring your head back? The python muttered. It didn't have much confidence in Lin Feng. In the end, it sighed. Its eyes were filled with exhaustion. The long passage of time had caused its body to become extremely old. Now, the python was fighting against the heavenly Tao. It wanted to go against the will of the heavens and seize its life to continue living. Until, seeing the head of God being taken back and buried under the stone temple, it was laid to rest. Lin Feng quickly arrived at the foot of the divine mist mountain. He opened the heavenly demon snake eye again and used the inheritance of the celestial master sect to pass through all kinds of powerful restrictions. Not long after, Lin Feng rushed out of the restricted area. Swoosh! A cold light flashed in the air. A cultivator with a spear thrust his spear towards Lin Feng's chest. The spear was as fast as lightning. It locked onto Lin Feng's vitals, wanting to kill Lin Feng with a single stab. Xianxia of the Divine Axe sect. The attacker's voice was cold as he revealed his name. It was a middle-aged cultivator with a powerful aura. His spear pierced through the sky, making Lin Feng feel as if he couldn't dodge it. Flying Phoenix Claw. At that moment, the black-feathered eagle king standing on Lin Feng's shoulder attacked the cultivator called Xianxia. The black-feathered eagle king's strength had increased greatly after cultivating the flying phoenix claw. This attack made Xianxia's expression change drastically. This was because Xianxia didn't expect the eagle standing on Lin Feng's shoulder to be comparable to an ancient powerhouse of the human race. Xianxia had to retreat now because if he didn't, he would be killed by the black-feathered eagle king before he could kill Lin Feng. Xianxia's feet suddenly stomped on the ground, and he retreated like a sharp arrow. His right hand suddenly shook like a dragon swinging its tail, and fiercely whipped the battle spear in his hand towards the black-feathered eagle king. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. When Xianxia attacked the black-feathered eagle king, Lin Feng had already rushed towards Xianxia. Buzz. But at that moment, a cold light appeared in the sky. It looked like a celestial being had descended from the heavens and was moving straight towards Lin Feng's Baihui acupoint. It wanted to pierce through Lin Feng's head with one strike. Assassin. Nine Nether Assassin. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. He was too familiar with the aura of the Nine Nether Assassin. This force had already sent people to assassinate him twice in a row, but they failed. Moreover, the assassins who accepted the mission were all killed by him. Lin Feng had always been secretly on guard against the third wave of assassins. He didn't expect that the third wave of assassins would appear here. Swish. A light flashed in Lin Feng's right hand, and the black dragon sword appeared in his hand. Then, Lin Feng swept his sword towards the sword that was descending from the sky. However, while Lin Feng was dealing with the Nine Nether Assassin above, behind Lin Feng, a second Nine Nether Assassin silently appeared. These assassins' method of hiding their aura was too amazing, even Lin Feng was deceived. The second Nine Nether Assassin stabbed towards Lin Feng's chest. Brat, your time of death has come. A sinister laugh sounded, an endless demonic fog surged out from the void. In the demonic fog, a devil appeared. This devil was the one who had targeted Lin Feng before. He had been hiding in the dark and did not make a move, even when Lin Feng was weak during the tribulation. He had been waiting for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and now, it had finally arrived. Two great assassins and an old devil at the level of an ancient giant attacked Lin Feng together. Lin Feng was in great danger. The situation was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng didn't even have time to dodge. Because he was completely locked on by the three experts, especially the Nine Nether Assassin. Lin Feng didn't even sense his appearance. By the time he did, the sword was about to pierce through Lin Feng's chest. Not good. Lin Feng's expression changed. He wanted to use the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to defend himself, but it was too late. An unprecedented sense of danger engulfed him, making Lin Feng feel the threat of death. The 9 nether assassin's sword was about to pierce through Lin Feng's chest. At this moment, holy light surged out of Lin Feng's body. That dazzling holy light enveloped Lin Feng. Divine protection. Lin Feng cried out in surprise, then his face lit up. This was the divine protection that the 4 Saint-level Spirit Array Masters had used when he was crowned as the Great Elder of the Spirit Array Masters Guild. Several years had passed, but there had been no movement from the divine protection. Lin Feng had even forgotten about it. Now that he was in a life-and-death situation, the divine protection finally displayed its astonishing defensive power. The 9 nether assassin's sword stabbed the defensive light barrier, but it couldn't break through. This attack was blocked by divine protection. The old devil's attack and the 9 nether assassin's attack were blocked by the divine protection. At the same time, Lin Feng acted as fast as lightning. His 5 devouring martial souls instantly merged into one. A powerful confinement force surged out from his body. The 3 cultivators were trapped by Lin Feng's magnetic field. Lin Feng stabbed the old devil with his sword in his right hand. His left hand slapped the 9 nether assassin behind him. The 3 experts' expressions changed, because they felt as if they were in a quagmire. Moving was difficult. But the 3 of them were still very powerful. The old devil moved to the left, avoiding Lin Feng's fatal attack. Lin Feng's reaction was also very fast, and he changed from a stab to a slash. His sword swept through the air. Pooh! One of the old devil's arms was cut off. The 9 nether assassins above were the first to break through the magnetic field and quickly escaped. Now, Lin Feng had 2 choices: kill the old devil with all his strength, or kill the 9 underworld's assassins behind them. Lin Feng chose to kill the 9 nether assassins because their methods were too strange. If there was only one 9 nether assassin, he could be a little more at ease. But with 2 9 nether assassins lurking around, it was impossible to guard against. As for the old devil's strength, which had decreased sharply after losing his arm, he was no longer a threat. Lin Feng abandoned the old devil and pounced on the 9 nether killer behind him. This 9 nether killer was originally going to break Lin Feng's magnetic field confinement, but when Lin Feng exerted all the power of confinement on him, this 9 nether assassin was restrained, unable to move. Lin Feng used the Great Suppression technique. The word suppress condensed, suppressing that 9 nether assassin. In an instant, the 9 nether assassin completely lost the ability to move. His originally cold-blooded eyes were now filled with a terrified expression. Then, Lin Feng's palm struck the 9 nether assassin's body. There was a loud bang. The 9 nether assassin's body directly exploded, and he died on the spot. Damn it! The other 9 nether assassin's expression was incomparably gloomy. The old devil had lost an arm, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. After the Black Feather Eagle King and Xiao Zhanbua exchanged a blow, they quickly retreated. It cried out excitedly, "Master is truly wise and mighty. You killed a powerful assassin so quickly, damn bird." "Shut up!" the other 9 nether assassins said fiercely. "Shut up your uncle." The Black Feather Eagle King retorted with tit for tat. Now that he had killed a 9 nether assassin and the old devil was seriously injured, the pressure on Lin Feng was greatly reduced. He looked at them coldly. "Assassins from the netherworld are really as annoying as dogskin plasters. But let me tell you, no matter how many assassins from the netherworld come, this young master will kill them all. Sooner or later, I will overturn your assassin temple. Brat, just based on what you said just now, it's enough for you to die 1,000 times." The 9 nether assassin's voice was emotionless. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He coldly looked at the old devil and asked, "Who are you? I don't think we know each other." "Brat, you don't even know the mystic demon patriarch?" Xiao Zhanbua curled his lip and looked at the mystic demon patriarch with a mocking gaze. Although Xiao Zhanbua and the mystic demon patriarch had a cooperative relationship, it seemed that they had some disagreements in the past. That was why he was mocking the mystic demon patriarch. "You are the mystic demon patriarch?" Lin Feng was startled. The mystic demon patriarch, the mystic demon patriarch, and the mystic demon patriarch. These 3 were fellow disciples. The three great devils of the Tianwu continent were each more vicious and merciless than the other. The mystic demon patriarch and the mystic nether patriarch had already died at Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng had naturally heard of the mystic demon patriarch, but he had never seen him. He hadn't thought that the old devil who had launched a sneak attack on him would be the mystic demon patriarch. Normally, if Xiao Zhanbua had mocked him, the mystic demon patriarch would have already attacked. But now, his attention was completely focused on Lin Feng. He didn't have time to pay attention to Xiao Zhanbua. The mystic demon patriarch glared at Lin Feng with hatred. "Brat, you cut off my arm. This enmity won't end here." Although the mystic demon patriarch wished he could cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces, he was still heavily injured. He knew that if he continued fighting, he might die. That was why he wanted to retreat. "Old devil, if you want to kill me, come at me. I also want to take your life. If I kill you, I don't know how many innocent people I can save." Lin Feng flicked his sleeves and smiled coldly. "Then let's ride the donkey and read the songbook. Just wait and see." The mystic demon patriarch flew away. Xiao Zhanbua and the netherworld assassin also retreated. They knew that even if they joined hands, it would be impossible to kill Lin Feng, who had activated divine protection. Besides, Lin Feng had the help of the black-feathered eagle king. They had already missed the opportunity to kill Lin Feng. They had to find another opportunity. "Let's go too," Lin Feng said. Screech! The black-feathered eagle king screeched, flapped his wings, and soared into the sky. Lin Feng jumped on the black-feathered eagle king's back. The black-feathered eagle king flew out of the forest. "Master, that little brat is too lucky." In the depths of the forest, the three-headed fire ape said fiercely. The divine beast Hundun said, "Seems like this kid is indeed shrouded in luck. Since that's the case, let him go." Very quickly, the depths of the mountain forest became silent. 2 hours later, the divine protection disappeared. It's a pity that the divine protection can only be activated once. Now that it's activated, it won't be effective anymore. But it's worth it. Lin Feng took a deep breath. At night, Lin Feng and the black-feathered eagle king rested in front of a pond. Swoosh, 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 in the distance, 5 or 6 cultivators quickly flew in their direction. Lin Feng sat on a tree branch and looked into the distance. He saw 5 men and 1 woman. They landed a dozen meters away. These people looked rather miserable, and it was very likely that they had been through a great battle. They each found a place to sit down and rest. "Senior brother Fan, what treasure did you get from the Star River this time?" a cultivator asked. The cultivator called Senior Brother Fan looked to be around 27 or 28 years old and wore a golden robe. These people were all from the Five Peaks State. There were 5 major powers in the Five Peaks State, and one of them was called Five Hua Mountain. These people were all cultivators from Five Hua Mountain. The cultivator surnamed Fan was called Fan Jinbang. As the grandson of an elder of Five Hua Mountain, he had some authority among the younger generation of Five Hua Mountain. Fan Jinbang said, "I didn't get anything good, just 3 stalks of star rain grass." Star rain grass? That's a treasure. A stalk of star rain grass is worth at least 150,000 top-grade spirit stones. The other cultivators revealed envious expressions. Although they had also obtained some things, they were far from being comparable to the star rain grass. Junior Sister Li obtained the Star Moon Stone, which is even more precious, worth 800,000 top-grade spirit stones. A cultivator said enviously. The female cultivator called Junior Sister Li was the only female among the 6. This Junior Sister Li was called Li Yingdai. When she heard them talking about the Star Moon Stone she obtained, she said, "I was just lucky." Senior brothers, sooner or later, you will also obtain treasures much more precious than the Star Moon Stone. Li Yingdai looked to be around 23 or 24 years old. She had a petite figure, a delicate temperament, and a delicate face. On Five Hua Mountain, Li Yingdai was one of the 5 great beauties. After a series of battles, Li Yingdai looked very tired. "Junior Sister Li, I have a bottle of true spirit dew here. After consuming it, you can quickly recover your magic power." Fan Jinbang took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Li Yingdai. "Thank you, Senior Brother Fan. Yingdai really doesn't dare to accept such a precious thing." Li Yingdai bowed to Fan Jinbang and did not accept the true spirit due. Fan Jinbang smiled and did not insist. The 5 male disciples gathered together and one of them said, "This Li Yingdai actually dared to reject senior brother Fan. Does she think that this outer realm star world is still 5 Hua Mountain? I think Li Yingdai doesn't even put senior brother Fan in her eyes." Another male disciple added, "Li Yingdai only interacts with the top geniuses in the sect, so it's normal for her to look down on us. But this Li Yingdai even looks down on brother Fan, she's too arrogant." Fan Jinbang's expression didn't change at all. He was the kind of person who hid a dagger behind a smile. His personality was ruthless. During this period of time when they were doing missions together, Fan Jinbang wanted to enjoy the benefits of being in a favorable position. He constantly tried to curry favor with Li Yingdai, hoping to win her heart. But Li Yingdai had always been distant. This made Fan Jinbang extremely angry. Li Yingdai is great elder Duan Hongxiu's disciple. She must have a lot of treasures on her. Now that she has the Star Moonstone, why don't we? That disciple said sinisterly. It would be a pity to just kill him. Fan Jinbang's eyes flashed with a lustful light. I've been trying so hard to please her, but she's turned a blind eye to it. Since I can't have her, I'll destroy her. The other 4 disciples trembled. They only wanted to kill Li Yingdai and steal her treasures. But Fan Jinbang didn't just want to kill Li Yingdai and steal her treasures, he also wanted to rape her. When I'm done, you can also enjoy her. Fan Jinbang said. Since they had already decided to make a move, they didn't mind raping Li Yingdai again. The 4 of them looked at Fan Jinbang with great anticipation. Fan Jinbang took out some rations, then took out a packet of medicinal powder and sprinkled it on the rations. This medicinal powder would immediately dissolve when it came into contact with something, so it was impossible to tell that the rations had been sprinkled with medicinal powder. Fan Jinbang walked over to Li Yingdai and said, "Junior sister, this is made from the golden rain rice from Wuhua Mountain. I'm sure you haven't eaten it in a long time, right? Junior sister, have some, it can replenish your strength." It was just food, and it wasn't expensive, so Li Yingdai couldn't refuse. She thanked him, took it, and put a small piece into her mouth. But soon, Li Yingdai felt her body go weak. All the strength in her body dissipated in an instant, and she couldn't move at all. Her expression changed drastically. "Senior brother Fan, did you put medicine in the food?" "Ha ha ha ha, that's right. I put some softening powder in the food. After eating it, you won't be able to move for 3 days." Fan Jinbang laughed loudly. Li Yingdai's face turned pale, and she asked in a trembling voice, "Senior brother Fan, why? We're from the same sect." "Same sect?" Fan Jinbang sneered. "Bitch. Since we're from the same sect, why are you turning a blind eye to my pursuit of you?" Li Yingdai said. Yingdai is focused on the Tao. "I don't care about the feelings between men and women." "Who are you trying to fool?" Fan Jinbang said disdainfully, "Since you don't agree, it doesn't matter. I can still do you. Now, I'm going to have a taste of your tender and enchanting body." After saying that, Fan Jinbang walked towards Li Yingdai. "For senior brothers, save me." Li Yingdai looked at the other 4 with pleading eyes. "Haha, junior sister Li is such a peerless beauty. How could we have a chance to touch her? The 4 of us want to have a taste of junior sister Li's delicate body today. I'm sure we'll be on cloud 9. The 4 of them laughed lecherously. Li Yingdai's face turned pale when she heard their words, and she was filled with despair. Li Yingdai knew that she would definitely die today. Although she looked weak on the outside, she had a tenacious personality. She would rather die than be humiliated. Li Yingdai wanted to bite her tongue and commit suicide. However, at that moment, Fan Jinbang pointed with his right hand, and a stream of magic power entered Li Yingdai's body. Li Yingdai was immediately imprisoned. She couldn't even bite her tongue and commit suicide. "I've been guarding against you. You can die if you want, but you'll have to wait until we're done before you die." Fan Jinbang laughed lecherously and reached out to tear Li Yingdai's clothes. Li Yingdai closed her eyes in despair, and tears fell from the corners of her eyes. "You're from the same sect, and you've experienced life and death together. Even if you can't be as close as siblings, you should still respect each other, right? How could you treat your junior sister like that?" you're worse than beasts. No, to be precise, using the word beasts to describe the 5 of you is an insult to the word beasts. At that moment, a sneer came from a big tree more than 10 meters away. Who's there? Fan Jinbang and the others' faces sank. They turned around and saw a young cultivator in his early 20s jump down from the big tree. The young cultivator walked towards the crowd, step by step, with a black eagle perched on his shoulder. Li Yingdai was originally filled with despair, but now, when she heard the voice that suddenly sounded out, she saw a glimmer of hope. However, Li Yingdai's body was imprisoned and she couldn't move, so she didn't know who this cultivator was. However, judging from the voice, it seemed to be a young cultivator. He was only one person. Could he deal with Fan Jinbang and the others? "Kid, who are you?" said Fan Jinbang coldly. At the same time, he made a hand gesture to the other 4 people. The other 4 people quickly spread out and surrounded Lin Feng. Now that the matter had been exposed, Fan Jinbang and the others would definitely not let Lin Feng go. Lin Feng seemed to turn a blind eye to these people surrounding him. He looked at Fan Jinbang with disdain and said indifferently, "A scum like you wants to know my name?" Fan Jinbang's face was gloomy and terrifying. He laughed sinisterly and said, "You're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly in front of me. Don't you know that you're ignorant and fearless? Or should I say that you're stupid?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "There are always some people in the world who think they're infallible. In the end, they still think too highly of themselves. They don't know that they're just frogs in a well. What an arrogant kid. Let's go together and take this kid's head for me." Fan Jinbang waved his hand. "Yes," replied the other 4 cultivators. Then, they jumped up and surrounded Lin Feng. Li Yingdai was also nervous because if Lin Feng was defeated or killed, her fate was destined to be extremely tragic. She could not move her body and could not see the specific situation. She only felt anxious and uneasy. Screech! Faced with the siege of 4 cultivators from Mount Wuhua, the black-feathered eagle king screeched and rushed out. The black-feathered eagle king was too fast. Pooh! 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 Its sharp claws directly grabbed the necks of the 4 cultivators from Mount Wuhua. The 4 of them did not even have time to react before their necks were crushed. Blood spurted out. The 4 cultivators fell to the ground, dead. Seeing this scene, Fan Jinbang's expression changed drastically. He did not choose to attack Lin Feng or the black-feathered eagle king. Instead, he grabbed at Li Yingdai. Fan Jinbang obviously wanted to use Li Yingdai as his shield. Whoosh! The black-feathered eagle king used the flying phoenix claw to grab Fan Jinbang. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Fan Jinbang. Fan Jinbang's expression changed greatly, and he had no choice but to retreat. He dodged the flying phoenix claw by a hair's breadth and turned around to flee. The black-feathered eagle king had already turned into a bolt of black lightning and chased after him. Its sharp claws suddenly swiped down. Fan Jinbang used a mountain-breaking fist to block the black-feathered eagle king's attack. But how could he withstand the black-feathered eagle king's attack with his mere strength of the 7th layer of the creation realm? The black-feathered eagle king instantly broke Fan Jinbang's sacred art. Then, its sharp claws crushed Fan Jinbang's head. Fan Jinbang died tragically on the spot. The forest became silent. Li Yingdai, who was lying motionlessly on the tree, had an extremely shocked expression. Although she did not see the scene of the black-feathered eagle king killing the other 4 people, she saw how the black-feathered eagle king killed Fan Jinbang. Was that black eagle the pet of that cultivator just now? His pet was actually so powerful. At this moment, Li Yingdai finally saw Lin Feng. It was a face that looked very comfortable. It could be described as delicate and pretty. He was the one who saved her. Li Yingdai's heart was filled with gratitude, but then she was a little worried. Now that this person saw how beautiful she was, would he also have evil thoughts? But soon, Li Yingdai knew that she was thinking too much. The young man casually released a strand of magic power. After that strand of magic power entered her body, Li Yingdai felt that her soft body had regained its mobility. You will still be weak for 3 days, so I suggest you find a place to rest for 3 days. You can move after you recover. Lin Feng waved his hand and walked into the distance. Li Yingdai bit her lips. She did not understand why Lin Feng was so calm after seeing her. There was not even a trace of amazement in his eyes. She was one of the 5 beauties of Mount Wuhua. In the 5-peak state, she was also a goddess of the heavens, a goddess in the hearts of countless people. However, it did not even cause a ripple in that guy's heart. Could it be that he felt that she was not beautiful? Li Yingdai's thoughts ran wild. Women were very concerned about their appearance, and Li Yingdai was naturally the same. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to leave, Li Yingdai's weak voice sounded, "The vast ancient forest is filled with danger. Yingdai has lost all of her magic power. Senior brother, can you bear to leave a weak girl like Yingdai here?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. He was most afraid of being entangled by Li Yingdai because Lin Feng did not like to have a burden by his side. However, when he heard Li Yingdai's weak voice, he could not bear to leave her here. If they really met other cultivators or fierce beasts, Li Yingdai would be dead. Wouldn't he have saved her for nothing? Lin Feng stopped. He turned around and walked towards Li Yingdai. When he reached her side, Lin Feng asked, "What's your name?" Li Yingdai. "Senior brother, what's your name?" Lin Feng. "Try and see if you can walk on your own," Lin Feng said. Li Yingdai tried to stand up, but her body still felt weak and she could not get up. "I can't get up," Li Yingdai said with a red face. "I'm sorry," Lin Feng said apologetically. Then, as Li Yingdai cried out in alarm, he picked her up. Li Yingdai wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck and looked at Lin Feng's delicate face. She blushed slightly. This was the first time she had such intimate contact with a man. Li Yingdai had always felt that she had no interest in the matters between men and women. However, now that she was in Lin Feng's arms, her heart could not help but beat wildly. She was incomparably nervous. Lin Feng did not pay attention to Li Yingdai's subtle changes. From Lin Feng's point of view, Li Yingdai was just a stranger he met by chance. Moreover, he did not intend to provoke Li Yingdai. Lin Feng found a cave that could shelter them from the wind and rain and placed Li Yingdai there. He said, "Rest here for 3 days. After 3 days, you can leave after you recover. When you leave, I will set up a few concealment arrays to hide the cave, so you don't have to worry about being discovered by other cultivators or fierce beasts." With that, Lin Feng walked outside. Li Yingdai felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Why did this guy turn a blind eye to such a beautiful woman? Was she really that unattractive in his eyes? Seeing that Lin Feng was about to leave the cave, Li Yingdai bit her red lips and said, "Senior brother, Yingdai has something to say to you." Li Yingdai asked, "Senior brother Lin, have you heard of the Star River?" Lin Feng shook his head. "Nope." Li Yingdai continued, "The Star River suddenly appeared a month ago. There are many treasures in the Star River, and many people go there in search of treasures. I would like to invite you to go there with me. What do you think?" "Oh? There's such a Star River?" Lin Feng was surprised. He looked at the black-feathered eagle king on his shoulder. The black-feathered eagle king shook its head. It obviously didn't know much about the Star River. After all, Li Yingdai had said that the Star River had only appeared a month ago. The black-feathered eagle king had been with Lin Feng all this time, so it was normal that it hadn't heard of the Star River. However, from the black-feathered eagle king's expression, it was likely that the Star River had never appeared before. "I heard you guys talk about star raingrass, star moonstones, and other items. Are they all treasures from the Star River?" Lin Feng asked. Li Yingdai nodded. "That's right. They're all treasures from the Star River. There are even more precious treasures in the Star River, but it's very difficult to obtain them." "It seems like the Star River is extremely dangerous?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. Li Yingdai replied, "It's not just dangerous. There are star beasts in the Star River, and many of them are very powerful. If you're not careful, you can be killed by them. Moreover, the Star River has huge waves from time to time. Any cultivator who gets sucked into the Star River dies in the end. No one has ever come out alive. It's so strange." Lin Feng was shocked. Lin Feng then voiced his doubts. "Cultivators know how to fly. Even if the Star River's waves come, they shouldn't be sucked in, right?" Li Yingdai replied, "Flying is forbidden within the Star River." Lin Feng nodded. No wonder the Star River was so dangerous. Once a cultivator couldn't fly, they were like tigers without their teeth. All their abilities would be weakened, especially when they encountered danger. Without the ability to fly, it would be even harder to avoid danger. Sisterly, have a good rest. In 3 days, we'll go to the Milky Way together. Lin Feng found a place to sit down. The starry river piqued his interest. Lin Feng felt that this starry river was definitely not simple. It had suddenly appeared, so where did it originate from? Where did it flow to? What secrets were they hiding? Li Yingdai nodded. Seeing Lin Feng stay behind, she was both happy and disappointed. The reason why she was disappointed was because Lin Feng had chosen to stay behind, not for her, but for Xianxia. Time passed quickly, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, Li Yingdai's body also recovered. Lin Feng and Li Yingdai went to the Star River. The Star River was about 3 days away from here, but Lin Feng and Li Yingdai rode on the black-feathered Eagle King, so it only took them a day to arrive. Sitting on the back of the black-feathered Eagle King, Li Yingdai had a bewildered expression. This was because she could sense an unimaginably terrifying power from the black-feathered Eagle King's body. Li Yingdai had only ever felt this kind of feeling from the ancient powerhouses. Was this black-feathered Eagle King an ancient powerhouse-level existence? Li Yingdai's heart was filled with shock. She naturally did not think that the black-feathered Eagle King was a ferocious bird that Lin Feng had subdued. Li Yingdai guessed that Lin Feng was most likely a descendant of a top force, while the black-feathered Eagle King was sent by Lin Feng's elders to protect Lin Feng. As for Lin Feng's cultivation, Li Yingdai could vaguely sense it. It seemed to be at the first heavenly layer of the good fortune realm, which was 3 levels lower than her own cultivation. A day later, Lin Feng and Li Yingdai arrived at the Star River. Looking from afar, a huge river poured down from the starry sky world. The river formed dense, crisscrossing branches, and some stone steps could be seen in the river from time to time. Cultivators jumped on the stone steps, looking for treasures in the Star River, and then fishing them up. From time to time, many cultivators could be seen flying from all directions and rushing into the Star River. These cultivators who entered the Star River were blocked by the starlight, and the cultivators outside could not see their figures. "Senior brother Lin, that's the Star River." Li Yingdai pointed at the huge river in the distance. Endless starlight shrouded the black-feathered Eagle King. When it got close to the Star River, the black-feathered Eagle King's body quickly fell down. "I don't want to fall to my death." The black-feathered Eagle King screamed. The wind whistled, and the black-feathered Eagle King quickly retreated, stopping on a mountain peak in the distance, its body trembling. For a bird like the black-feathered Eagle King, losing the ability to fly was an extremely terrifying thing, and it would be a serious blow to its confidence. Lin Feng and Li Yingdai jumped down from the black-feathered Eagle King's body. Lin Feng knew that the black-feathered Eagle King was afraid of the Star River, and its movements would be restricted by the Star River. Therefore, Lin Feng said to the black-feathered Eagle King, "Wait outside for me to come back." "Yes, master." The black-feathered Eagle King heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Feng and Li Yingdai quickly flew towards the Star River. The Star River fell from the sky, covering a large area of the forest. It was endless, and they could not see where it ended. Lin Feng and Li Yingdai entered the Star River. Starlight surrounded them, isolating them from the outside world. Spatial laws. After entering the Star River, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. The Star River formed a space of its own. What appeared in front of them was not a river, but a vast ocean. However, in this vast ocean, many stone steps could be seen floating from time to time. Many cultivators jumped on the stone steps, flying towards the depths of the Star River. "Senior brother Lin, you must be careful. You must not step on empty air. If you do, you will be swallowed by the Star River," Li Yingdai said. Lin Feng was very nervous. She appeared to be very nervous. Clearly, Xianxia had left a very frightening impression on her. Lin Feng nodded. He and Li Yingdai quickly flew towards the depths of the Star River. There were more than 10 cultivators in front of them. They should be a temporary team. Suddenly, a star lotus floated over from the Star River. It was a treasure that could strengthen one's soul. A cultivator fished the star lotus out. Pooh, however, in the next moment, that cultivator was killed by the people next to him. His corpse fell into the Star River. The star lotus is mine. The rest of the cultivators roared and attacked the cultivator who had snatched the star lotus. The people who had been in an alliance immediately started killing each other. Corpses fell into the Star River one after another. In the Star River, a huge creature gradually appeared and swallowed the corpses. Ha ha ha, the star lotus is mine now. There was only one cultivator left. He grabbed the star lotus and laughed loudly. Next, however, a 100-meter-long star beast that resembled both a dragon and an ox, its entire body covered in scales, jumped out from the river of stars to gulp down the cultivator. Next, the star beast flew back into the river of stars, causing snapping sounds to ring out. The astral beast hasn't left yet. It's still lingering nearby. A cultivator shouted in horror as he pointed at the astral beast that was constantly moving around. His expression was very unsightly. When the astral beast had attacked the human cultivator, everyone had seen it. The astral beast was too fast, and it was abnormally strong. Many people were afraid of it. Lin Feng was more low-key, and he stood at the back with Li Yingdai. The astral beast didn't immediately rush over. Not only was it strong, but it was also very cautious. It was looking for the best opportunity and wouldn't act rashly. Something else floated over from the astral river. It was a small island that was more than 10 meters wide. There were 3 astral lotuses and an astral moonstone on it. This was enough to make many people go crazy. Whether it was the astral lotus or the astral moonstone, they could greatly increase a cultivator's soul power. Moreover, the astral moonstone itself could be forged into powerful magic treasures. Whoosh, many people made their moves. Large energy hands condensed in the void and grabbed at the astral lotus and the astral moonstone. Whoosh, however, at that moment, a huge wave suddenly appeared in the astral river. Retreat quickly, many cultivators cried out in alarm. They didn't have time to grab the astral lotus and the astral moonstone. They had no choice but to dodge the waves because once they were sucked into the astral river, they would die without a doubt. Lin Feng and Li Yingdai retreated again. Many people retreated with them, but there were also cultivators who fled in other directions. At that moment, the astral beast soared into the sky, opened its bloody mouth, and directly swallowed 3 cultivators. Crack, crack, the astral beast chewed on the bodies of the 3 cultivators. The 3 cultivators screamed miserably. Soon, there were no more sounds. The astral beast had swallowed all the severed limbs. The island is sinking. Li Yingdai cried out. The things in the astral river wouldn't stay outside forever. After a while, they would sink to the bottom of the astral river. Whoosh, a giant hand formed from energy suddenly grabbed one of the star lotuses. The other 2 astral lotuses and the astral moonstone sank along with the island. What a powerful astral river. Not only is space forbidden, but even magic power is greatly suppressed. Lin Feng was shocked. He had only used his magic power to condense a large energy hand, but he felt unusually tired. The Star River world was full of strange things. However, he had already obtained the astral lotus. He fiddled with it in his hands. This astral lotus contained extremely pure astral energy. If he could refine it, it would naturally be extremely beneficial to his cultivation. Boy, give this star lotus to me. A blue-clothed young master looked down at Lin Feng with an arrogant expression. His tone was unquestionable, as if Lin Feng would immediately kill Lin Feng if he dared to refuse. He wasn't acting alone. There were more than 10 cultivators around him, and each of them had decent strength. Lan Ruogu. Is he an unnamed disciple of the Heavenly God Palace? Someone said in surprise. The divine shrine was an ancient and powerful force. They had an immortal inheritance and a great imperial weapon. Even now, they were still the strongest force in the Tianwu continent. The divine palace was divided into true disciples and registered disciples. There were very few true disciples. After all, there were only a few dozen of them in the Heavenly God Palace. These people included hall masters, elders, deacons, and disciples. These people were the core of the divine shrine. Registered disciples were usually disciples accepted by some elders of the divine shrine. If they could display extraordinary strength in the future, they could become official disciples. Only official disciples were considered members of the divine shrine. For example, Di Xingtian was an official disciple, and he was the strongest genius. Even though he was just a registered disciple of the Divine Shrine, his status was already incredible. He was definitely someone who could do whatever he wanted. Many top forces wanted to send their disciples to the Divine Shrine to be trained. They had to do everything they could to obtain a spot as a registered disciple. When the crowd heard that the blue-clothed cultivator was a registered disciple of the Divine Shrine, they looked at him in awe. Lan Ruogu also had an arrogant expression on his face. Piss off. Nobody had thought that Lin Feng would only say one word to the Divine Shrine's cultivator. Many people were dumbstruck. Was this little boy crazy? How dare he tell the Divine Shrine's cultivator to piss off? Little boy, do you want to die? Lan Ruogu looked at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng sneered. How ridiculous. Do you think the Divine Shrine can act so high and mighty and ask for things from others? Do you think you can decide the life and death of others so easily? Lan Ruogu looked indifferent. That's right. The people of the Divine Shrine can decide the life and death of others. Even if you're a dragon, you have to coil up in front of the Divine Shrine. Even if you're a tiger, you have to lie down in front of the Divine Shrine. If the Divine Shrine tells you to go east, you can't go west. If the Divine Shrine tells you to kneel, you can't stand. Do you really think the Divine Shrine has unified the Tianwu continent? Said Lin Feng mockingly. Throw this little boy to the astral beasts, said Lan Ruogu coldly. He was a registered disciple of the Celestial Shrine, so he didn't care about Lin Feng. Lin Feng was only a cultivator of the first celestial layer. He could kill such a cultivator with a flick of his finger. Yes. Immediately, 2 cultivators rushed towards Lin Feng. These cultivators were all consecrators attached to the heavenly god palace, and they enjoyed the shade of a big tree. The Divine Shrine only had a few dozen people, but they controlled a large area of influence. Naturally, the people of the Divine Shrine couldn't do everything by themselves. Many things were left to the consecrators to deal with. Senior brother Lin, I'll help you. Li Yingdai stepped forward. Lin Feng was only at the first celestial layer of creation realm. In Li Yingdai's opinion, he wasn't a match for the consecrators of the Divine Shrine. She wanted to help Lin Feng. They're just a few small fries. There's no need for junior sisterly to do anything, said Lin Feng. He stretched out his right hand and the void shook. In an instant, he broke the divine abilities of the 2 consecrators of the Divine Shrine. Then, he grabbed one of them with one hand. Seeing Lin Feng capture 2 experts at the 3rd celestial layer of creation realm in an instant, Li Yingdai was shocked. She hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be so powerful. Generally, those who could defeat a high-level cultivator at a lower level could be called a monster. Obviously, Lin Feng was such a person. Brat, let us go. We're the consecrators of the Divine Shrine. If you don't let us go, you'll die without a burial place. The 2 consecrators looked at Lin Feng with sinister eyes. You don't know what's good for you. Lin Feng sneered. He casually threw them. The 2 cultivators of the Divine Shrine were immediately thrown towards the star beast by Lin Feng. Help! The 2 cultivators cried out in horror. Now that they couldn't fly, they could only watch as they fell towards the star beast. Their original arrogance and despotism disappeared in an instant. Only deep fear was left. In the next moment. Isn't this kid a little too bold? He actually dared to throw a cultivator of the Divine Temple down to feed the astral beasts. He's crazy. Many cultivators cried out in alarm when they saw this scene. What kind of terrifying power was the Divine Temple? It was an ancient sect that countless people looked up to. It was unimaginable how powerful it was. Offending the Divine Temple was tantamount to courting death. But today, someone actually dared to offend the Divine Temple. No one dared to believe this, but it was really happening in front of him. Kid, you deserve to die 10,000 times. Lan Ruogu's eyes flashed with killing intent. Ever since he became a nominal disciple of the Divine Temple, he was revered wherever he went. Lan Ruogu also enjoyed the feeling of looking down on all living beings. But today, he was actually defeated by Lin Feng. This made Lan Ruogu quite angry. Lan Ruogu's eyes were burning with anger. Right now, he just wanted to kill Lin Feng to vent the hatred in his heart. This was the world of cultivators. The strong could kill people with just a thought. All of you, attack together. Lan Ruogu said in a deep voice. Yes. Immediately, more than a dozen cultivators rushed towards Lin Feng. These people all used powerful divine abilities to besiege Lin Feng. Tidal Wave Fist. Falling Rain Divine Slash. Sun and Moon Star Slashing Wheel. Blood Wheel Celestial Destroying Palm. All kinds of powerful divine abilities were used to attack Lin Feng. The attacks of more than a dozen cultivators gathered together and formed a torrent of attacks that flooded towards Lin Feng. Many of the surrounding cultivators felt a suffocating pressure surging towards them. Hurry up and retreat. Many people cried out in horror and quickly retreated, not daring to get close to the center of the battle. If they were caught in it, they would probably die. Senior brother Lin, hurry up and dodge. Seeing that Lin Feng was still motionless, Li Yingdia's face turned pale and she shouted anxiously. That was the joint attack of more than a dozen experts. How could Lin Feng resist it alone? Is that kid scared out of his wits? Many people looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. They did not understand why Lin Feng did not dodge. More than a dozen experts joined forces to attack. Lin Feng looked indifferent as he punched out. Bang! It was like a sudden clap of thunder on the ground, like a huge wave rising in the ocean. The combined attack of more than a dozen Heavenly God Temple experts was instantly broken by Lin Feng. You, the group of experts from the Heavenly Shrine couldn't believe their eyes. At this moment, they suddenly realized that the person in front of them wasn't someone they could provoke. Get out! Lin Feng waved his right hand. A gale swept out. Bang bang bang, one cultivator after another was sent flying before falling into the river of stars. One after another, star beasts that had been hibernating within the river of stars pounced out to devour the cultivators from the Heavenly Spirit Palace. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so Heavenly God Hall cultivators were all devoured by the star beasts. This scene shocked everyone. More than a dozen experts of the Heavenly God Palace were killed just like that. Wasn't it too easy? Senior brother Lin is so powerful? Li Yingdai was also shocked. Although Lin Feng had easily defeated 2 cultivators of the Heavenly God Temple, it wasn't as shocking as when he had defeated more than a dozen cultivators of the Heavenly God Temple in one move. Only now did Li Yingdai realize that she had underestimated Lin Feng. Lan Ruogu, who had been insufferably arrogant before, was now pale with fright. He quickly dashed into the distance, wanting to escape without a trace. Lin Feng chased after Lan Ruogu and grabbed him. Lan Ruogu was a registered disciple of the Heavenly God Temple, so he was naturally strong. He was at the 5th heavenly layer of the Fortune Realm. When he saw Lin Feng chasing after him, he immediately used the Heavenly God's fist to attack Lin Feng. But Lin Feng was too strong. Lan Ruogu was considered a peerless expert in the eyes of others, but in the eyes of Lin Feng, who was comparable to an ancient tycoon, he was nothing. Lin Feng's right hand slapped towards Lan Ruogu. Pooh! Lan Ruogu's fist was broken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Lin Feng caught him while he was still in the air. How dare you be so arrogant with such little strength? Lin Feng looked at Lan Ruogu indifferently. The Heavenly God Temple's dignity is not to be provoked. If you kill me now, you'll be provoking the Heavenly God Temple. You should know how terrifying the Heavenly God Temple is. Even the Jiang family, the 4 ancient dynasties of the Central Continent, and other top forces won't easily offend the Heavenly God Temple. If you let me go now, I can let bygones be bygones. What do you think? Lan Ruogu wasn't afraid after being caught. I really don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. Lin Feng sneered. He looked at Lan Ruogu coldly and said, Didn't you say you were going to throw me into the Milky Way? Unfortunately, you don't have the ability to do that. I won't kill you because I think your idea is pretty good. I'll throw you into the Milky Way and see if you can come out alive. No, you can't do that to me. Lan Ruogu was finally scared. The Milky Way was filled with astral beasts. If a cultivator was thrown into the Milky Way, they would die. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He didn't care about Lan Ruogu's pleas. He waved his right hand. Lan Ruogu was immediately thrown away. There was a thump. Lan Roga fell into the Milky Way. Roar. A star beast rushed out and swallowed Lan Rogu in one bite. He's dead. Even Lan Rogu is dead. Something big has happened. The Heavenly God Temple won't let this go. Many people cried out in alarm. The Heavenly God Temple, it was a powerful and domineering force. They could kill people with a single thought. Lin Feng had dared to kill someone from the Heavenly God Temple. He had offended the Heavenly God Temple. How could the Heavenly God Temple let Lin Feng go? Lin Feng didn't stop and continued to rush deeper into the Milky Way. Li Yingdai followed behind Lin Feng. She looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. The more she came into contact with Lin Feng, the more she felt. Li Yingdai felt that Lin Feng wasn't simple. Lin Feng seemed to be full of secrets. Li Yingdai couldn't help but want to get closer to Lin Feng. Senior brother, look. There are 10 star lotuses over there. Li Yingdai pointed to the Milky Way and exclaimed. It was very rare to see 10 star lotuses floating over at once. Lin Feng condensed a big hand of energy and grabbed the 10 star lotuses. But at that moment, an astral beast rushed out from the Milky Way. The astral beast was as fast as lightning. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Lin Feng. Li Yingdia's face turned pale when she saw this scene. She had entered the Milky Way twice and seen too many cultivators being swallowed by astral beasts. She had never seen a cultivator escape from an astral beast's attack. Senior brother Lin, be careful. Li Yingdai shouted in fear. Swoosh. At that moment, Li Yingdai saw Lin Feng raise his right hand and use his palm as a saber. A saber light cut through the void and instantly cut the astral beast in half. Li Yingdai was stunned. Astral beasts were at least at the peak of the 9th or 10th heaven of the creation realm. Such terrifying strength was actually killed by Lin Feng in one move. Then, could Lin Feng's strength be at the level of an ancient powerhouse? But had he been deliberately hiding his cultivation? An ancient powerhouse in his 20s? Li Yingdai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Take these two. Lin Feng handed the 2 star lotuses to Li Yingdai. For me? Li Yingdai was shocked. She hadn't expected Lin Feng to give her star lotuses. These star lotuses were extremely precious. Consider it your reward for leading the way. Lin Feng said. Thank you, senior brother Lin. Li Yingdai bowed to Lin Feng. She didn't refuse because she also needed star lotuses. These treasures were extremely useful for increasing one's soul power. Some cultivators in the distance saw Lin Feng obtain the star lotuses, but they didn't dare to directly snatch them. They had seen Lin Feng kill the people from the divine shrine. If he dared to kill even the divine shrine's cultivators, what about them? The interior of the astral river was boundless. It looked more like an ocean. Lin Feng and Li Yingdai chose a direction with fewer people and flew towards it. Along the way, Lin Feng killed astral beasts and collected treasures from the astral river. Apart from the star lotuses, Lin Feng also obtained many good things, such as star raingrass, star moonstone, star tear stone, star scar stone, and so on. These were all supreme treasures that could increase one's soul power. Huh? What's that place? Suddenly, Lin Feng saw a dazzling light in the distance, enveloping a large area of the void. That's a star cave. Cultivators can enter it to cultivate. Every star cave can last for 3 days after it appears. Senior brother, it looks like we're quite lucky to have encountered a star cave. Li Yingdai was pleasantly surprised. Lin Feng nodded. He also felt that their luck was quite good. The two of them quickly flew towards the star cave. After entering the star cave, Lin Feng sealed it. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about being disturbed. The star cave was about a dozen square meters in size. It was more than enough for the two of them to cultivate. The star cave could continuously absorb the energy of the astral river. Therefore, the energy of the sun, moon, and stars was very dense. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged. He took out all kinds of treasures and started refining them. At the same time, Lin Feng continued to absorb the power of stars in the star cave. Under the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Arts transformation, all of these energies were absorbed by Lin Feng's soul. Lin Feng's soul began to grow stronger. Currently, Lin Feng's soul power was at the 10th level of the creation realm, and he had not been able to break through the shackles. However, this time, Lin Feng obtained a large amount of cultivation resources from the galaxy. Moreover, the power of the sun, moon, and stars in the star cave was also very dense. Therefore, this time, Lin Feng accumulated enough power and began to attempt to break through to a new realm. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng's soul power had received a huge boost. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. It was like raging waves beating against the shore, shaking the surroundings. Finally, Lin Feng had broken through the shackles of life and death realm, and his soul had reached the first layer of life and death realm. I've finally broken through. Lin Feng opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. The life and death realm could be said to be an extremely crucial threshold. As long as he could break through, it would be much easier to increase his soul power in the future. Li Yingdai had obviously obtained a lot of benefits, and Lin Feng guessed that her soul power should have improved by leaps and bounds. Rumble. The star cave fluctuated violently. After 3 days were up, they had to leave the star cave because it would disappear very quickly. If they did not leave, they would disappear along with the star cave. Lin Feng and Li Yingdai came out of the star cave. They rushed towards the depths of the star cave. About 10 days later, an island appeared in the Star River, and many cultivators came to the island. The island was very large, and there should be a lot of good things on it. Therefore, from time to time, they could see cultivators fighting on the island, and it was extremely tragic. The most precious thing is the Star River Divine Liquid, which is very rare. I heard that the Star River Divine Liquid is fused with the source power of the Star River Emperor. Li Yingdai said. Star River Emperor? An Emperor realm expert? Lin Feng was shocked. Li Yingdai nodded and said, rumor has it that he was an emperor from the primordial era who ruled countless star domains, but he died in the primordial age. Lin Feng and Li Yingdai searched for treasures on the island. 1 day later, Lin Feng and Li Yingdai saw a group of cultivators fighting over a batch of star rocks. Star rocks could not only be used for cultivation and soul power. They could also be used to forge divine weapons. Therefore, the appearance of star rocks caused a lot of bloodshed. Of the 2 groups of cultivators fighting, a beautiful woman in red led the group of cultivators who had the upper hand. The other group of cultivators was defeated. Master. Li Yingdai was very happy to see the beautiful woman in red. Is she Duan Hongxiao? Lin Feng was surprised. Li Yingdai's master was Duan Hongxiao, the great elder of Mount Wuhua. Lin Feng did not expect Duan Hongxiao to be such a beautiful woman. Yingdai. Why are you here? I thought you had already perished. Duan Hongxiao was happy to see Li Yingdai and rushed over. Disciple is alive because of senior brother Lin, Li Yingdai said with a red face. She looked at Lin Feng affectionately. A cold light flashed in Duan Hongxiao's eyes, but she quickly hid it. Thank you, little friend. Why don't you train with the cultivators of Mount Wuhua? Duan Hongxiao said. Yes, Lin Feng, we can take care of each other. Li Yingdai looked at Lin Feng expectantly. Although Duan Hongxiao hid it well, Lin Feng still saw the cold light in her eyes. Lin Feng did not know why Duan Hongxiao was hostile to him, but Lin Feng had to be wary of her because she was not simple. I'm used to being alone. Thank you for the invitation, senior. I'll take my leave. Lin Feng cupped his fists and quickly left. Li Yingdai looked at Lin Feng's back as he left. Her beautiful eyes were full of reluctance. She wanted to ask Lin Feng to stay a few times, but she did not know what reason to ask Lin Feng to stay. Duan Hongxiao saw everything and the coldness in her eyes became even more intense. However, she hid it very well and did not let Li Yingdai notice. Duan Hongxiao grabbed Li Yingdai's slender hands and said softly, Yingdai, now that you're back with me, you won't be in any danger. Let's find a quiet place and you can tell me what happened during this time. Yes. Li Yingdai replied. What's wrong with Duan Hongxiao? Why does she want to kill me? I saved Li Yingdai. Even if she doesn't thank me, she shouldn't want to kill me. This woman is really strange. After leaving, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Duan Hongxiao had an evil aura that made Lin Feng feel very uncomfortable. That was also the reason why Lin Feng had left so quickly. Late at night, in the depths of the Milky Way, endless starlight fell down. An ancient being was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the starlight. It was as if an ancient great emperor had come back to life. Countless people were alarmed. An ancient aura permeated the air, causing everyone to be shocked and moved. Countless people looked at the phantom and couldn't help but feel a sense of worship in their hearts. The Astral River Great Emperor. He's the Astral River Great Emperor. Some cultivators shouted in shock. That mysterious existence must be the Astral River Great Emperor. Even after tens of thousands of years, the imprint still hadn't dissipated. This was a great emperor from the ancient era. He controlled endless star fields. Now that the imprint had appeared, it made countless people go crazy. Because many people guessed that the inheritance of the Astral River Great Emperor was about to appear. If that was the case, it was naturally enough to cause an earth-shattering shock. In the depths of the Astral River, there's a vast expanse of starlight. That's where mortals stop. An old cultivator appeared and murmured. The depths of the Astral River Great Emperor were full of dangers. It wasn't a place that could be entered just because one wanted to. The cultivators who could reach that area were definitely abnormally strong. If ordinary cultivators went there, they would probably die halfway. Whoosh! An ancient starry sky road appeared, extending from the depths of the Astral River. This made countless people excited. The ancient starry sky road led to the outside world. Was it to let everyone follow the ancient starry sky road to the Astral River Great Emperor, listen to the Great Emperor's sacred path? Comprehend the supreme law, the immeasurable calamity, and the immeasurable difficulty. Many cultivators had already taken action, quickly rushing toward the ancient starry sky road. They stepped on the ancient starry sky road and headed toward the depths, wanting to find the Tao left behind by the Astral River Great Emperor. Reality and illusion are often just a thought away. The old cultivator murmured not far away. Lin Feng felt that the old cultivator was extraordinary. He walked forward, wanting to ask about the Astral River Great Emperor. However, the old cultivator had disappeared without a trace. This shocked Lin Feng. With his current cultivation, he didn't notice how the old cultivator left. It was really unbelievable. Lin Feng finally stepped on the ancient starry sky road. Like many other cultivators, he rushed toward the depths of the Astral River Great Emperor. If there was really the inheritance of the Astral River Great Emperor, this trip would not be in vain. A great emperor must have passed down a supreme emperor art. Of course, even if he couldn't get the inheritance, if he could get a few top Archean divine abilities, it would be enough to defy the heavens. Whoosh! Suddenly, an astral blade slashed down from the void. Many people in the front cried out in alarm and retreated quickly, trying to avoid the attack of the star saber. Of course, there were also people who did not fear the astral blade and wanted to shatter it. But those cultivators were all killed. Seeing this scene, the cultivator dodging the astral saber turned even paler. They frantically retreated, hoping to escape this calamity. However, the astral blade had already locked onto these people and killed them. Then, the astral blade slashed at the cultivator behind him. The astral blade couldn't be avoided. Many people were so scared that they began to tremble. They knelt on the ground and cried out miserably. They didn't want to die like this. Chop! Lin Feng roared as he condensed Sky Splitter. The dazzling saber light condensed and collided with the star saber. Lin Feng was sent flying. The astral blade descended from the sky, intending to hack Lin Feng to death. Sword and saber fusion. Lin Feng attacked again. This time, the combined attack of the saber and sword broke the attack of the star saber. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. The astral blade's attack was really terrifying. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to resist it. Many cultivators who were saved stepped forward to thank Lin Feng. Lin Feng just nodded and continued forward. Finally, everyone arrived at the depths. This was a dazzling astral river. The starlight fell like a waterfall and rain. It was so dazzling, so beautiful. Above the astral river, the mysterious figure was still sitting cross-legged. The cultivators who came here hurriedly found a place to sit and meditate, hoping to comprehend the inheritance of the Astral River Great Emperor. Lord, it's him. He killed the people of the heavenly god hall. More than 10 cultivators flew over from afar. One of them was a middle-aged man with a broken arm. Another cultivator pointed at Lin Feng. Tian Wufa. It was actually this person. Lin Feng had seen him in the overseas world. This person was extremely arrogant. He had threatened to take the empress as his concubine, but the empress had cut off one of his arms. However, his strength was still unfathomable. Now that a few years had passed, his strength had recovered. Back then, Lin Feng had needed to look up at Tian Wufa, but now, he could face him directly. In the world of cultivators, it was not an empty saying that one should not bully a poor young man. Many geniuses only needed a few years to rise up and shine like stars. Boy, you dared to kill people of the heavenly god hall. Do you know that you've committed a capital offense? Tian Wufa glanced at Lin Feng indifferently. He did not know Lin Feng. In Tian Wufa's eyes, Lin Feng was just an ant. Lin Feng looked indifferent. Lan Ruogu and the others provoked me. They should be killed. Many cultivators were watching. When they heard Lin Feng's powerful words, they were astonished. Did this kid know who was standing in front of him? It was Tian Wufa. He was an elder of the heavenly god hall. The heavenly god hall can kill other people, but other people can't kill our cultivators. Otherwise, our entire sect will be destroyed. Tian Wufa's eyes were filled with killing intent. This was the prestige of an elder of the heavenly god hall. Even a demonic sect won't say that they'll destroy an entire sect. Is the heavenly god hall inferior to a demonic sect? Lin Feng sneered. Tian Wufa remained arrogant. Everything the heavenly god hall does is righteous. What's wrong with destroying your entire sect? Even if we dig up your ancestors' graves, who in the world would dare criticize us? Many people frowned. They felt that Tian Wufa was too arrogant, but when they thought about how strong the heavenly god hall was, they could only sigh. Tian Wufa was so arrogant because he had the support of a colossus like the heavenly god hall. Lin Feng sneered. Do you really think the Tianwu continent is the heavenly god hall's backyard? A one-armed man dares to boast shamelessly in front of me? I feel embarrassed for you. The corners of many cultivators' mouths twitched violently. Who was that kid? How dare he mock Tian Wufa, even if Tian Wufa had a one-armed man? He was still an ancient tycoon. Despicable ant, what did you say? Tian Wufa roared. Back in the day, the empress cut off your arm with a wave of her hand. Many years have passed, but the peerless empress still lingers in my heart. Lin Feng laughed. I'll take your life. Tian Wufa was furious. He could hear Lin Feng's mockery. Tian Wufa guessed that Lin Feng had seen his arm cut off by the empress. That was the pain in Tian Wufa's heart. It was something he never wanted to face. Now that Lin Feng had exposed it, he was furious. Tian Wufa leapt towards Lin Feng, sending a palm strike at Lin Feng. Is that kid going to die? Many people cried out in alarm. Tian Wufa was an ancient tycoon. Because of his missing arm, he had been stuck at the first heavenly layer of the life and death realm. However, an ancient tycoon was still an ancient tycoon. Even an ancient tycoon at the first heavenly layer of the life and death realm could kill a creation realm cultivator as easily as crushing an ant. Eat my slap. Lin Feng sneered and stepped forward. He raised his right hand and slapped at Tian Wufa. He instantly broke through Tian Wufa's fist and slapped him in the face. Slap, with a resounding slap, Tianfa was sent flying. He was flung hundreds of meters away. Countless spectating cultivators were dumbfounded. A young cultivator had sent an ancient tycoon flying with a slap. Was this a dream? Ah! Tian Wufa roared at the sky. He was a powerhouse at the level of an ancient powerhouse, and now he was sent flying by a young cultivator. This was a great humiliation to him. Tian Wufa felt like the anger in his body was about to set him on fire. He charged at Lin Feng, roaring, "Kid, I'll take your life." Boom! A terrifying aura spread out, and a supreme treasure appeared in Tian Wufa's hand. It was a flaming saber, forged from blazing golden crystal. It was a mid-tier Dao treasure and very powerful. Tian Wufa used the frenzied blade 36 slashes, slashing at Lin Feng. Each slash was fiercer than the last. Each slash was more violent than the last. The saber light filled the sky, flooding toward Lin Feng like a tidal wave. Tian Wufa has even brought out a mid-tier Dao treasure. Many people exclaimed. Tian Wufa was clearly going all out. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He wielded the black dragon sword and slashed out. A dazzling sword light condensed, instantly breaking Tian Wufa's attack. Clang! The black dragon sword collided with Tian Wufa's mid-tier Dao treasure, the flaming saber. Tian Wufa felt as if he had been hit by an ancient mountain. His hands, which were holding the flaming saber, cracked from the impact, and blood flowed out. As for Tian Wufa, he was sent flying, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. Slash! Lin Feng chased after him, wanting to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to slay Tian Wufa. Many people were shocked and moved. No one had expected Lin Feng to be so powerful as to kill Tian Wufa. If an ancient powerhouse died, it would cause a huge uproar, like an earthquake. Tian Wufa's face was full of fear. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Lin Feng's sword had already slashed down. Just as Lin Feng was about to kill Tian Wufa, a cold light swept over. Clang! It was accompanied by a sonorous and dull sound of collision. Sparks flew everywhere. Lin Feng was sent flying several hundred meters away and came to a stop with great difficulty. So it's you, you ant. A cold voice was heard as a young man who looked like a celestial emperor appeared. His feet stepped on the scorching sun, and his body was surrounded by endless divine light. He looked like an immortal god. He was obviously so young, but he gave people a feeling of looking up to a tall mountain. It was as if they were facing an antique that had lived for tens of thousands of years. Di Xingtian is here. Many people cried out in alarm. Di Xingtian. This was a name that could shock the world. He was one of the strongest geniuses in the 3,000 prefectures. It was rumored that Di Xingtian was the reincarnation of a heavenly god. The aura he was exuding now made people feel as though they were facing a heavenly god. Even cultivators with higher cultivation bases than him were trembling and had no choice but to retreat. Lin Feng looked at Di Xingtian gloomily. Back when Di Xingtian was looking for Zhu Beiyi, he had looked down on Lin Feng. He had treated Lin Feng like an ant and forced him to reveal Zhu Beiyi's whereabouts. If he didn't tell him, he would kill Lin Feng. Since then, Lin Feng and Di Xingtian had a grudge against each other. Buzz, Lin Feng didn't say much. He circulated his magic power with all his might. Then, he poured it into the black dragon sword. Di Xingtian's sudden appearance made Lin Feng realize that there would be a battle today. That young cultivator wants to fight Di Xingtian? Isn't he courting death? It's like throwing an egg against a rock. Many cultivators shook their heads. They felt that there was no suspense in this battle. There were also some who felt that Lin Feng should run away. However, they were quickly refuted by others. After being targeted by someone like Di Xingtian, there was no way he could escape. If he wanted to escape, he would be killed by Di Xingtian mercilessly. Within 3 moves. I'll kill you. Di Xingtian stepped forward with the divine god's battle spear in his hand. Divine light shot out from his body. He was domineering and didn't take Lin Feng seriously at all. Di Xingtian could even say that he would kill Lin Feng in 3 moves. This showed how much disdain and contempt Di Xingtian had for Lin Feng. We still don't know who will be killed. Lin Feng's face was gloomy and his voice was cold. He was in his strongest state. His 5 devouring martial spirits were circulating, increasing his strength to the maximum. Lin Feng knew that he couldn't hold back when fighting against an expert like Di Xingtian. Otherwise, he would die. I have to say that you're stupid. Di Xingtian looked indifferent. The divine god's battle spear in his hand was aimed at Lin Feng. This spear was too terrifying. Even the void was torn apart by the force of the attack. Lin Feng activated the black dragon sword to block the attack. Clang! Di Xingtian's attack hit the black dragon sword hard. The black dragon sword and Lin Feng were both sent flying. Puff! Lin Feng spat out blood. His hands that were holding the black dragon sword were also torn apart. Blood flowed out. Di Xingtian's attack was unimaginably powerful. Lin Feng thought that he could fight against Di Xingtian after breaking through to the creation realm. But now, he knew that he was wrong. The former Emperor Xingtian was also a monstrous existence that could challenge those of a higher cultivation level. Secondly, Di Xingtian's body and bloodline were not inferior to his. Thirdly, Di Xingtian had been lucky all these years. He had many fortuitous encounters and obtained many powerful super skills. Lastly, it was said that Di Xingtian was the reincarnation of a divine god. This was definitely not a baseless rumor. Di Xingtian must have mastered some extremely powerful skills. That was why there were such rumors. After Di Xingtian sent Lin Feng flying with his spear, he soared into the sky like a rock spreading its wings. He covered a distance of a few hundred meters in an instant and stabbed his spear towards Lin Feng. He wanted to pierce through Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He swung his sword in an attempt to block Di Xingtian's attack. However, Di Xingtian suddenly changed his move in midair. The attack that was originally aimed at Lin Feng turned into a whip towards Lin Feng. Just like the first move, he used the divine god battle spear in his hand as a stick. "An ant like you doesn't even have the right to make me use my spear techniques. I can kill you with the simplest moves," Di Xingtian said disdainfully. Just as he said, Di Xingtian's moves were simple. The first move was a whip towards Lin Feng. The second move was also a whip towards Lin Feng. Di Xingtian didn't even use any other moves. He only used the basic move of the spear, whip. It was obvious how much he despised Lin Feng. Bang! The second spear hit Lin Feng again. Lin Feng's body was falling towards the Milky Way. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He couldn't fly in this space. Lin Feng twisted his waist and tried to jump onto the platform. "Get lost," Di Xingtian said coldly. He had already jumped over and struck Lin Feng with his spear again. Lin Feng lost control of his body and fell towards the Milky Way like a meteorite falling from the sky. Plop! His body fell into the Milky Way. Within the Milky Way, huge waves rose to the sky and drowned Lin Feng. "He's fallen into the Milky Way. He's dead for sure, isn't he?" Many people cried out in alarm. In their opinion, Lin Feng, who had defeated Tian Wufa, could definitely be considered a top genius. Such a person would definitely be dazzling in the future. But now, that day wouldn't come. No cultivator who fell into the Milky Way could come out alive. Naturally, they didn't think Lin Feng would be lucky. Since the beginning of time, there have been countless geniuses, but those who have truly matured and become Zune cultivators are extremely rare. That's because, at any moment, geniuses rise, and geniuses fall. Some cultivators sighed. Perhaps they had seen such situations too many times in their long years of cultivation. They were already used to it. Lin Feng was sucked into the Milky Way. Dozens of ferocious beasts surrounded Lin Feng, as if they had smelled blood. They all rushed towards Lin Feng. When a cultivator fell into the Milky Way, their movements would be greatly restricted. Lin Feng was no exception. He felt like he couldn't move. He could only watch as the beasts pounced on him. Lin Feng circulated the archaic dragonesque elephant art, trying to regain his mobility. But he realized that even the archaic dragonesque elephant art was useless now. Am I really going to become food for these beasts? Lin Feng's face was slightly pale. He naturally didn't want to die at the hands of these beasts. But there was nothing he could do. There was nothing he could do now. Right, the 5 Emperor Dragon Fists. Lin Feng suddenly thought of this divine ability. The 5 Emperor Dragon Fists. Black Emperor Water Dragon Fists belonged to the 5 elements of water. The Black Emperor was a paragon who controlled the great Tao of water. The Milky Way. It was formed by the condensed power of endless stars. It had long since turned into liquid. In theory, it would still be restricted by the Black Emperor. Thinking of this, Lin Feng didn't dare hesitate. He hurriedly used the Black Emperor Water Dragon Fists. Lin Feng had already cultivated the Black Emperor Water Dragon Fists to great success. After the Black Emperor Water Dragon Fist was unleashed, the Black Emperor Water Dragon Fist was unleashed. In an instant, a water dragon appeared beneath Lin Feng's feet and a Saint King appeared behind him. The Black Emperor and the Water Dragon appeared. Suddenly, the pressure on Lin Feng was greatly reduced. Originally, he couldn't move in the Star River, but now, he could move again. One by one, the star beasts pounced over. Lin Feng punched out one punch after another. What he used was the Black Emperor Water Dragon Fist. When this lost art was used in the Milky Way, its power was much stronger than when it was used outside. Bang bang, Lin Feng blasted the star beasts away one by one. However, these star beasts were hidden in the galaxy, so their combat power was even more tyrannical. Although they were blasted away by Lin Feng, these star beasts didn't suffer any injuries. On the other hand, Lin Feng's attacks made these star beasts even angrier and more violent. A group of ferocious beasts pounced over again. Then, they opened their bloody mouths and condensed a powerful innate ability to attack. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. If it was only a few star beasts, it would be easier. However, it was too difficult to deal with such a large group of star beasts. These star beasts sealed off Lin Feng's path. Now, Lin Feng could only dive down. Facing the attack of a group of star beasts, Lin Feng didn't hesitate. He quickly rushed down. However, the attacks of the star beasts hit empty air. The star beasts let out angry roars and quickly chased after him. Lin Feng's speed was also extremely fast. He quickly moved through the Star River. Suddenly, a shocking fluctuation surged out from the deepest part of the Star River. Then, a cloud of black fog that blotted out the sky quickly surged out. Within the black fog, a huge demonic hand appeared. That demonic hand grabbed at Lin Feng. What the hell is this thing? Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He wanted to avoid the demonic hand, but Lin Feng failed. He was caught by the demonic hand. The demonic hand quickly retreated to the deepest part of the Star River. The Great Formation, Lin Feng was shocked. The demonic hand threw Lin Feng into the Great Formation and then dissipated. Lin Feng looked around and saw that there were all kinds of corpses piled up here. They should be cultivators who entered the Great Formation for various reasons and were then trapped inside. In the distance, Lin Feng saw some cultivators who seemed to have lost themselves and were walking into the distance. The entire Great Formation was extremely huge. Lin Feng guessed that perhaps the bottom of the Star River was covered by the Great Formation. Lin Feng chased after them. He arrived in front of a few cultivators and wanted to wake them up. However, he found that no matter how he called out to them, they couldn't wake up. At this time, Lin Feng also discovered something terrifying. His connection with all his Dharma treasures had been cut off. He couldn't even get in touch with the dragon rabbit. There's something wrong with this Great Formation. These cultivators are trapped here and are still walking aimlessly. It seems like they're only left with their subconscious. Lin Feng frowned. The Great Formation was too strange. These cultivators were lost. Their subconscious was deducing a way to leave the Great Formation. Unless they could deduce the correct way, they wouldn't be able to leave the Great Formation until they died. Lin Feng wanted to break the Great Formation here, but he had no clue. The Great Formation here was too advanced. It had already surpassed Lin Feng's understanding of Great Formations. He didn't know how much time had passed. Lin Feng gradually lost himself. Although, he tried hard to keep himself awake. However, he couldn't do it. He also became one of the cultivators at the bottom of the Great Formation, walking aimlessly at the bottom of the Star River. He could only deduce the way out based on his subconscious. In the outside world, the battle between Lin Feng and Di Xingtian had spread like wildfire. Many people knew that Di Xingtian had killed a peerless genius. Some of the cultivators who had seen Lin Feng felt pity, some gloated, and some did not have any reaction. However, some people were worried about Lin Feng's safety. Li Yingdai, her master Duan Hongxiu, and the others were originally in the Star River. After hearing the news of Lin Feng's death, they came to the depths of the Star River. That young cultivator is not simple. Even Tian Wufa, who is in the life and death realm, is not his match. Di Xingtian is too strong. He only used 2 moves to send Tian Wufa into the Star River. I'm afraid that Tian Wufa has already been eaten by the star beasts. Many people were still talking about the battle. How could this be? Lin Feng, you died so miserably. Li Yingdai cried like a weeping beauty. Duan Hongxiu stood not far away, and the corner of her mouth curved into a cold arc. In the other direction stood a black-clothed young man. It was Xianxia. After hearing the news, he rushed over. Xianxia looked at the Star River. Through the blood oath, he could vaguely feel that Lin Feng was still alive. At the bottom of the galaxy, without knowing how much time had passed, Lin Feng was still in a lost state. He had lost himself, his soul was in a deep sleep, and only his subconscious was moving. Because his body had not been nourished for a long time, he had become as thin as a log. However, his aura did not weaken. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. In fact, the cultivators trapped by the Great Array were all in the same situation as Lin Feng. Although the Great Array trapped them and made them lose themselves. However, there was also something extraordinary about the Great Array. That was, it could continuously devour the power of the sun, moon, and stars. And the cultivators trapped in it could not actively absorb the power of the sun, moon, and stars. However, in such an environment with such rich power of the sun, moon, and stars, there was still a large amount of power of the sun, moon, and stars being absorbed by their bodies. Therefore, the strength of these cultivators trapped at the bottom of the galaxy had been increasing. Especially their soul power, the increase was even more significant. But unfortunately, they had not absorbed any nutrients for a long time, and their bodies were getting thinner and thinner. If not for the fact that they were powerful cultivators, they would have starved to death long ago. Lin Feng seemed to be no different from the others. Every day, he would go around in the Great Array at the bottom of the galaxy. The only difference was that Lin Feng's hands, under the control of his subconscious, were constantly changing all kinds of seals. These seals were all array formation techniques, and they were unfathomable. Lin Feng would also stop from time to time, and then under the control of his subconscious, he would deduce the array formation technique to break the Great Array at the bottom of the galaxy. However, every time, he would end in failure. At the bottom of the galaxy, even a cultivator who originally knew nothing about arrays could probably become an array formation expert. This was because the laws here controlled everyone to constantly deduce all kinds of arrays while they were in a lost state. Lin Feng, who was already a heaven stage spirit array master, was now deducing all kinds of arrays thousands of times every day. Of course, all of this was done subconsciously. As time passed, Lin Feng's body became thinner and thinner. His footsteps also became staggered. Many of the cultivators who were originally with him had already fallen on the road and died. They would turn into bones here and drown in it forever. As for Lin Feng, he was still bitterly persevering. The speed at which his hands formed the array formation's incantation became faster and faster. In the beginning, Lin Feng's hand seals were relatively simple, but as time passed, his hand seals became more and more complicated. Go to the back. Lin Feng's constantly changing hand seals even turned into many formations passed down from the Celestial Master Taoism. The inheritance of the Celestial Master Path was even more mysterious. This orthodoxy was known as the world's oldest and most profound inheritance of spiritual array masters. The various formations were also extremely shocking. Time passed slowly. Lin Feng repeated the array formation of the Celestial Master Path that he had memorized in his mind every day. It even included other inheritances of the Celestial Master sect, such as the 8 seals of the Forbidden Gods. Day after day. 3 months. 6 months. Lin Feng seemed to have cultivated all the inheritances of the Celestial Master Taoism to the extreme under the control of this subconscious. In Lin Feng's mind, a book was condensed. That book was a stone scripture. The supreme holy artifact of the Celestial Masters was the stone scripture. Born by heaven and earth, it recorded all the legacies of the Celestial Masters. However, the stone scripture had been lost. As a result, the inheritance of the Celestial Master Path had become incomplete. Now that the stone scripture condensed in Lin Feng's mind, it was naturally not the real stone scripture. This was the imprint of the Celestial Master Path. In the ancient legends and myths, there was such a saying. The holy artifact of the Celestial Master Path, the stone scripture, could communicate with the descendants of the Celestial Master Path. Any successor of the Celestial Master Path who was recognized by the stone scripture would condense the imprint of the Celestial Master Path in his mind. This imprint of the Celestial Master Path was the appearance of the Celestial Master Path's holy artifact, the stone scripture. In the future, the successor of the Celestial Master Path might be able to rely on the imprint of the Celestial Master Path in his mind to find the whereabouts of the holy artifact, the stone scripture. The stone scripture in Lin Feng's mind began to slowly unfold. Phantoms appeared on the stone scripture one after another. There were a total of 36 phantoms. These were the 36th generation of successors of the Celestial Master Path. Now, Lin Feng's aura was also imprinted on the stone scripture. The 37th phantom appeared on the stone scripture. One could vaguely see that the phantom had some similarities with Lin Feng. It was the phantom of Lin Feng that was imprinted on the stone scripture. On the last page of the stone scripture, a paragraph of text appeared. 37th generation successor of the Celestial Master Path. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 24 years old. Bloodline, Immortal God blood. Sovereign Emperor blood. Origin, descendant of the Immortal God race and the Sovereign Emperor race. Achievement, learned the 8 seals of the Divine Restriction and the 321 great formations of the Celestial Master Path. Immediately after, the words that appeared on the stone scripture completely disappeared. This was the Celestial Master Path. It was a lineage that was so strange that it was unimaginable. The stone scripture condensed in Lin Feng's mind actually revealed something that even Lin Feng did not know about. There seemed to be a trace of mysterious fate involved in this. Boom. The stone scripture suddenly shook. The great formation in front of Lin Feng cracked. Lin Feng subconsciously walked forward and entered a star cave. This star cave was not simple. Because there was a pool of spirit liquid in the star cave. This kind of spirit liquid would occasionally appear in the outside world, but each time it appeared, it would only be a drop or a few drops. This spirit liquid was the Star River Divine Liquid. It was the most precious treasure in the galaxy. It was rumored that it had fused with the origin of the Star River Emperor. In the outside world, one might not be able to see a drop of Star River Divine Liquid for a long time, but there was an entire pool of it here. Lin Feng entered the pool and sat cross-legged. The 5 devouring martial souls in his body started to circulate on their own. Lin Feng began to devour the Star River Divine Liquid in the pool. A large amount of Star River Divine Liquid was absorbed by Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's skinny body quickly recovered. Moreover, a layer of old skin was shed, and the new skin was as delicate as a baby's. Lin Feng's cultivation rose all the way. Originally, he was only at the first layer of the creation realm. In the end, he reached the peak of the 3rd layer of the creation realm before stopping. Lin Feng's soul power rose from the first layer of the life and death realm to the peak of the 4th layer of the life and death realm. At this time, there was still more than half of the pool of Star River Divine Liquid left. Under the control of the hidden meaning, Lin Feng collected all the Star River Divine Liquid. Then, he suddenly stomped on the ground and soared into the sky, rushing out of the great array. From time to time, star beasts would pounce on Lin Feng, but when they sensed the terrifying aura in Lin Feng's body, they would flee in all directions. Swoosh. Finally, Lin Feng rushed out and landed on the platform outside. There were many cultivators here. Everyone was cultivating when they suddenly saw Lin Feng jump out of the Star River. They were all shocked, but they quickly regained their composure. It's him. A year ago, Di Xingtian smashed the Star River into the ground. He actually came out alive. Look at his eyes. They are completely lost. What did he go through? Some cultivators exclaimed. Boom, soon, some cultivators attacked Lin Feng. They wanted to kill Lin Feng and take away Lin Feng's storage ring. Killing people to steal treasures was too common. If Lin Feng was still a normal person, these people would naturally not dare to attack him. However, now that Lin Feng was lost, they were no longer afraid. Moreover, after a year, Lin Feng had actually come out alive from the bottom of the Star River. Everyone knew that Lin Feng definitely had a great opportunity at the bottom of the Star River. Now was the best time to kill Lin Feng and steal his treasures. Lin Feng did not move. It was as if he did not know that these people wanted to kill him. The terrifying attacks were about to tear Lin Feng's body into pieces. Clang! At the critical moment, a cold sword appeared in front of Lin Feng. With a sudden sweep, sword chi vibrated and shot out. Streaks of sword chi broke through the other party's attacks and forced everyone back. Xianxia held a long sword and appeared in front of Lin Feng. His cold eyes scanned the surroundings. "Kid, who are you? How dare you stop us?" A group of experts shouted angrily. They wanted to kill Lin Feng and steal his treasures. Now that they were stopped, their hearts were filled with anger. "If you dare to come forward, kill." Xianxia's voice was cold. His personality was not good with words. It was impossible to make these greedy people retreat. "You're courting death. Let's attack together and kill this brat," a cultivator said coldly. Xianxia protected Lin Feng behind him. Behind them was the torrential Star River. They did not need to worry about being attacked from the front and back. Xianxia held a long sword and attacked these people. Clang clang clang, a series of metal clashing sounds were heard. In the void, sparks shot out everywhere. Xianxia clashed with these experts. Puff. Puff, Xianxia's sword was very fast. As fast as lightning. Cultivators were constantly stabbed to death by Xianxia. However, there were too many opponents. Xianxia's body was also left with deep wounds. This battle was extremely tragic from the beginning. Both sides did not hold back and directly used their ultimate killing moves. There were cold corpses lying on the ground. Xianxia had long been covered in blood. Many people were frightened by Xianxia's killing. "What are you afraid of? He's just one person, and he won't be able to hold on for long. He's so powerful at such a young age, and I think he's the same as the kid he's protecting. He must have many secrets. As long as we can kill him, those secrets will be ours." A cultivator sneered, encouraging even more cultivators to participate in this battle. There were many cultivators on this platform in the depths of the Star River. Naturally, not all of them participated in the battle between Xianxia and Lin Feng. Many people stood in the distance and watched. Many of them shook their heads, thinking that what Xianxia did was really stupid. How could he fight against so many powerful cultivators by himself? More and more cultivators attacking Xianxia and Lin Feng died. Finally, someone said unwillingly, "Brat, how much blood do you have? If you leave now, I'll spare your life." These people surely wanted to kill Xianxia as well. However, Xianxia's life force was way too strong, which made them tremble in fear. "My life, my blood, I will only protect one person." Xianxia's body was already shaking, but he still didn't flinch. "Everyone, attack with all your might. Don't give him a chance to breathe," a cultivator said coldly. The attacks of these cultivators were becoming more and more violent. Xianxia was about to die as well. "Heavenly Law's embodiment of Earth," Xianxia shouted coldly. He condensed his Heavenly Law's embodiment of heaven and earth, only to see black fog rolling in the void. Within the black fog, a terrifying existence appeared. This existence had 9 blood-red eyes. His body was shrouded in darkness, and he held a pitch-black hammer in his hand. No one knew what kind of existence this was. He was like a terrifying demon god, and his demonic aura enveloped the world. He held the hammer and smashed it at the people around him. Xianxia's Heavenly Law's embodiment of Earth was very powerful, and it sent cultivators flying. There were also people who used their Heavenly Law's embodiment of Earth. All kinds of Heavenly Law's embodiment of Earth appeared and clashed with Xianxia's Heavenly Law's embodiment of Earth. However, Xianxia's Heavenly Law's embodiment of Earth was too powerful. Many cultivators' Heavenly Law's embodiment of Earth were broken, and the hammer in his hand smashed down, turning cultivators with decent strength into minced meat. What a powerful Heavenly Law's embodiment of Earth! The cultivators who were watching from afar were very shocked. Xianxia's Heavenly Law's embodiment of Earth was very shocking, and many people were moved. Swoosh! Suddenly, a cold light swept over. It was filled with endless penetrative power, and it instantly pierced through Xianxia's Heavenly Law's embodiment of Earth. Pooh! This spear directly pierced through Xianxia's chest. The person who attacked was a young cultivator. Although he was young, his strength was abnormally strong. Xianxia! Someone cried out. This person had a great origin, and was a top genius of the Immemorial divine sect. In the past, Lin Feng had killed Du Guxian, who was one of the top geniuses of the Immemorial divine sect. However, Du Guxian's ranking was still below Qiu Mingjia's. Qiu Mingjia's attack was indeed terrifying. He held the spear in his right hand, and was about to lift Du Guxian up. Du Guxian spat out a mouthful of blood. He slashed out with his right hand, and the sword light swept towards Qiu Mingjia. Qiu Mingjia frowned, and had no choice but to dodge. He pulled out the spear that had pierced through Du Guxian's chest. Blood immediately spurted out. Du Guxian knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Qiu Mingjia is worthy of being a top genius of the Immemorial divine sect. He's really powerful. Someone sighed. Qiu Mingjia's cultivation base had already surpassed many of the older generation's experts. He had a very high reputation in the entire martial heaven continent. Qiu Mingjia's cold gaze swept over Lin Feng. This child has long since entered my Immemorial divine sect's must-kill list. I just didn't think he'd lose himself. Killing such a person is a disgrace to my status. Many people's hearts shook. From Qiu Mingjia's words, it seemed that Lin Feng had some enmity with the Immemorial divine sect. However, they didn't know what kind of enmity it was. Qiu Mingjia retreated and stood in the distance, no longer attacking. Just as he said, killing Lin Feng was a disgrace to him. Kill. The other cultivators didn't care about that, and they once again attacked. Die. Du Guxian crawled up from the ground with difficulty and swung his sword. However, his attack's power had greatly decreased. Under the joint attack of so many cultivators, Du Guxian's sword chi was instantly broken. Puff, many cultivators' attacks swept over Du Guxian's body, directly tearing his body apart. There were many wounds on Du Guxian's body that revealed his white bones. A foolishly loyal person. It's a pity to die like this. A cultivator in the distance looked at Du Guxian and sighed. Die. At least a dozen cultivators sneered, and all kinds of powerful magic treasures attacked Du Guxian. Today, Du Guxian no longer had the strength to resist. He used the last of his strength to stand up, and his body was in front of Lin Feng. Even if he died, even if he had to block the last attack for his master, this was what Du Guxian was determined to protect in his heart. Even if he and Lin Feng only had a master and servant relationship of 15 years. However, for Lin Feng, he didn't hesitate to give up his life. Thank you for your hard work. Just when everyone's attacks were about to hit Du Guxian's body, a voice came from behind Du Guxian. Lin Feng, who was originally in a daze and had completely lost himself, regained his clarity. A terrifying killing intent that could shake the 9 heavens and destroy the world suddenly emitted from Lin Feng's body. Kacha kacha. That terrifying killing intent spread out, and all kinds of magic treasures were directly dismembered in midair. He's awake, cries of alarm could be heard. Many cultivators quickly retreated, their faces pale. Many people knew how powerful Lin Feng was. Now that Lin Feng had awakened, it was naturally not a good thing. However, some cultivators sneered and said, "What's there to be afraid of? We have so many people, can't we deal with this kid? Let's attack together and destroy him." This cultivator's words were echoed by many people, and many of them became more courageous. There were hundreds of cultivators surrounding Lin Feng and Du Guxian. Now that Du Guxian was no longer able to fight, with such a large number of people, no matter how one looked at it, there was no need to worry. Swoosh! Lin Feng moved. He was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in the middle of the crowd. He arrived in front of the cultivator who had instigated the crowd to attack, grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. The cultivator looked at Lin Feng in horror, his body trembling violently. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would take the initiative to rush into the crowd and capture him in the blink of an eye. "Spare me," the cultivator begged. Crack! In the next moment, Lin Feng broke his neck. "Kill this kid." A cultivator shouted and took the initiative to attack Lin Feng. Then, more and more cultivators attacked. Sword chi. Saber chi. Swoosh, Lin Feng attacked, and the sword chi and saber chi filled the sky. Along with the sound of flesh being torn apart, cultivators were killed by Lin Feng one after another. The casualties were extremely heavy. No one could survive Lin Feng's attack. The corpses on the ground fell one after another. Many people screamed in horror and quickly retreated. Lin Feng did not intend to let these people go. He rushed forward like a god of death. Swoosh! Swoosh! Cultivators' heads flew into the sky. I'm from the Empty Tao sect. If you dare to kill me, a cultivator threatened loudly, but before he could finish, his head flew into the sky. I'm from the Watermoon sect. Pooh. The head moved. Lin Feng didn't care where these cultivators came from. All he knew was that they had tried to kill him before. And he almost killed Dishi Xian. That was enough. Even if these people died 100 times, it would still be difficult to eliminate the killing intent in Lin Feng's heart. The surrounding onlookers stared with gaping mouths. There were so many cultivators there, and there was no lack of experts among them. And yet, in the face of Lin Feng's attack, they could not even withstand a single blow. This made many people feel that it was inconceivable and unbelievable. However, all of this was really happening before their eyes. Lin Feng was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, wantonly slaughtering. Hundreds of corpses lay on the ground. All the cultivators were killed by Lin Feng. The blood flowed into the Star River, attracting many star beasts to wander around. Many star beasts eyed the corpses on the shore covetously. It's your turn. Lin Feng looked coldly at Xianxia. Very good. Now you're qualified for me to kill you. Xianxia's expression was indifferent. This person was extremely arrogant because he had the right to be arrogant. Xianxia had a special bloodline, and his talent was monstrous. Such a person was as dazzling as the stars, high and mighty, respected by the world. Boom! Xianxia's body emitted a powerful force. The aura in his body became more and more powerful. Xianxia was using the force to increase his battle strength. Fist can suppress mountains and rivers, martial arts can break the universe. Xianxia's fist suppressed the mountains and rivers, the martial arts broke the universe, and directly suppressed Lin Feng. The sky was filled with fist shadows. It enveloped the entire area. Many people were shocked. Xianxia's divine power was really powerful. He condensed the will of the fist and attacked Lin Feng. Many people whispered secretly, wondering if Lin Feng could withstand Xianxia's attack. Star-plucking art. Lin Feng stepped forward and stretched out his right hand, as if he could pluck the stars in the outer space. The star-plucking hand. In the void, a huge palm appeared and grabbed towards Xianxia. Xianxia's divine power was broken in a flash. The gigantic hand condensed from the ancient star-plucking art was about to grab Xianxia. You dare to boast shamelessly before me with such strength? Said Lin Feng indifferently. Xianxia looked glum. He quickly retreated and dodged Lin Feng's star-plucking art. It's just the beginning, said Xianxia coldly. His body turned into a deadly qi. That deadly qi tore through the air and moved towards Lin Feng. Body turning into deadly qi was a very strange technique. It could turn one's body into a substance. Xianxia had obviously fused his will into his qi. I'll break your qi, said Lin Feng aggressively. He threw a punch, death strength twinkling around his fist. Boom, he punched forward. Xianxia's qi collided with Xianxia's qi. In a flash, Xianxia's qi was blown away and turned back into his real body. You're too weak. I'm disappointed. Lin Feng took a step forwards and punched Xianxia again. Xianxia was blown away. Arg, Xianxia coughed up blood. His face was pale. Many people couldn't believe it. Xianxia had shown during the last battle of the young geniuses. He was terrifyingly strong, but now he was being crushed. He's much stronger than a year ago, when he fought against Di Xingtian, said a cultivator. He had seen the battle between Lin Feng and Di Xingtian a year ago. Li Long blood, roared Xianxia. He had awakened his blood. In a flash, he turned into a half-dragon man. A half-dragon man had a human body, but his body was covered with dragon scales. His head was that of a dragon's. That was Xianxia's Li Long blood. After awakening his special blood, Xianxia's strength kept increasing. He smiled ferociously and said, "Little boy, you forced me to awaken my blood. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you apart." Xianxia roared and rushed towards Lin Feng. After turning into a half-dragon man, Xianxia's cultivation had increased tremendously. Boom! He punched out, and a power that could topple mountains and overturn seas erupted. Wherever Xianxia's fist passed, cracks would appear in the void. Xianxia's attack was really powerful. The Li Long blood is one of the most terrifying branches of the dragon race. Xianxia's strength has reached an unimaginable level after awakening his Li Long blood. A cultivator cried out in alarm. The Li Long blood can not only increase one's strength. I heard that it also has some terrifying abilities, but I don't know what they are. Another cultivator said. Any bloodline that was related to the dragon naturally couldn't be an ordinary bloodline. Little boy, die. Xianxia, who had transformed into a half-dragon man, was filled with killing intent. His terrifying fist was already heading towards Lin Fan. Lin Feng looked indifferent. Even in the face of Xianxia, who had activated his Li Long bloodline, he was still calm and collected. He clenched his right fist and threw a punch. Clang, a dull collision was heard. The two of them fiercely collided. Then, everyone saw that Lin Feng stood still, while Xianxia, who had activated his Li Long bloodline, was sent flying by a punch. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one thought that this battle would turn out like this. Originally, everyone thought that this battle would be a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. But now, it appeared to be one-sided. It was really inconceivable. Xianxia couldn't accept it. His eyes were gloomy. He had activated his Li Long bloodline and was still suppressed like this. It was a huge blow to his confidence. Lin Feng stepped forward. Without saying anything, he waved his right fist and threw another punch. Xianxia quickly retreated, but it was too late to do so. Lin Feng had already rushed forward and threw a fierce punch at Xianxia. Xianxia had to block it. Bang, the two of them collided again. Crack! Crack, Xianxia's arm was broken. Oh my god, that kid is too fierce. Xianxia has turned into a half-dragon and has infinite strength. But now, he is being suppressed? Many cultivators exclaimed. They were deeply shocked. Pitifully weak. Lin Fengluan raised his right fist and punched again, it was extremely powerful. Li Long Claw. Xianxia shouted coldly. He condensed a new attack. Every special bloodline had a special ability. And this Li Long Claw was a special ability obtained after activating the special bloodline. In the void, a grayish-brown claw condensed. It was the Li Long Claw. The Li Long Claw suddenly grabbed. Cracks appeared in the void as a result of the clawing. This showed how terrifying this attack was. Break! Lin Feng shouted coldly. The three forces in his body. White tiger killing intent. Heaven punishing fighting intent. Battle force, at the same time all of them erupted. With the three potential superimposed, Lin Feng's battle prowess skyrocketed. He punched forward again, and his fist seemed to have turned into a giant hammer. It came crashing down with a violent force. Immediately after, a tearing sound could be heard. The scarlet dragon claw was instantly pierced through by Lin Feng's punch. Then, Lin Feng's punch did not slow down and continued to smash towards Xianxia. This punch made Xianxia feel the aura of death. Xianxia's body trembled violently. He cried out in fear, "Brat, do you really want to become enemies with my high divine sect? Perhaps we can sit down and talk, and turn hostility into friendship. Didn't you already fight to the death a long time ago? Is there still a possibility of negotiation?" Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. That tyrannical punch had already landed. This punch was like a heavy hammer that landed on Xianxia's body. Xianxia's half-dragon body couldn't withstand it and exploded, dying on the spot. Everyone looked absent-mindedly at the handsome young man in ragged clothes. This person was too strong. Even a peak-level genius like Xianxia was killed. This matter would definitely cause a huge commotion. Lin Feng and Dishi Xian didn't stay and quickly left. Soon, the news of what happened here spread. In the depths of an ancient forest. Xianxia heard the news and opened his eyes. He didn't die after falling into the Milky Way. This ant's life is really tough. Tian Wufa gritted his teeth and said, "Then what do we do now?" "Let him live for a few more days," Xianxia said and closed his eyes again. He didn't die? Lin Feng didn't die? Li Yingdai was extremely excited when she heard the news. Duan Hongxiu's eyes became extremely cold. In a valley, Lin Feng and Xian were resting. Xian's injuries were very serious. He didn't have Lin Feng's physique, so his injuries could only be healed with spirit herbs. Lin Feng didn't lack spirit herbs, so he took out a 50,000-year-old king herb and fed it to Xian. Xian's injuries quickly recovered, but his body was still weak. His injuries were easy to heal, but his weak body needed time to recover. Xian recuperated for 3 days and recovered about 60 to 70% of his strength. Lin Feng and Xian left. "Why do I feel like there are fewer people on this planet?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. Xian said, "Someone discovered the planet's teleportation array, and many people are using it to go to other planets." Lin Feng nodded. In the past year, many resources on this planet had decreased rapidly. It was normal for cultivators to set their eyes on other planets that hadn't been explored yet. There were many planets with life in this galaxy, so there was bound to be good things on other planets. "Do you know where the teleportation array is?" Lin Feng asked. "Yes, Master, follow me," Xian said. Lin Feng nodded and flew towards the teleportation array with Xian. On the way, Lin Feng and Xian saw 2 groups of cultivators fighting, and one of them had suffered heavy casualties. However, Lin Feng didn't plan to pay attention to it. This was the law of the world of cultivators. Killing and robbing were everywhere, so he didn't have the time to care about other people's business. Moreover, other people's life and death had nothing to do with him. When Lin Feng and Xian were about to leave, a trembling voice came from the direction of the battle. Are you Lin Feng?" Hearing this voice, Lin Feng frowned slightly, because this voice was somewhat familiar. He turned around and saw that more than a dozen cultivators had already been killed among the encircled cultivators. There were still 3 cultivators who were struggling to hold on, and the one who spoke was a young woman around 30 years old. Dan Taishan. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. Even though many years had passed, Lin Feng still recognized Dan Taishan when he saw her again. When Lin Feng went to look for the purple earthcore fire, he narrowly escaped death in the land of death. He had spent a short time with Dan Taishan and Ji Yuhan, and the 3 of them left the land of death together. One night, they hid in a very small cave to avoid the terrifying creatures that came out of the land of death at night. Lin Feng and Dan Taishan had sex that night. Since they parted, Lin Feng hadn't seen Dan Taishan again. He didn't even know where the woman he had sex with that night came from or what force she was from. The only thing Lin Feng knew was that the woman was called Dan Taishan. Many years later, Lin Feng didn't expect that he would see Dan Taishan again when he was training in outer space. Puff. A tearing sound was heard, and the 2 cultivators beside Dan Taishan were killed. Die. A tall and sturdy cultivator with a long saber waved his saber and slashed at Dan Taishan. Dan Taishuan's face was pale and filled with despair. Clang, just when Dan Taishan thought that she was going to die, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her and flicked his right hand. The burly cultivator with the long saber was immediately sent flying. What a powerful kid. A middle-aged cultivator in the group looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was a bit scared of that cultivator's cultivation level. Surprisingly, he was a strong cultivator from the ancient times. "My lord, I can kill that kid with my next slash." The burly cultivator who was sent flying by Lin Feng felt that he had lost face and couldn't help but speak fiercely. He raised the long saber in his hand and was about to attack Lin Feng again. "Stop, you're not his match," the middle-aged cultivator said. The burly cultivator was very unconvinced, but he didn't dare to go against the middle-aged cultivator's words. There were a total of 12 people in this group. They were obviously too strong because the 2 groups of cultivators had fought, and the ones who died were all cultivators on Dan Taishuan's side. On their side, there wasn't even a single person who was injured, let alone dead. "Are you all right?" Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Dan Taixian. Dan Taixian was even a little absent-minded. She thought that she was definitely going to die this time, but she didn't expect to survive. Moreover, the person who saved her was Lin Feng. This was a man she would never forget. Dan Taixian subconsciously shook her head. Why are these people trying to kill you? Lin Feng asked. We have a batch of star-extinguishing stones, and these people want to snatch them from us. Dan Taixian said. The star-extinguishing stone was a kind of stone formed when a star was extinguished. This stone was very special and contained destructive energy. Not only could it be used to forge the best Dao artifacts, but it could also be used to absorb the destructive energy in the star-extinguishing stone to increase the power of the Dao artifacts. For example, if one cultivated the great art of destruction, one could absorb the destructive energy in the star-extinguishing stone. The power of the great art of destruction would be greatly increased. Since he knew that these people were here for the star-extinguishing stone, Lin Feng quickly took action and collected the storage rings of the dead cultivators. There must be a star-extinguishing stone inside. Brat, you're courting death. The group of cultivators who were eyeing Lin Feng covetously roared. Immediately, 5 to 6 cultivators charged towards Lin Feng. Scram! Lin Feng shouted coldly and swept out a palm. Bang bang bang, one cultivator after another was sent flying dozens of meters away. Lin Feng did not take all of the storage rings. He left half of them behind, then looked at the middle-aged man in the lead and said, "We'll split them equally. Do you have any objections?" The middle-aged cultivator nodded and said, "No problem." Lin Feng cupped his fists and left with Xianxia and Dan Taixian. My lord, why didn't you kill that brat? He took away half of the star annihilation stone. One of the cultivators asked doubtfully. He has the right to take it, the middle-aged cultivator said. The rest of the people were shocked. Qualified to take it away, does Master mean that he recognizes the young cultivator's strength? Could it be that that fellow already possessed a strength that even His Excellency was afraid of? When they thought of this, the cultivators could not help but be shocked. No wonder Master did not make a move. In the world of cultivators, the strong were respected. That young cultivator was so strong at such a young age. How strong would he be in the future? It was obvious that Master did not want to become enemies with him for the star-extinguishing stone. Lin Feng, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Dan Taixian looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. Lin Feng smiled and said, "This strength is nothing." Then, he asked, "Are you hurt?" Dan Taixian felt a warm feeling in her heart. She shook her head and said, "I'm not hurt." Lin Feng saw that Dan Taixian was not sad. He guessed that the dead cultivators were most likely a temporary exploration team with Dan Taixian. Such temporary teams could be seen everywhere. Lin Feng asked around, and it was as he had guessed. Dan Taixian and those cultivators had temporarily explored a dangerous place and found a star-extinguishing stone. They divided the star-extinguishing stone among themselves, and when they left, they ran into the group of cultivators just now. The other party was too strong. They ran all the way, but they could not escape. In the end, they fought to the death, but it was a one-sided massacre. If Lin Feng had not come, Dan Taixian would have been killed by the sword. At night, the three of them found a cave to rest. Xianxia walked out, and no one knew where he went. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Xianxia probably saw that his relationship with Dan Taixian was not ordinary, so he deliberately avoided him. When only Lin Feng and Dan Taixian were left, the atmosphere became a little strange. Lin Feng asked, "How have you been all these years?" Dan Taixian said faintly, "It's not good or bad. Survival is not easy, and the world of cultivators is very cruel. Looks like you've been through a lot." Lin Feng looked at Dan Taixian. She was as beautiful as always. She had a voluptuous figure, long legs, a slender waist, fair skin, and an oval face. Her facial features were exquisite, and she looked a little charming. A woman like her was naturally very charming. Dan Taixian said, "There will always be some undesirable things in life, but difficulties will always pass. Perhaps there will be a pleasant surprise." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "Could the pleasant surprise be about meeting me?" Dan Taixian's face turned slightly red, but she did not reply. Lin Feng leaned over and put his right hand around Dan Taishuan's slender waist. What do you want to do? Dan Taishuan's voice was trembling, and she was struggling slightly. However, she seemed to want to reject him. She had done it with Lin Feng before, so her body was not too resistant to this kind of contact. However, as a woman, she was still a little shy. I'm not doing anything. I just want to chat. As Dan Taishan cried out in surprise, Lin Feng picked her up by the waist and walked into the depths of the cave. Not long after, sounds that made people blush and their hearts race could be heard from the depths of the cave. The next day, Lin Feng, Dan Taishan, and Dishi Xian headed towards the planet's teleportation formation. 5 days later, they arrived. There were many cultivators gathered here. The planet's teleportation formation was under someone's control. If one wanted to use it to leave, they would have to pay a huge price. Many cultivators were filled with righteous indignation, but the other party was too strong. There was an ancient powerhouse guarding the place. Cousin. Suddenly, 2 surprised voices came from not far away. A 17 or 18-year-old girl and a young man around the same age were very excited when they saw Dan Taishan. Ping and Dan Taishan was also very happy when she saw them. Cousin, we've been looking for you so hard. The girl was so excited that she was jumping and jumping. The young man was much calmer. I've been looking for you too. Thank the heavens, you're fine. Dan Taishan sighed in relief. Are these 2 brothers training with my cousin? The young man looked at Lin Feng and Dishi Xian. Dishi Xian's expression was cold, as if he did not want anyone to get close to him. Lin Feng nodded. Dan Taishan introduced them. The young man was called Zhao Yangan, and the girl was called Zhao Yangping. They were cousins with Dan Taishan. This time, they entered the star trial together. However, when they entered the planet, they were teleported to different places. The planet was so huge that they could not find each other. Over the past year, Dan Taishan and the Zhao siblings had naturally missed and worried about each other. Now that they had finally met, they couldn't help but exchange greetings. Both of them talked about their experiences over the past year. It was obvious that both the Zhao siblings and Dan Taishan only reported the good news and not the bad news. The Zhao siblings' cultivation was much higher than Dan Taishuan's. The elder sister, Zhao Yangping, was at the 3rd heaven of the Yin-Yang realm, while the younger brother, Zhao Yangan, was at the 5th heaven of the Yin-Yang realm. At their age, they could be considered geniuses to have such a powerful cultivation. As for Dan Taishan, she was only at the 2nd heaven of the Yin-Yang realm. Her talent could only be considered average. Cousin, we have something good for you, Zhao Yangping said softly. Dan Taishan asked in surprise, something good? What is it? We don't know what it is either, but this thing contains pure energy. This energy can allow one's magic power to recover quickly, Zhao Yangan said softly. Zhao Yangan said softly. He took out a jade green stone and handed it to Dan Taishan. Dan Taishan observed it for a while but couldn't recognize what the jade green stone was. She handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at it and revealed a shocked expression. This jade green stone was called jade leaf stone. It was an extremely rare spirit stone. It was said that this jade leaf stone sealed the purest type of mysterious energy, and it absorbed the energy within the jade leaf stone. The depleted magic power would recover in an extremely short period of time. When cultivators fought, their battle strength would become weaker as their magic power was depleted. If they ran out of magic power, they wouldn't be far from death. Even if it was a supreme-grade spirit stone, the recovery of magic power would be extremely slow. Some pills or natural treasures that could quickly recover magic power were sold at sky-high prices. A piece of jade leaf stone was worth at least 200,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng said, "This is a jade leaf stone. Put it away for now. If someone finds it, it will cause a lot of trouble." Zhao Yangan nodded and quickly put away the jade leaf stone. Dan Taishan said, "You 2 little guys are quite lucky. You actually got a jade leaf stone." Dan Taishan had naturally heard of the jade leaf stone. Now that she heard Lin Feng say that the stone that Zhao Yangan took out was the jade leaf stone, she couldn't help but be shocked. This kind of thing was extremely precious. Naturally, he could not reveal it casually. "We've got more than 1,000 of these stones," said Li Xiaoyangping said. Lin Feng almost stumbled and fell to the ground. This kind of thing was very rare, and this little sister and brother actually obtained so many emerald leaf stones. It could be called a great opportunity. Lin Feng was already thinking about whether he should use other heaven and earth treasures to exchange for emerald leaf stones with the siblings later. This was because the emerald leaf stone was very important to Lin Feng. "Over here." Suddenly, a group of people rushed over. Someone pointed at Zhao Yongping and Zhao Yangon. "It's those people. They've been following us all this time. Cousin, let's run." The siblings' faces turned pale when they saw the cultivators chasing after them. Although they had obtained a large amount of emerald leaf stones, they were discovered by a group of passing cultivators. The siblings were lucky enough to escape. However, it was clear that those cultivators had been looking for them all this time. The emerald leaf stones were too precious. It made these people greedy. "Run? It's too late to run now." A cold laugh sounded as more than 20 cultivators rushed over. The one in the lead was a cultivator who looked to be in his 30s. "This is the crown prince of the great Qin Empire, Immemorial, right?" Someone muttered softly. The Great Qin Empire was one of the 4 ancient empires of the central continent. It was an extremely powerful force. It was considered a giant in the 3,000 continents. Lin Feng did not have much contact with the cultivators of the Great Qin Empire. The only time he had contact with them was in the ruins of God. He had joined forces with the Empress and Granny Tianshan to steal the treasures in the world of the 33 Steps of Heaven. At that time, the Great Qin Empire's royal family, Yingtian, was also among them. However, Yingtian and the others were not as strong as Lin Feng, the Empress, and Granny Tianshan. They could only blame themselves for not being strong enough to steal the treasures. After that, Lin Feng did not have much contact with the people of the Great Qin Empire. When the surrounding cultivators saw that the Great Qin Empire's royal family had made a move, they quickly dispersed. Who would dare to get involved in this mess? Hand over the emerald leaf stone and you can live. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Ying Muzin's gaze was sinister. Zhao Yongping and Zhao Yangon's faces were pale. They naturally knew how powerful these people were. Now that they were surrounded, it would be difficult for them to escape. The emerald leaf stone was incomparably precious. Now that they were asked to hand over the emerald leaf rock, they were extremely unwilling in their hearts. When the surrounding cultivators heard the words emerald leaf stone, their eyes suddenly lit up. Many people guessed that Zhao Yongping and Zhao Yangon must have obtained a lot of emerald leaf stones. Otherwise, the Great Qin Empire's people wouldn't have come with such a large force. "Don't you think it's too much to bully 2 children? Don't you think you're embarrassing the Great Qin Empire?" A faint laugh was heard. "Brother Feng." Zhao Yongping and Zhao Yangon looked at Lin Feng and then at Dan Taixian. Dan Taixian signaled for them to not speak and just watch quietly. The siblings nodded, but they were extremely shocked. This brother Lin didn't look much older than them. Could it be that he could deal with the experts of the Great Qin Empire? When did their cousin know such a powerful person? When did the Great Qin Empire's actions need to be explained to others? "Who do you think you are? How dare you point your finger at us?" Ying Muzin sneered. "Reckless fool. Even Ying Yutian wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous, let alone a lowly prince of the Great Qin Empire. Kneel down and apologize, then take your people and scram. I'll let you go." Lin Feng put his hands behind his back and said domineeringly. The surrounding people were completely dumbfounded. Who was this brat? He actually dared to make the prince of the Great Qin Empire kneel. Wasn't he courting death? Good, good, good. Ying Muzin was so angry that he laughed and said good 3 times. It was obvious how angry he was. He said coldly, "I've never seen someone so unafraid of death. Men, break this brat's legs." Yes, immediately, an expert of the Great Qin Empire received the order and rushed towards Lin Feng. This person was at the 5th celestial stage of the creation realm. Powerful magic power surged out of his right hand as he slammed his palm towards Lin Feng. The cultivators of the Great Qin Empire are making a move. That brat is probably going to regret what he just said. Offending the people of the Great Qin Empire is no different from courting death. Many cultivators in the surroundings discussed. They naturally didn't think that a young cultivator like Lin Feng would win. "Brother Feng, be careful." Zhao Yangping and Zhao Yangon couldn't help but exclaim. They looked at Lin Feng worriedly. Although Dan Taixian seemed to be more confident in Lin Feng, Zhao Yangping and Zhao Yangon thought that Lin Feng was facing an expert from the Great Qin Empire. Dan Taixian didn't have any contact with the people of the Great Qin Empire, so she didn't know how terrifying the cultivators of the Great Qin Empire were. However, they knew. While the two siblings were worried about Lin Feng's safety, Lin Feng's expression changed. All of a sudden, the siblings heard a cold shout. Scram! As the cold shout rang out, the siblings looked over and immediately revealed an incomparably shocked expression. This was because the expert from the Great Qin Empire was sent flying by a cold shout. Wah! The expert from the Great Qin Empire spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. His face was deathly pale. Big Brother Lin is so powerful? The Zhao siblings were both dumbfounded. That expert was at the fifth heavenly layer of the creation realm, but he was sent flying by a cold shout. How strong did one's cultivation have to be to do this? It wasn't just the Zhao siblings who were shocked. Even the surrounding cultivators who were watching the battle revealed shocked expressions. It seems that today's conflict won't end so easily. A cultivator said excitedly. Brat, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. It turns out that you have some skills. Do you think you can be so presumptuous in front of the Great Qin Empire just because you have some ability? Everyone, go and capture this brat. I want to teach him a lesson and let him know that he can't afford to offend some people. Ing Musen waved his hand. Yes. Immediately, the cultivators from the Great Qin Empire surrounded Lin Feng. There were a total of more than 20 cultivators, and all of them were experts. The group of people all attacked. All kinds of divine abilities bombarded Lin Feng. Fire Snake Fist. Storm Palm. Snow Lion Heavenly Dipper Divine Technique. Nine Spirits Divine Technique. Terrifying energies rolled out in all directions. Those spells condensed together and moved towards Lin Feng at the same time. A long river condensed from a divine ability swept over. The long river of divine abilities turned into a huge dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its roar shook the sky as it pounced towards Lin Feng. Divine Ability Dragon. Many people exclaimed. Divine abilities had a spirit, and when a true dragon was formed, it was usually only when the gathered divine abilities reached a certain level of power that there would be a chance to form a divine ability spirit. Presently, the might of the divine abilities executed by these 20-plus cultivators of the Grand Qin Empire had obviously attained an extremely formidable level. Otherwise, they wouldn't have condensed the divine ability dragon. The opponent's attack was Godz's. Once the primordial star-plucking hand was used, it could pluck the stars and grab the moon with just a thought, let alone a mere divine ability dragon. Everyone saw a gigantic palm condensing in the void. That palm was capable of capturing the world and grabbing at the void. Crack, the huge hand grabbed the divine ability dragon's neck. The divine ability dragon struggled and roared, but it was useless. No matter how it struggled or roared, it could not break free. Lin Feng shook it forcefully, and the divine ability dragon disappeared. Then, the huge hand flipped and slapped towards the Great Qin Empire's experts. Bang! 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 Sounds of violent collisions and muffled groans could be heard. More than 20 experts of the Great Qin Empire were all sent flying. Their faces were as pale as paper. Plop! Plop! They fell to the ground and their dermic powers dissipated. They no longer had the strength to fight. Oh my God, isn't that too powerful? Many cultivators exclaimed in shock. They originally thought that Lin Feng would be defeated under the siege of the Great Qin Empire's experts. They did not expect such an outcome. Lin Feng walked towards Ing Musen step by step. His voice was as cold as ice. Aren't you going to kneel and apologize to me? Do you want me to do it myself? Many people were shocked because Lin Feng was too strong. He actually made Ing Musen kneel. If Ing Musen really knelt, not only would he lose face, but he would also lose face. Even the Great Qin Empire would be humiliated. In that case, the grudge between them would be too deep. Brat. I am a member of the Great Qin Empire's imperial family. If you make me kneel, do you know the consequences? Immemorial said with a gloomy expression. Immemorial's cultivation was at the 6th level of the creation realm. Although his strength was not bad, he was not considered a top expert. Among the Great Qin Empire's cultivators who attacked Lin Feng, there were people who were at the same level as Immemorial. But in front of Lin Feng, they were still unable to withstand a single blow. Immemorial knew that no matter how he resisted, he would not be able to defeat Lin Feng. He had brought up the Great Qin Empire because he wanted to use it to intimidate Lin Feng. But Lin Feng obviously did not fall for Immemorial's trick. So what if he was from the Great Qin Empire? Lin Feng had always done things as he pleased. Not to mention, he was an ancient tycoon and could not be humiliated. Immemorial, a mere crown prince of the Great Qin Empire, dared to provoke him? He was simply courting death. Kneel. Facing Immemorial's threatening words, Lin Feng took a step forward. His body emitted a powerful qi. This qi directly enveloped Immemorial. In the next instant, Immemorial felt a great pressure envelop his entire body. With a thump, his knees went soft and he directly knelt on the ground. Immemorial's eyes immediately became bloodshot. He roared, "Boy, how dare you humiliate me like this? You're courting death." Lin Feng looked indifferent. "You're just a mere crown prince of the Great Qin Empire. Where did your sense of superiority come from?" Lin Feng's right hand slashed in the air. A sword qi slashed out. Pooh, a tearing sound was heard. Immediately after, a deep wound appeared on Immemorial's body. "Spare me, I was wrong. Please spare me." Immemorial begged. Lin Feng was astonished. This guy had been so tough just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he had become a coward. Immemorial's change made Lin Feng speechless and extremely disdainful. "Hand over your storage ring," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently. "Then you might as well kill me." Immemorial gnashed his teeth. "Killing you would dirty my hands. Now, I'm officially informing you that I'm going to rob you." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng kicked Immemorial to the ground and took out all 3 of his spatial rings. Scram! Lin Feng then kicked Immemorial away. Seeing Immemorial fall to the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face, the corners of many people's mouths twitched violently. That young cultivator was too cruel. He'd beaten Immemorial half to death and robbed him of everything. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with vigilance. In the eyes of many cultivators, Lin Feng was as terrifying as a little demon. Everyone hurriedly hid their spatial rings, hoping that they wouldn't be targeted by this seemingly harmless but incomparably two-faced guy. Author's note: there will be more tomorrow. End of chapter 993. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.